Pandemonium. Demon invasion. In an instant, a portal opened, from which countless demons poured into the earth. The extermination of mankind was imminent. The weak humans could do nothing to the demons and were forced to flee. The boy ran with all his legs from the menace chasing him. But a large wolf-like demon caught up with him, and the boy fell to the ground in fear. Realizing that he could no longer escape, the boy called out for help at the top of his voice. He hoped that someone would hear him, but it was too late. The demon opened its mouth and pounced on him. Just as the wolf-like demon approached, a man appeared out of nowhere and managed to throw the demon away with a kick. This man was one of the few people who could resist the demons. Recovering from the shock, the guy asked the savior, "Is it that awakened?" But the awakened one didn't have time for him, so he advised him to run away from here before the demon came to his senses. The savior was the D-rank awakened one, Li Jun. As soon as Li Jun was distracted for a second, the demon woke up and pounced on him. But Li Jun managed to block the jaws with his hand. Seeing the fangs sinking into his hand, Li Jun wondered, would his punch be too weak to stun the demon? This meant that his strength was completely useless, even against a demon of such a low rank. So would he, with his D rank, not be able to defeat anyone? Trying to break through, the demon started swinging its claws, causing Li Jun to inflict lacerations. Restraining the demon with one hand, Li Jun reached for his dagger. Immediately after, he plunged the dagger into the demon's head with a sharp movement. After dealing with the demon, Li Jun fell to the ground and tried to catch his breath. Realizing that he had not just been killed by a demon, a guy nearby immediately rushed out, screaming in fear. Li Jun was forced to admit that he barely managed to fight the enemy, but it was only one monster, and it was enough to make him exhausted. Just as suddenly, Li Jun felt pain from the wound inflicted by the demons, causing him to cry out. The wound was too deep, which meant he was already incapacitated. D rank is one of the lowest ranks among the awakened ones. With the strength of a D rank, he is only able to look at fleeing people begging for salvation. Li Jun wondered if that was all he could do. After all, if that was the case, then he was just pathetic. Suddenly, Li Jun heard the sounds of battle nearby. It was an awakened blonde man with a sword surrounded by lightning. The huge monster worm roared with a sonic attack, but the blonde man jumped up. Immediately after, he lunged at the demon and destroyed it in the blink of an eye. Li Jun was astonished, because that guy had dealt with a monster he would never dare to touch in a few seconds, and he had defeated it with a single blow. That guy was none other than Dragon Sword, who was also a close friend of Li Jun, who inherited the martial arts of his clan. Li Jun was very envious. After all, if he was the inheritor of such a temple, he wouldn't have fallen after a battle with one measly demon. If only he would also be able to fight like this. The year 2031. Long before the pandemonium, awakened ones suddenly began to appear around the world. They possessed powers that mankind had never dared to dream of, and their descendants inherited that power along with the ability to control it. However, he had awakened at the F rank without any inheritance, and no matter how hard he tried, no matter how much he struggled to achieve more, D rank continued to be his maximum achievement. Li Jun sighed as he pondered over all of this. If only he had been born in the awakened clan, and if only he could grow above the D rank without getting stuck at it. Perhaps then his life might have turned out differently. Li Jun asked himself, what was he just now thinking about? After all, this was his end. Just as suddenly, Li Jun heard a system alert. Warrior's Path attribute opened. Li Jun asked, what was that? After which he grinned and asked the system, why is it messing with him? His luck is practically non-existent. What good is this attribute to him if he's about to say goodbye to his life? Li Jun said that he hated this awakening system. After that, his time was up and Li Jun died. Suddenly, Li Jun woke up already in bed and was surprised that he was still alive. Then he got up and looked around the room and was very surprised. Li Jun wondered, did he really wake up in his dorm? He hadn't been here since high school, so how could he be here? How could something like this even be possible? After all, he had clearly been mortally wounded the moment he tried to save a civilian. And after that, he died? Trying to understand what had happened, Li Jun opened the system window. But seeing the date, Li Jun understood less and less what was happening now, for it was now January 2nd, 2025. Looking at the year again, Li Jun couldn't hold back a scream and asked, how could it be 2025 now? The students walking by the door were a bit taken aback when they heard the sudden scream. Li Jun clutched his head trying to realize what was happening, because something like this was simply impossible. Li Jun wondered if it was possible that he had just dreamed his own future, but he immediately rejected this option because it was impossible. Since that was the case, he should check it out again. Li Jun got up from the bed and then headed to the window. Outside the window was the high school and the sports field. where the training of the awakened ones was just about to take place. It was the same every day, and so to the point of nausea. Looking at this, Lee Jun once again wondered, had he really gone back 7 years in time? Had he really gone back? Did he really die from a laceration in his side? Just a few minutes ago, he had still felt that pain, but now it had stopped, and now there was no trace of it. Did this mean that his death was the beginning of a return to the past? Did something that only happens in Manhwa really happen to him? And most importantly, what is he supposed to do now? After all, in 7 years, a great war will once again break out in their world. In the meantime, he won't be able to change anything. Since he had returned to his body 7 years back, Lee Jun decided to check what his stats were now. But what he saw was clearly something abnormal. His title was Loser, Potential Outranked, Skills, Meditation 3 Basics, Sword Technique 3 Basics, and Foot Technique 3 Basics, FF Ranked, as well as the attribute Way of the Warrior. The system asked Lee Jun to choose his path. Lee Jun smiled when he saw his stats, for everything was still the same as it was right before he died, except that Lee Jun couldn't help but wonder what the warrior's way gave him. Lee Jun clicked on his attribute, and then the system asked him to choose his path. The chosen path could not be changed. Lee Jun immediately remembered the divine martial art of the 9 suns, the classical dharma transforming stretching, and the divine celestial martial art. After all, these were all martial arts. Lee Jun only needs to choose one of these. In his past life, he had achieved nothing but a dishonorable death. Remembering this, Lee Jun made his choice and touched the system interface. In this life, he wasn't going to step on the same rake again. Korea and the entire eastern region now resembles a fantasy world with martial arts. Their world became that way because of the first generation of awakened individuals who were faced with 2 choices in the past. The first was the magic and ducks of the Grantos continent. The second was the martial arts of the Murim world. Europe and America chose the magic world of Grantos, while Asia chose the martial arts world of Murim. This was the world he had come back to, and right now only strong martial artists were around him. But what about those who didn't fit in anywhere? Lee Jun decided that, first of all, he needed to eliminate the martial artists from the 3 realms. When suddenly, Lee Jun noticed something unusual. Next to the 9 suns divine art, Dharma classic transforming stretch, and divine celestial martial art, there were the divine source, celestial demon, and violet mist arts, among which the divine source art stood out. As far as Lee Jun could remember, the divine origin art was a martial art that did not belong to any particular branch. And since that was the case, ready to take advantage of this, Lee Jun chose the art of divine origin. But after a second, he cried out and grabbed the interface with his hands. For the divine source art was not at all what he had expected. After all, his divine origin art was an SSS-ranked art, which was simply unthinkable. Along with obtaining a new art, Lee Jun had also forgotten the 3 skills of the 3 bases he had previously used. And the first major task, introductory training of the divine origin path, had been created. A while later, after leaving the dormitory, Lee Jun found a secluded place and began to meditate. In fact, when he was a young boy, he would often come to practice at this place near the school. He did so as he wanted to concentrate away from the mocking gazes. Too much into his thoughts, Lee Jun realized that he couldn't go on like this and began to shake his head, trying to shake out the thoughts of the past. Because now was not the time to dig into the past, and besides, things would be different now. After collecting himself, Lee Jun took a deep breath and continued meditating while energy began to flow into his body. The new technique gave Lee Jun a completely different feeling. Lee Jun opened his eyes and his eyes lit up with flames. Lee Jun felt as if his blood began to boil. Lee Jun now realized what an incomparable sensation SSS rank practice was, unlike his previous FD rank practice. Suddenly, an interface appeared in front of Lee Jun and reported that he had received the first star of a martial art founded by a master who had experienced enlightenment at the end of his years. The divine origin art allows one to comprehensively master the concentration of chi energy dispersed in the universe, and blends perfectly with other martial arts. Just by starting, Lee Jun realized how strikingly different it was from his previous 3 pillars meditation technique. As soon as he meditated for a while, his strength already began to grow at an incredible rate. Just meditating on this martial art alone would already be able to raise him to unprecedented heights. The system showed Lee Jun the first main task, the introductory training of the divine origin path of difficulty level D. The divine source sect was founded by a master who became disillusioned with the world towards the end of his life. To become a member of the sect, Li Jun must reach level 2 of the Divine Source skill. As a reward, he will receive the Source Rings, 100,000 points, for the technique tree, and the discovery of a new path. Seeing this, Li Jun was a bit taken aback as it looked quite difficult. But even so, he was confident that with the data as it was now, he would definitely be able to do well. Li Jun meditated until the night, continuing to accumulate energy to reach the second level. But his training was already starting to go too far. Suddenly, someone displeased with Li Jun said that this foolish boy was crawling like a newborn baby. The old man ordered Li Jun to stop his pampering and open his eyes, immediately after which Li Jun abruptly came out of his meditation, and clutching his heart, he began to cough. After experiencing such a shock, Li Jun was surprised that he was still alive and wondered what had just happened. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop the divine origin meditation, and if he didn't stop now, he was almost certain that he would die on the spot. An unfamiliar voice explained to Li Jun as he walked around the edge and returned. Not realizing whose voice he was hearing, Li Jun asked the stranger who the stranger was. Just as suddenly he heard a chuckle behind his back, and an old man appeared out of nowhere and asked who he thought he was. Turning around, Li Jun saw an old man in white robes floating against the moon. Li Jun assumed that this old man was a ghost, which the man obviously didn't expect. The old man shouted, "What kind of ignorance is that? And at what point does he even look like a ghost?" Li Jun asked. "Isn't that so?" After which he dared to ask the old man again, who was the old man? The old man coughed, after which he said that he would only say his name once. Hence Li Jun should listen carefully. The honorable old man that Li Jun sees in front of him is the strongest person in history. He is a master of martial arts. Li Jun was surprised that this old man is a martial arts master, after which he recognized that it sounded somehow familiar. But he couldn't figure out where he had heard of him, as suddenly he remembered the information from the martial art founded by a master who experienced enlightenment at the end of his life system. Li Jun asked the old man, was the old man really the same martial artist who had created the divine origin art? The old man admitted that Li Jun was not a completely brainless child, after which the old man asked if even in spirit form he was so difficult to recognize. Li Jun covered his ears and shouted that he couldn't believe that there really was a person who had created this martial art. He would never dare to think of such a thing. And how could it be that this person was talking to him now? Li Jun asked the old man, "Is the one really? Only that person couldn't be alive." After listening to Li Jun, the old man became a little bit sad. After that, the old man was forced to reveal that because of Li Jun's impenetrable stupidity, his divine origin skill had been sealed, which was the reason why it couldn't come out earlier. The divine origin martial art is the strongest in the history of mankind. It would be a huge loss if it were to fade away like this, so he was forced to take some measures. Li Jun was forced to admit that he roughly understood this. The old man asked how it was wrong and hit the ignorant man on the head with a fan, after which he explained that he couldn't even roughly understand such a great art. The old man shouted at the top of his voice that thousands upon thousands of boys dreamed of hearing a word about a master like him. The old man asked Li Jun, "Is he even listening?" But Li Jun couldn't listen to the master properly, because the ghost's screams made his ears close to falling off. Li Jun told the master that he understood and asked if he would mind if he continued practicing meditation now. Only Li Jun turned around as the old man suggested that he try to meditate on his own for at least 100 days, with a small chance of not catching chi spoilage. Frightened by the key spoilage, Li Jun flashed back to the old man. The old man asked, why was the man surprised? After all, he had just told it like it was. If Li Jun continued to train on his own, he wouldn't even be able to approach 2 stars in his entire life. Li Jun explained to the old man that throwing around such words was definitely not encouraging. So why would he do that to him? What is he supposed to do then? After all, he wishes to become stronger. The old man replied that he did not have any training program for Li Jun, to which he immediately agreed and decided to come up with a program himself. After all, he must still achieve the goal. The old master thought for a moment and then admitted that he liked Li Jun's determination. And if that was the case, then why wouldn't he at least be generous after his death? A short while later, Li Jun went to the tavern to rest and do some business. As Li Jun sighed, a ghost came out of nowhere and asked him why he was sighing. After all, he was so lucky. Grabbing his collar, Li Jun asked his teacher to stop appearing out of nowhere like that, because next time he might be scared to death. The old master opened his fan and innocently missed his disciple's words, after which Li Jun returned to the phone and asked the teacher if he was serious. And was it really necessary? Li Jun's card was registered and his account was debited with 400 billion won. The old master grinned and said that it was the only way to make him stronger. Except Li Jun couldn't agree with his teacher so easily, because wearing 50-kilogram shackles on his legs was too much. Even the blacksmith he ordered them from looked at him askew, trying to figure out why he needed such shackles. Li Jun plopped down on the table and asked the teacher, "What kind of medieval is this?" Hearing this, the old master clenched his fan and threatened his student that he would still negotiate one day. Li Jun jumped up and offered to let the teacher wear the 50-kilogram shackles himself. But a second later, Li Jun noticed that where the teacher was supposed to be was a waitress. Because of what happened, she thought the guy was not right in the head. At that time, Li Jun was very uncomfortable. Li Jun didn't want to talk anymore and called the interface. As it turned out, leveling up was not as easy as Li Jun had previously thought. But after he learned the Divine Source skill, the Chi energy ceiling increased to 620. This was already enough to realize that Divine Source was definitely a very strong martial art. The old master turned to his only disciple and said that he had to emphasize something again. Namely, that Divine Source was the pinnacle of his martial art as well as Chi potential development. Li Jun reluctantly agreed with the master's words and said that he was the best. But still, thanks to the teacher's help and meditation, he was able to reach the 2-star level. He had chosen the easy path. Li Jun closed the interface and stood up. The teacher asked where he was going, to which Li Jun replied that his shackles were already ready. As soon as Li Jun walked out of the cafe, he was immediately called out. When he turned around, Li Jun saw 3 people he had known for a long time. The main one of the trio said through laughter that they happened to run into their loser, after which he laughed and asked what had gotten into him today. After all, he usually spends all his time in his dorm room and never goes out. These 3 scumbags are Li Jun's classmates, and they are all only E rank right now. Although their rank isn't the highest, but compared to the F rank, it's a lot. And unlike him, they inherited their strength from their parents. Li Jun suggested that the trio just get behind him and go on about their business, which the freckle-faced guy obviously didn't like. He motioned to Li Jun and offered to look at the freckled guy and slapped him on the chest. Then he asked if it meant that he could get so bold just because he hadn't been beaten for a while. After that, the 3 of them remembered that Kei-hong had told them not to touch Li Jun before class started, and the freckle-faced guy had even mockingly apologized. Afterward, he asked Li Jun if he would like to go along with them. Right now, they were going to the Divine Force sex classes, and with any luck, they wouldn't kick Li Jun too hard, provided he was with them. Not wanting to continue talking to these bastards, Li Jun ordered them to shut up. The freckle-faced guy told Li Jun that he was being too arrogant, after which he brought up the fact that since Li Jun was of low origin, the master would surely want to practice on him. Furthermore, he had almost forgotten the fact that Li Jun, before he could even blink, Li Jun was right in front of him and threw him away with a single punch, after which Li Jun reminded him that he had asked him to shut up. Unwilling to tolerate this insolence, the remaining 2 bastards asked if he had too much nerve and pounced on Li Jun. Li Jun closed his eyes, concentrating his chi, after which a blue flame lit up in his eyes. Now, these guys' movements were completely predictable to Li Jun. Li Jun dodged his opponent's first strike, after which he grabbed his hand and twisted his arm with a light movement. Li Jun let go of the blonde man, after which he fell to his knees and started moaning in pain. His partner was furious about what had happened and lunged at Li Jun from behind while he was distracted. But Li Jun abruptly turned around and just grabbed him by the fist, which was simply impossible. After which, Li Jun began to squeeze his hand. Realizing that something wasn't right here, the guy asked Li Jun to stop, but Li Jun squeezed his hand, causing him to fall to the ground in pain. In less than a minute, Li Jun incapacitated the 3 bastards bullying him. Li Jun recognized that he knew without them that he was a piece of shit who didn't even have blood awakened in his veins. Li Jun's mother broke a flower pot in anger and screamed. She shouted that such a thing simply couldn't happen and that he wasn't her son. Li Jun's mother screamed in his face that he was the reason her life had gone down the drain. If that was the case, she would kill him right now. Scared of his mother, Li Jun rushed out. Li Jun ran out the door, where his father was already waiting for him. Through tears, Li Jun turned to his father and told him that his mother was saying that she wanted to kill him. Li Jun asked his father to save him, but he ignored his son's request and just turned away. Li Jun was distraught. He begged his father not to leave and to listen to him. But it was too late. Li Jun's mother caught up to him and grabbed him by the hair. Then she dragged him away. No one wanted him. In his past life, he did anything to be recognized by his family. But this time, things would go differently. Clenching his fists, Li Jun told himself that he was no longer going to waste his miraculously found life chasing something useless. He would build up his own strength and look down on everyone else. And in this life, he's not going to let anyone humiliate him. Last night, not far from the school, an old master told Li Jun that the divine source art was created using the forces of chaos, and that it's a martial art that is at its most vivid when the body is tested to its limits. Trying not to fall under the huge boulder he was carrying, Li Jun asked his teacher, "Did it really have to be done like this?" The old master tisked unhappily at the words of the little bastard and said that he must have too much strength left, since he was still able to talk at how much he had left to go. Master advised Li Jun to shut his mouth and move on. A short while later, Li Jun was rumbling near a boulder. He finally managed to get to the very top. Because of this training, he could almost feel his body falling apart. Seeing Li Jun resting, the old master rolled up a fan and began beating his disciple with it, demanding that he rest standing up, because no one would let him sit down. Li Jun asked the master if he wished him dead. Li Jun didn't want to continue arguing with his teacher as he didn't have the energy to do so. So instead, he opened the system interface. The system notified Li Jun that he had reached the second level of divine origin and had also completed the first main task, the introductory training of the divine origin path. As a reward, he received an origin ring that immediately appeared in his hand, as well as 100,000 points for the technique tree and the opening of a new path. Examining the ring, Li Jun told the teacher that it was very beautiful and incredibly skillful. Covering himself with a fan, the old master explained that it was all because he was wise and skillful. After which he said that this ring was a unique artifact of his martial arts school and advised Li Jun to put it on as soon as possible. Li Jun hurriedly put the ring on his finger, immediately after which the system recognized this ring as an S-class source ring. The ring concentrates the chi energy from the divine source sex fortress and helps the wearer avoid energy corruption. The ring's permanent effects are maintaining a protective state, plus 50% luck and minus 70% chance of chi spoilage. After reading the information from the system, Li Jun took another look at the ring on his finger and refused to believe what his eyes saw. But unable to hold back, Li Jun asked his teacher, "Was this ring really an S-grade artifact?" The old master sighed contentedly and asked the wayward disciple, why would he ask such a silly question? After all, this ring was the treasure of the origin sect. Rereading the information about the ring, Li Jun tried to understand what had he done to deserve to wear such a treasure. And was it really a good thing? In any case, Li Jun decided to get the next reward, the discovery of a new path. Right after that, he saw the information about his new paths. Path of order with a high level of difficulty, the endless path of earthly sorrows with a high level of difficulty, and the sect path that consumes heaven and earth with an equally high level of difficulty. Seeing the endless path of earthly sorrows among the list, Li Jun assumed that this path had something to do with the teacher and asked him directly about it. But as it turned out, the teacher was no longer around. Not finding the teacher, Li Jun wondered why he had disappeared so suddenly. After all, he needed to think very carefully about his choice of path. Under the rays of the setting sun, Li Jun pondered as he strolled through the city. The endless path of earthly sorrows was the path of the unknown class. There are many secluded places for hermitage in the world. Some hermit monks strive to attain enlightenment, while others flee from persecution. The hermit is always free and can change the world as he pleases. From that path effect is a plus 20% increase in martial arts mastery speed. Noticing his disciple's choice, the old master asked why he chose this path. After all, the others were clearly better. Li Jun replied that this path seemed good to him as well. In addition, he was also impressed with the sect's way of devouring heaven and earth. Hearing this, the old master asked, how could he have the nerve to say such a thing? Be that as it may, Li Jun had no choice but to choose the path the teacher followed. The teacher hoped that Li Jun would not regret his choice later. The old master asked Li Jun which divine power sect those boys he had recently beaten up were talking about, to which Li Jun replied that this sect taught the Huangfu family's martial arts. The teacher asked, was that really true? After which he asked the disciple if that meant that he still hadn't learned the martial arts of the Huangfu school. Li Jun replied that he hadn't mastered them because he hadn't inherited the ability by blood. Heredity of Awakened Ones. The children of Awakened Ones have a 95% chance of inheriting their parents' abilities. Such children are both born awakened and possess the innate skill of meditation. The other 5% are born with power assignments beyond their parents. An example of such a person is the Dragon Sword from the Ironblood Sword sect, a family in which the martial art of the Namgung sect has been passed down from generation to generation. The public sees this family as a host of unusually gifted geniuses. The old master was displeased with what he had just heard, for it was an outrage. In his time, martial arts were not hereditary. Realizing the situation, the old master assumed that his father had abandoned Li Jun because he had not inherited his abilities. Not intending to hide it, Li Jun bluntly said yes to the teacher. But he immediately shouted that it was nonsense. After all, what kind of person would be willing to give up his blood for nothing? Such a person simply has no right to be called a father. After that, the old master clapped Li Jun on the shoulder and asked him not to worry, because he was Li Jun's teacher. Immediately afterward, he shouted that as a teacher, he would impart to him the knowledge of all the martial arts he knew. Li Jun's father told his son that he would never have any friends and that he himself could never be a friend to anyone. With a menacing look at his son, he asked him to remember this, for he was good for nothing. Li Jun touched his teacher's hand and said with a smile that he hoped for him. After that, Li Jun asked the teacher, why are they only talking about him? After all, he was also curious to know something about the master's past. The old master covered himself with a fan and awkwardly corrected his voice, and said that he had committed many sins and had to go into recluse. Li Jun asked if that meant that he was a villain, and if that was the case, he hoped that the one was not the head of an occult sect. The old master was angry at such accusations and started beating Li Jun and ordered him to get out of here right now, and also ordered him not to call him a villain anymore. Screaming in pain, Li Jun asked why he was fighting so painfully if he was a disembodied spirit. Li Jun begged him to stop and promised not to repeat his mistake. Sometime later, during Li Jun's training, the old master said that today's awakened ones are much weaker than most of the warriors of his time, all because they only improve themselves by increasing their skills. He was dissatisfied that they didn't understand the essence of martial arts at all. Li Jun took a deep breath, immediately after which he spun on his foot and pushed off the ground with his foot. The old master promised that if Li Jun reached enlightenment through martial arts, he would make him the second strongest man in history. With a single blow, Li Jun struck the dummy with his strongest punch, a blow that left a deep dent in the dummy and cracked it, but a second later, it broke into two pieces. Hearing something strange in the teacher's words, Li Jun asked him to stop, after which he asked, why would he only become second? To which the teacher proudly replied that he was the first. Li Jun didn't dare to argue with the teacher further. The old master folded the win and suggested that Li Jun move on to the next step in the training, namely, to the toughest trial on the verge of life and death, which would be the best condition for Li Jun to gain enlightenment. Li Jun wondered where he would get such a situation from. Suddenly, a disturbing thought popped into his head. Li Jun asked, letting the teacher not talk about this. Stroking his beard contentedly, the old master asked if they had a place here where the strongest of the masters gathered. A short while later, in the main school building, the old master asked Li Jun where he was going, to which Li Jun replied that this place is called the Green Zone, and the entrance to it is located in the basement, where awakened people below C rank are not allowed to enter because it is too dangerous. The Murama school keeps an eye on it. It was rumored that the principal himself had closed this entrance. After descending the stairs, Li Jun told the teacher that they were at the place, after which they looked at the door sealed with seals. As Li Jun had anticipated, the further way in was sealed. The teacher, however, was not surprised to see the fifth formation, and said that they would easily pass through. Li Jun was surprised to hear this, and the teacher explained that this seal was easy to break, and Li Jun could do so if he acted as he had taught him. With a little effort, Li Jun did indeed manage to break the seal, after which he passed through the door. Looking back, Li Jun couldn't stop being amazed that he had actually succeeded. Just as suddenly, Li Jun noticed something strange and immediately turned around. Right in front of them was a huge portal. Li Jun felt uneasy at the sight of the portal and immediately began to remove his shackles. Noticing this, the old master turned to his disciple and asked him what he was doing, to which Li Jun replied that he would like to leave the shackles here. The master ordered him not to even think about it, immediately after which Li Jun put the shackles back on. He realized that it would be difficult for him there, so he would still be wearing those heavy weights. On the other side of the portal was a vast desert. The old master asked his apprentice not to worry, as they were the only ones here at the moment. Besides, the time had come, and he would now pass on his skills to Li Jun. Li Jun sensed something strange, and he immediately learned the Heavenly King step skill. It was a B rank technique, and Li Jun was happy that he had finally mastered something like this. The old master said that the enemies had arrived almost on time and advised Li Jun to prepare for battle, for the firefoxes had come out to join them. The old master said that this is the Heavenly King Step footwork technique, which is the work of the Huangbo clan masters. The basis of the technique is pure physical strength. Most importantly, this technique is not difficult and will be Li Jun's strength. The old master asked Li Jun to show him what he had learned during his training. Immediately afterward, Li Jun was attacked by firefoxes. 3 foxes immediately rushed towards Li Jun, but thanks to his skills, he easily dodged all their attacks. However, because the attacks were so fast, Li Jun couldn't even react properly. The teacher advised Li Jun to use the Heavenly King Step to take 2 steps to the right, after which Li Jun would have to bend backwards as far as he could. Li Jun immediately took 2 quick steps to the right, and a firefox rushed at him. Immediately after that, Li Jun bent back as far as he could, and the fox flew right above him. Realizing that this was a good opportunity, Li Jun struck the trapped fox with all his might, knocking it out instantly. Li Jun himself could hardly believe it, but he had succeeded. He had just killed a green zone monster with his own hand. The old master covered himself with a fan and called Li Jun a braggart. At the same moment, Li Jun felt that something was wrong, and a new shadow appeared right in front of him. The master said that this was not the end, and turning around, Li Jun saw a huge fox's mouth. Proud over defeating one of the foxes, Li Jun forgot that there were 3 more, causing him to miss a bite and get hurt. Li Jun realized that he had been too hasty in rejoicing in his victory. Noticing the fox's attack at the last moment, he tried to dodge, but the attempt was unsuccessful. Not much more, and he would again meet an ignominious end. One of the foxes attacked Li Jun, but he jumped back, dodging the attack. But as he dodged, Li Jun suddenly felt the danger behind him. Immediately after, he had to dodge the fox in midair. Li Jun tried to understand when that fox had just managed to dodge behind him. As soon as he dodges one fox, another one takes advantage of it and immediately comes around from behind. His teacher, of course, warns him when to dodge, but dodging fox attacks alone won't end this fight. So how can he defeat these creatures? Before his death, he obtained a D rank, after which he continued to train hard. Back then, he really thought that he was already strong enough to fight, but now it would be the end for him once again. As soon as Li Jun was drowning in his thoughts due to helplessness, his teacher shouted and ordered him to gather himself right now. After which, the old master put his hand on Li Jun's shoulder and told him that he would succeed. He should stop despairing and continue practicing the Heavenly King Step. To do so, he should wait for the right moment. Li Jun agreed with his teacher's instruction, after which he tore a cloth from his clothes and bandaged the wound. Li Jun agreed he really should leave these stupid thoughts behind. The 3 firefoxes pounced on Li Jun. Li Jun tried to calm himself down, then he rushed towards one of the foxes and struck it. Now he should learn how to use his Divine Origin technique and Heavenly King Step in battle. A short while later, Li Jun wondered how many hours he had been fighting here already. By his count, it had been about 6 hours, and in that time, he had worn himself out. But with him, the 3 firefoxes were also exhausted. The firefoxes were less likely to attack him and more likely to defend themselves. If he had the strength, he would have used the footwork technique so that the Divine Origin skill could recover a bit. Right now, he was on his last legs, and he was only moving his body through sheer willpower. Li Jun wasn't going to give up. He wasn't going to die here like this. The old master said that it was the right time. Now was the best time to chop his exhausted enemies into cabbage. Standing with his last strength, Li Jun asked his teacher for a second to rest as he needed to catch his breath. But the teacher asked who he thought would be the first to regain his strength. Li Jun or his opponent? The teacher asked Li Jun to believe in the regenerative power of the divine source. Besides, this was a great opportunity to increase his stamina and strength. Although a little reluctant, Li Jun agreed with the teacher. Just as Li Jun was about to attack the firefoxes, energy began to flow to him, causing his eyes to flame once again. Everything was going just fine. The teacher praised Li Jun for his wise decision. For this, he promised that after the victory, Li Jun would receive a new skill from him, which he would need very much. As soon as Li Jun started to approach, one of the foxes engaged on the lead and pounced on him. But shifting his body slightly, Li Jun knocked out the fox with a single uppercut. After which, Li Jun smiled and asked his teacher if the teacher was promising. Suddenly, Li Jun sensed danger, and at the last moment, he deflected his head, dodging the fireball. The fire caused his hair to be slightly scorched. During Li Jun's last attack, the firefox had snuck behind his back and released a fire breath. immediately after which it prepared a second fire breath. The second fire breath seemed to have caught up with Li Jun, but at the last moment, he disappeared. The fire fox was confused and started looking for Li Jun, who was right above the fox at this moment. After gathering his strength, Li Jun landed on the fox and struck it with his fist. As soon as Li Jun finished the fox, his divine source reached the level of 3 stars. His entire energy reserve was replenished, and his stamina, which was less than 10%, was fully replenished in a moment. As a reward for his incredible growth, Li Jun additionally received 25,000 martial arts tree points. In addition, his divine origin skill had a passive skill called Fear. Thanks to the passive skill Fear, monsters would begin to fear him. The old master laughed, after which he praised Li Jun's talent. After which, the master admitted that no one would have thought that Li Jun would be able to reach the 3-star levels in just 2 months. He was like his first disciple. Li Jun asked the master about his first disciple. He then confirmed that he had indeed had a first disciple and that he was Li Jun's older brother. Li Jun agreed with the teacher, but immediately realized that something was wrong. Then he shouted at the teacher and asked him if he had any other disciples, and how many were there before him. The old master was a little angry as he was almost deafened by this bastard's sudden shouting. Master asked Li Jun, so what if he wasn't his first disciple? After which he grudgingly replied that there were 4 of them. Li Jun asked why didn't the man say so earlier, and how could the latter do such a thing? The master suddenly pointed to the side and said that the fire foxes were running away, and that Li Jun should catch up with them sooner. But Li Jun asked master not to try to get off topic. Besides, while they were talking, the fire foxes had long since escaped. The old master asked why he didn't listen to his teacher and started hitting Li Jun with a fan. He explained that he was just saying that they would be able to get far away, and that Li Jun should catch up with them while he had the chance. Li Jun asked the teacher if he would forget the promise he had made to him. The old master snorted unhappily and asked Li Jun if he thought his memory was that bad. The technique he was talking about was called Fist of Dominance, which was one of the basic techniques. Afterward, the master asked if the disciple would like to learn it. Li Jun asked if it was a technique like the Heavenly King's Step from his divine origin skill, or is it a technique of the Huangfu clan school? The teacher confirmed the student's guess, right after which Li Jun said that he wanted to learn this technique. Right after that, the old master handed over the B-class technique, Domination Fist. But for some reason, Li Jun didn't look satisfied. If a peerless person who didn't inherit a martial art by blood becomes a martial art master of any clan, if he also became many times stronger than the others, Li Jun was curious to see what they would say about it. A while later, Li Jun continued his journey under the scorching sun of the vast desert. Trying to notice any movement, Li Jun asked where the mutts had disappeared to. Hearing this, the disgruntled teacher reminded him that he had told Li Jun to finish them off earlier. Li Jun was petrified by the teacher's words, and then the teacher explained that this was the kind of thing that happened when a student disobeyed the teacher. Quickening his step, Li Jun reminded the teacher that he had already apologized for that. Just as suddenly, Li Jun stopped when he saw something up ahead, and the master said that they were probably almost to those foxes. Frowning, Li Jun turned to the teacher, and the teacher asked what he wanted to ask. Li Jun asked, weren't they looking for the 4-tailed monsters? Which the master immediately confirmed. After which, Li Jun pointed the teacher forward, where near a small oasis, 3 fire foxes were near a blue fox. The teacher confirmed that there was a stronger monster beside those 3. But Li Jun was not as enthusiastic as the teacher, for it was the blue fox. The blue fox was the boss of this level named after it, the Blue Fox Nest. In terms of speed, the blue fox is comparable to the monsters of the red zone, and it is so strong that even a few C-rank awakened ones would find it incredibly difficult to deal with it. The creature in front of them is at an unreachable level compared to the foxes he just fought. And the worst part here is that even the slightest mistake would cost him his life. The old master asked Li Jun not to be afraid, as there is nothing more valuable for growth than life and death situations. Li Jun wanted to ask the teacher, seriously? Li Jun tried to object to the teacher, but before he could say anything, the teacher ordered him to go forward, after which he shouted that, in his time, the youths in his time never dared to object to their teacher. And as he could see, today's kids could only ask stupid questions and doubt the words of their elders. Trying to ignore the teacher's shouting, Li Jun wondered, would he really be able to defeat the blue fox? Except even so, he doesn't think that even such a dangerous enemy would be able to particularly affect his growth. Besides, if he were to hesitate for even a second, he's dead. But if he gives up now and runs away, how would he be any different from the old, pathetic weakling? A painful scream was heard in the room. The wall was stained with fresh blood, and Li Jun was trying to pant through the pain. But his opponent wasn't going to let Li Jun rest. He kicked Li Jun. Immediately afterward, he stepped on his face with force. Satisfied with himself, the guy told Li Jun that now that he had knocked out his chi tank, he wouldn't be able to fight anymore. Li Jun asked Li Guiheng why the guy was doing this. Moreover, if the teacher finds out about it, without letting Li Jun finish, Li Guiheng said that teacher himself had let him do it. Li Jun couldn't believe what he heard, but Li Guiheng said that according to the teacher, a useless brat like Li Jun could be beaten as much as he wanted. At the time, he told himself that he would become stronger. He wants to become stronger and take revenge on his family. Besides, he had already known death once. So what should he be afraid of now? It's not a bad thing to try again, now that he's gotten this far. After gathering his thoughts, Li Jun told his teacher that he was ready. As soon as Li Jun stepped a few steps forward, the red fox sensed him and woke up. This was due to the passive effect of the fear of the divine origin skill. Because of the fear, the three fire foxes rose up and began to shiver, until a blue fox rose up and stepped forward. One step by the blue fox, and Li Jun's effect was completely destroyed. The red foxes stopped trembling and were ready to attack Li Jun again, all because of the passive effect of the blue fox's voice of the leader. Moreover, the effect doubled the speed of the fire foxes. Just like its effect, Li Jun's resolve crumbled. He didn't expect at all that his fear effect wouldn't always work. But apparently the effect was suppressed by the blue fox's presence. The blue fox prepared for battle and blazed with blue flames. Preparing for battle, Li Jun told his teacher that he went into battle. But he suddenly felt uneasy when he didn't hear any response. Li Jun once again turned to the teacher, but apparently he was now alone. Father asked Kihon if he really wanted to compete with Jun, to which the latter replied that he wanted to. He then revealed that he had come to the realization that they couldn't leave the disgrace that Jun was bringing to their family like that. The father asked Kihon who told him to do it, to which Kihon replied with hesitation that it was his decision. His father asked Kihon not to be afraid as he would not scold him for it, and ordered him to tell the truth. Kihon was afraid to even look at his father, for his gaze was sharp and piercing like a sword. Such was the power of the awakened AA rank of their family. Because of his fear of his father, Kihon gave out that his aunt had given him this order. Father was a bit surprised to hear about Shin's mother, but it means that she wishes for this disgrace to be gone. His father explained to Kihon that in their world, only the strongest survive, and that their clan does not need any weaklings. Such people must be gotten rid of, they must be trampled on. Meanwhile, in the lair of the blue fox, the palm tree near the oasis was on fire and everything around it was blazing. Li Jun could barely pass as everything around him was covered in flames, making it hard to even breathe, while these foxes couldn't even see the fire, which was very annoying. Li Jun tried to put aside his panic and think through his actions. His knowledge of martial arts left much to be desired, but he had knowledge of monsters. This knowledge he had collected throughout the years of his past life. Sensing the danger, Li Jun barely managed to dodge the new wave of flames. In any case, theory was one thing, but practice was quite another. Literally just now, he had almost been roasted. Li Jun decided that if he killed the big fox, the smaller ones would immediately scatter, which meant that he needed to kill the blue fox with a single strike. Li Jun ran towards the boss, after which he jumped up dodging the blue fox's follow-up attack and hit it. But right at the moment of impact, the fox disappeared and Li Jun couldn't even realize where it had suddenly gone, until he suddenly felt the deadly danger and the heat of the blue flames behind him. Li Jun crossed his arms to block the boss's attack at least a little, but suddenly his teacher ordered him to use the Heavenly King step right away. Li Jun followed his teacher's advice and quickly bypassed the blue fox and grabbed its tail, after which he pushed off of it and flew into the air. As he began to gather his strength for the final attack, Li Jun asked the blue fox if it thought he would surrender and die here. Immediately after, there was an explosion from the collision between Li Jun and the blue fox boss. After the attack, Li Jun was knocked off his feet and he was covered in blood. Li Jun grinned and said to himself that next time he wouldn't live after something like this. The system notified Li Jun that he had defeated the boss. For his effectiveness in battle, he would receive 500,000 martial arts tree points and an additional 250,000 in honor of an excellent hunt. Also as a reward, Li Jun received a B-grade magic stone and an A-grade vampire spell. The teacher chuckled and said that these were pretty good rewards. A book with an A-class vampire spell that allows you to suck the health out of your opponent. This book is the best way to increase Li Jun's skill in a short time. Li Jun approached the master, and the master inquired about what he wanted to ask. But to the master's misfortune, Li Jun asked, "Where did the master disappear to?" Immediately after which, the old master awkwardly turned away. Li Jun revealed that he had been calling for the teacher with all his might. He thought that the teacher had left him because he thought he was useless. The old master cleared his throat and said that he would never abandon his disciple, and he had not withdrawn at all because he thought Li Jun was useless. Rather, the opposite. Li Jun looked at his hand. It was the hand that killed the monster, and he did it with just one blow. The old master advised him to learn the vampire spell as soon as possible, and then added that if he obeyed him, his skills would only grow faster. Li Jun asked if that was true, and the teacher wondered if the one didn't think he was some kind of liar. Li Jun admitted that he didn't think so. At the same time, he tore open the vampire skill book, and at the same moment, he learned the A-class vampire spell. The teacher said that it was just fine, and that there was only one thing left, after which he poked a fan at Li Jun's chest and ordered him to suck the life out of all the monsters at that level. A short while later in Li Jun's room, while changing his clothes, Li Jun summoned the system and opened his stats. Li Jun's title had already changed from loser to master's last disciple. He had also already almost reached C rank, and yet he had as many as 3 skills. Looking at this, tears flowed from Li Jun's eyes. They were tears of happiness. The old master asked what happened to him, to which Li Jun replied that it was nothing. The students were hurrying to avoid being late for class, and Li Jun was walking behind them leisurely. The old master asked his disciple why he was walking so slowly. "Isn't he late for class?" Li Jun asked. "What does he care? After all, he won't be on time anymore anyway." Hearing this, the teacher shouted in Li Jun's ear, "How dare he behave like this? After all, he, a lousy person, should be greedy for knowledge." Li Jun smiled and said that he only needed one teacher. After hanging in place for a few seconds, the old master suddenly realized what exactly Li Jun meant. After that, he rather agreed that one good teacher was enough in life. Li Jun felt a little embarrassed at how easy it was to deal with his teacher. Suddenly, someone shouted at Li Jun and asked if he was going to class. Li Jun turned around and saw Li Kihung and his associates in front of him. Li Kihung told Li Jun that he looked too happy for some reason, and Li Jun told Kihung not to push his luck and to go his own way. Li Kihung was hurt by Jun's words. They hadn't seen each other for only a few months, but as it turned out, that was enough for Jun to forget how to behave. Li Kihung wondered where he had gotten the nerve to be so bold. After all, the competition would already start tomorrow. The old master asked what kind of competition it was, and Li Jun had already forgotten that the teacher still did not know about it. So he decided to tell him that it would be a competition that the school organizes for beginners. And in these competitions, the newcomers are assigned a rank, while the competition is opened by the lower ranks. While Li Jun was talking to himself, Li Kehong asked what he was muttering to himself. And did he know any rules of decorum? Li Jun asked what rules of decorum is he talking about? After all, it was Kihan who was the one who was saying that he would hit first and then start talking afterward. Li Kihong was clearly not happy with what Li Jun had just said, and his acquaintances behind his back started laughing at Li Kihong. Clenching his fists, Chihong asked, "How dare this lowlife?" Immediately afterward, he shouted that he would kill Jun and instantly approached him, but Li Jun managed to dodge his lunge. Li Kihong was amazed at how he dodged and started attacking in all directions, trying to hit Jun, but somehow the little rat was too slippery and dodged. What's more, that ratty little rat still dares to laugh at him. While Li Kihong was being humiliated, Li Jun had gotten the side quest, "Give Li Kihong a whipping," and it was a quest with 0 difficulty. The teacher was hoping to see Li Jun teach Li Kihong, a disciple of the Huangfu clan, a lesson. To complete the quest, one must easily defeat Chihong, and as a reward, Li Jun would receive 100,000 martial arts tree points. While Li Kehong was trying to hit Jun, he mentally thanked his teacher for creating such a quest. Originally, Li Jun had intended to finish off Li Kihong in a competition, but since it came to that, Li Jun tripped Li Kihong. Kihong stumbled and fell to the ground. Then he looked up and saw Jun in front of him. Li Jun said with a smirk what a retard Kehong was. Li Kehong was enraged at how Li Jun was embarrassing him and using the technique. After losing his temper, he got up and was about to crush Li Jun with one punch of his hand. But what happened next shocked everyone present. After all, Li Jun was able to stop Li Kehong's fist simply by exposing his palm. Li Kehong tried to realize what was going on, and why couldn't he move his hand? Kehong asked what the man was doing and ordered him to let him go. Li Jun agreed to let go and removed his palm, but even after that, the painful feeling in Kihon's arm didn't go away. After regaining control of his hand, Kihon cried out painfully and fell to his knees. Li Jun walked over to Kehong and said that he knew what he was trying to do, after which Li Jun asked if it was something his relatives ordered him to do. Li Jun kicked Kihon with his foot and told him that he would not be able to humiliate him like before. And for what he had done to him, Lee Kehong would get the full measure of what he had done to him. Afraid of what Lee Jun was going to do, Ki-haeun asked what he was doing and if he was going to. Tears flowed from Lee Ki-hong's eyes, and he pleaded for Lee Jun not to do it, but instead of mercy, only pain followed. A while later, at school, Lee Jun was pleased that he had managed to obtain and complete this quest. And as a bonus, 100,000 martial arts tree points had also been added. Hearing Lee Jun's satisfied laugh, he was asked if he was laughing now. Lee Jun cleared his throat and replied that he was not laughing. Only the teacher who was closest to him noticed that Lee Jun was laughing like a scoundrel. Lee Jun quietly replied that it wasn't like that. Lee Jun was asked if he had any idea what he had done. He had broken another person's chi tank, and it wasn't even an ordinary disciple, but a disciple from an awakened family. Lee Jun replied that he had acted according to the charter at that moment. But the accuser was not willing to accept such an explanation and asked where in the charter did it say such a thing? To which Lee Jun replied that it is Article 1, Part 4. When a student feels mortal threat from an attacker, he has the right to defend himself. After checking Article 1, Part 4, the prosecutor's face creased with anger at this bastard, because that's what it really said. He then turned to the chairman, but the chairman raised his hand to stop him. The chairman agreed that it could indeed be a defense, but even so, what does Lee Jun intend to do next in his situation? The disciple Lee Kehong belonged to the awakened family, and he personally didn't think that they would leave things that easy. This person, Han Minson, is the chairman of the Mura Military School, and is also the heir of the Ji family, where the martial arts of the Zhuge clan are passed down. Lee Jun sensed Han Mingsun's aura. He assumed that he sensed it because Han Mingsun is A rank, and if it wasn't for the divine origin art, he would have fainted by now. Lee Jun told the chairman that he didn't think it was their problem and suggested that he might have forgotten that he himself comes from an awakened family and is even the direct heir of the head. Therefore, these matters should be decided by their families among themselves. After saying that, Lee Jun heard the people around him muttering amongst themselves. Han Mingsun was surprised by this Lee Jun, as no one other than the dragon's sword had been able to withstand his aura yet, except that he had previously been told that Lee Jun was a failed scum from the awakened family. In the end, the hearing ended in Lee Jun's favor. Those who had seen Lee Jun and Lee Ki-hong fight began to gossip about how strong Lee Jun was. One of the teachers turned to Mr. Kim Dae-hyun and reminded him that the hearing was over and asked if he was going to leave, to which Mr. Kim Dae-hyun replied that he still had work to do here. The teacher was surprised by this and wished Dae-hyun good luck, then left. As soon as the door closed, Dae-hyun started pounding his fist on the table and throwing mud at Lee Jun. At this hearing, they were supposed to sink Lee Jun in exchange for custody of the students of the awakened families. He received money, gifts, and even training in techniques, but some outcast from the awakened family suddenly ruined everything. And if things continue like this, not only will he lose the support of the awakened families, but they might even turn against him. Whatever it takes, he must deal with Lee Jun. Walking around the school after the hearing, Lee Jun heard everyone around him discussing how he had beaten the tyrant Kion, except no one could understand how some weakling could do it. Lee Jun said to himself that if the hearing had failed, it could have grown into a major problem, but he had managed to win thanks to the divine origin art. Hearing this, the smug master told his disciple that it was natural, and after all, he had also once been in a similar situation. Back then, the leaders of the 9 great sects and 5 great families were judging him, and while the teacher was smugly talking about something, Lee Jun pondered the fact that the hearing must have been called by Kim Tae-hyun, the class teacher. Kim Tae-hyun was very closely related to the heads of the awakened families, and it was likely that after the incident with Lee Kehong, he might have broken those ties. Just as suddenly, Lee Jun heard a familiar voice from the window. Kim Tae-hyun said that it was him and that he was sorry for what happened to Lee Ki-hong. Kim Tae-hyun explained that he had insisted on a hearing, but it had all gone to waste. What Dae-hyun heard further frightened him, and he asked how they were suddenly going to cut off the funding. After all, it just shouldn't happen. Kim Dae-hyun started begging for a chance, and even promised to fix things during the interclass competition. From what he heard, Lee Jun realized that the school had decided to have a competition between classes, rather than a general competition. The old master awkwardly asked Lee Jun why he was so hated by his own family. After all, it couldn't be that it was all just because of inherited abilities. Lee Jun replies that he's just unlucky. His aunt really hates him, and it bothers her a lot that his father loves his mother so much. The master was surprised to hear this, for this is really strange. If Li Jun was born to a woman he loved, why would his father not love his son? Li Jun replied that his father loved his family much more than his mother. For the sake of his family, he would sell his soul. Master agreed that Li Jun was not so lucky, and Li Jun reminded him that he was not comforting him at all right now. But in any case, he had long since gotten used to this kind of life. In the past and now, his relatives will do their best to drag him down. Except he's not what he used to be. With anger at his relatives, Li Jun clutched the jar. After that, he threw it on the floor and left. He was sure that his family couldn't break him anymore. The next day in the school's gymnasium, it was competition day. Many students were whispering amongst themselves as Li Jun, the student who had knocked the Kui tank out of Li Qihong, was nearby. Everyone wanted to understand just how strong he was, and how a D-ranked guy could suddenly change so much. Covering himself with a fan, the old master asked whose disciple was this disciple that was making so much noise around him. To which Li Jun replied that he was his disciple, and that it was only because of him that he had become like this. Kim Dae-hyun saw what the students were doing and ordered them to stop talking and go to the classroom. As soon as everyone arrived, Kim Dae-hyun told them that he would be creating a simulated battle with a monster for the students in this room. As always, the enemy would be randomly generated, but it would always be at the students' level. Teacher Kim Tae-hyun asked everyone to prepare themselves as he will be calling them out using a log. Just like the portals to other worlds, the simulations were also very dangerous, since the administrator sets the level of the opponent, and anything could happen here. When it was Li Jun's turn, he would crank the difficulty to the max and then say it was a system error. The day of the competition is the best time to get rid of that brat once and for all. After watching the teacher's face, the old master told Li Jun that he had, "I'll kill you," written all over his face. The master wondered how such a scumbag even managed to become a teacher. Realizing where this was going, Li Jun said with a smirk that he wasn't going to silently tolerate this. A little while later, it was Li Jun's turn, and he entered the simulation room. Teacher Kim Tae-hyun asked what kind of opponent he wanted, to which Li Jun replied that he didn't care. Since he was so sure, Kim Dae-hyun asked if he was even willing to fight a demon. Demons are the name given to those who have awakened and become criminals. An example of such people is the Death Demon Lotus criminal group. And that's the kind of opponent Kim Tae-hyun is offering to his disciple. It was clear that Kim Dae-hyun wasn't even hiding anymore and was threatening him directly. Li Jun agreed to fight the demon. After hearing the agreement, Kim Dae-hyun said that if he suddenly felt threatened, he should just say so. As soon as the teacher pressed the button, the mechanism started working and began to select the conditions for Li Jun to test. A random selection of terrain generated snowy hills and D-rank difficulty for him. A few seconds later, Li Jun found himself in the actual snowy hills. His teacher wished him good luck during the test. Seeing this, Li Jun felt a little uneasy about how badly Kim Tae-hyun wanted to kill him. The snow severely limits his field of vision, making it difficult for him to navigate, indicating that this is a high difficulty level terrain. But what's more important now is the system-generated enemy. His opponent is the Whitebrow Ice Villain. He is one of the highest ranks of the Lotus Demon Death Lotus, of which there are only 7, and they are called the 7 Evils. The white-browed ice villain is a true monster and an aged crazy maniac, and the only thing he loves is killing. And that's the kind of opponent that teacher Kim Tae-hyun offers to his student. Kim Tae-hyun is obviously crazy to make him look like that. Just as suddenly, Li Jun had another reason to win, namely an urgent quest from the system. Beginner's Will of difficulty level C. Using the divine origin art, he must defeat the demon, for which Li Jun would receive 250,000 martial arts tree points and double the reward. The white-armored man abruptly spread his arms and began to store energy. Immediately after that, he juxtaposed his palms and an energy beam flew out. But this beam wasn't fast enough, so Li Jun was easily able to dodge it. Suddenly, Li Jun sensed danger, and at the last moment, he noticed that the ice beam curved and returned to him. Before he could react, Li Jun was damaged by his opponent's first attack. Transferring the attack, Li Jun recognized this skill, for it was the martial art of an ice master from the North Sea Ice Palace. Without wasting any time, the white-armored man rushed towards Li Jun. After a moment, he was right beside him, surprising Li Jun. Because of the white-haired old man's speed, he didn't even have a chance to dodge. Li Jun had no choice but to block the white-bearded fiend's attack. Unable to kill Li Jun with this attack, the white-armored man hurriedly broke the distance. Although it was all a simulation, but his opponent was very strong. He was very strong, however. Li Jun gathered the energy in his hands, preparing to fight the demon. Right now, Li Jun was having fun. After all, when would he ever get the chance to fight such a master? Li Jun gathered energy in his hands to attack the white-armored demon. In the next instant, he was at his back, ready to strike. But as soon as Li Jun struck, the white-armored demon managed to dodge the attack at the last moment. Li Jun was not going to miss such a chance and rushed after him as he tried to break the distance. Abruptly turning around, the white-armored demon once again began to gather energy to attack, and Li Jun was about to get ahead of him. But as soon as he hit the white-browed ice fiend, the white-browed ice fiend began to disappear. Li Jun wondered if Kim Tae-hyun had suddenly decided to turn off the simulation room, after which he unhappily kicked a piece of the floor as he had only gotten into a rage. On the flip side, teacher Kim Dae-hyun was trying to figure out how this was even possible. Somehow Li Jun had managed to break his chi system. Of course, in a simulation, the difficulty is lower than it would be with the same opponent in real life. But even so, it's at least C rank. And even the most experienced disciple wouldn't be able to. Even he himself would find it difficult to deal with such an opponent. Li Jun received a reward for the battle. Even though he couldn't overpower the opponent, Li Jun was satisfied with the fact that even so, he had picked up an award. Furthermore, he had gotten the rank credit he wanted, all thanks to the origin ring. He was able to quickly go from a useless F rank to a D rank, and he had even pummeled Lee Kae-hong. With this, he would surely be able to provoke his relatives. Suddenly, someone called out to Li Jun. Clenching his fists, Li Jun wondered who needed him all of a sudden. But when he turned around, he saw his students running towards him to praise him for his performance in the competition. Li Jun asked, "Didn't they see how it ended?" To which he replied that they had seen everything, and it looked as if the movie had ended at the most interesting point. Listening to his fellow students, Li Jun smiled. Nothing like this had ever happened to him in his previous life. Li Jun couldn't help but admit that it was very pleasant. Upon hearing this, one of his classmates asked him, "What did he just say?" To which Li Jun replied that it was nothing like that. The next day, a big change was seen. When Li Jun passed by, fellow students bowed and greeted Sunbae. Li Jun was amazed at this behavior, and the teacher was watching it caustically. Before Li Jun could ask what they were doing, one of the fellow disciples said that he was Hosu, a new disciple. After that, the disciples bowed to Li Jun again and asked for the leader to lead them. Watching this, the old master could already barely contain his laughter. Li Jun was trying to understand why these guys were suddenly greeting him as if he was the leader of a criminal gang. And what interested him even more, are these guys really 17 years old? It's clear from the look on their faces that they want him to become their criminal mastermind. Li Jun felt awkward and slapped his forehead. Li Jun then asked them not to greet him like that anymore. Hosu asked why that was, and could it be that they did something wrong? Afraid that this would continue, Li Jun asked, who is he to be called a ringleader? Especially he's not a mobster at all. The 5 disciples bowed again and all together asked Li Jun to apologize. Li Jun shouted and ordered them to stop behaving like this right now. Finally getting into his classroom, Li Jun exhaled very tiredly, after which he said goodbye to the students who called him the ringleader. These jerks had followed him all the way to the classroom and only now left him alone. Stroking his beard, the master said that such was the burden of the strong. Just as suddenly, a student burst into the classroom with a clatter. Immediately after, he challenged Li Jun, but he refused, saying that he was tired and asked him to leave. But the disciple was not going to obey Li Jun and drew his sword and attacked him. To his misfortune, Li Jun stopped his sword with his bare hands and even destroyed it. And before the disciple could realize what was happening, Li Jun slapped him on the head in a moment, ending the fight. After which, Li Jun advised him to learn how to listen to people. The old master heckled and told Li Jun that he had become quite popular. Li Jun grudgingly asked if he really thought that was popularity. One by one, the disciples of the school came to Li Jun to test the strength of the disciple who had recently been considered a loser. But all of them were instantly knocked out. Tired of all these students, Li Jun lay down on his desk and tried to rest from it all. Letting out a long exhale, Li Jun said that he wasn't some kind of crouching tiger, but all these students were getting in and out of him, and it wasn't going to end. The teacher suggested that these disciples just want to test Li Jun's abilities in practice. To which Li Jun replied that even if that's the case, everyone in the school already knows about it. Kim Dae-hyun entered the classroom and ordered everyone to be quiet, and asked who was yelling during the morning assembly. A disgruntled Kim Dae-hyun pierced Li Jun with a glare, but he just turned away. Kim Tae-hyun stood behind the teacher's podium and told the students that they would be filling out their schedules now, and that he would hand out the forms to them. Starting today, they would begin attending the lessons they put on their schedule for the day. Looking at the sheet, the old master asked, "Is this how they do their lesson schedule?" To which Li Jun replied that they have to allocate their own classes for leg techniques, weapon techniques, and martial techniques. They mainly have classes in these three areas, and even if you only practice one, it is not certain that you will be able to become a master. While practicing more than one was much harder, the teacher wondered what he would write, which made Li Jun think about it. A little while later, after everyone had sorted out the forms, Li Jun took the form to the class head and asked if she should turn it in, to which she replied that she could turn it in as well. But as she was folding the forms, she happened to see Li Jun's form, which surprised her. After all, Li Jun had written all the existing items in it. A while later, the school's sports field. The teacher in today's class had noticed that they had quite a lot of attendance this year, after which she noticed that in the crowd of students was Li Jun. She bowed to him, but Li Jun just nodded back. His teacher was Cha Kyung-jin, who everyone calls Red Lotus Fist. She is from a B-rank awakened family, and became famous for her fairness and independence. Even an outcast from the family like him, she shows respect just like the others from the awakened families. Li Jun smiled as she's really cool. If it was Kim Tae-hyun in her place, he would have purposely ignored his existence. Cha Kyung-jin said that today they would be learning the 10-step divine fist technique, which was a derivative of the 100-step divine fist technique. This technique came to them from the Divine Dragon Monastery, which is the successor to the Shaolin Monastery, and they should start with the basics first. Cha Kyung-jin signaled, after which an assistant brought out a box. Cha Kyung-jin said that these were shackles weighing 20 kilograms each and that they should put them on their hands. As they put on the shackles, the students asked if they really needed to do something like this. They had all heard about how difficult a subject it was, but this was too much. Li Jun felt a little embarrassed as he hadn't expected the fact that he would find it useful to wear 50-kilogram shackles on his legs. Once everyone had put on the shackles, Cha Kyung-jin explained that they all had to stand in the horse pose shown by her assistant and stretch their arms forward. She also forbade them from using chi while practicing. One of the students dared to ask how long they should stand like that. Cha Kyung-jin smirked and asked, "How long do they think they themselves will be?" Of course, they would have to stand like that for the rest of the lesson. 40 minutes passed, the students were still holding on. After an hour, some of the students couldn't stand like that anymore and had to give up. At the second hour of the lesson, all the students gave up, but not Li Jun. The students started discussing amongst themselves how much longer was Li Jun going to hold on like this, and how had nothing fallen off like this yet. Moreover, neither his arms nor his legs were still shaking from fatigue. With his steadfastness, Li Jun had managed to surprise Cha Kyung-jin. Because of this, she was able to see that he had defeated young Master Lee Kae-hong, not by any tricks at all, as some might have thought. Heading towards Li Jun, Cha Kyung-jin clapped her hands together and said that was enough. Li Jun wondered why they were done, since there was still time until the end of the lesson, to which Cha Kyung-jin replied that she didn't think he needed to continue this exercise. Cha Kyung-jin told Li Jun that she would teach him the 10-step divine fist technique, after which she handed the technique manual into his hands. Cha Kyung-jin told him that the refined and perfected formula in the textbook was the techniques, and that it would not be easy to learn it. Li Jun was surprised at how easy it was for him to get his hands on this technique. Li Jun began to quickly flip through the textbook, and seeing this, Cha Kyung-jin explained that this textbook was not from the dungeon, making it impossible for him to consider it a martial arts system. This meant that he would have to read and study it like an ordinary book. Moreover, he would have to try his best to study it. Before Cha Kyung-jin could say anything, Li Jun put away the textbook and stood up, after which he made a few smooth movements with his hands and used the 10-step divine fist technique. The energy thrown out from the technique slipped to the side, almost striking Cha Kyung-jin, which Li Jun shocked her. Li Jun awkwardly said that he had failed, and even the system said that he had failed to master the technique. The old master tisked a few times, then explained to his disciple that such a technique couldn't be learned in 1 minute. But Li Jun said that he would read for another minute, and he would definitely master the technique, while Li Jun was contemplating the fact that he would have to memorize the entire textbook. The master confessed that this was the first time he had seen a talent like Li Jun. At first he thought that this boy was a dummy, but as it turned out, his talents developed gradually. Covering his smile with a fan, the master said to himself that he really hoped to see what he could achieve soon. His talent was not like that of a heavenly demon, which allowed one to absorb the knowledge of martial arts like a sponge. And at the same time, it wasn't like a heavenly warrior's endowment. So how could it be that this person went from a dummy to a genius overnight? Cha Kyung-jin couldn't understand how such a thing was possible, when suddenly, Li Jun approached her. Li Jun said that he did not calculate the amount of energy put into the technique, which caused the explosion, and asked if this meant that in order to properly perform the 10-step divine fist technique, one should be more careful about the amount of qui used. Surprised at how well Lee Jun said it, Cha Kyung-jin confirmed his words and explained that he should learn to control his ki reservoir. Lee Jun just took in the 10-step divine fist technique even before listening to her explanation. After a few seconds, Lee Jun performed a few smooth movements. Then he swung his fist, releasing a wave of energy. A shocked Cha Kyung-jin asked, "How was this even possible?" And Lee Jun was pleased as he had managed to master the technique, and the 10-step divine fist was added to his list of skills. A while later, the teachers all tried to agree with Lee Jun together, arguing amongst themselves. Feeling a headache because of them, Lee Jun asked them to take turns asking questions. Immediately afterward, one of the teachers shouted that he was first and told Lee Jun that he thought his hands were just made for the spear. The perfect position of the shaft and natural movements like the flow of water. Lee Jun's very talent screams that he should choose this art, his Zhou family's divine spear art. Interrupting him, another teacher said that Lee Jun is perfect for swordsmanship. After all, his skills are so good that he is already capable of matching the dragon sword. Lee Jun should learn iron blood techniques from his family, except his friend that dragon sword is also in their possession. The third teacher pushed the second teacher away and shouted that it's not like that, because Lee Jun will make an outstanding poison expert. He already has very promising achievements, and therefore, the 10,000 Poison Shadow family will always be happy to accept him. The teachers said that they understood and asked him to put that bottle away, after which, the teachers continued to argue over who would get Lee Jun. Seizing the opportunity, Lee Jun ran away. After getting outside, Lee Jun tiredly sprawled on the grass. Earlier, he hadn't even thought about joining another family, but why were they starting to bother him? Teacher said that it was also a burden, and Lee Jun finished strong before asking if that was what he meant to say. Teacher stared at Lee Jun unhappily for interrupting him, and Lee Jun giggled at him. Just as suddenly, Lee Jun heard a familiar voice. It was teacher Cha Kyung-jin's teacher. Lee Jun explained that he had just stepped away to take a break from the teachers chasing him. Cha Kyung-jin gave Lee Jun a soda and asked if he liked the subjects he was studying. Lee Jun thanked the teacher and replied that he liked everything and that he was always learning something new. Cha Kyung-jin asked if he gets tired of it all. Besides, she feels like he could teach people the 10-step divine fist technique himself. But Lee Jun refused to teach and sipped some soda. After which, Lee Jun explained that he didn't inherit any abilities from his family. Making everything the school has to offer him seemed too expensive. It's 100 times better than knowing nothing. Cha Kyung-jin was amazed that Lee Jun was thinking about this. Realizing that this was her chance, Cha Kyung-jin asked if he was going to chance it. But at the same moment, the shouts of teachers looking for Lee Jun could be heard. Things were bad since those three had found him so quickly. Forced to flee, Lee Jun told the teacher that he would go, and Cha Kyung-jin said that they would meet again in class. Running away from the annoying teachers, Lee Jun looked up at the sky. The weather was just fine. A short while later, the den of the blue fox. Lee Jun grabbed the fire fox and started to suck the life out of it thanks to his vampire skill. After a few seconds, the last bits of life left the fox and Lee Jun placed it on the sand. For the small amount of magical energy absorbed by the vampire skill, Lee Jun gained 1 stamina point. Although the blue fox was killed, the fire foxes continued to appear all over the lair. Because of this, Lee Jun could come here from time to train, except that the current rewards are too small compared to the time he spends on them. And the worst part was that after the first sweep, no more magic stone appeared. Lee Jun asked the teacher if he was ready for absorbing the power of the magic stone. The teacher closed his fan and said no. Besides, he had thought of something. Lee Jun's growth is going much faster than he expected, and so the master suggested to raise the stakes. Master asked if he had noticed the thick energy hovering in the air of this dungeon. And wasn't Lee Jun curious what would happen if he tried to pump it with his vampire skill? Lee Jun was stunned by what he heard and asked, "Is this really possible?" The amount of energy generated by the dungeon is huge, and if only he could absorb it, it would compare to a true panacea. The master explained that a vampire spell by itself was incapable of such a thing. But since Lee Jun had a divine origin art, he should try to do it. Except that his body was already full of the energy of the creatures he had absorbed. And if he tried to absorb such a huge amount of energy in such a state, he would be 90% likely to fall ill. Master asked Lee Jun if he would like to try to do this. After briefly thinking about it, Lee Jun answered the master with a smirk. What was the point of going this far in training if he was going to stop there? Lee Jun began to meditate, absorbing the surrounding energy. Still, he managed to successfully absorb the energy of the dungeon. Thanks to the absorbed energy, the vampire spell and divine origin art had reached 4 stars, while Li Jun's stamina, athleticism, strength, agility, and spirituality all increased to the upper limit at once. From such a huge amount of energy absorbed by Li Jun felt intense pain, and the veins in his body began to swell. When Li Jun first used the divine origin technique, the old master had fallen into oblivion and almost became worried. But now Li Jun was already trying to overcome the first obstacle on his own. After absorbing it, Li Jun opened his eyes, which were once again lit up with blue flames, after which he collapsed exhaustedly. The master asked him how he had done. Li Jun replied tiredly that it was as if he had come back from the dead. The master assumed that if he still had the strength to make jokes, he must have done well. The reconfiguration of the system was complete. The upper limit of Li Jun's characteristics had been changed. For the unprecedented record, Li Jun received 500,000 martial arts tree points, and the 2 main quest training with a teacher was created. Li Jun was blocking the notifications from the system as best he could, but they kept appearing in front of him. Suddenly, Li Jun noticed something abnormal. Li Jun had absorbed the energy release from the dungeon, and as the first person to clear the dungeon, he would receive 250,000 martial arts tree points, and also become the owner of the Blue Fox Nest. The S-rank Blue Fox Nest owner is a formidable predator, but is also loyal if she has a master. Her character will depend on the nurturing her master gives her. Li Jun was rewarded with a blue fox pup and possession of a dungeon. Flipping through the system windows, Li Jun tried to understand what this was. Dungeons and a master? He had never heard of such a thing before, neither on the news nor in school. That was why he could hardly believe that he had suddenly become a dungeon master. Suddenly, Li Jun heard some sort of squeaking sound. Li Jun asked the teacher if it was the teacher who made the sound, but the latter asked the fool who he even thought he was, and ordered him to turn around. Li Jun wondered what was going on and turned around, where he immediately saw the little blue fox puppy and cried out in cuteness. Now Li Jun realized what those reward messages meant. The teacher grinned as he looked at the cute little animal and told him that this fox would generate a lot of energy, and when it grew up, it would have as many as 10 tails. After hearing this, Li Jun suddenly felt uneasy about what this fox would become. His teacher asked him what he was going to name the fox, and Li Jun thought for a moment. But after a moment's thought, he suggested the name Sinyushka. The master was simply speechless at his disciple's choice. He asked if this was the best name he could think of, to which Li Jun replied that it was very cute, and told the fox that she was Shinyushka. Li Jun then began to play happily with the fox while the teacher watched. Unable to stand it, the teacher agreed to let Li Jun keep the name. Li Jun asked Sinuska if she liked the name, and started rubbing his face against her and offered to be her friend. From the master's betrayal, the name he chose, and the way Li Jun fondled her, Shinyushka couldn't stand it and squealed loudly. A short while later, Chairman Han Mingson was wiping the leaves of a plant in his office. Suddenly, his secretary rushed in and shouted that they had an incident. Suddenly, the dungeon Blue Fox Nest, where the portal from the school goes to, was cleared. Upon arriving, Han Mingsun was astonished by what he saw, for the seal of the 5 elements had been destroyed. The 5-element seal is an incredibly effective trap, and the G family takes great pride in their ability to cast it, as it is a seal that cannot be broken by any physical force or technique. Wanting to check things out personally, Han Mingsun opened the door, and a notification from the system immediately popped up in front of him. The entrance to the Blue Fox Nest dungeon was only accessible to the owner, and no other person was allowed to enter. Han Mingsun tried to realize how such a thing could happen, and who could have taken possession of this dungeon. The chairman turned to Secretary Nam and ordered her to find out who had cleared this dungeon. Last night, the dormitory. Drilling a section of the room with his gaze, Li Jun asked the teacher if that would be enough. He replied that he didn't think so, which upset Li Jun. Li Jun wanted to understand why, because if Shinya lived here, they would be able to see each other often. The master explained to his apprentice that it would be completely obvious to anyone that Li Jun had never had any pets, and that beasts are always eager to go outside. The master wondered where Shinya was now, and assuming that he was on the bed, he and Li Jun turned around together. While they were thinking about where to set him up, Shinya fell asleep on the bed. Since she liked it so much, Li Jun decided to leave her here, after which the master contentedly watched Li Jun interacting with his pet. Li Jun didn't inherit any talent from his family, because of which he became an outcast and an undesirable member for society. It wouldn't be surprising if the boy's heart was filled with darkness. Li Jun wanted to kiss Shinya, but the foxy boy resisted. Li Jun began to beg Shinyushka to let him do so for once, but she insisted on doing her own thing. Even though Li Jun has a suddenly dizzying amount of power in his hands, he tries to keep it simple. Li Jun doesn't act like some personalities who are willing to destroy both himself and the others just to get revenge. It's much better than if he became like his first apprentice, who turned into a vengeful and bloodthirsty monster. After putting Shinya to bed, Li Jun decided that he only had one thing left to do today. After reconfiguring the system, the volume of his chi reservoir had increased, which unlocked the flow of energy. It had definitely become stronger, but how much had it changed in numbers? To find out, Li Jun called up the interface and opened the statistics. Seeing his stats, Li Jun suddenly froze. Seeing the smoke rising from his student's head, the master wondered what was wrong. Not expecting such a thing from the system, Li Jun shouted and asked the master, "What is this?" and pointed to his stats. All of his stats had finally gone beyond 100 points, and his upper limit had increased to 300, and his internal energy had increased to 450 out of 1,000. Currently, the ceiling of AA rank, Awakened Ones, was at 300 points, and that was the stats of the 5 emperors, the heads of the 5 great families. And right now, Li Jun's stats were the same as theirs. Therefore, Li Jun wondered if this meant that if he upgraded, he could be on par with the 5 emperors. The old master asked what was Li Jun looking at like a sheep at a new gate, and advised him to use his martial arts goggles as soon as possible. Li Jun admitted that he had already forgotten that he was saving up his goggles. He then opened a skill tree where he could pump up some of his skills, or raise his stats, in exchange for a huge amount of tree points. Li Jun had already accumulated a lot of points, and now he had to think about how to spend them. Should he improve his martial arts first, a heavenly king's step? The teacher replied that with his physical form, it was useless for Li Jun to learn this technique now, as he might just break down. Therefore, he suggested that he should start by pumping the Teacher is a Friend of Nature and Statistics, which gave him plus 15 to strength. Hearing that he would break, Li Jun wondered if the improved technique Heavenly King's Step was that cool, since the teacher was trying to keep him from practicing it. Except, the teacher had clearly forgotten how curious he was. Suddenly, Li Jun pointed to the side and asked the teacher to look at it in horror. The teacher looked out the window, but still not seeing anything interesting, he asked, "What's the big deal?" This was enough time for Li Jun to spend 650,000 points to pump up his martial arts. After spending the points, Li Jun was able to learn the Heavenly King's Step better, so he was able to obtain a new technique called Infinite Spear Technique. In order not to be deafened by the teacher's unhappy shouts, Li Jun immediately covered his ears, but to his surprise there was no deafening noise, so Li Jun decided to open his ears. Li Jun wondered if the teacher wasn't going to reprimand him and yell at him. The teacher slowly opened his fan and suddenly started laughing at Li Jun, because he knew he would do that. He then explained that a self-respecting martial artist could always see through his foolish students. Li Jun felt uncomfortable with his teacher's smugness, so he decided to test the system. Because of his understanding of the Heavenly King's Step, Li Jun could no longer apply it. From the description, Li Jun learned that the master had taken the Heavenly King's Step technique and only extracted the good aspects from it. To improve the technique, all stats must be at 300 and the maximum chi energy at 600, while for application, all stats must be at 180 and chi energy above 400, while Li Jun had barely crossed the characteristic limit of 100 points. Laughing smugly, the teacher explained that he had squandered so many martial arts tree points for nothing. The next morning, after waking up, Li Jun immediately opened the statistics. Following his teacher's advice, Li Jun had received the Friend of Nature effect, which increased his speed by 20%, and he had also received the Blessing of Mother Nature effect. He also received a new technique and plus 15 points to athleticism, agility, and stamina. And now Li Jun had a feeling as if he might have forgotten something. While trying to figure out what it was, Li Jun suddenly heard a quiet muttering nearby. Li Jun was startled because he had forgotten to take food for Shinya, and now she was starving. Li Jun guiltily apologized to Xinyushka and promised that he would bring her food right away. Since Xinyushka was still a little fox, Li Jun assumed that she needed to get some milk. Li Jun opened the refrigerator, but unfortunately for him, he didn't have any milk. Xingyu followed his master and began to rub against his leg. Li Jun assumed that Shinya didn't want him to leave, and since that was the case, he didn't mind going together. Li Jun put on a sweater and hid Shinya underneath it. Suddenly, Li Jun heard a knock on the door. Li Jun was obviously not expecting anyone this morning, So he hid Shinya and asked who came to see him. The woman at the door introduced herself as the chairman's secretary and asked if Lee Jun lived here. Lee Jun opened the door and confirmed that it was him, then asked what had happened. Secretary Nam reported that the chairman was summoning him to his office. Lee Jun was stunned that the chairman was summoning him, because it could only mean one thing. Lee Jun asked the teacher, and the teacher also thinks that it's about the dungeon they cleaned out. That means there's no reason for Lee Jun to see him right now. Lee Jun apologized and said that he can't go as he has a very important case, and was about to close the door. But Secretary Nam held the door open and asked him to come with her, as it would only take a short time. Lee Jun glared at Secretary Nam for a few seconds. He still agreed to go to the chairman's office, which made her happy. He just needs Secretary Nam to buy him some milk in that case. Chairman Han Min-soon's office. No matter how Han Min-soon looked at it, Lee Jun was just a normal guy. But this dungeon, could he really single-handedly clear out the Blue Fox Den? After all, no matter how you look at it, this guy is not above D rank. So, how is such a thing possible? The old master told Lee Jun that the husband in front of them was now trying to scrutinize Lee Jun to examine his abilities. Without losing his composure, Lee Jun said to himself that he would not be fooled this time. It's all because his source ring guards Lee Jun's potential from any prying eyes. Lee Jun asked the chairman what he had summoned him for. Remembering what for, they are here. The chairman replied that he summoned Lee Jun because he suspected that he might have some difficulties because of Lee Ki-hong. After which the chairman asked how his father, the Emperor's Fist, was faring now. But after a few seconds, Han Ming-sun realized that he had asked about him for nothing. For Lee Chi-hong replied that he was an outcast in his family and had no idea how his father was doing. Han Ming-sun cleared his throat before apologizing and admitting that he was wrong to ask such a question. But since Lee Jun was so calm, he made sure he was fine and could let him go. Lee Jun said goodbye and left. As soon as Lee Jun left the office, Secretary Nam asked the chairman what he thought of him, to which the latter hesitantly replied that he didn't know. He then explained that he had never been able to see what Lee Jun's true abilities were. Before the secretary could ask the question, Chairman Han Ming-sun admitted that he was confused, because this had never happened to him before. Be that as it may, they should call GU over as soon as possible. Back in his room, Lee Jun smilingly greeted Shinya and said that his brother had returned. Shinya, on the other hand, was contentedly licking up the rest of the milk from her bowl at this moment. Lee Jun wondered if she was that hungry and poured more milk. Shinya yapped contentedly in response. The system alerted Lee Jun that Shinya's affection had increased by 5 and that Shinya was satiated. But Lee Jun ignored it and went to his cutie. According to the system, Shinyushka had reached 1% in growth progress, and her affection was already 25 points. Shinyushka's stats were currently at F rank. It was also written in the stats that Shinyushka was fed up and that the milk was delicious. Ignoring all the text about Shinya being satiated, Lee Jun tilted the fox towards the bowl, pondering that Shinya's characteristics were so low because he had just been born. After which, Lee Jun wondered where he would put Shinyushka when he grew up. Master reminded him that this wasn't the only problem, which Lee Jun was forced to agree with. The fact is that Han Min-sung has begun to suspect him, which means he'll have to be much more careful in his movements, and wary of Bison. Bison is the G family's information gatherer, and with his help, the G family controls many dungeons and artifacts. Lee Jun admitted that he was worried about the fact that he would be under 24/7 surveillance, and so he had to think of something. For starters, he should use his right to possess the Blue Fox Nest. The teacher was a little surprised that Lee Jun was thinking about this, after which the teacher added that he had been thinking about it for some time now. After gathering himself, Lee Jun walked to the place behind the school where he usually practiced, after which he used the system to establish a connection with the Blue Fox Nest. After entering the portal, Lee Jun once again saw the desert oasis, making sure that he had indeed joined the Blue Fox Nest, which meant that he would now have a place to leave Blue Fox when he grew up. Lee Jun had made himself a hiding place, and now he would be able to avoid Bison's surveillance. Next, Lee Jun chose to set up a destination Daisy Mount. After wasting one of his 2 remaining attempts, Lee Jun created another portal that he can close at any time. Jumping into the portal, Lee Jun instantly moved to his room. Thanks to his mastery of the dungeon, Lee Jun had already solved one of the problems. Lee Jun's next step, however, is to build up his own strength. A few days later, Lee Jun's school. Lee Jun has spent the last few days in the dungeon, but unfortunately, he still hasn't managed to raise his skill level. He also didn't receive any new quests. Of course, Lee Jun realized that after clearing the Blue Fox lair, he would have to look for a new dungeon with a higher level. More importantly, he already had one such dungeon in mind. It was the Chlorine Dungeon, which was the Green Zone dungeon where the Firestone artifact was located. From his past life, Li Jun remembered that this dungeon was discovered by a monster tamer who had just found the stone, after which he simply fed the firestone to one of his monsters. Immediately after that, that monster turned from a weak white class monster into a blue class monster. It would be a bit much to get the firestone and feed it to Shinya. Li Jun suddenly heard his fellow students discussing something heatedly while looking at the corridor. They were all surprised to see the ice flower, Han Ji Yu, but what was she doing here? To the students' surprise, Han Ji Yue walked into the classroom where Li Jun was studying. After that, she approached him and asked him if his name was Li Jun. A little confused, Li Jun replied that it was indeed him, whereupon Ji Yu smiled and said that he knew her, and that she had just been promoted to 6th grade. Li Jun wondered what the hell was going on here. Han Ji Yu is the eldest daughter of the Ji family, the martial arts heirs of the Juga family. She is an awakened B rank, and has been nicknamed the Ice Flower. She was supposed to be promoted to the first elite class. But what is she doing here in the 6th grade, where the E and D rank losers are all together? The future had clearly changed, but there was still nothing wrong. Han Ji Yu extended her hand to Li Jun and offered to be friends, but he waved her hand away and said that she shouldn't approach him, and that he didn't want to be friends with anyone. Afterwards, Li Jun saw her reaction, which made him feel uncomfortable. Han Ji Yu had just been rebuffed, and she was barely able to keep from hitting Li Jun. Li Jun covered his face with his hands and said to himself that he just couldn't be friends with her. The master wondered what he would do now. Li Jun explained that the Dragon Fist, which is his half-brother, had his eye on Ji Yu, whereupon Li Jun saw that Ji Yu took a seat on the side and wondered why she sat so close to him. After which, Li Jun explained to the teacher that if his brother saw this, he would come in a frenzy and try to kill him. So why did she suddenly talk to him? The teacher said that he had a few guesses and asked what the power of the families was at the moment. Li Jun said that there was a federation of 15 great families, a martial arts federation, and a demonic death lotus. Within the federation of 15 great families, there are 9 great sects and 5 great families. Master assumed that it was the Ji family that inherited the Jugi family's martial arts, which Li Jun immediately confirmed. The master then admitted that he didn't think that the Ji family was only holding on to power because of their strength, and that these rascals were absorbing the talents of today. Li Jun asked how the latter could know this, and the teacher told him that, unlike other families, the Juge are weak in martial arts, but they make up for it by inviting the most talented to join them. They even recruited an ice flower and probably sent her to test Li Jun. Li Jun asked if he wanted to keep his hands on that scary girl. Hearing Li Jun's words, Ji Yue gritted her teeth in anger. The teacher explained to Li Jun that he was currently weaker than the ice flower, which meant that he should think about how he could trick her. Li Jun was unwilling to listen to this any further and didn't want to be dragged into this at all. Li Jun said that he didn't want to socialize with Ji Yu. A few classes later in the school gym, the teacher told the students that he hoped they were ready for the exams. He then noticed that they had a new girl and suggested a competition lesson for which he needed 2 volunteers. The teacher asked who wanted to go first, right after which Ji Yu raised her hand. The teacher was pleased with Ji Yu's aspiration and suggested that she choose an opponent. Without too much thought, Ji Yu said she was choosing Li Jun and pointed at him, which Li Jun clearly did not want. Li Jun and Ji Yu drew their swords, then took their positions. Ji Yu asked if he was ready to fight, to which Li Jun replied that he wasn't actually ready. He didn't want to fight and wanted to understand why she chose him. As the opponents prepared themselves, the teacher announced the start of the fight. In the next instant, Han Ji Yue simply disappeared from her seat, surprising even Li Jun. Immediately after that, he saw her appear in front of him and was already drawing her blade. At the last moment, but miraculously, Li Jun still managed to dodge her strike. But without giving him time to act, Ji Yue intercepted her sword with her other hand and attacked Li Jun again. Li Jun managed to make a block, and due to the surge of their energy, their blades missed each other. Han Ji Yu was an awakened B rank, and she was much stronger than he expected. With her attacks, she's trying to gradually exhaust him, except he's able to fend off her attacks, and with each strike, her movements become more and more clear to him. After a few strikes, Li Jun was already able to see the weaknesses of Ji Yu's style. Han Ji Yu was outraged at what Li Jun was doing, because after a few exchanges of blows, he could already see all the weaknesses of her iron bloodsword and strike ahead of her. How was he able to get into her attacks so quickly? Things were getting worse, because if she continued to stall, she would lose. Han Ji Yu realized that she had no choice but to use her special attack against Li Jun. When they crossed swords again, Li Jun asked Ji Yu if she was going to use a top-down sword strike. Han Ji Yu was astonished at what she heard and asked how he understood. Taking advantage of the moment, Li Jun gave a victorious strike, after which he hid his sword in its scabbard. Suddenly, Some of Ji-Yu's curls shortened and sprinkled on the ground. Han Ji-Yu quietly hid her sword in her scabbard. Afterwards, she said that she was admitting defeat. After fighting with Li Jun, Ji-Yu stopped bothering him and began to float in the clouds frequently, which couldn't hide from Li Jun because she was the one who had recently been harassing him. Li Jun noticed that after that fight, Ji-Yu seemed to be in a state of prostration and asked if it was such a shock. Suddenly, the master appeared and asked, why did Li Jun cut her curls? And what would happen if Ji-Yu thought it was an insult? Li Jun replied that it came out by accident. In the future, the Ji family and the Iron Blood Sword family are the only families that will oppose them. One day they will unite and fight them, and since that's the case, Li Jun doesn't mind forming a friendship with them. After finishing his lessons, Li Jun headed to Shinya's dormitory. Suddenly, he was called from behind by Han Ji-Yu, after which she came over and asked him if he was busy, to which Li Jun replied that he was free right now. Han Ji-Yu invited Li Jun to dinner, and Li Jun awkwardly accepted. Li Jun couldn't understand what was going on right now. And what about Ji-Yu? Li Jun asked his teacher if it was possible that Ji-Yu was planning to kill him quietly and then bury him somewhere. The teacher said that if that was the case, he would wish his student to rest in peace beforehand. For dinner, they headed to a pizza place. Ji-Yu took a piece of pizza and took a bite to show how delicious it was. Looking at this, Li Jun couldn't help but think about what a good appetite Ji-Yu had. Li Jun even wondered if this pizza was really that good. He was even scared to check it out. Noticing that he still hadn't touched the pizza, Ji-Yu asked why he wasn't eating. Li Jun tried to think of an answer, but in the end, he decided to say straight out, he doesn't know why they're here. After removing a slice of pizza, Ji-Yu said he's just being articulate. Li Jun asked, what does she mean? To which Ji-Yu replied that the girl bought him the best pizza and he's harumphed like some donkey. Li Jun was stunned at what he heard. After finishing, Ji-Yu wiped her mouth and said it was time to get down to business. Ji-Yu asked, how did Li Jun manage to defeat her? To which Li Jun replied that he saw her weaknesses, which surprised Han Ji-Yu. Li Jun said that she had a good sword, but it was uncomfortable and unfamiliar to her, so he was able to see a few blind spots during the attack and hit them. Surprised by what she heard, Ji-Yu asked if that meant that he understood everything in the short time that their fight lasted. Li Jun replied that he didn't know himself, and that it just happened that way on its own. Li Jun said that he answered her questions, then added that he hoped she wouldn't take offense to the hair. But to his surprise, Ji-Yu asked, why would she be offended? Moreover, she was happy to update her haircut. After all, she actually likes short hairstyles. At night of the same day at Li's residence, a lamp shattered and a furious scream was heard. Lying in his blood with a shard of glass in his hand, Li Qihong shouted that he would tear off Li Jun's legs. Fearing for the young master, the servant asked him to calm down and do something about what he had cut himself. Tears showed in Li Qihong's eyes, and he asked what the man meant, after which he cut the servant's face and asked if the one who had cut himself thought he was a pathetic weakling. After all, it was just some pathetic cut from the glass, but he dared to ask him to calm down. Li Qihong was furious, for his she-tank had been destroyed by that freak's hands. Li Qihong brought the glass shard to his side, wanting to kill the servant, but no sooner had he struck out of anger than Li Qihong's hand was stopped by his father. His father asked Li Qihong to calm down, and he threw himself into his arms and began to sob. Father asked Li Qihong not to be afraid, and with a little squeeze on his hand, he promised that he would heal his chi tank. After all, he had found a way how to do it. Li Qihong asked if it was true, and his father told him that he would get him an artifact called Firestone that contained incredible firepower. If Li Qihong ate it, he would be restored in no time. Suddenly his father's face lit up with anger, all because of that worthless boy Li Jun, because how dare he do that? His father swore that he would make him regret hurting his son. A while later, while walking around the school, Li Jun turned to use the restroom. One of the Bisons immediately reported it and was ordered to keep watching Jun. 40 minutes passed, and Bison would be forced to report that the target was still in the restroom. The man on the other side of the earpiece wondered if Li Jun had gotten away. Without waiting for the order from above, Bison ran to the restroom as it was really too suspicious. The man in the earpiece reminded him that Bison were not allowed to reveal their presence when following someone. But Bison was already reaching for the doorknob. Just as suddenly, Li Jun opened the stall toilet door and accidentally hit Bison with the door. From the pain, Bison fell to his knees and covered his face. Li Jun apologized and admitted that he hadn't realized there was someone behind the door. Li Jun asked if he had bruised him badly, to which the man replied that he was fine. Since the man was fine, Li Jun apologized and ran to class. He also advised the man to be more careful next time. As soon as Li Jun left, Bison was asked, and should he have been so worried? Bison could only apologize for almost exposing himself, except that Li Jun already knew that he was being followed. Li Jun told his teacher that he almost got caught and that it took much longer this time. The teacher said that he had time to deal with everything. Li Jun, in fact, he was absent because he was going through the portal to sell the magic stones he had accumulated. He thanked himself over and over again for being prepared and placing the portals in the right places, for that is the bare minimum of what is required when you're being watched by the bison. The master asked if the deal was clean, which puzzled Li Jun. The master then reminded him that Li Jun had signed all the documents with his real name when he sold it. The contract says that he gives the Federation of Great Families access to his data. Li Jun's signature was on the document, and the bank itself belonged to the divine phalanxes. Li Jun, moreover, the B-class magic stone he sold was not so simple, as such stones could only be found in the dungeons of the Blue Zone. Knowing this, he can only laugh as he imagines how everyone will be wondering, how could this bigot get such an artifact? He's happy to let them puzzle over how all of this could have happened. A little while later, in the school cafeteria, Li Jun, several fellow students approached Li Jun, and one of them asked Jun if they could sit next to him. Suddenly, looking menacingly at those disciples, Han Ji-yu said that this seat was taken. Fearing Ji-yu, the disciples apologized to her and quickly left. Afterwards, Ji-yu sat down as if nothing had happened and took out her chopsticks. Li Jun wondered why she had scared those students away. After all, there would have been enough room for everyone at that table. To which Ji-yu replied that she was uncomfortable with a lot of people around. Li Jun asked if she thought that he also doesn't like having people around, or maybe even he doesn't even like to sit even next to her. Doesn't she realize that? Except Ji-yu didn't care about Li Jun's opinion. Li Jun was confused because of how impenetrable Han Ji-yu was. To prevent something like this from happening again, he decided to ignore her and not talk to her about it. As soon as Li Jun started eating, Ji-yu asked what techniques he was learning besides the 3 fundamentals technique. Li Jun asked, why would she want to know that? To which Ji-yu replied that no one with the 3 basics technique simply could have that kind of strength. Li Jun asked if she really felt that way. Not wanting to continue the conversation with Ji-yu, Li Jun said that he had had enough and that he still had things to do. Han Ji-yu thoughtfully watched Li Jun walk away. A short while later, Kim Tae-hyun, the class teacher, notified the students that they would have practice next week. One of the students raised his hand and asked the teacher where their practice would be, and Kim Tae-hyun told them that they had 3 locations to choose from: the secret treasure trove, the beach of despair, and the infernal cave. While Li Jun already knew where he wanted to go, it was neither sooner nor later than it should have been. He chooses the infernal cave. Except it all happened somehow too fast. Was it a coincidence? Li Jun didn't think so. All this time, Han Ji-yu had been glaring at Li Jun. That couldn't avoid Li Jun's attention. Unable to bear it, Li Jun asked what she wanted to ask him. But instead of answering, Ji-yu threw a folded-up piece of paper at him, in which she asked him not to pay attention to her, as she was just looking at him. Li Jun angrily squeezed the sheet. He was already fed up with this girl and her 4-dimensional personality. When he returned home, Li Jun lay down on his bed. He was already tired of all this. Li Jun tried to understand why he was being followed by all these strange people. One keeps greeting him like a senior and showering him with compliments, while the other just watches him and asks him not to pay attention, because she shouldn't annoy him in any way and wants him to just ignore her. Knowing what his student is thinking, the master said that it is the burden of the strong. Li Jun asked, why does the strong one even have to put up with all this? Just as suddenly, Li Jun noticed that something was missing here. Li Jun told the teacher that Shinya was missing, and she always meets him when he comes home. Upon hearing this, the teacher agreed that it was really strange and assumed that the pet was just sleeping in a corner somewhere. Li Jun started pacing around the room and calling for Shinya. This continued until Li Jun looked under the bed, and what he saw horrified him. Shinya had curled up under the bed and was shivering and squeaking. The next day, Li Jun was sitting on a bench outside the school cradling his briefcase. Li Jun opened the briefcase and apologized for not being able to open it earlier, but now he could climb out and look around. Shinya climbed out of the briefcase and yapped happily. Last night. Li Jun took out Shinya and placed him on the bed, then decided to check the interface. Everything seemed to be fine and nothing had changed much. But Shinyushka's magical energy was almost at 0. Shinyushka is sick due to the lack of magical energy. Li Jun asked Shinyushka not to be afraid, and after promising to fix everything, touched him. But before Li Jun could do what he had planned, the teacher asked what he was going to do. Li Jun explained that he was going to give Zinyushka energy, but his teacher immediately forbade him to do so, because if Zinyushka suddenly rejected Li Jun's energy, he would feel much worse. Worried about Shinyushka, Li Jun asked what he should do in such a situation. The teacher explained that it was not a weak animal at all, and that it would definitely be able to wait for the day of practice. Li Jun should just take Shinya with him. Li Kun would pet the ailing Shinya and still agreed to be patient. Right now, Li Jun was satisfied that the teacher was able to competently give Shinya some magical energy since he was not so exhausted now. Li Jun was satisfied telling Shinya that they would be able to heal him once they reached the gate. Just as suddenly, Li Jun heard someone's voice, and moving more quickly than ever, hid Shinya in his briefcase. Ji Yu startled Li Jun with her sudden appearance. Li Jun asked what she was doing here, and wasn't she about to get on the bus? To which Ji Yu replied that she would only get on when she saw him get on. Realizing that she wouldn't leave him behind, Li Jun was forced to agree. Just as Li Jun was getting on the bus, someone's attention suddenly snapped to him. Li Jun asked the guy who he was, and he remembered that he still hadn't introduced himself properly. Then he raised his hand and introduced himself as Hosu, and asked the Sunbenim to teach him how to practice. Li Jun was surprised to hear this name because he had heard it once before, or had he imagined it? Li Jun asked that Hosu not greet him like that again. Suddenly Hosu bowed and loudly promised the Sunbenim that he would make it up to him. Li Jun felt terribly embarrassed for him, and he only wanted to know one thing: when would this all end? Li Jun took a seat on the bus, and as expected, Ji Yu sat next to him. When it was already time to leave, the class teacher entered the bus and asked if everyone was in place. He also reminded them to buckle up. Kim Dae-hyun laughed mentally as he looked at Li Jun. He was very pleased with Li Jun for choosing the infernal cave because it made his task so much easier. This time, Li Jun would not be able to escape his fate. Trying not to pay attention to another weirdo, Li Jun yawned and continued to look out the window. When the disciples arrived at their destination, they were greeted by 3 people, of which their main person, the 3rd grade headmaster, Kang Min-jae, who was a striking member of the Divine Phalanxes, as well as their current guide, introduced himself. Kang Min-jae advised the students to keep up with them, as only then would they be able to keep the students safe. Li Jun was surprised by the presence of the strike force, as the strike force was a first-class military corps whose members were at least C rank awakened. Such a guide was certainly too good to accompany the disciples, and since that was the case, it wasn't hard for Li Jun to guess that they wanted him dead, or they had already learned about the Firestone and where to find it, though he couldn't rule out the possibility that both were true. Noticing Li Jun in the crowd of disciples, the members of the strike team agreed to start the operation. Li Jun smiled as he looked at the fact that these people weren't even trying to hide their intentions. This family really had everything in hand. Since that was the case, Li Jun didn't mind making them think that he had fallen into a trap. If he killed them in the dungeon, they wouldn't have the chance to call out for help. Suddenly, to herself, Han Ji-yu sensed something ominous, and preparing to draw her sword, looked in the direction where Li Jun was just standing. Ji-yu, and why did such bloodthirstiness suddenly begin to emanate from Li Jun? The strike team was successfully advancing through the dungeon in place with the disciples, until Kang Min-jae suddenly stopped the disciples. Kang Min-jae explained that the unexplored part of the dungeon was next. He admitted that he understood the disciples' curiosity, but he should only lead them through the explored areas. Hearing about the unexplored area, the disciples only became more interested in the dungeon, and even decided that they would come back here in the future. Kim Dae-hyun said that it's not every day you get to go to a place like this, and asked Kang Min-jae if the strike team would let them look around for a while. Kang Min-jae thought about it. After all, he and the rest of the squad were here, and they would be able to keep an eye on the curious students. Kang Ji-yu immediately objected to the idea of going further, as the disciples should only be led around safe areas. After all, they have a common practice now. Because of Li Jun asked Ji-yu what was wrong with her, and suggested that they just look around a bit. After all, it's sure to be fun since they're in a dungeon. Ji-yu asked if he was crazy by any chance. Li Jun smiled and reminded that everyone is curious to look around a little sometimes, and besides, they are protected by the teacher and the Divine Phalanx Strike Force. Kang Min-jae said that they would take that as the majority opinion and suggested that they move on. Several goblins stood in the way of the group. Fusing with the shadows, Kang Min-jae stealthily walked behind the back of one of the goblins. Immediately after, he took his life by stabbing his blade into his throat. But it was in vain. Kang Min-jae threw his blade, preventing him from escaping. Kang Min-jae picked up his blade and wiped it clean, asking if they could go on. The disciples were dissatisfied that this was the end of it. Moreover, they hadn't seen anything interesting in all this time. Kang Min-jae said that everything was the same, and that there was really nothing to see. Also, there was no boss in this dungeon. which made it relatively safe. Suddenly, an earthquake started in the dungeon, nearly knocking everyone off their feet. It was actually a wave. After hearing about the war, the students realized that things were really bad and ran towards the exit. Hosu and Ji-ya ran towards the exit, but Ji-ya suddenly realized something was wrong and turned around. And to her surprise, Lee-jun ignored the words of their guides and stayed behind. Ji-ya immediately rushed towards Lee-jun, asking why the hell did he stand there like that? But she was immediately grabbed by the teacher and shouted that it was too dangerous to go back. Han-ji-ya ordered the teacher to let her go, and at that very moment, Hosu rushed over to Lee-jun. It seemed that Hosu had already approached Lee-jun. He shouted for Lee-jun to leave now because it was too dangerous, but the door closed abruptly in front of Lee-jun. Hosu fell on his knees in front of the door. He was so close, but not in time. Hosu started banging on the stone door and loudly asking the sunbae if he was alive. Lee-jun replied that he was alive and asked him to stop calling him. Hosu agreed to stop shouting and told the teacher that their sunbae was trapped. Before he could answer, Kang Min-jae intervened and suggested that they go outside before any more traps were triggered. In the meantime, Lee-jun should be fine, as they had not found any dangerous monsters nearby. They would return for him once they had devised a rescue plan. Realizing that there was nothing they could do now, Hosu agreed to evacuate. Suddenly, Han Ji-ya broke free from the teacher's grip. She then ordered Lee-jun to wait for them where they were and not even think about going anywhere. Lee-jun replied that he knew it himself and asked them to leave. Lee-jun listened to everyone leaving. He then told Xingyu that she could come out, right after which a satisfied blue fox climbed out of the briefcase. As it turned out, this varmint had already managed to get energized since they were inside the dungeon. And since that was the case, Lee-jun took the blue fox on his shoulder and headed deep into the dungeon. A while later, one of the goblins noticed a shadow of a man approaching them on the wall. The goblin then proposed a plan to his fellow goblin. One of them would carefully go behind the man's back and knock him out, after which they could eat him. As the man approached, the goblin, following the plan, pounced on him. But the goblin's plan was ruined because Lee-jun had a passive fear skill, which made him and Shinya seem like devils to all the monsters. Lee-jun ignored the goblins and walked on, while the goblins ran away from those monsters. While they were wandering around the dungeon, Shinyushka absorbed low-level evil energy, thus gaining the passive skill Evil Energy, and through the fulfillment of the interconnected conditions, he gained the absorption skill. Also, Shinyushka's loyalty increased by 20 points. Thanks to the C-rank Evil Energy, Shinyushka is able to absorb the evil energy dispersed in space and filter it into higher quality evil energy. The higher the quality of the filtered evil, the better the end product and the greater the volume. The evil energy effect allows Shinya to generate evil energy. What Lee-jun took a closer look at was the SS rank absorption. Lee-jun asked the teacher, "Is this a vampire martial art?" The teacher confirmed that it was similar to that, and that the pet was similar to its master. Because of something like that, he couldn't help but ask, "Is it a heavenly beast?" If that was the case, he would prefer that it didn't grow up to be like his disciple. Lee-jun reminded the teacher that he had chosen him himself. While Lee-jun was talking to the teacher, he had already reached the end of the cave where his target was. Lee-jun picked up the firestone and used it. Afterward, the teacher said that he felt some kind of presence ahead. Lee-jun said that there was nothing to hide from him. After that, he fumbled for the right spot on the wall and brought the firestone up. The system notified Lee-jun that he had found the hiding place in the infernal cave and was rewarded with 250,000 martial arts tree points. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the infernal dungeon, Han Ji-yu asked Kang Min-jae why is it that she can't go with them, and continued to insist that she would go to rescue Jun with them. Kang Min-jae reminded Ji-yu that she was the precious heiress of the Divine Phalanx family, and if something suddenly happened to her, there would be a real clan war. Ji-yu was about to insist, but the class teacher ordered her to calm down. Kim Tae-hyun reminded her that if anything happened to her, the chairman would kill them, and so they should let the Divine Phalanx strike force deal with everything. Ji-yu wasn't going to just back down. Besides, she felt that something wasn't right here and there was some sort of catch. Besides, it didn't really seem like these people were getting along with Lee-jun. Lee-jun is in limbo, and meanwhile, they are idling and discouraging her from doing anything. Ji-yu comes to the conclusion that they are plotting something against Jun. Suddenly, a system alert appeared in front of everyone present. To everyone's surprise, the dungeon changed its level. The danger level changed from green to blue. The Mouse King was furious, all because someone had broken into their leader's cave. Because of this, The mouse people received buffs of plus 20% to attack power and plus 30% to speed. Deep in the depths of the infernal dungeon, the army of mice drew their bows and began firing at the man who dared to come to them. With a single sweep of his arm, Li Jun deflected all the arrows fired. Suddenly, he saw a mouse rider with a flaming spear appear near him. Before the mice could continue their attack, in the blink of an eye, Li Jun had stripped them of all their heads. After that, Li Jun was flooded with reports of killing mice by the spearmen and foot soldiers, but somehow he still hadn't completed the quest. With the second main quest, the teacher wishes to instill in Li Jun the habit of daily training like he did himself. Li Jun should train away from prying eyes and sweep the green zone dungeon alone, but the quest will fail if anyone sees him. The reward is 650,000 tree points. Li Jun has been trying to complete the quest, but it's still incomplete. But there's an upside to that. At the very least, he can't see an end to all these hordes of mice, no matter how many he kills. A humanoid mouse appeared a bit larger than the others, and Li Jun assumed that this mouse was the commander. The mouse squeaked out that there was only one man in front of them, and that by piling on top of him, they would be able to tear off his limbs and then present his head to the Lord. The army of mice rushed at Li Jun, but Li Jun had no trouble cutting them down from row to row. When Li Jun was quite close, the commander realized that his affairs were not good. The commander ordered his mice to kill this man by any means possible, but soon it was his turn to fight Li Jun. Instantly approaching the commander, Li Jun kicked his head, causing it to fly off into the distance. Only the head stopped as it was crushed by a huge mouse's foot. Li Jun was surprised at what came out to him, for something like this was truly amazing. The angry mouse boss asked his subordinates, did they seriously want to tell him that his domain had been invaded by a single ordinary person? Meanwhile, near the entrance of the dungeon, all the disciples came out. Kang Min-jae told his subordinates that he now had a perfectly legitimate reason not to interfere, and it was all due to the fact that the dungeon had raised its level. It was quite obviously because the firestone had been discovered during the exploration. Since that was the case, they should just return to Li Jun later to retrieve his corpse from the dungeon. Meanwhile, in the infernal dungeon, the boss of the mice asked how dare some human trespass on his territory. Li Jun asked the boss if he correctly realized that he was the boss of this dungeon, Inferno. After all, if that's the case, Inferno looks pretty funny. A huge human body with a rat's head. Inferno was enraged by such words, and so he shouted that he would rip out the lowly man's tongue, after which he would eat him. Li Jun prepared himself for a battle with the boss, as suddenly Shinyushka jumped out in front of Li Jun, completely confusing him. Li Jun asked Shinya to stop as it was dangerous, but he ran up to Inferno and took the blow of his axe. But no sooner had Inferno hit the fox than Shinya took advantage of the absorption. Li Jun was stunned by what he saw. Boss Inferno was terrified of the monster pup and was unwilling to die in such a manner. Suddenly running out to Inferno boss, Shinya took and defeated the boss in a few seconds. Li Jun chuckled and admitted that he had already set himself up for a fight with the boss. But Shinyushka solved everything in no time. After recovering from the shock a bit, Li Jun reprimanded Shinyushka for jumping out and scaring him, because you can't just rush into a fight like that without permission. Besides, he asked Shinya to rest in his briefcase while he dealt with the mice. Unable to keep counting Shinya, Li Jun picked up Shinya and asked him not to do it again. Placing the fox on his shoulder, Li Jun admitted that he had no idea that Shinya would be able to use absorption on other monsters. Just as suddenly, Li Jun was once again inundated with rewards. Li Jun had single-handedly defeated a high-level boss and cleared the dungeon while completing the second quest at the same time. As a reward for all of this, he received 2,150,000 martial arts tree points. While Li Jun was checking the rewards, Inferno's corpse started to disappear, and Li Jun noticed that there was something left in its place, and it was something he knew about. The Transcendent Emperor spiritual development technique had fallen out of the Inferno. The Transcendent Emperor spiritual development technique was the foundation of the Emperor spiritual development technique, and its supreme master at the current time was the head of the divine Fist family, the Fist Emperor, and also Li Jun's father. The word transcendent in the name means that this technique is the highest form of spiritual development technique. But how could he have gotten a skill book of such a prohibitive level in this cave? If he was alone in this cave, he would have burned this book just so that the Fist Emperor would never be able to get his hands on it and raise his level. Seeing Li Jun hiding the skill book, the teacher asked, didn't he want to study it right now? To which he doesn't want to learn it, and it would be much better if he blackmailed his family with this book. The dungeon was cleared, and the system asked Li Jun if he wishes to become the dungeon master. Li Jun asked, "What kind of question is that?" and handed the dungeon over to Shinya's power. At this point, they were done with the dungeon, and since that was the case, it was time to move on to the important stuff. Li Jun, after that, Shinyushka picked up the Firestone and was about to return to his master. When Shinya suddenly stopped, Li Jun realized what was going on and tried to gently talk Shinya out of it. But Shinyushka just went ahead and used the absorption technique on the Firestone. The Firestone is not here, and the Li Jun they were waiting for has found the right way out, Kang Min-jae asked. Did he get it right? The subordinate, with a freshly split lip, confirmed that it was correct, and that this was indeed the place he had marked on the map, which meant that Li Jun had indeed taken their Firestone. Kang Min-jae asked, "Why the hell and how did this loser manage to find a way out? He couldn't have found it by accident, could he?" Couldn't he? Suddenly, another dungeon-level change alert appeared in front of Kang Min-jae and the rest of the strike team. The dungeon had once again changed its security level to green. The members of the strike team wondered why this was happening all of a sudden. Then the one they had been waiting for came out of the dungeon and asked what the hell they were doing here. What was the reason for the members of the Divine Failing Strike Force to come here? Li Jun wondered, so what's in it for them if he did eat it? Trying to suppress his anger, Kang Min-jae asked how a lowlife like Kang Min-jae assumed that Li Jun knew what kind of stone he had found. The whole operation had gone to hell, and they needed to do something about it, since Lee Min-wook had urged him to deliver the Firestone to him. But if that, just as suddenly, the ground began to shake again, puzzling the members of the strike force. It was all because of Li Jun. As soon as he released his energy, the members of the strike team almost fell to the ground. Even so, Kang Min-jae refused to admit that Li Jun could have become so strong after eating the Firestone. In any case, he ordered his subordinates to retreat. Suddenly, after which he wiped away his tears from laughing and asked if they thought that he had just revealed his real strength to them like that. Immediately afterward, the members of the strike team received a notification that the owner of the infernal dungeon had closed the exit of the dungeon. Kang Min-jae wondered how could this happen. After all, the dungeon boss had clearly been killed. Li Jun approached the guys and explained that now they wouldn't be able to leave the dungeon alive. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the disciples watched as the entrance to the dungeon suddenly closed. Unable to find any room for his excitement, Hosu was pacing back and forth behind Ji-Yu's back, but Ji-Yu couldn't stand it for long and asked if he could stop spinning around like that. After all, it's annoying. Realizing that he was disturbing her, Hosu apologized, after which Han Ji-Yu thoughtfully returned to watching the portal. Ji-Yu didn't regret accepting the assignment to follow Li Jun. Her goal was to assess Li Jun's abilities. That was why she followed him everywhere, but she still couldn't find out anything. This guy had beaten Tyrant Li Ke-hong, the white-armored ice demon, during the competition, and afterward, her, Han Ji-Yue. Undoubtedly, there could only be one thing. Li Jun was carefully hiding his real abilities. That's why Ji-Yu was sure that Li Jun would survive, and then she would be convinced that she was right. Suddenly, the chains that were restraining the entrance to the dungeon broke, reopening the entrance, after which Li Jun came out of the gate. But to Ji's surprise, he was bleeding. After walking a few steps, Li Jun collapsed, but he was picked up by Ji Yue. Then she asked him to look at her and asked what was wrong with him. When Li Jun raised his head, Ji Yue was convinced that it was really him. But how did this happen? 3 hours passed and people were starting to get impatient. The host complained about how long it was taking and asked if it could be because of the entrance of Junye Ying's shock troop from the Divine Fist family. The cameraman asked if that was true, after which the presenter said that usually the dungeon fluctuation didn't last more than 15 minutes, although usually the members of the strike squad could handle it much faster. Hearing this, the cameraman recognized that she was really cool. The anchor asked what they were saying about them, when suddenly something happened that caused the anchor to order the camera to be turned on quickly. After all, the gate to the dungeon had just been cleared, but to everyone's surprise, the dungeon gate suddenly began to close. A few hours ago, during the clash between Li Jun and the Divine Failing Strike Force, one of the strike squad members had told his own that Li Jun had never been this strong before, and that he was just going to leave this place. Before he could finish speaking, his head was instantly separated from his body. After killing one of the enemies, Li Jun calmly swiped the blood off his hand. Li Jun had killed one of them so quickly that none of the members of the strike team even noticed anything. Kang Min-jae asked why they were standing there trembling, and were they scared of some high school jawbreaker? Kang Min-jae ordered Li Jun to be killed, immediately after which all of the strike team members pounced on him at once. But Li Jun kicked his foot on the ground, causing a burst of energy to hit all the enemies. Seeing this, even Kang Min-jae began to tremble, as he had never met a maniac like Li Jun before. Trying to suppress the trembling in his voice, Kang Min-jae asked if he thought he could get away with it. After all, after something like this, the Divine Fist family would not let Lee Jun get away with his crime. Lee Jun suggested that Kang Min-jae might have forgotten about it and reminded him that he was also a member of that family. Kang Min-jae asked, "How dare the man say such a thing with his dirty blood?" But before he could say anything, Lee Jun grabbed his face and reminded him that if there was no evidence, no one would be able to prove that he had killed him. Whereupon, under Kang Min-jae's supervision, Lee Jun swung his sleeve and a small blade flew out. Raising the blade, Lee Jun asked that Kang Min-jae should not hold a grudge against him since he had started it first. After a short fight, Lee Jun destroyed the members of the strike force without any problems, after which he sensed someone's presence. Lee Jun turned to see whoever was behind the stone, scaring the hell out of him with how creepy Lee Jun looked right now. A mouse awkwardly stepped out from behind the rock and asked Lee Jun why he called him out. Lee Jun told the mouse that there were corpses everywhere, and that it was his job to clean up the place. The mouse immediately accepted the order and called his relatives to do his master's bidding. As it turned out, this mouse could understand human language perfectly, and also had the intelligence of a middle school student. Lee Jun decided that this mouse would be perfect for manipulation. Lee Jun addressed the mouse, then walked over to it and lightly threatened it with his blade, saying that from now on, the mouse was in charge, so he should keep a close eye on everything here. Nervously giggling because of fear, the mouse thanked his master, after which Lee Jun handed the mouse a blade, and the mouse asked what it was and why he wanted it. Realizing how well his future plan would go, Lee Jun couldn't hold back a smirk. A short while later, somewhere in the city, Han Ji-yu asked what the hell happened in that dungeon and if he was okay. Ho-soo also wished to know what was wrong with his son Bainam. Trying to suppress the pain, Lee Jun said that in the hidden dungeon, their commanders were... Seeing how it hurt him to speak, Ho-soo asked Jun not to continue. Covering himself with a fan, the old master told Lee Jun that his acting was so bad that his eyes were about to rot from shame. Lee Jun admitted that he himself was about to die of shame, and asked the master not to talk to him now. Lee Jun was angry at the mouse he had entrusted with the blade because he had asked the mouse not to hit hard. But after hitting him, he happily said that he had gotten a little carried away because he enjoyed doing it and even apologized. How much pain is he in right now because of the mouse's mistake? Lee Jun is in so much pain that he's having a hard time not dying from the pain. Be that as it may, thanks to the wound he received, he can clear some suspicions. It was painful for the teacher and students to even look at Lee Jun's wound. Meanwhile, the news anchor started the broadcast. The anchor revealed that they were now in front of the gates of the infernal cave, and that currently the only survivors were the student, while the fate of the Divine Phalanx group remained unknown. Just as suddenly, a tall man appeared in the frame and ordered the reporter to get out of his way. The reporter was astonished, for no matter what, the receiver of the Emperor Divine Fist, Li Xin himself, had suddenly arrived at their door. Walking past the disciples, Li Xin approached the half-dead Li Jun, after which he asked him how things were going. Li Jun replied that there were several blue-ranked bosses, and that after Principal Kang Min-jae returned, he was the only one who managed to survive. Li Xin asked Li Jun how he thought the fact that the Divine Phalanx strike force was destroyed saving him mattered, to which Li Jun replied that whether they wanted to believe it or not, he didn't care about their fates. Li Xin asked the worm in front of him, how dare he, after which he attacked Jun. But suddenly Ho-soo covered Li Jun. Ji-yu instantly pulled out her blade, and Li Xin's subordinate grabbed his arm. Ji-yu asked Li Xin Sunbae, is beating up patients considered acceptable for members of the 15-clan alliance? Li Xin asked why she was sticking up for that brat in the first place. The subordinate then reminded the Lord that there were too many eyes around them. Li Xin ordered the subordinate to shut up, after which he forcefully pulled his hand out of his grip. After which, Li Xin suppressed his anger and looked at Li Jun. Once everyone had calmed down, the subordinate announced that the dungeon would be under their control from now on. The subordinate asked Kim Dae-hyun to tell the chairman that they would handle it themselves. Meanwhile, Ho-soo helped Li Jun up and led him to the ambulance. But before they reached the ambulance, Ji-yu turned to Li Jun. Li Jun asked Ji-yu what she needed, and Ji-yu recalled Li Jun talking about what happened inside the dungeon, after which she asked if it was true. Li Jun was surprised at such a question and wondered if it was too rude to ask such a thing from someone who was on the verge of death. No sympathy could be expected from her. Suddenly, Ji-yu slapped Li Jun and promised that he would regret being alive if it turned out that he had lied to them. Ho-soo was terrified and started begging Ji-yu to be more lenient with him. A while later at school, hearing a knock, the chairman asked a guest to come in, and then Ji-yu entered the office. The chairman asked how Li Jun was feeling right now. To which Ji replied that she kept watching, but she still couldn't say for sure. Realizing everything, Chairman Han Min-sung said that Lee Jun is definitely outstanding, and as he sees Lee Jun is successfully hiding everything even from Ji. After that, Han Ming-soon said that not too long ago they received a call from their bank. They said that Lee Jun had sold them a top-grade magic stone. Ji was stunned by what she heard. According to the eyewitnesses during that time, Lee Jun had not left the school for a second. Ji said that it was just as she thought. Lee Jun was hiding his abilities. Now they have to find out how much his skills are. And how did he suddenly get such a huge strength? Ji said that Lee Jun is hostile to divine power, which means they definitely have a chance. Han Ji asked her uncle to entrust it to her, and she would try to convince Lee Jun. A while later, Blue Fox Den. Lee Jun decided to start simple and ordered Blue Fox to sit, immediately after which he sat down. Next, Lee Jun held out his hand and ordered him to give his paw, and Shinya meekly gave him his paw. Lee Jun praised Shinyushka for his obedience and gave him a reward of magic stones. After which, a message appeared saying that the Blue Fox had successfully absorbed the Firestone and that his level had reached 35%. All of Shinya's stats increased, and he also learned the Death Flame skill. Lee Kun took the satisfied Shinya in his arms and asked, "Was it tasty?" Lee Jun was puzzled by the fact that, although Shinyushka was getting stronger, his size did not change. Although he had obtained an S-rank Death Flame, burning the opponent to death. But for some reason, his ability level was rather low, when it should reach at least B rank. The old master speculated that Shinya's abilities aren't growing because of the fox's small size. Lee Jun asked if they would know for sure if Shinyushka ate more artifacts, like the Firestone. To which the master replied that probably. Moreover, Lee Jun should remember that he also had to evolve, and so he asked him not to forget that the longer the tail, the easier it was to step on. Lee Jun should gain as much strength as possible until he was exposed. Lee Jun agreed with the teacher and promised to remember this. The teacher also reminded Lee Jun that he was already running late. At first, Lee Jun was surprised at what he heard, but then he remembered that he had completely forgotten about the time. Lee Jun explained to Shinyuksha that he had to go to school and promised that he would be back soon. Shinya said goodbye to his master, waving his paw at him. Clearly oblivious to the counting of time, Lee Jun ran out of the restroom, where he was already waiting. Hosu bowed to the Sunbenim and congratulated him on his return. Suddenly, he remembered something and abruptly straightened up and promised to correct his behavior. While Hosu questioned him, did he sleep well last night? And had his wounds healed? Lee Jun mentally observed that this guy was incorrigible. Lee Jun turned to Hosu and recalled that they had only glimpsed each other a few times. But he only remembered Hosu after they had officially met, so Lee Jun asked him why he was so worried about him. Hosu felt a little embarrassed, but he still said it. Earlier, he had heard about how Lee Jun Sunbenim had taught a lesson to the bastards bullying other students, which impressed him a lot. It is because of this that he truly respects his Sunbenim. Now Lee Jun realized what was going on, except that he had actually beaten those scoundrels because they were bothering him. Suddenly, Lee Jun realized that he had seen this guy before, because in his past life, there was someone like this too. Park Hyung-jin asked Lee Jun to let him introduce someone, namely his right-hand man, Ho Il-soo. Ho Il-soo asked the master not to mention his rank, when suddenly Park Hyun-jin saw Ji-yu nearby. Immediately after that, he left the two behind and ran towards her, loudly asking where she was going. Lee Jun was amazed that this guy just ran away, and Hosu agreed. Just as suddenly, Hosu cried out that this was really cool. After all, in order to do righteous deeds, one should not bend to one's surroundings, and therefore he sincerely supported his master. Frightened by such a sudden impulse, Lee Jun agreed with Ho Il-soo and recognized that he had found a good master. Hosu agreed that his master was the best, after which he admitted that he was not Ho Il-soo, his real name. Seeing his Sunbenim suddenly thoughtful, Hosu asked if something had happened. Meanwhile, Lee Jun was matching Hosu with his acquaintance. Lee Jun mentally shouted that this was crazy after all. The person in front of him was really Shui Il-soo. Lee Jun wanted to ask this crazy Park Hyun-jin, who even introduces people with a fake name. Although he is a stubborn old man in character, but this crazy person will get an AA rank in the future. Lee Jun suddenly walked over to Hosu and grabbed Hosu by the shoulders and suggested that they should be friends. Hosu was surprised at such a sudden proposal, but still agreed. After that, Lee Jun put his arm around Hosu's head and they walked to the classroom together. Suddenly, they heard the sound of running behind them, and the source of the sound was chanting Jun's name. Before Lee Jun could realize what had happened, he suddenly found himself on the floor, After which Lee Jun asked, what the hell was he doing? Park Hyun-jin apologized and held out his hand, asking if he was still that weak. Park Hyun-jin then asked, who is that next to Jun? To which Lee Jun replied that it was his dear Huba. Hosu told Park Hyun-jin that he was pleased to meet him for the first time and introduced himself as Hosu. Park Hyun-jin told Hosu that Junior Jun would soon be his junior, which meant that he would be able to take care of Hosu just like he did. Hosu acknowledged that he was honored. Suddenly, Park Hyun-jin noticed something and started looking at Hosu. Hosu then turned to the younger man and asked if he would like to, as suddenly Lee Jun grabbed Park Hyun-jin by the shoulder and ordered him not to steal Hosu from him. But still, the latter asked if Hosu would like to join the Iron Blood clan. By joining the clan, he wouldn't lose anything, and only Lee Jun reminded him that he had found Hosu first. But Park Hyun-jin suggested leaving the decision up to Hosu this time. Unable to intervene in their argument, Hosu tearfully asked not to fight over him. Looking at this, the master recognized that Lee Jun is always trying to act like an adult. And as it turns out, Lee Jun can laugh just like his peers. A little while later, in the school cafeteria, Lee Jun reminded that the committee would be meeting during the lunch break. Lee Jun asked Park Hyun-jin wasn't he going to go there? Park Hyun-jin pointed to a figure barely visible behind a mountain of buns and replied that he wanted to skip out just like her. Meanwhile, Han Ji-yu was quietly eating her buns, oblivious to Lee Jun's surveillance. Lee Jun felt uncomfortable about having another stalker. Park Hyun-jin was surprised that Ji-yu was also stalking him, and high-fived the addition to Lee Jun's stalker ranks. Lee Jun said he wasn't joking at all and complained about Ji-yu following him around all day at school. Park Hyun-jin teased that she was interested in him. Afterward, Ji-yu confirmed she is indeed interested in Lee Jun. Upon hearing this, Park Hyun-jin told Ji-yu that her future is bright and that he can't let her socialize with such a creep. Lee Jun asked Park Hyun-jin if he was looking for a case of death, but since they mentioned it, Lee Jun suggested that they shouldn't put it off any longer and finally get it over with. After which, Lee Jun asked Han Ji-yu directly what she wanted from him. Han Ji-yu asked, what does she want? After which she wiped her mouth with a napkin, and pointing at Lee Jun, she said that all she wants is him. Meanwhile, Lee Shin slapped the table with anger, complaining about the two of them putting the committee in a position to do nothing. They just skipped the meeting, and even Han Ji-yu with Lee Jun. Kim Sol-ji offered to get her guys involved, but Choi Dae-min admitted that it was even too much. But realizing that they didn't have much choice, he had to agree to such measures. Lee Shin shouted to Choi Dae-min, does he know what he's letting her do? After all, Kim Seol-gi doesn't know when she should stop at all. Choi Dae-min reminded him that the opponents are Park Hyun-jin and Han Ji-yu, and so he asked Lee Shin to give in a little to Kim Seol-gi, after which she can show herself. Lee Shin had to give in, but even so, he asked them to be more careful with Ji-yu, while Lee Jun doesn't need any sympathy. With that, Kim Seol-gi asked the two to leave everything to her. Meanwhile, in the school cafeteria, Han Ji-yu said that all she wants is him, Lee Jun, and if her family can accept him, she is willing to promise to give him whatever he wants. Han Ji-yu asked Lee Jun what he wanted. Han Ji-yu gave him a rather bold condition. Of course, Lee Jun doesn't want to get involved with the factions, but he has to admit that he needs the help of allies. And it would be even better if this force had excellent intelligence, but now is not the time for that yet. After thinking it over, Lee Jun agreed with Han Ji-yu and said that he understood everything. He then replied that he wanted her, Ji-yu, which shocked her and especially Park Hyun-jin. Han Ji-yu asked what did he just say, and Park Hyun-jin tried not to show any signs of life so that he wouldn't be hurt. Lee Jun laughed and said that he was only joking. Ji-yu suddenly promised that she would kill him. Lee Jun interjected, what did she mean by that? But an angry Ji-yu stood with her foot on the table and pulling out her sword repeated that she would kill him. Lee Jun started to justify that it wasn't like that and that it was just a joke and he was just repeating it. Lee Jun then looked towards Park Hyun-jin to ask for help, but he suddenly vanished. Realizing that he might be finished now, Lee Jun ran away and asked Ji-yu to stop and began to apologize. A little while later, miraculously, but still Lee Jun managed to survive, and even escaped from Ji-yu and hid on the roof. Lee Jun remembered that he and Ji-yu would still have to meet in class, and so he couldn't help but wonder, she wouldn't be swinging a sword in class, would she? To which the teacher replied that of course she wouldn't, because no one would do that. Lee Jun thought about what he should do, when Park Hyun-jin suddenly appeared out of nowhere, scaring Lee Jun. Lee Jun asked, when did he come back? To which Park Hyun-jin replied that he had just returned, and Lee Jun admitted that he thought he had disappeared again. Park Hyun-jin said that what's more important now is that Ji-yu is now searching for Lee Jun all over the school. Lee Jun clenched his fist and said that it was time to go back to class. Park Hyun-jin recognized that Lee Jun was just dodging the sword just now, just fine. Besides, he heard about Lee Jun beating up Lee Ki-hun, which means that his Jun is getting stronger. But looking at Lee Jun now, Park Hyun-jin recognized that he didn't seem that strong at all. Lee Jun admitted that it's all about him wearing good artifacts. For example, this ring is a gift from someone who cares about him. This ring is able to hide his energy from the others. Park Hyun-jin's eyes glistened at what he heard, and he asked, did someone give him such an incredible item? And who was that someone? Lee Jun replied that it was someone he deeply respected. The teacher turned away because of embarrassment and, covering his eyes from the sun, asked why the sun was so bright today. Whereupon the teacher reminded Lee Jun that he was telling this child too much. Lee Jun explained that Hyun-jin can be trusted because he is a friend that he trusts completely. Since that was the case, the teacher didn't mind. Pointing at the ring, Hyun-jin asked Lee Jun to let him try it once. When suddenly, the door leading to the roof flew out of its hinges. Walking towards the guys, Han Ji-yu said that she had finally found them and that now they were finished since they had nowhere else to run to. Right after Ji-yu, Kim Sul-gi followed her to the roof. She said that she was wondering where they were all rushing to, and it turned out to be the roof. Kim Seol-ji was followed to the roof by her men. Kim Seol-ji noticed that Ji-yu even broke down the door to get to the roof. Then, she reminded Ji-yu that as a member of the committee, she should set an example for others. Park Hyun-jin was surprised to see Kim Sul-ji's sister, and awkwardly said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and Lee Jun heard that woman's name and remembered someone. Plum Blossom Kim Seol-gi, the successor of the Million Poison family, who inherited the martial arts of the Hwashan school. Lee Jun wondered why she had come after Ji-yu. Lee Jun asked Nuna, what is going on here? Kim Seol-gi asked him if they really don't realize what they have done. Lee Shin is really angry that they didn't attend the meeting. Since they were, he asked her to take this great opportunity to enlighten them. Kim Seol-gi asked Hyun-jin to step aside, because if they touch him, his sister will never leave them alone. Right now, she's only targeting the remaining two. Lee Jun asked what he had to do with this, and Park Hyun-jin wished his friend good luck. In less than a minute, Kim Seol-gi's men have gathered in the middle of the rooftop, taking her and Ji-yu in a cordon. Ice Flower and Plum Blossom are about to enter the battle. Doesn't that mean they are starting the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament beforehand? Ji-yu asked Jun why was he hiding behind? And aren't they supposed to fight together? Lee Jun replied that Nuna wanted to fight her first, so he backed off, which only made Ji-yu angry, and Kim Seol-gi admitted that it was very thoughtful of Lee Jun. But in the meantime, she asked for Jun to wait his turn, and he of course agreed. Kim Seol-gi said that since she is the eldest, she should start the fight and then attack Ji-yu, but she successfully fought back. Kim Seol-gu said that it was a stupid move and then made a direct sword strike. But Ji-yu dodged the attack and was about to strike back. Moments later, the sword fell out of the hands of one of her opponents. The loser Kim Seol-gi fell to her knees. Lee Jun said that she had lost. The teacher said that the Plum Blossom technique is a martial art that blinds the opponent. Except Kim Seol-gi is attacking with force alone, which is obviously strange because it can't be the Plum Blossom technique anymore. Ji-yu reminded Kim Seol-gi that she had nothing to do with her and asked her to stop bothering her. But she shook with anger, and Kim Seol-gi told her that she was still as naughty as ever. Kim Seol-gi asked her subordinates if they were going to stand by and watch the fun. Kim Seol-gi explained that there was only one person against them, and that they should all attack at once, and then they rushed to attack Han Ji-yu. But Ji-yu sighed lazily, and then she swung her blade to deal with all the weaklings surrounding her. Kim Seol-gi's wounded subordinates could no longer fight, and were now writhing in pain. Looking at this, Ji-yu explained that she was fighting at half strength, after which she promised that if they attacked her again, Ji-yu shook off the blood from her blade, and said that it was better for them not to know about it. Being in such a helpless position, Kim Seol-gi wondered, had Ji-yu always been this strong? Except it was simply impossible. She flatly refused to believe it. The Ice Flower had indeed turned out to be strong. It seemed to her that she was slightly stronger than the lower-level teachers. But in contrast to the Plum Blossom, had they really regressed that much? Those around her recalled that it was because Kim Seol-gi didn't practice, and instead, she usually bullied the weak. There are even rumors that during the vacations, she never once thought about practicing, and only had fun. So, what did she expect then? Kim Seol-gi is nothing but a pathetic parody of her former martial glory. Kim Sul-gi was angry because of the humiliation she had to endure because of Han Ji-yu, and so she decided to do it. Kim Sul-gi reached into her back pocket. Immediately after, she offered Ji-yu to see how long she could bully her nose and threw a balloon at her. In time to notice the object that Kim Sul-gi threw, Ji-yu cut it off in a flash. But as soon as she chopped it, many needles flew out of the ball. There were too many of them, so Ji-yu realized that she wouldn't be able to dodge them all. In an attempt to cushion the damage from the needles, Ji-yu covered herself with her arms. A moment later, dozens of needles struck their target. Lee Jun recognized that Ji-yu was great, because even when the needles were so close to her face, she didn't even blink. But he saved her once again. Jumping out in front of Han Ji-yu, Lee Jun caught all the needles with his hand. Lee Jun wondered if these spiked balls were the poison needle bombs of the million poison family. It was obvious already because of the fact that all these needles were impregnated with poison. The old master asked Lee Jun not to worry about this, because the spiritual harmony technique would deal with the poison on its own. Lee Jun told the teacher that this woman had always been known for her cruelty, but even he had not expected that she could go this far. After that, the teacher asked Lee Jun if he would try to stay and benefit from what was going on, since he had already been injured and this was a great opportunity. But Lee Jun only asked, how dare he do such a thing? Right after which he received the quest, Fighting the Storm. The hermit hates decent hypocrites, so he hopes that Lee Jun can teach a lesson to Kim Sul-gi, who also gives the impression of an old-fashioned hypocrite. By defeating Kim Sul-gi, Lee Jun will be able to improve his relationship with Han Ji-yu and improve his reputation. Reputation itself is one of the most important things in the world, and having a high reputation, Lee Jun will get support from people even if he does nothing, which will increase his power, financial resources, and fame. In the future, the Million Poison family betrayed humanity. They started killing not only awakened people, but also ordinary people. This family is one of those who stood up as the vanguard of the demons. And since that's the case, it wouldn't be so bad to punish the Million Poison family in advance. With a movement of his hand, Lee Jun dropped all the needles in his hand. While Lee Jun was waving his hand, Ji-yu came to his senses and asked if he was all right. After waving his hand one last time and getting rid of the poison, Lee Jun said that as far as she could see, he was perfectly fine. Kim Sul-gi was shocked that her poison didn't even work on this weakling, which made her heart start to pound slowly. Lee Jun walked over to Kim Sul-gi and lifted her up by the collar of her clothes, then suggested that he obviously knew the conditions for using the deadly technique of the Million Poison family. After which, just in case, he reminded her that the poison needle bomb should be used when encountering monsters, or when facing opponents such as demons. If there was neither, then this bomb should be used in moments of mortal danger to life. Lee Jun told her that even though the strong are respected in this era, warriors should still follow the principles. Unwilling to continue listening to Lee Jun's words, Kim Sul-gi ordered him to shut up. She slapped Lee Jun's arm and asked him who he was to lecture her. That flawed Lee Jun, that Han Ji-yu. Kim Sul-gi cried out that they were all looking down on her, then grabbed her sword and aimed it at Lee Jun. Han Ji-yu and Park Hyun-jin were scared for Lee Jun and shouted for him to react. But to everyone's surprise, Lee Jun didn't even move to accept Kim Sul-gi's blade. Kim Sul-gi was shocked and asked, what the hell was he doing? And why didn't he dodge her attack? But Lee Jun silently reached for his sword as if he didn't notice it and pulled it out. He then threw it away and pointed his hand at Kim Sul-gi, reminding her that she was the one who had crossed the line first, which meant that any further actions he took would be considered self-defense. A dumbfounded Kim Sul-gi asked what he was going to do to her, after which she stammered and began to ask him to stay away from her. Lee Jun could already feel Kim Sul-gi's chi tank in his hand. Suddenly, he was ordered to stop and grabbed his hand, after which Han Ji-yu told Lee Jun that it was already enough. Lee Jun asked Han Ji-yu why she was stopping him, because she must know. People like Kim Sul-gi will get revenge in the future. Ji-yu felt uncomfortable as she felt the same aura that she had felt in the infernal cave. In the passage to the roof, more people suddenly appeared. Li Xin ordered them to stop, then asked, what are they doing here? Lee Jun replied that he would understand if he looked closely. If Li Xin wants to teach Kim Sul-gi a lesson for her misbehavior, he should do it himself. Right now, Kim Sul-gi's behavior is causing innocent people to suffer. Li Xin turned to Lee Jun and then admitted that he was even too brave. After which he reminded that Kim Sul-gi is the second daughter of the Million Poison family. Lee Jun asked, so what of it? Is Li Xin afraid that the Million Poison family will protest against him? In that case, Li Xin shouldn't have sent Kim Sul-gi to teach them a lesson at all. Li Jun's words hit right on target, but Li Xin pretended like he didn't know what Li Jun was talking about. Li Xin said that he was the heir of the family, and so it was natural that he had to consider the relationship with each of the families. Li Jun headed towards the exit, and as he passed by Li Xin, he asked, what other legacy is he talking about? After all, it was still unclear when the heir would be determined. Li Xin reached a boiling point, and just as he was about to tell Li Jun everything, he was stopped by Choi Dae-min and warned Li Jun that if he continued to say such nonsense, he would die. Walking away from the roof, Li Jun replied that he thought he had a good chance of outliving them. A short while later, in Li Jun's room, working at the computer, Li Jun said that he finally had a reputation of 1,000 points, which made him a promising talent, and all of Li Jun's characteristics had already grown beyond 200 points. Upon reaching A rank, a person gains some sort of reputation. As long as you have a great reputation, you can enjoy privileged treatment, no matter which family, guild, or official department you apply to. When organizations try to attract talent, there are often conflicts between them. This is why reputation is so important to an awakened one. Li Jun told the teacher that this was just the beginning. Of course, he agreed and told Li Jun that he had a long way to go if he wanted to match his teacher in reputation, the greatest man of both ancient and modern times. And there was a time, after all, when he had been a formidable force in Gango. After filling everything out properly, Li Jun pressed the checkout button, and then tiredly stretched and said that he could now go play with Shinya. But for some reason, the teacher's attention was caught by the way Li Jun stretched out his arms. After all, it's quite painful. Li Jun practically realized what the teacher was talking about and let out a painful, mute scream. Li Jun complained that the teacher didn't tell him about it earlier, to which the teacher replied, now Li Jun is like a typical rascal, who is the first to start complaining. Hearing this, Li Jun asked the teacher to repeat it again. What Li Jun was working on was the urgent news video, a leaked video from the Martial Arts Academy on behalf of the Blue Fox Sinuska account. And in 5 hours, the video had already gained 40,000 views. It was an edited recording of what was happening on the roof with the author's comments. The author was surprised that Iceflower and Plum Blossom actually started fighting. When the Plum Blossom lost, it suddenly threw some object at Iceflower's back. He tried to zoom in so he could see the ball. Iceflower quickly reacted to this and shattered the ball, but it turned out to be a needle bomb, which was the secret weapon of the Million Poison Clan. Except why would she suddenly throw something so dangerous at a human? Heck, the Kumsen group is at rock bottom right now, lol. The head of the Million Poison family smashed the laptop on the floor, so as not to see this again, and asked, what does all this mean? The son turned to his father and told the bad news that the news articles are all over the place, and the public has reacted very negatively. The head asked the son who made and published the video. He thought for a moment, but still replied that the video was published by Li Jun of the Divine Power Clan. The head asked the Divine Fist how he only had the nerve to ask for a favor after they had caused their family so much trouble. The Emperor Fist explained that his Divine Power Clan had long ago severed all ties with Li Juno, and if those who uploaded the video are indeed Li Jun, then they would most likely be happy with what he was about to ask them for. Lee Min-wook revealed that he came here today to demand that they kill Li Jun. Meanwhile, Li Jun was trying to deal with a new problem. Before he posted the video, it was an anonymous site, and now he has no idea how all these people managed to contact him. In any case, Li Jun just sent all the emails to the recycle garbage can. Li Jun assumed that after what he had done, even the 15 Home Alliance would try to recruit him now. The old master had asked if he wanted to join them, but Li Jun was against it as he had no need. Moreover, joining such an organization would only limit himself. The master said that he could do whatever he wanted, because he would be strong enough to survive all of this alone. Li Jun agreed with master, but he still added that having a backup plan wasn't a bad idea either. Right now, however, he was thinking of ways to make Shinya more useful. Master asked if Li Jun had a plan, to which he replied that before he could start looking for a martial arts manual for Shinyushka, he would need to find a heritage flower. The legacy flower, or as they call it, the god flower, is an incredible artifact that can upgrade meditation that has already been mastered. From now on, the martial arts that Shinya will learn will be based on specific meditation techniques. Using a supreme imperial chain blade with a meditation technique already in place could not only hinder the development of his true strength, but also warp his life energy midway, putting him in danger. The heritage flower only grows in black areas, but there is still one place. And of course, Li Jun knows the location of the heritage flower that hasn't reached the flowering stage. After sorting out his thoughts, Li Jun headed to the Blue Fox Nest. Upon seeing his master, Blue Fox immediately jumped into his master's arms, who of course missed him. Afterward, Li Jun asked the mice how they were and if they liked it here. The mouse that got what it deserved giggled awkwardly, after which it greeted its master. The mouse then said that thanks to the materials honorably provided by the master, they were able to set up everything here. Li Jun admitted that he was happy about it and then asked the mouse his name. The mouse introduced himself as Dae-gur. Li Jun tapped Dae-gur on the shoulder, startling him, and told him that he was in charge from now on. Noticing his reaction, Li Jun asked him why he was afraid of him. The frightened Dae-gur replied that he thought the master would hit him again. Li Jun explained that it was revenge for what Dae-gur had done that time. But there was nowhere to hit him, since his face already looked like a nightmare. Dae-gur reminded that he did it on master's orders, but Li Jun pretended like he didn't remember such a thing. Li Jun then said that Dae-gur should give instructions to the other mice to create a path between the other gates as well. Dae-gur asked him to leave that to him. Dae-gur then explained to his mice that they were to take up their work, and they immediately took up their tools and dispersed. The old master asked Li Jun what he was trying to do with these mice. Li Jun told him that heritage flowers die as soon as they leave the gate, and it so happened that the only way to bring a flower to his gate was to go through the gate. And luckily the mice had the talent to create the gates he needed. The master chuckled a few times and then asked, "Wouldn't it be easier to bring Shinya to the gate and feed him the flower already there?" Li Jun laughed softly and asked the master not to make such a naive suggestion, then reminded the master that he knew who he was. He was his apprentice, and he already had the whole plan of action. Sometime later, somewhere in the city, the secretary told the boss that they had managed to locate the target. Without stopping to cut his nails, the boss asked, "And where is he?" To which she replied that their target had entered the Blue Gate, the recreational Great Plains. The boss recalled that this gate was still not open and asked, "So why did the target head there?" To which the secretary replied that they weren't sure about that yet. The boss jumped up from his chair and said that it didn't matter. After all, the president had ordered them to finish all of this as soon as possible. The boss quickly gathered his men and offered to go train the ignorant boy from the Divine Power Clan. After all, he should learn what happens when someone goes too far sometime. A while later, in the blue-level dungeon, the recreational Great Plains, the deer was quietly spending time in the forest as he suddenly heard some rustling. Immediately after which, he hurriedly ran away from the sneaking Li Jun. Li Jun complained that it was difficult to move around in this area because of the swamp, but his target should be close by now. Suddenly, Li Jun noticed that a soft glow was emanating from the rock he had just been resting against. After searching for so long, he had finally found the heritage flower. Li Jun called out to the gate, immediately after which it opened, and mice came out to him. Dae-gur was glad that he had summoned them, for they had been waiting for his order. Li Jun pointed to the heritage flower and asked Dae-gur and the mice to make a gate right underneath it. Dae-gur asked what the flower was, as it was obviously not an ordinary artifact, to which Li Jun replied that it was a heritage flower. When Dae-gur heard this, he was almost speechless because it was the same divine flower. Li Jun confirmed it once again and explained that he needed to move it for breeding. Realizing what kind of flower it was, Dae-gur swallowed, thinking that with this flower, he would no longer have to dance in front of this man. Seeing Dae-gur's hesitation, Li Jun put his hand on his shoulder and asked if the flower was tempting him. This almost scared Dae-gur to death. After nearly having a heart attack, Dae-gur could only reply that he had never thought of such a thing. Li Jun asked, "Who knows? Maybe the mice will get one of the flowers someday too." Hearing that, Dae-gur excitedly promised to do his best. Li Jun said that in that case, he would leave all the work to the mice. Dae-gur asked Li Jun to stop and asked why he wouldn't follow them. Li Jun replied that he would later since he still had a lot of things to take care of here. After dealing with the heritage flower, Li Jun started looking for something in the forest, and after a little while he still found a small town. Li Jun stayed in the dungeon to find the orcs who were the local monsters. Li Jun tried to count them from afar, but after counting to 7, he realized that there were quite a few of them. Meanwhile, the orc guard was snoozing quietly at his post. Suddenly, he heard a rumble and opened his eyes to see a stranger standing in front of him. It was Li Jun, who was trying to sneak into the orc city using the Heavenly King's step. As he froze ridiculously in a running posture, Li Jun said hello to the city guard. Suddenly, he shouted out loudly that a man had come to see them. The old master explained to the disciple that the Heavenly King's step had various characteristics such as fear, dignity, struggle, and provocation. And since this technique is so powerful, the whole world resonates from just his step. In simple words, Even a small step will be heard perfectly. Running away from the hordes of orcs, Li Jun cursed loudly and asked his teacher if he could have told him about this earlier. He had hoped to discreetly eliminate the boss, but now it had all gone to waste. Except that Li Jun was not willing to just give up after being discovered, so he quickly thought of a way to make things right. As he ran away from the orcs, Li Jun turned sideways and smashed through a wall of logs. As soon as Li Jun entered the city, he immediately ran into a squad of orcs. Li Jun decided that he should take his chances without thinking about what would happen next. Li Jun raised his fist and shouted, "Man here, hey pigs!" to the orcs. The boss of the orcs came out to Li Jun. The boss slapped his chest and said that it had been a really long time since the last time the human appeared. Therefore, he asked Li Jun to come closer, as he would enjoy his company in battle. Li Jun apologized to the boss, as he would still have to wait for his turn, immediately after which he activated the Heavenly King's Step. In the blink of an eye, Li Jun ran past many orcs, sweeping them out of his way. The orc shaman used his enchantments to cancel Li Jun's skill, but Li Jun dealt with the orc shaman with a single blow, not letting him finish his spell, then said that he had dealt with one. Immediately after, he rushed towards the orc boss and the surrounding orcs. Landing next to the orc boss, Li Jun knocked out several orcs nearby in a flash. The orc boss immediately chopped down a human who had gotten too close to him, but his attack only hit the residual image of the human. The boss shouted loudly, then asked the man how the man only dared to disrespect him, and where was the man even hiding. The boss ordered Li Jun to come out to him right now and fight. Suddenly, the boss heard a squeak and turned around to see that the man had dealt with two more of his fellows. After that, Li Jun, using the Heavenly King's Step, continued to get rid of the orcs one by one. Seeing his orcs being killed, the boss asked Li Jun to stop, but he kept on going. Unable to bear it, the orc boss shouted to Li Jun that he would kill him. After that, he sequentially activated skills that increased all orc stats by 100% and defense by 300%. The system also announced that if Li Jun didn't kill all the orcs within 5 minutes, the hidden skill, Mad Hurricane, would be activated. Li Jun admitted that he simply couldn't believe that the man was so focused on using skills like this. Hearing the man's voice behind him, the boss turned around and saw that the man had managed to find the little orc and had taken him hostage. Li Jun had noticed that there was quite a big difference between an illusory body and a real body. The real body is fragile enough that he would break it if he strained his arm even a little. Realizing the situation he was in, the boss dropped the axe and asked Li Jun not to do it, to which Li Jun replied that he should do it, followed by a snap from Li Jun's hand. As after killing each boss, the system flooded Li Jun with alerts. Just that Li Jun had killed the recreational Great Plains boss, for which he gets 500,000 tree points, and he also got 1,580,000 tree points for mopping up the Blue Gate. As it turned out, even in an unfinished gate, you can get good rewards. Of course, he was disappointed by the fact that he didn't receive any martial arts manuals. But looking at all these treasures, he couldn't say that it wasn't worth it. In addition, Li Jun received a B-rank orc leather vest engraved with Archmage Murloc's magic, which gave him 30% fire resistance and 15% water resistance. And he also received a double-bladed blood axe, whose blade was soaked in the blood of hundreds of people. The axe increases the wielder's strength by 45 and deals 500 attack. Right now, Li Jun was carrying top-notch B-rank artifacts that would just show up perfectly at the auction. The system reminded that the dungeon's owner had disappeared, and asked Li Jun if he wished to become the new owner. Even though Li Jun had reached the limit of portals he could put up, but he still didn't mind becoming the owner of another gate. The system reminded Li Jun that he had reached the gate limit and offered to give up one of the previous gates. Previously, Li Jun didn't know about the possibility of reselecting a gate, but since the system offered it, he decided to sacrifice the infernal cave. The old master asked his disciple if he was sure he should make such a decision so easily. Li Jun explained that all the mice had already moved out, and that the legacy flower was now in the Blue Fox lair. Right now, he had simply given up on something that he no longer needed. At this moment, he had already finished all his business, and could return. Suddenly, a notification from the system appeared in front of Li Jun. Someone unregistered had invaded his new domain. Li Jun hurriedly checked everything, and using the dungeon owner's right, he opened the projection of the dungeon entrance. By zooming in close enough, Li Jun was able to identify the ghostly assassin. The old master asked if Li Jun knew who they were, to which Li Jun replied that it was a vile type who was willing to do anything if he was paid. The worst part is that he's quietly avoiding the law since he's affiliated with the Comson Group. Since these people are affiliated with the Thompson group, Master assumed that they came to avenge them. Lee Jun admitted that he had expected that to happen since these people acted even too predictable. The system asked what the Master wanted to do with the offenders, and Lee Jun ordered to just kick everyone out of here. The system replied that all guests would be treated as trespassers and would be kicked out. Meanwhile, near the entrance, one of the assassins asked why that brat would even come here. By doing so, he's only making their job harder. The boss asked his subordinates not to criticize their target too much. After all, it's actually quite an entertaining story about a naive high school student who ventured into a dungeon and ended up dying alone. And who knows? Maybe he really did die before they even managed to take care of him. The boss laughed, because in that case, they wouldn't even have to do anything. Suddenly, the subordinates turned to the boss in a frightened voice, interrupting his laughter. Turning around, the boss saw that his subordinates were being pounced upon by chains that began pulling them towards the exit. Before he could notice anything, one of these strange chains grabbed his leg. Suddenly, the chains tightened, knocking everyone to the ground and pulling them faster and faster into the gate. After a few moments, everyone was pulled into the gate, returning them to their world. And only the boss tried his best to hold on. But the dungeon was stronger, so it kicked them all out. With a simple decree to the system, Lee Jun was easily rid of the threat, so he couldn't help but say goodbye to the ghost killer. In the evening of the same day, in the city, at the entrance to the building where a certain event was taking place, a large queue had gathered, from which a hooded guy stood out. When it was the guy's turn, the guard suspected that he was an ordinary student and asked him to ID the card. Lee Jun, using telepathy, told the guard, "Despite 4 decades, revenge for money remains unattainable," which shocked the guard. Lee Jun asked the guard not to call him a slave of money as he was just passing by. The guard let the guy pass and bowed and apologized for his manners. After entering the building, Lee Jun started to walk down the long staircase until he finally made his way to the auction hall. The auctioneer introduced the ball-shaped artifact to the guests and told them that it was capable of increasing resistance to heat if the user simply carried it around. Bids on it began with a starting price of 50 million. Many people were eager to get their hands on such an artifact, and so the price began to rise rapidly, only to reach 60 million in a few votes. Lee Jun walked over to the auctioneer and said that he had come to sell his items, but seeing how his guest looked, he didn't take him seriously. Closing his eyes, the employee asked the guest to put the goods he wanted to sell in front of him. Before he could say anything, Lee Jun had already started pouring his treasures onto the table. In just a few seconds, Lee Jun had poured out all of his treasures, which amazed the appraiser. Lee Jun asked to sell it all as quickly as possible and transfer the money to his dark bank account. The auction worker reminded him that the dark account offered full privacy protection, but in return, it charged a commission of about 50%. Therefore, he asked if this would be acceptable to their client. The employee thanked the customer for using their services and reminded him that he could check the status of sales using the dark app. As soon as possible, the employee delivered all the goods to their estimator. Just by looking at the items, he can already see that they are above C rank. And looking at the colors, he sees that there are many good specimens among them. The appraiser brought his monocle up to a large blue stone and was immediately struck by the system appraisal, for it was a B+ rank mana stone. And not just any mana stone, but a mana stone of the highest quality for this level. Immediately after that, he began to quickly evaluate the rest of the items. Along with a lot of mana stones, there were Tuma's gloves of B+ rank, Moira's boots of B+ rank, a B+ rank leather orc vest, a B+ rank double-bladed blood axe, and even a B+ rank orc emblem. All of these are orc items, and so the appraiser wondered if this meant their client had scoured the Great Plains. The appraiser asked the worker if he remembered the man who sold him all these items, to which the man replied that he wasn't sure since he was wearing a hoodie. But he could clearly make out that the voice and body was that of a high school student. The guard confirmed what his colleague had said, whereupon he said that he let the guy in after he mentioned through telepathy about Credo for money. The appraiser was amazed to hear about the Credo for money. After all, his grandfather only told this password to his benefactors. So how could some high school kid say something that even VIPs don't know? The situation was more serious than he had anticipated, and so he dared to inform his grandfather. A short while later, a local blogger greeted his viewers and told them that he was now right at the gate to the recreational Great Plains that everyone has been talking about lately. The man tried to go inside the dungeon but failed, and a message appeared in front of him saying that he was entering without the permission of the gate owner, and therefore he would be considered an intruder and would be ejected from the dungeon. As it turned out, he really couldn't go inside. The man asked the audience if everyone had a good view of what had happened. Everyone was surprised at what was happening and even tried to find out who was the owner of the gate. Some of the viewers did not believe in the fictitious gate owners and asked not to spread nonsense. Seeing such comments, the blogger tried to prove that he is not lying one bit. Meanwhile, one of the live viewers received a system message that an uninvited guest had invaded the plane and asked the dungeon owner what she should do. Lee Jun was angry about what was going on and wondered, don't people get tired of doing this? As always, Lee Jun ordered the uninvited guests to be expelled. Lee Jun was annoyed because he had been receiving the same message for days. Suddenly, Lee Jun received a message from a dark app. For the artifacts he sold, he was credited 2,500,000,000 currency into his account. Looking at this, Lee Jun couldn't help but admit that that old man was quite generous. Not long ago, he had assumed that he would receive almost nothing because of the commission. But looking at the message, he realizes that the old man had significantly increased the amount and deposited it. Lee Jun assumed that they were very curious about how he could know that password, and most likely he would have to meet him soon. The teacher advised Lee Jun not to answer because the person he was talking to might be very worried about it. Lee Jun asked if the teacher meant that he had to subdue him first. After all, that doesn't sound so bad. Besides, there was something more important going on right now, after which he looked up. Shinyushka was sleeping on a soaring rock, and the water from the recreational Great Plains was flowing from a gate in the sky. Shinyushka himself was snoozing right next to the heritage flower that everything was planned for. Thanks to Shinya's help, they were able to successfully reproduce the heritage flower. The whole point is that Shinya absorbs mana from the recreational Great Plains through a gate in the sky, then spreads it to the blue fox's nest. As a result of this manipulation, twice as much energy has been dispersed in the air of the blue fox's den as it was before. Also, the energy became more concentrated. Lee Jun stroked Blue Fox and praised him for the work he had done. The system alerted Lee Jun that the mana concentration level of the Blue Fox lair had reached a certain mark, thanks to which the dungeon had been upgraded to the blue level. Lee Jun had achieved an unprecedented record and was rewarded with 1,000,000 martial arts tree points. The old master congratulated his disciple, as he had accumulated quite a few points. Lee Jun laughed and agreed that everything was going smoothly. Moreover, he hoped that everything would continue in the same vein, as suddenly another message from the system appeared in front of Lee Jun, but to his surprise, he had completed some special quest, Divine Flower. Suddenly, the space of the Blue Fox lair began to crackle. The system reported that something unimaginable was happening, and that the owners of the Black Zone gate were surprised. Seeing the words about the Black Zone, a shocked Lee Jun grabbed the system window and asked, what the hell was going on right now? As suddenly, the space above Lee Jun shattered, after which he flew into the black abyss. During the fall, Lee Jun flew past many rifts leading to the Black Gate and received many messages. The owner of the Glacial Zone is vigilant against the owner of the Blue Fox lair. The owner of Intense Thunder is wary of the owner of Blue Fox's lair. The owner of Great Ruins is wary of the owner of Blue Fox's lair. The Noble City's master is vigilant against the Blue Fox lair's master. These messages were too many, causing Lee Jun to feel a severe headache. Clutching his ears with his hands, Lee Jun asked the system to stop, but the messages kept appearing one after another, causing Lee Jun to beg the system to stop it. Suddenly, Lee Jun heard his teacher's voice and immediately opened his eyes. Afterwards, shocked by what had happened, Lee Jun tried his best to catch his breath. Lee Jun asked what it was. Without letting the student finish, the teacher asked if he was so happy about the reward. Lee Jun didn't react to his voice for a while, which made him think that he had lost his mind. Lee Jun asked, what was the one talking about? After all, just now, he had just seen the messages about the Black Gate. Looking at the interface again, Lee Jun was surprised, because it was still the same message with the reward for upgrading the level of the Blue Fox lair. The teacher tisked a few times and admitted that he had assumed that his new student would go crazy one day. Lee Jun wondered if he could have been wrong, but immediately dismissed that option and wondered what it was. After all, he had never heard of something like this before. It was common knowledge that there were currently around 20 Black Gates. Although he hadn't managed to count how many Black Zone gates he had just seen, there were clearly many more than 20. If this information were to suddenly spread, the entire humanity would literally go crazy with fear. Realizing this, Lee Jun quietly turned to his teacher. The teacher wondered what the teacher wanted to tell him. After which, Lee Jun slowly turned around to his teacher and asked the teacher if he thought he tended to make trouble for himself. The teacher wondered if he had just realized it now. The next day, martial arts high school. The ghost assassin wondered if this was really the school their target went to. The boss praised the school as it really looks luxurious and dignified for the children of noble families. The boss asked his subordinates, "What about the shield?" After which one of them replied that he had already checked everything and knew how to destroy it. The ghost assassin praised his subordinate, after which he took off his glasses. This is his second chance to kill the boy, after the disgraceful first attempt. And if he fails this time too, he simply won't be able to look his boss in the eye. The ghostly assassin said that their target was Lee Jun of the Divine Power Clan, and ordered his men to find him. A little while later, Lee Jun opened the interface to check his stats. All of his stats were already above 230, gradually approaching the maximum. And to pump the path of earthly sorrows, he needed even too many tree points. The Hermit's enhancements, Cheonmu delay and stats, internal energy cost 10 million each, while martial arts cost all 15 million. The further he pumped, the more he lacked tree points. Also, he needs to be more careful even if he only wants to pump one stat. Suddenly, Lee Jun noticed Ji-Yu sitting beside him and asked, "Is she serious? Why does she keep staring at him like she wants to burn a hole in his eyes?" Moreover, he thought she went to the dining room with Hyun Jin. Han Ji-Yu asked, "Was it him?" And Lee Jun wondered what she was even talking about. Han Ji-Yu said, "Recreational Great Plains," right after which Lee Jun turned away and answered no. Ji-Yu called him a liar for that, and Lee Jun wondered why she was asking if she wouldn't believe him anyway. Lee Jun walked out of the classroom, and following him, Ji-Yu once again suggested that he join their clan. Lee Jun said that he thought they had already talked about everything, but Ji-Yu was at it again. Ji-Yu replied that they are not done with it yet, and it won't be over until he joins their house. All Lee Jun has to do is just tell them what he wants, and they will give it to him. Meanwhile, Lee Jun has reached the training room. Lee Jun replied that he doesn't want anything at all, since he already has everything that is required. Han Ji-Yu explained that if he continues to act like this, she will have no other choice. She'll just go ahead and tell everyone that Lee Jun is the owner of that gate. Since she was so sure of herself, Lee Jun offered to provide him with a single piece of evidence. And Ji-Yu told her that even without proof, the 15 Houses Alliance, the Martial Arts Masters Alliance, and even the demonic death cult would be interested in him. As she had time to realize, Lee Jun didn't really like being followed, but it was worth it for her to tell them about him. After a short pause, Lee Jun raised his hands and agreed that he had lost, and since that was the case, he didn't mind becoming allies, even if it was already overkill. Ji-Yu agreed with Lee Jun and said that it would be enough. Lee Jun opened the weapons cabinet for training and reached for the spear and asked Ji-Yu if she knew how stubborn she was. Seeing the spear, Ji-Yu wondered if he even uses a spear, to which Lee Jun replied that it was none of her business, which made her quite angry. Lee Jun finally got around to practicing the SS rank infinite spear technique. This technique is the fundamental fighting technique of a martial arts god. It only includes stabbing and slashing strikes. Maximizing the study of the technique would even allow Lee Jun to kill anyone with just one strike. Lee Jun decided that he must practice with it until he gets used to it, for he no longer wished to make the same mistake of using this technique, just like the Heavenly King's move. Lee Jun changed his clothes and then went out to practice with the other disciples. After preparing himself, Lee Jun began to perform the movements described in the SS rank technique. As it turned out, it was not as easy as he had previously thought. Lee Jun assumed that it was because his hands were still not used to the spear. Suddenly, Lee Jun felt a threat from above and immediately turned his head. And at the same moment, a ghostly assassin broke through the ceiling and was already preparing to destroy its target. But Lee Jun reacted in time to block the ghost assassin's attack and threw him away with a swing of his spear. The surprised ghost assassin asked how some worthless brat had managed to deflect his attack. Lee Jun, on the other hand, recognized the person who had tried to catch him in the dungeon a while ago. The suffocating killing intent he senses from him. Thanks to him, Lee Jun is able to recognize the ghost killer, even if he covers his face. The ghost killer assumed that Lee Jun already knows about him, which means he has another reason not to let Lee Jun live. Suddenly, Han Ji-Yu jumped out in front of Lee Jun and tried to shut him down and asked the intruder who the intruder was. She then reminded him that this was the Murim High School of Martial Arts, and it was clearly no place for such assassins. The ghostly assassin said that it was none of her business and ordered her to get out of his way. After all, she was not his target. Just as Ji-Yu was about to answer him, Lee Jun asked, Why doesn't he just stop flapping his tongue and get on with his job? The ghost assassin suggested that Li Jun should look at how arrogant he was, and this was after he had only repelled one of his attacks. The ghost assassin's figure suddenly began to blur in the air, after which the assassin said that it was because of their arrogance that it was so easy for him to kill such brats. At this moment, the ghost assassin pondered over the inconsistency of the information. He had been informed that the target was somewhere between D rank and C rank, but having met the target in person, he could tell that Li Jun was no less or more than a B rank. Be that as it may, this brat is no match for him. After going behind Li Jun's back, the ghost assassin was about to execute him, but at the last moment Li Jun suddenly turned to him. Suddenly sensing danger, the ghost assassin hurriedly broke the distance. He was already one step away from completing the mission, but what was it? His intuition suddenly trumpeted to him that if he continued for even a moment longer, he would simply die. Li Jun praised the ghost assassin for his advanced reaction, because if he had just a moment longer, he would have broken at least one of his wrists. The ghost assassin was hurt by the arrogant asshole's words, so he was about to attack him again. In the next second, the ghost assassin disappeared into thin air and appeared right behind Li Jun, preparing to stab his blades into his back. But Li Jun twisted his spear in his hand to cover his back, and asked if he was being too predictable by attacking him in the back for the third time. The ghostly assassin offered to see if he could withstand his onslaught, and began to quickly attack Li Jun. But Li Jun had no trouble repelling all of the ghost assassin's attacks by simply twirling his spear with one hand. Thanks to this small skirmish, Li Jun realized that it would be better if he let his spear go lower and brought one foot back. As soon as he got into the right stance, the system alerted Li Jun that he had applied the infinite spear technique. Immediately after which, Li Jun attacked the ghostly assassin from 4 directions at once. To his horror, the ghost assassin suddenly noticed that he couldn't move his body. At the last moment, Li Jun's spear stopped a few centimeters away from hitting the ghost killer between the eyes. Without waiting for the blow, the ghostly assassin opened his eyes and saw Li Jun's spear simply scattered. Li Jun was not happy, as the weapon could not keep up with his technique, leaving only a small part of its shaft in his hand. What was even more serious was that he wouldn't be able to practice the technique until he found a more useful spear. Looking at this, the ghost assassin tried to realize, how could an ordinary high school student be stronger than him? He definitely wouldn't be able to defeat this monster, and since that was the case, he should run. Before the ghost hunter could move, a punch flew into his face. After knocking the assassin to the ground, Li Jun reminded him that he had yet to let him just walk out of here like that. Just as suddenly, Li Jun was ordered to stop. Turning around, he saw the ghost assassin's accomplices, who had taken his classmates hostage. One of the assassins said that if Li Jun hurt their boss, these guys would be in danger. Li Jun admitted that he didn't even realize that the assassin wasn't alone, and asked why they didn't bring someone stronger in that case. He hadn't even sensed these guys, because of how weak they were. Ignoring the words of the weaklings behind him, Li Jun stepped on the ghost assassin's foot, causing a loud crunch to be heard. The assassins were worried about the boss, and Li Jun said with a smirk that they could do whatever they wanted to those guys, since they weren't even his friends. They always mocked him and called him retarded, because of which he would even say they were on bad terms. The assassins were amazed at the callousness of their target, while the classmates almost sobbed. Li Jun asked the ghostly assassin who hired him. The assassin asked if the one really thought he would answer him. Li Jun said that he didn't have to say anything if he didn't want to, and stepped behind the ghost assassin's blades, adding that it was still what he expected him to say. Abruptly rushing towards the assassin, Li Jun forcefully thrust his blade straight into the wall of the training hall. Afterward, he admitted that he hated people like this. Slowly sliding the blade towards the ghost killer's neck, Li Jun said that he was unlike him, the one who was lucky enough to be born with strong fighting abilities and was treated with respect by everyone from the beginning. But what did he do? He chose killing people as his job and makes a living doing it. When the blade was already at the assassin's neck, Li Jun told him that he had lived with terrible pain all his life, only because of martial arts. Unable to bear it, the ghost assassin's subordinate ordered the crazy bastard to let their boss go now. Li Jun notified the ghost assassin that his subordinates were unable to read the room's surroundings. The ghost assassin ordered his men to stop, then ordered his idiots to shut their mouths. The case was just awful. He simply can't die here and is even willing to wait to kill. After all, one day the hour would come when Li Jun would kneel down praying for his life. Suddenly, the door of the training hall was rattled open. The school staff suspected something amiss due to the shield shutting down and rushed to the rescue. Chairman Han Mingson ordered everyone present to lower their weapons, then said that they would take action if any of them just tried to move from their seats. Han Ji-yue was overjoyed at her uncle's arrival, while Li Jun grudgingly threw away his blade. Trailing behind, the staff of Murim High School tied up all the delinquents who had broken into their school. Among the offenders, the chairman spotted a ghost killer, and most importantly, that one was the only casualty here, while all the students were fine. The chairman assumed that Li Jun had defeated their leader first, which was a pretty good move. But at the same time, he is horrified by what has happened. He of course realized that Li Jun was strong, but now he can clearly see that he is a real monster. Moreover, he begins to doubt that Li Jun is even a high school student. Just as suddenly, the ghostly assassin began to laugh quietly. Chairman Han Mingson asked, "What's so funny?" The ghost killer thanked the chairman for his timing, because if he had been even a minute late, he would have been dead by now. The chairman admitted that he hoped that the ghost killer didn't expect him to get out of here safely. The assassin replied that they would see about that. This assassin was starting to piss off the chairman, because he knows that all the bastard's arrogance lies in the fact that the Divine Power Clan and the Komson Group will stand up for him and make him let him go. The chairman turned to Jun and asked, "Would it be all right if they took care of this man themselves?" Li Jun replied no, because he had not finished his business with them yet. Li Jun approached the ghostly assassin and asked everyone to wait a little longer. A loud slap sounded in the room, followed by a knocked-out tooth rolling across the blood-splattered floor. The battered ghost assassin begged Li Jun to stop, but Li Jun ignored the assassin's pleas and kicked his head. The ghostly assassin reminded Li Jun that he had already destroyed his elixir, then asked if he hadn't tortured him enough. The phantom killer asked what else he wanted to do to him, to which Li Jun replied nothing at all and kicked the assassin's head again. The chairman and the ghost assassin's associates watched the beating with their mouths open. One of them even tried to run to the boss, but a member of the school staff stopped him. Stunned by Li Jun's actions, Han Mingsun tried to understand what was Li Jun's purpose. After all, it is impossible to live by relying on strength alone. He shows not the slightest mercy to anyone who tries to hurt him. That's why he doesn't worry about the recoil catching up with him later. His hard and determined eyes are now filled with confidence that his actions are not wrong. And unfortunately, he knows one person with the same look as Li Jun. This is the man who has been dubbed the best, for he is the most powerful head of the Iron Blood clan, also being the only awakened S rank in Korea. Remembering Mr. Han, Chairman Han Minson involuntarily shuddered. Meanwhile, Li Jun had finished sloping the ghost assassin. Han Mingsun asked if the latter was done with his business, to which the latter replied that he was finished. At least he thought that was enough. In that case, Chairman Han Mingsun told Li Jun that he would like to talk to him in private, which Li Jun was fine with. Han Mingsun ordered a subordinate to keep an eye on the ghost assassin and the others, after which Han Mingsun together with Li Jun headed to a more secluded place. Looking around, Li Jun said that it was a great place, and more importantly, he didn't even realize that there was something like this outside the campus. Han Mingsun said with a smile that it was a secret place that only he and those he trusted knew about. Li Jun inquired as to what the latter wanted to talk to him about. He had already told Han Ji-yu about it, and he would just leave this place if he asked him to join their clan again. Han Minsun was surprised and asked if he had already understood. Li Jun replied that he had it all written on his face. Since Li Jun had already understood everything, Han Minsun decided to say it straight. Han Mingsun asked if he was sure of his decision. After all, the Divine Skill Clan could provide him with the best treatment. Li Jun replied that he was unwilling to join the clan alliance. Han Mingsun then said that even if the latter was unwilling to join them, they could still create a good relationship between them. Han Mingsun asked what the latter thought about exchanging tokens. In return, he could offer him a Divine Skill token, or he could provide him with a gate. Li Jun was stunned by what he heard, and asked if he was really willing to give him the gate just in case. Han Mingsun replied that he would if he was willing. Li Jun realized that giving up the gate belonging to a clan was like giving up a part of their territory. Right now, Han Mingsun was just offering to take and reduce some of the clan's power, and he was willing to do it just for him. Seeing how much Li Jun was absorbed in his thoughts, Han Mingsun's chairman held out his contact information and said that he could think it over and only then give an answer by calling one of the numbers at any time. Li Jun agreed with the chairman, and taking the contacts, said that he would go. Looking at Li Jun's back, Han Minsung said to himself that he hoped Li Jun would take it positively. The next day, Martial Arts High School. Leafing through the phone's ribbon, Li Jun saw the news that the 4 great families would unite for the sake of mopping up the extremely difficult gate, Heavenly Lake. Seeing that Li Jun was already in place, Secretary Nam asked him to follow her, after which they headed to the basement of Miram High School. Right in front of the grate, Chairman Han Minson was sitting on a chair. Upon seeing Lee Jun, he immediately greeted him. Lee Jun asked why the chairman had called him here. He replied that the ghost killer would be released soon. Lee Jun was surprised that it had happened so quickly, and the chairman explained that it was because the Divine Power Clan and the Komson group were putting a lot of pressure on them. The current alliance of 15 great families was no longer the same as before. He could hardly even believe that they were suddenly trying to kill one of their own kin. Lee Jun had noticed that the chairman was clearly well aware of the Divine Power Clan, which meant that he shouldn't be so surprised by what was happening. The Divine Power Clan is one of the clans of the 15 Houses Alliance, a group of very cold-blooded people. And no matter how strong Lee Jun is, he is still a child that needs to be protected. Is it even possible to fight against such a group and survive? Han Minsung asked Lee Jun if he was okay. After saying that he could intervene, without letting the chairman finish, Lee Jun replied that he was fine, but that was because the clansmen would be busy cleaning up the Heavenly Lake dungeon for a while, so they wouldn't have time to worry about him. Han Mingson sighed before admitting that he was glad to hear such a thing. Lee Jun thought about how funny the chairman was, because no matter how much he wanted to find out about him, he certainly shouldn't show such concern. Lee Jun involuntarily smiled while thinking about it. After all, it wasn't that bad. Lee Jun knew that the 4 great clans would be defeated, after which they would come out of the dungeon, and before they got out, he must lay the foundation. Lee Jun asked the chairman if he could spread a single message. A while later at night in the Divine Power Clan, the head of the Divine Power Fist clan, Lee Jun's father, was meditating, trying to master the technique, but no matter how much he tried, it was all to no avail. The head was trying to figure out why he couldn't complete it. It had been a full 5 years since he started searching for the Heavenly King Divine Arts texts, but no matter how much effort he put in, he couldn't find the perfect texts. The clan had assumed that he had no choice but to break through the gate where he could get the perfect texts as a reward. He looked for them in all the gates, and the only thing left was the Heavenly Lake. But if they can't find them there, then someone has already found the Heavenly King Divine Arts. He simply cannot allow such a thing to happen. The clan head's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden knock on the door. The clan head recalled that he had ordered not to be disturbed when his doors were locked as he was practicing. While the head dressed, the apprentice apologized and explained that he had to come as there was urgent news to report. The clan had ordered him to tell him, and the apprentice told him that they had failed to clear the Heavenly Lake. The clan head admitted that he had expected something like this, after which he ordered the disciple to let the Imperial Blood Clan know about the formation of the second attack group. In addition, this time, they should increase the size of the group to include the 5 Elements group in addition to the Dusun group, which would double the combat power. The apprentice accepted the order and then said that he had something else. The head asked, "And what is it?" After which the disciple revealed that Mr. Lee Jun had defeated a ghost assassin. Hearing about such a thing, the clan had asked again just in case, was the person talking about the A-rank and Komson group's assassin? To which the latter replied that it was exactly that. And as he had heard Lee Jun had defeated him single-handedly, and then he started torturing him, completely ignoring the fact that they had hostages. The clan head grinned when he heard that. After that, he lost his composure and started laughing deafeningly. After laughing to his heart's content, the clan head seriously wondered if this boy had really done it. After all, if he did, he finally looked like a descendant of their clan's divine power, and thanks to the boy, their family's reputation would become even louder. As the clan head was pondering this out loud, the disciple was forced to point out that this was not necessarily the case. After all, rumors were now circulating online that it was the Divine Power Clan that had sent a ghost assassin in an attempt to get rid of Lee Jun. The clan had wondered who had started spreading such nonsense, but the disciple pointed out that it wasn't really nonsense. After all, it was said that Lee Min-wook had actually ordered the Komson group to eliminate Lee Jun. The clan head, Lee Jun's father, was angry. After all, Lee Min-wook really decided to get his way for revenge. A tiger can't give birth to a wolf cub. Hence his father wondered how much the latter had changed. He has to check it out for himself. Blue Fox Den. Looking at the city from afar, Lee Jun couldn't help but praise the mice for their work. Looking at this, Lee Jun realized the exact reason why the demons had taken the mice and made them work in the first place. Not much time had passed, but the city was already so big that he could clearly see it from afar. He had originally planned to use the records as bait to gain an advantage over the Divine Power Clan, but now he was beginning to wonder what would happen if he decided to use it himself. What would happen if he hid the technique but someone found it? What would happen if he trusted someone to store the technique, but that person appropriated it? There is only one safe way to prevent all of this from happening, and that is, without any emotion, Li Jun tore apart the S-rank Heavenly King S-rank Divine Art, thanks to which he immediately learned the technique. He also receives 500 billion martial arts tree points as a reward for mastering the S-rank technique. After scattering the scraps of the technique, Li Jun said that it wasn't as special as everyone said it was. He was really expecting something cool from this technique, after all. Even the martial arts king himself wanted to get his hands on it. But all this technique gave him was extra internal energy. And all this time, he had been treated like trash because of this technique. Li Jun wondered if it was serious, shouting that it annoyed the hell out of him. Li Jun abruptly opened the classroom doors. Park Hyun-jin said hello to his friend, while Han Ji-yu continued to calmly drink her milk without paying attention to him. Li Jun asked, "What are those guys doing right outside the school anyway?" Park Hyun-jin remarked that there were quite a few people there. Li Jun was very unhappy that there were too many people running after him. He had people from the Martial Arts Alliance, people from Divine Skill, people from the Sacred Dragon Temple, and others. He barely managed to get past them. He had just arrived at the school, but he was already exhausted. Not allowing Li Jun to continue complaining, he was suddenly handed something. Li Jun asked Ji-yu, "What is this?" And Ji-yu wondered if he couldn't see it. After all, it's a spear. Han Ji-yu recalled that he had recently said that he needed a better spear than the training spear, so the chairman had given him a gift. Li Jun asked if it was a bribe just in case, to which Ji-yu bluntly answered yes. Li Jun decided not to refuse such a gift, and asked Ji-yu to give Chairman Han his thanks. Han Ji-yu admitted that she didn't even expect Li Jun to accept the bribe so easily. She had assumed that he would refuse at least once. Li Jun asked why not, since he likes bribes, and besides, he really likes his spear. It was an A-rank weapon, a blood spear that becomes sharper and sharper by drinking blood during battle. When using the spear, it increases attack speed by 45%, agility by 75%, and water attribute attack power by plus 50. Han Ji-yu recognized that it was a good thing that he liked the spear so much, because from what she had heard, it was hard to find after a day of searching in the clan's warehouse. Suddenly, Park Hyun-jin got in between Li Jun and Han Ji-yu and was curious to know what kind of bribe they were talking about and what they were talking about. Li Jun replied that it was none of his business, but Park Hyun-jin asked him to just tell him because he should know about it. Li Jun asked him to stop bothering him and just get out of here. Park Hyun-jin rushed towards the exit of the classroom, but before he left, he said that he could clearly see the two of them leaving him. And since that was the case, Park Hyun-jin promised that it would be a little while before he would make them regret it. After which, he once again reminded that he would make them regret it. Li Jun gestured for Hyun-jin to say goodbye, while Ji-yu completely ignored him. A short while later, after getting out of the school building, Li Jun sat down on the grass near the stairs and took out his phone. Li Jun was alarmed by the fact that his financial slave wanted to meet with him. Li Jun asked his teacher why being popular was so tiring. The old master admitted that he wasn't sure, but he clearly understood that his student didn't like it. Li Jun asked if the man was being serious. Just as suddenly, he heard someone walking. There was a group of disciples nailed to Li Jun's side. The chief among them greeted the young master and told him that they were from the Heavenly Kings group, from the Divine Power clan. The disciple relayed that their head wished to see him, and asked the young head to follow him. Completely ignoring the presence of the disciples from his clan, Li Jun began to examine the bloody spear he had received as a bribe. Unable to bear the fact that this trash was ignoring them, one of the disciples shouted and asked why the hell he was pretending not to hear them. But a moment later, Li Jun's spear was suddenly right in front of his face. Li Jun told the disciple that it was very rude, because he dared to insult a member of the chief clan of the Divine Power clan. And since that was the case, Li Jun asked how he was going to pay for it. The chief among the disciples shaded the culprit and apologized to the young master for insulting him. Li Jun stared at the disciple without uttering a word, after which he said that he would let it go this time and left, ordering them to get out of here. The disciple repeated that the head wished to see Li Jun, as suddenly a murderous intent rose up from Li Jun and he asked, "Did none of them hear him ordering them to leave this place?" Such a sudden surge of killing intent from Li Jun stunned the disciple. But pulling himself together, he agreed with the young master and said that they would see each other again. After finishing with them, Li Jun left. But on the way, someone noticed that Li Jun's killing intent was incredibly strong. The stranger said that it would be good if Li Jun just killed that student, because it wouldn't be a bad thing if he continued to hold back those urges. Li Jun said that he didn't know what he was talking about, but the stranger laughed again and then asked him not to play nice in front of him. After which, he introduced himself as Min Seok Cho from the demonic death cult. Li Jun was surprised to hear this, for it was none other than one of the 7 evils. Li Jun told the demon that they were wasting their time on him, as he had no plans to join their demonic death cult. Min Seok Cho promised Li Jun that they would make him the strongest assassin. After that, he held out his hand and said that if Li Jun took his hand, he would no longer have to suppress his desires. Min Seok Cho asked Li Jun to just imagine how everyone around him will crawl in front of him on their knees like insects and beg for his forgiveness. He knows that this is exactly what Li Jun imagines all the time. So he asked if that's what he wants. Seeing no response, Min Seok Cho assumed that he had said too much and asked Li Jun to call him if he changed his mind. Min Seok Cho suddenly disappeared, and Li Jun replied that he wouldn't wait for that. After which, Li Jun wondered, would he really not need to hold back? While Li Jun was pondering this, the rock he stepped on started to crack. That didn't escape the teacher's attention. The old master turned to Jun. Suddenly, Park Hyung-jin flew into Li Jun, shouting his name. Li Jun asked what the hell was he doing. Park Hyung-jin replied that it was payback for what happened earlier, and reminded him that he had promised to pay him back. Park Hyung-jin then said he was going to the training room and asked what he was going to do. After thinking for a while, Li Jun replied that he didn't have any special plans. Then he remembered that something had ruined his mood. Park Hyun-jin and asked what it was and who did it. Who just dared to ruin his mood? He asked Li Jun to tell him everything so that he could beat up the culprit. Li Jun asked, what could such a weakling do? Park Hyung-jin was surprised that Li Jun had already become so strong that he didn't even take his older brother seriously, and then they left laughing and joking. Looking at this, the old master recognized that this child was very fragile. And watching him, he wants to know how much emotion is trapped in such a young body. And though he wishes to guide the young man to the right path, as his mentor, but sometimes the presence of a loved one can be of more help than a being who doesn't even have a visible form. A little while later, Park Hyun-jin asked Jun how his research was going. Li Jun asked which study he was talking about, and Park Hyung-jin reminded him that the midterm exams were starting soon, and that Li Jun should already be starting his gate study. Li Jun thought about which gate he should choose. As if waiting for this moment, the old master cleared his throat and turned to his disciple. The master asked what martial art he wanted, to which Li Jun replied that if he had to choose, he wished for the space void divine art, which he could give to Shinya. Teacher said that in that case, he should go to the flower field of fairies. Li Jun shrieked upon hearing about the fairy flower field, which Park Hyun-jin, who was standing next to him, heard, and asked if he really wanted to go to that dungeon. Since the master had told him to go there, Li Jun had to respond by agreeing to it. Park Hyung-jin reminded Jun that it was the blue gateway to the Chono dungeon, and he needed a 5-man team to clear such a dungeon. Hyun-jin asked if he was okay with that. Li Jun said that this was not the time to talk about him and asked where he was going to go, to which Park Hyun-jin replied that he decided to go to the ice canyon. Li Jun said that if that was the case, Hyun-jin shouldn't worry about him, because he had also decided to go to a very dangerous place. Park Hyun-jin asked if he had already forgotten who he was. After all, he is the sword dragon genius at the top of the school, so he asked Jun not to worry about him. Li Jun decided that he was worrying about this guy for nothing. As he suddenly remembered something, Li Jun asked Hyun-jin if he wanted to know something interesting. That got Hyun-jin interested. Hearing the agreement, Li Jun told him that it had to do with the ice canyon, specifically. A while later, upon entering the classroom, the class teacher asked the students to take their seats since he wanted to make an announcement. Once everyone was seated, he assumed that they might have already heard that the midterm exams would involve all classes. Students will have to form teams of 5 to sweep the white, green, or even blue gates. If they wish to get good grades, they should form a good team and get a high enough ranking. The teacher reminded them that this was dangerous, and therefore advised them to make wise choices and not to give in to greed. Immediately after the announcement, the students started making arrangements with each other to form a team, with only Li Jun watching everything alone. The teacher asked Li Jun who he planned to form a team with, to which Li Jun replied that no one would want to be on the same team with him. After all, during the incident with the ghost assassin, he had treated them just horribly. The teacher wondered if he was proud of not having any friends. Li Jun explained that it wasn't that he didn't have any, but that he didn't make friends with them. Moreover, he wouldn't mind clearing the dungeon alone. Upon hearing this, Han Ji-yu apologized and reminded Li Jun that it doesn't work that way, at least because of him going along with her. Li Jun asked who said such a thing. To which Ji-yu replied that it was her own decision. Lee Jun was at a loss for words because of her insolence. One of the students noticed Han Ji-yu sitting on Lee Jun's desk and approached Jun and Ji-yu. It was the head of the class who asked if she could join their team. The head of the class, Park Yunbi, Lee Jun had in no way expected that she would be the one to approach them first. Evaluating her with a stern gaze, Lee Jun recalled that although she was E-ranked, her grades were among the highest in the 5th grade, which meant that she was smart. Lee Jun replied that he didn't mind. Suddenly, Lee Jun and Ji-yu were surrounded by a crowd of students wanting to be on their team. Lee Jun asked them to stop for a second and wondered what happened to all those students. To which Ji-yu replied that it was very obvious. If he was on the same team as them, getting a high grade would be guaranteed. Ji-yu clapped her hands to get the students' attention and said, Park Yunbi as a technician, Hyeji as a healer, and lastly Seongho Nam. She then asked if they had any objections. The disciples who weren't on the team had to step aside and replied that there were no objections, and Lee Jun was simply amazed by her personality. The headman thanked Ji-yu for taking her on board. Hyunji said that she would work hard to heal, and Seongho Nam promised that he would do his best to fulfill his role. Ji-yu told Jun that she only picked the right people for each position and asked him not to thank her. Ji-yu had indeed put together a good combination because, among the low rankers, only those with good skills were gathered, even though no one considered his opinion in doing so. But since he was probably the best in class this time, team members mattered. The person who comes first in the exam will receive a special reward. He will get to choose one of the items in the school library. It's an opportunity to get an artifact of at least A rank, and most importantly, there's a certain item he has to pick up. Lee Jun asks Hyunjin for forgiveness, because this time the first place should stay with him. The day of the midterm exams. Taking the microphone, the chairman cleared his throat, then asked if everyone was ready. They are all so full of energy, and he's happy to see the fact that they look so confident rather than nervous. The chairman said that today could be a very dangerous day for them, and all he can do now is advise them to be as careful as possible. They will only be able to come out when the dungeon is cleared, and then they will be treated, and the first place team will receive a special reward. It was something that they would be guaranteed to return, so the chairman asked them to try their best and give their best. After finishing his speech, the chairman asked the students to head to their gate. A little while later, Henji admitted that she wasn't sure if she could trust his choice. After all, this is the fairy flower field that is the blue gate, so Henji asked if he thought he was aiming too high. Lee Jun reminded that they are doing exactly what they are doing right now to help them secure the first place. Hence, he asked them not to worry too much and just trust him. After which, Ji-yu asked the guys if they would mind entering the blue gate with them, even though they were afraid of what awaited them in the blue gate. The three agreed to do so, because they had decided to trust the two of them. After that, Ji-yu asked Lee Jun if he would agree to give up the blue gate, in case it was too dangerous, and Lee Jun agreed to do so. Since everyone had reached an agreement, the group headed to the dungeon. When they passed through the gate, the system alerted the group members that they had entered the Flower Fairy Field. Lee Jun revealed the map and told them that this place was inhabited by fairy monsters, and that it was divided into 2 zones. They could reach the fairy flower field if they followed the path to the east, while on the opposite side was the fairy refuge. Their goal is the fairy haven. The local fairies won't attack them while they are carrying the honey obtained from the flower field, so they can easily get them if the timing is right. Lee Jun asked the team member not to be nervous, because he and Ji-yu would take care of everything, and all they needed to do was to support them. After finishing the briefing, Lee Jun said that they could depart, as suddenly 2 system windows popped up in front of him. Although these creatures are fairies, but they are still monsters, and therefore they should destroy all the fairies. As a reward, Lee Jun would receive 850,000 martial arts tree points. On the second window, there was an urgent quest number 2, a natural enemy of fairies with B rank difficulty. The fairies were collecting honey for someone against their own will, and so they should eliminate an unknown enemy, for which the fairies would grant them favor. Lee Jun was surprised, for he had not expected to receive 2 completely opposite quests. And although both quests are of the same rank, the rewards are very different. Noticing Jun staring at the same spot, Heji asked if he had something wrong, to which Lee Jun replied that it was no big deal, and that he was just thinking about it. Lee Jun decided to think about the quest choice while they walked to their destination. As the group walked along the field, fairies flew around them and talked merrily amongst themselves. Park Yunbi noticed the fairies and the flowers nearby, and looked at them and said quietly that they were incredible. Park Yoonbi then had an irresistible urge to look at them a little closer. Park Yoonbi reached out to grab one of the fairies and bring it to her, but at the last moment, Lee Jun interrupted her by grabbing her arm. He then advised her not to touch the fairies as she might provoke them. Park Yoonbi recoiled and acknowledged that she had made a mistake, then wondered why she had suddenly decided to do that. And then she said that for some unknown reason, when she saw those fairies, she suddenly wanted to get close to them, and Lee Jun explained that fairies had the ability to mesmerize people. So she was not to blame for what had happened, because low-ranked awakened people could easily be mesmerized. Lee Jun asked Park Yoonbi not to stare at the fairies for too long if possible. Lee Jun told the squad members that from now on they would no longer play and wander around, but instead they would follow where the honey fairies were going. Han Ji-yu assumed that they would do this to ambush them, but Lee Jun said it wasn't like that and that they were changing the plan, which shocked the others. Lee Jun explained himself by saying that there appears to be a monster inside that is opposing the fairies, and that it was the exact enemy they needed to achieve a battle with. Han Ji-yu asked, why did he suddenly decide to change the plan? Moreover, they didn't even prepare for something like this properly, since it's too sudden. Lee Jun reminded Ji-yu that gate sweeps don't always go according to plan, then asked, who knows, suddenly passing with a secret condition would also give them extra points for the exam. Han Ji-yu was stunned by what she heard and asked, is he seriously talking about the secret condition in the dungeon? To which Lee Jun replied that he was absolutely serious. Ji-yu felt a headache over something like this, but their team members, on the contrary, were interested in the secret dungeon clearing condition. Meanwhile, in the other dungeon, one of the disciples hit the lizardman with all his might, pushing him back to his own. He then began to beat the lizardman to death, shouting for it to die while his companions watched nearby. Young Yen noticed that Li Xin was working even too hard today. Choi Dae-min suggested with a smile that he was probably inspired to do so by his younger brother. Their partner asked, what younger brother? Then she assumed that she meant Lee Jun. Hearing this, an even angrier Li Xin asked, didn't he order her not to mention that name in front of him? Park Jong-yeon smirked at the fact that Li Xin just went crazy every time he heard that name. Clenching his fist, Li Xin roared that this bastard was too arrogant for a mere illegitimate. Moreover, Park Jong-yeon grinned and asked if Li Xin knew that women didn't like intrusive men, after which she remarked that Han Ji-yu wasn't interested in Li Xin at all. Li Xin advised Park Jong-yeon to watch her mouth better, after which she asked why. After all, she's just stating facts. Park Kyung-yeon admitted that she simply hated it, because she didn't even want to be on the same team with him, and that she just wanted to get a high grade. Choi Dae-min stood between the two and said that it was enough, and besides, the two of them would fight if given the chance. He then reminded them that they didn't really have time for that, as they still had to clear the gate. As soon as Choi Dae-min reminded him of this, 3 lizardmen jumped out of the ambush. But in the next instant, Park Jong-yeon chopped the lizardmen to pieces. Park Kyung-yeon agreed with Choi Dae-min's words, because right now it was more important for them to clear the gate than Li Xin's pride, after which she grinned as she looked at her comrades. Choi Dae-min suggested to stop idling already and start mopping up. Park Jong-yeon had never thought that Li Xin would boil over with rage like this, all because of that cute bastard Jun. Park Jong-yeon wondered when he had grown so much. Park Jong-yeon decided that she should check on Lee Jun somehow. Meanwhile, in the cave of the fairy flower field, after walking deep into the cave, Lee Jun's group heard a loud hissing sound, all because of a huge snake sleeping in the middle of the cave. The members of Lee Jun's group, including Ji-yu, were astonished, for this snake was Bond Dragon. While fixing her glasses, the head girl admitted that she had only seen something like this in books, and that this was the first time she was encountering it in reality. Lee Jun said that they just needed to kill the creature, but Ji-yu would have to do something. Ji-yu wondered what she should do, and Lee Jun replied that she should protect their team members as well as the fairies. Han Ji-yu didn't expect that she would have to protect even the fairies, but she agreed to do it and asked Lee Jun if he would be okay. To which Lee Jun replied that everything will be fine and that she should just do as he says. After all, he's counting on something. Hearing the humans approaching, the huge serpent awakened, and the system alerted Lee Jun that the master of the fairy flower field had turned his gaze on him. Lee Jun was surprised that the owner of the fairy flower field was this serpent, because he had expected to see someone like the king of the fairies here. Moreover, he didn't think that he would even look at him when he was the owner of the other gates. Furthermore, his people were suffering because of their own master. Lee Jun pointed his bloody spear at the serpent and told Ji-yu that he would do what she was so eager to see, and therefore advised her to look more closely. Rising up, the huge serpent roared loudly. Immediately after, it sharply attacked Li Jun with its tail, but he jumped up, dodging the attack. Li Jun asked the serpent why wouldn't he take it, and threw his spear at it. Feeling the pain, the serpent roared loudly, causing the cave to start collapsing. Hearing such a fierce cry, the little fairies could barely stand it, and tried to cover their ears, to protect themselves from it at least a little. Hanjiyu quickly reacted and gathered the fairies nearby. But too busy collecting and protecting the fairies, Jiyu missed the boulder that was about to fall on her head. But at the last moment, Park Yunbi and Sung Ho Nam intervened and smashed the boulder. Immediately afterward, Heiji started healing the fairies who were injured because of the serpent. Li Jun recognized that his team had done a great job. Since that was the case, he should finish his work as well as possible. Li Jun bounced off the cave wall, after which he landed on the snake's head and took his bloody spear, causing the snake to roar painfully. The snake asked the little man how dare he do that, and unleashed a huge amount of purple energy from its mouth. Covering the classmates and fairies, Ji Yu advised them to stay together. After all, they couldn't have the fairies being swept away because of the serpent's attack. By some miracle, but Li Jun still managed to hold on to the enraged snake. But to his regret, his hand still slipped off the snake's scales and he began to fall. Catching the right moment, the giant snake struck the falling Li Jun with all its might with its tail. At the last moment, Li Jun managed to block the blow with his tail, but the snake was too strong, causing it to punch Li Jun through the wall. Li Jun had to admit that compared to that snake, that orc was nothing. Afterwards, Li Jun mentally thanked God that he was able to block this attack, because otherwise his bones would have been broken. After pushing himself off the wall, Li Jun faced the huge snake again as if nothing had happened. Han Ji-yu couldn't help but recognize that Li Jun is incredible. She can clearly see his immense strength, but she couldn't understand what martial art he was studying. And would she ever be able to? Han Ji-yu clenched the hilt of her blade and told herself that it wasn't enough. She told herself that she would not lose to Li Jun, and that she would definitely surpass him. The giant serpent shouted that it would send them all to hell, and raising its head began to scatter waves of death energy. Li Jun reflected one of the flame clots flying at him, but some of the flames still hit him, melting his clothes and sizzling through his skin. Li Jun mentally cursed at his mistake. Even though he knew that his opponent was undead, he had never expected that he could control the energy of death. This news was not very good, so Li Jun hurriedly rushed over. After all, with the exception of Ji Yu, the rest of his team members and fairies would not be able to block such snake attacks. Li Jun ordered his team members to run away from here. Han Ji-yu's hand grazed Li Jun's briefcase, after which the briefcase started to move. Just as suddenly, something abruptly jumped out of the briefcase and rushed towards Li Jun. A small blue fox quickly climbed up Li Jun and climbed onto his head, after which the system notified Li Jun that the little blue fox was absorbing mana. Shinya opened her mouth, and all the boss energy directed here began to be sucked in by Shinya. From absorbing such a huge amount of energy, Shinya's cheeks swelled up, and so Shinushka opened his mouth, releasing the excess energy back into the huge snake. Before the snake realized what had happened, it was swept away by a wave of its own energy. Satiated, the satisfied fox began to sway on his back and wag his paws. The team members were crazy about such a sight, and even Ji Yu couldn't remain indifferent to Shinya. Sung Ho Nam turned to Jun, and assuming that the animal was a fox, he asked if he could touch it. Li Jun replied that he didn't mind, whereupon Sun Ho Nam alerted the others that Li Jun had given them permission. While the classmates played with Shinya, Li Jun dealt with the notifications that came from the system. Shinya had absorbed the Eastern Sky Master's fragment, making him angry. Because of what had happened, his enmity against the Eastern Sky had reached its maximum, and a new category of friendliness had been created. Li Jun was surprised by the Eastern Sky, for he had never heard of such a gate before. Moreover, it had not been discovered even in his previous life. Li Jun certainly didn't mind if the future changed a bit, but he was already tired of creating brand new events. Li Jun had received a new notification. The Dream Garden Master was interested in him, and his friendship level with him had been raised. There was no way Li Jun had expected that he would suddenly earn recognition from the Red Gate, and since he did, he wouldn't mind paying him a visit. After playing with Shinya for a bit, the classmates turned to Li Jun. Heiji asked what kind of little guy is that, whereupon she admitted that she had never seen a fox strong enough to overpower Bond Dragon. Li Jun decided that if he lied now, it would only complicate things, and so he revealed that Shinya was his monster pet. Hearing this, the companions once again smiled at Shinya and continued to squeeze him. He was even too cute, which made them doubt whether it was really a dangerous monster. Just by looking at how cute he was acting, all thoughts of such a thing would fall away. Watching from the sidelines, Li Jun mentally remarked that Shinya even liked being squeezed by strangers too much. Li Jun told his classmates that they were the only ones who knew about Shinya, so he asked them to keep him a secret and not tell anyone about him, which they immediately agreed to. The fairies who were rescued by these people were quietly watching what was going on. The fairies landed on their knees and greeted their new master, after which Li Jun received a notification that the dungeon master had changed, as well as a message saying, "The Dream Garden Master wishes to confirm, is Shinya the master of the Forbidden Area?" Li Jun had not heard of any Forbidden Zone before, hence he wondered what it was. The fairies told him that the Forbidden Zone Master has 10 tails, just like this little blue fox Shinyushka. There are 11 rulers in the gate, and these rulers have overwhelming power in the Black Gate, and the owner of the Forbidden Zone is precisely one of them. After returning to the ground from the grip of the humans, Shinya began to nicely comb his hair with his paw. Looking at this, Li Jun wondered, was this really related to the Black Zone? Or had he misheard after all? The old master oohed and said that they had found out this big secret just as he had expected, after which he said haughtily that he knew from the beginning that Shinya was clearly an unusual creature. Li Jun asked if he could wipe his drool and repeat it normally, after which Li Jun told the fairies to stop bowing and stand up, while the overly proud master was wiping his drool. The fairies asked if he wasn't going to overkill them. Li Jun asked Shinya if he was going to kill all the fairies. He yapped happily. The fairies thanked the god for keeping them alive and then thanked their new masters. Han Jiyu asked Li Jun to take his time and reminded him that their goal was to clear the gate. While they couldn't clear the gate without killing the fairies, Li Jun said that they had already cleared the gate, which surprised Jiyu, and then called out the interface. And Li Jun was immediately flooded with alerts for killing Bondragon, 35 million tree points for killing the secret boss, for completing urgent quest number 2, which increased his friendship with the fairies, and he also received 850,000 tree points and receives honey fairies as a reward. The system also notified him that the fairies wanted to serve him, and Li Jun agreed to do so. But the system reminded him that he can't expand his territory because his Shinya level is too low. He could give up one of his territories in exchange for the fairies' flower field. Li Jun was unwilling to give up the Blue Fox lair, so he sacrificed the Great Plains. For clearing the gate, Li Jun received the Space Void Art, 2 B-rank mana crystals, and a fairy seed. After finishing with the business in the dungeon, Li Jun invited the team members to return to the school, after which they left the gate. A short while later, martial arts school, Chairman Han's office. While the students were taking the exam, the chairman was reviewing the students' information. The chairman assumed that if nothing unexpected happened, Li Xin's team would take first place. Although Li Jun had put together a decent team, but most of his team members lacked something. Secretary Nam entered the chairman's office and apologized for disturbing him. The chairman asked, "What was the big deal?" And Secretary Nam told the story. Li Jun's team came out of the Blue Gate and had already returned to the school. Li Jun and Ji Yu gave the chairman the sweep data, and Chairman Han was surprised to see that they had cleared the Blue Gate in just 20 hours, 30 minutes, and 52 seconds. Han Mingsen questioned Ji Yu just in case. Did they really do all that? Which Ji Yu immediately confirmed. Chairman Han asked if they recorded the testing process, to which Ji Yu replied, of course, and handed the chairman the camera hanging on her jacket. On the recording, Chairman Han saw the students making their way through the flower gardens of fairies, and how they encountered a huge snake. The chairman was amazed to see Bondragon on the recording, for no one had ever thought that such a creature could be hiding in a field of fairies. Almost without blinking, the chairman continued watching the footage as he watched Li Jun fighting Bondragon. Already Bondragon shouted that he would send them all to hell, after which he began to dissipate the energy of death. Suddenly, the recording was cut off. Han Mingsen stiffened at the realization that the recording was cut off at this very moment. Unable to hold back, he cried out loudly and asked what happened next. Hearing the scream, Secretary Nam entered the office and asked, "What happened?" At the same time, Li Jun felt his ears itch, as if someone was remembering him. The old master recognized that it would be strange if no one talked about him. After all, Li Jun had hurt too many people recently. Li Jun turned to the master and said that he had a question for him, then interested him. Li Jun asked the master how he knew that the Space Void Divine Art would be specifically on the Flower Fairy Field. The old master was puzzled by such a question. Therefore, he covered himself with a fan and pretended as if he didn't understand at all what Li Jun was talking about right now. Unhappy with the master's reticence, Li Jun reminded him that he was the one who had told him the location of the divine technique. He had only wanted this technique, so was it really worth it now to pretend as if he had forgotten about it? Not getting an answer from the teacher, Li Jun decided to give up. Li Jun asked his teacher if he still didn't trust him. The old master didn't expect to suddenly hear such a thing. But Li Jun continued. He admitted that he had tried to become his best student, one that he could be proud of. Not knowing what to do in such a situation, the old master asked Li Jun to wait so that he could explain himself. But Li Jun suddenly asked him to forget about it, and crocodile tears flowed from his eyes. Li Jun said that since he was such a narrow-minded disciple who couldn't even serve his master who was hiding secrets from him, he should leave. The old master couldn't bear it, so he agreed to tell everything to this stubborn man. The master said that for some reason he could tell Li Jun from which gate certain art texts fall. But no matter how he thinks, he himself doesn't know why this is so. Li Jun asked if it was true, and the man grudgingly replied that he is an adult who only tells the truth. Li Jun turned to the master and admitted with a twinkle in his eyes that he had never doubted that his righteousness as the strongest warrior of mankind was unrivaled. He already respected him even more than his ancestors. And since that's the case, and Li Jun asked, which gate should he go to next? The master admitted that he had expected such a thing from Li Jun. Angry, the master raised his fan and explained that he was not going to say that because he was worried that the disciple would start to rely too much on his master to find what he wanted without making an effort. Trying to avoid the teacher's fan, Li Jun explained that good information was only valuable if it could be utilized. After all, putting in less effort for greater efficiency is a good thing. The old master ordered Li Jun to close his mouth and caught up with him and hit him on the head with the fan, whereupon Li Jun started complaining that it hurt, after which Li Jun started running away from his ruthless master. The master interjected, "What did he just call him? And did he happen to want to become a spirit like him now?" A while later, the video was interrupted, after which the secretary explained to us that it was the futazas of the sweep of the fairies' flower field. There was silence in the hall. Everyone was trying to think about what they had seen. The teachers refused to believe what they were seeing, because how could Li Jun do something like that? Almost none of them had any idea how to take it. Kim Dae-hyun's class teacher mentally cursed, because this meant he was finished. Kim Dae-hyun wondered if he should have even messed with Li Jun in the first place. Once the Divine Power Clan found out how special Li Jun was, they would immediately make him a member of their house. If something like that happens, then there's a possibility that this guy will decide to take revenge on him for that incident in the test room. Suddenly, someone turned to Kim Dae-hyun, causing him to involuntarily gulp. Noticing his behavior, Chairman Han asked him what he was thinking about. He replied that it was nothing like that. He was thinking about how strange it was that Li Jun had suddenly become so strong. Previously, Li Jun was a disciple using the 3 bases meditation technique, which is one of the lower techniques. But as if out of nowhere, he had gotten the spear technique that he used against Bondragon. Because of all this, he started to think about whether Li Jun had someone behind him who was helping him become stronger. Since he started talking about it, Kim Tae-hyun decided to follow through. Kim Dae-hyun raised his voice and said that it doesn't make any sense, because Li Jun defeated the Blue Gate boss single-handedly, and the latter is an opponent that even an awakened A rank like their chairman would have to contend with. It is because of this that he suspects that Li Jun was trained by someone they don't know about. Chairman Han ordered Jun's class teacher to stop. He then assumed that Kim Tae-hyun was trying to imply that there was someone who fed Li Jun the heritage flower and trained him in martial arts. If that's the case, then that means Li Jun already had that potential from the beginning. Does he think that the martial arts king failed to recognize Li Jun's potential, while a certain unnamed mentor was able to do so? After Chairman Han's words, silence hung in the hall. Chairman Han asked the other teachers, what did they think of this? Meanwhile, Li Jun went through the gate and asked the fairies, how are they doing? The fairies immediately flew to him and greeted their master. After that, they told him that everything was wonderful now. Flying around him, they told him that the territory of the Forbidden Zone's master was amazing, and that the air here was much different from that of their previous gate. Li Jun admitted that he was happy with how well they were doing, after which he asked if the mice were bothering them. To which the fairies replied that those were kind to them, and that they liked it a lot. Tager grinned at the fairies that were pulling his hair and ears. He asked the fairies to tell him if they needed anything. Li Jun awkwardly suggested that this mouse was only acting like this because fairies were much stronger than mice. The teacher explained that this kind of behavior was usually called life wisdom, which was the reason why these mice could survive anywhere. The teacher advised Li Jun to watch it and learn. Li Jun realized that he had nothing to worry about, so he said goodbye to the fairies and Tager and went back through the gate. After returning to the school, Li Jun went out into the school corridor, where he heard some shouting through the window. As it turned out, it was the chairman with the teachers arguing about something. Li Jun noticed that Chairman Han and the teachers looked very serious and wondered what could have happened. From their demeanor, the old master assumed that something bad had obviously happened. Li Jun decided that it wouldn't be much of a problem if he and Master decided to eavesdrop on them. Chairman Han asked the teacher, "Could these be signs of a change or a gate being breached? And what about the children inside?" The teacher replied that it doesn't look like a gate change, and since the monsters aren't coming out, there's no way it's a gate breakage. They had tried to contact the students earlier, but the attempts were fruitless. And since the gate is surrounded by chains, they can't even go inside the dungeon. One of the teachers reminded that the students who entered this gate are the heirs of powerful houses such as the Iron Blood Clan and the Divine Power Clan. If anything happened to the students inside, they would be in big trouble. Han Mingsun realized that such a thing could happen in any exam. But since they live in an era where the strongest survive, adults only have to watch from the sidelines as the children are exposed to dangers. And Han Minsung thought it was all very pathetic. Han Minsun reminded that they had no choice right now. Right now, they must immediately suspend the midterm exams and form a support branch in the school. Although they can't go inside this gate, but they can still keep watch and be prepared for any horrible incidents that might happen. According to the elders, Li Jun realized that something bad had happened to Li Xin's team. Except why was it happening right now? He wondered this since there were no casualties or injuries in his previous life. Of course, Li Jun was okay with Li Xin being in danger, but unfortunately, Jung Yeon went along with them. Park Jong-yeon is his older sister, and she has always taken care of him, demonstrated her new skills on him, and even bought up all the buns with the condition that he would eat them in 10 seconds. Now that he thought about it, Li Jun realized that she was actually always bullying him. But it wasn't out of contempt, it was a different kind of bullying. One day when he was being bullied, Jong-yeon intervened and asked the guys if they could stop bullying Jun. After all, the only person who is allowed to bully Jun is her. After thinking about it, Li Jun suggested that he's probably just wrong. In any case, she's Hyunjin's sister, and Li Jun wouldn't mind meeting her. Meanwhile, in the Lizardmen's dungeon, not far away from the Lizardmen boss, Li Xin's group was hiding, and things were not going well for them. Li Xin complained that they were not notified about the Lizard Queen. Park Jung-yeon, who was supporting the injured Kim Seol-gi, advised Li Xin to speak louder if he wanted the Lizardmen to find them. She then explained that it was only because he killed the queen's children for no reason. Park Jong-yeon asked why he decided to act on his own. After all, he had framed the entire team with his rash actions. Li Xin explained that he was just trying to clear the gate as soon as possible, and asked Jong-yeon not to lecture him. Park Jong-yeon grinned and said that she guessed why he did that. In fact, he's only pretending that he's not, but he's still worried about falling behind Li Jun. Li Xin orders Jong-yeon to shut his mouth, and before he starts yelling in anger, Choi Dae-min asks them to calm down. Then he says that he has an idea. If they continued to hide here further, they would eventually be found and caught. And so they should take a risk, and all of them together use their strongest skills against the Lizard Queen. During their fight, he watched what was happening and noticed that the Lizardmen were protecting the Queen. First, they should distract the Lizardmen, and using this chance, they could infiltrate the center of the base and prepare. Choi Dae-min suggested a quick start so that they could finally complete the exam. One of the elders stood guard at the sealed gate. Li Jun abruptly jumped up to him and knocked him out with one punch before changing into his clothes. The old master asked if all of this was really necessary, to which Li Jun replied that it was strictly forbidden for other teams to interfere in the exam. Even though he was going to return after checking if Jong-yeon was safe now, he still needed to be prepared for anything. Li Jun touched the gate, right after which the system informed him that the gate leading to the Twin Marshes was closed. After which the system asked if the owner of the Blue Fox Nest gate was going to invade. Invading another territory would incur the gate owner's wrath. Li Jun decided to invade after all. The system warned that the gate had been forcefully opened, and that the owner of the Twin Swamps now considered him an enemy. As soon as Li Jun entered the gate, he received an alert that the owner of the Twin Swamps had blocked the intruder and was using volcanic eruption skills and Thunder Razor. Li Jun assumed that volcano eruption was the Lizard King's skill, while Thunder Raiser was the Queen's skill. This meant that both bosses appeared. In the Twin Swamps, the Lizard King will attack the Awakened Ones that invade his domain, while the Lizard Queen protects their offspring in the Lizard Settlement. The Lizard Queen must not appear until someone touches her children. Realizing this, Li Jun decided to speed up to check it out personally, because the fact that the Queen was active meant that things were bad. Li Jun jumped onto a tree and started jumping on the branches, ignoring the dragging movement in the swamp below. Finally noticing movement, Li Jun quietly stopped on one of the tree branches. Right below him ran Li Xin and Choi Dae-min, and Li Jun was puzzled by something. Where were the rest of the team members? Some time ago, Li Xin asked, was that really the best thing they could do right now? Throw the girls as bait and run away? Wouldn't it be better to just attack the Lizard Queen like he said? Choi Dae-min explained that it would take them at least a few hours to reach the entrance, using the movement skill. And with that, there was no guarantee that the monsters wouldn't catch them along the way. They already have almost no strength left, so this is the only way they can survive. One only needs to step back while pretending to attack them. Li Xin still agreed with Choi Dae-min's plan. After all, the most important thing right now was not the people around him, but his own life. Currently, the Lizard King and Queen, along with the Lizardmen, surrounded Zhongyan and Park Jonghyun. Zhang Yana asked Jonghyun to leave the enemies on her, because Jonghyun shouldn't take any risks here. Park Jonghyun asked for Jonghyun to just keep quiet if she wanted to say something stupid like that again. Right now, Park Jonghyun felt like an idiot for daring to trust them. These two had just taken all the lizards to their bait and then ran away. And as they ran away, they even apologized as they didn't want to take the risk that they might all die. In doing so, they even promised to avenge them. The Lizard Queen ordered her subjects to attack the outsiders, and Park Jonghyun started beckoning to the scaly bastards who wanted to die. One of the lizards jumped in her direction, but a moment later, something flew through it. The lizard flew off to the side and crashed, splattering everything with blood. As he made his way through the swamp, the savior admitted that he was glad that he had decided to come here and check things out just in case. Afterward, he asked Jonghyun if she was okay. Upon seeing him, Park Jonghyun was amazed at who exactly had come to save them. It was Jun, and he was dragging the bound traitors behind him. Park Jonghyun reminded her that it was dangerous here and asked why he was here. Just as suddenly, fatigue came over Park Jonghyun, and she fell off her feet. Jumping up to her, Li Jun picked up Jonghyun without letting her touch the ground, after which he smiled and asked her to leave everything to him and go rest. Li Jun entrusted Jonghyun into Jongyen's hands, after which he said that although he knew those two were disgusting, but after seeing the two of them running away, he now felt like throwing up looking at them. Previously, he had even considered secretly killing them here, but now it was resolved. Li Jun pointed his bloody spear at the lizardmen and said that now he would just take out his anger on them. After which, the system alerted Li Jun that the owner of the Forbidden Zone was expressing hostility towards the Twin Swamp owner, while the Twin Swamp owner was warily watching him. Li Jun looked over his stats and decided that he should allocate his available tree points to fight the two bosses, the King and Queen of the Lizards, to be more comfortable. While dodging the lizardmen's attacks, Li Jun pondered that he currently had 9 ability points, and if he used them all on one ability, he could raise it to 135 points. The advantage of lizardmen is speed, as well as mobility in swampy terrain. Since he wants to fight the Lizard King and Queen at the same time, he should raise his speed from 240 to his maximum of 300 points. After distributing the points, Li Jun got plus 60 to speed, raising it to 300 points, plus 30 to stamina, raising it to 268 points, and plus 40 to strength, raising it to 290 points. While pumping, he also unlocked a new category. Taking advantage of his new characteristics, Li Jun jumped, ending up right above the Queen and King of the Lizards. He then attacked them with his spear in a fall, but they managed to dodge the attack. Bouncing back, the Lizard King swung his sword at the water, attacking Li Jun with a dense stream of water, because of which Li Jun was unable to hold on to the blood spear, and it flew out of his hands. Li Jun immediately jumped after his spear, and at the same moment, the Lizard King chopped him with a horizontal strike. But to his surprise, the target of his attack suddenly disappeared from sight. Landing on the sword blade, Li Jun recognized that it really wasn't that easy, and asked the Lizard King, didn't he? Immediately after that, he rushed towards the Lizard King and slashed at him with the tip of his spear, but his attack was blocked by the golden chakrams at the last moment. This turned out to be even more annoying than Li Jun could have anticipated. The system notified him that the Havas Lizard Queen's defense had increased by 100%, and she was also using the lightning razor. Immediately after that, Lizard King Urigan used the eruption. Realizing that things were bad, Li Jun rushed forward, trying to avoid the attacks of the two bosses at once. In doing so, he had to fend off the chakrams flying at him, which was not easy. After a series of chakram attacks, the Lizard Queen's defense dropped by 100% and an additional 200% for using Thunder Razor. This was a great chance for Li Jun, because the Lizard Queen was exhausted and she wouldn't be able to act until she rested. This was exactly the moment he had been waiting for. Li Jun rushed towards the Lizard Queen. Suddenly, the Lizard King roared loudly, and the water beneath Li Jun's feet violently churned. Li Jun smirked and abruptly changed direction and attacked the Lizard King. The main weakness of the Lizard King is that it becomes extremely vulnerable when using the eruption. Attacking the Lizard King, Li Jun apologized to it, for it was the king that was originally his target, not the queen. After which Li Jun pierced the Lizard King and many energy arrows shot through him. The energy arrows were then sent towards the now helpless Lizard Queen. The Twin Swamp dungeon was passed, and he gets 500,000 tree points for it. Also, Li Jun had fulfilled the secret condition and was rewarded with double points in the form of 3,750,000 and another 3,750,000 tree points. After receiving the latest news, the chairman urgently advanced to the closed gate, and getting out of the car, he wondered what had happened here. In front of the gate sat the bound Li Jun and Choi Dae-min, as well as the weary Park Jung-yeon and Jung-yen. Chairman Han, who was worried about the students, ran up to the girls and admitted that he was glad they were alive. Trying to help them, he asked if they were okay and if an ambulance was on its way to them. Jung-yen revealed that Park Jung-yeon had just fainted due to overexertion. The chairman recalled that the gate was closed and asked how they managed to get out. Li Xin shouted to Chairman Han to untie them, but ignoring him, Jung-yeon said that some guy saved them. But those two behind tried to escape from the dungeon, leaving her and Jung-yeon as bait. If only that guy hadn't intervened, they would have been dead by now. Upon hearing about this, Chairman Han Min-soon said that he intended to inform their clans about it, and also bring it up for judgment. Li Xin and Choi Dae-min didn't dare to utter a word when they heard about their reprimand. The chairman asked who helped them after all, to which Jung-yin replied that she didn't remember his face. Chairman Han said that it wasn't the most important thing right now and helped the girls up to send them to the hospital. On the way to the ambulance, Yen glanced somewhere in the distance. Li Jun praised Jung-yen as she really did the smart thing. After all, she realized that he didn't want anyone to find out about his role in saving them. Even her teacher praised her, because she only needed to see his disguise to realize that. The Million Poison clan, which includes Poison Flower, and the Iron Blood clan, which includes Sister Jung-yeon. Since both clan houses are quite large, there's no way they would look past this. Thinking about this, Li Jun wondered how the Divine Power clans and the Imperial Blood clan would react to this. A short while later, at the school's infirmary, Li Jun was sitting in the room with Jung-yeon, who still hadn't regained consciousness after the incident at the Twin Marshes. Park Jung-yeon, wounded and exhausted, was sleeping peacefully. Looking at her, Li Jun couldn't help but think out loud that many people might have known that Jung-yeon was actually a good person, if only she was more friendly. Suddenly, Park Hyun-jin rattled open the ward door and shouted to his sister that he heard that she was hurt. Li Jun asked Hyun-jin to be quiet since Jung-yeon was sleeping right now. As they approached, Park Hyun-jin asked if it was true. Li Jun asked what the other one was talking about, and an angry Park Hyun-jin shouted that when the gate problem started, Li Xin and Choi Dae-min tried to escape, leaving Jung-yeon and Poison Flower as bait for the lizards. Li Jun did not comment on this. Gritting his teeth in anger, Hyun-jin roared, "Those bastards!" After which, he turned around and headed towards the exit of the room. Li Jun asked where he was going, to which Park Hyun-jin replied that he had to take revenge on those guys. But Li Jun told him that Hyun-jin didn't need to do that. Hyun-jin turned around and asked if not him to teach those guys a lesson, then who? Immediately after that, an angry grimace quickly fell off Hyun-jin's face. Li Jun depressingly replied that it was something he could do himself. After all, in a way it was because of him that all of this happened. Park Hyun-jin was astonished. For the energy he felt, it was capable of frightening even him. Of course, he suspected that Li Jun had become much stronger, but to be this strong, after realizing something, Hyun-jin asked Li Jun to wait for a second and asked if he was the person who had saved Jung-yeon and Poison Flower. Suddenly, a low mooing sound was heard from Park Jung-yeon's side, causing Li Jun and Hyun-jin to stop their conversation. Hyunjin walked over and asked his sister if she was okay. Park Hyun-young asked where she was, to which Park Hyunjin immediately replied that she was at the school nurse's office right now and that she almost got into trouble. After remembering what happened, Jonghyun suddenly got serious and asked if Gina was okay. Lee Jun replied that poison flower was fine. Jonghyun asked if that was true, after which she sighed quietly. Suddenly, she remembered something else and asked him to wait for a second, after which she grabbed Lee Jun and asked, "Was it really him?" Lee Jun asked why she was acting like she saw a ghost or something like that. Jonghyun asked, how did he even manage to get into the gate in the first place? Park Hyun-jin admitted that this was what he was going to ask Jun about, since the teachers had said that the gate was closed. Lee Jun answered them that he was able to enter the dungeon since the gate was open. Jonghyun went back to bed and said that although she still had a lot of questions left, she was too tired. In that case, Lee Jun suggested that she rest a little longer, and since she had already regained consciousness and Hyunjin was here, he could leave. Park Hyunjin asked why Jun can't stay here a little longer. Lee Jun said that they brother and sister should talk some more, while he uninvited guests would leave first. After that, Lee Jun walked out of the nurse's station, leaving the two of them alone. Park Hyunjin reminded his sister that he had advised her to choose her friends better. Then he asked her if she could see where she was going now. Jonghyun replied that she didn't really choose the team of those guys, and that it was Gina who suggested that she join them. For that matter, Hyunjin advised his sister not to even talk to the members of the Divine Power and Imperial Blade clans, because those clans had finally destroyed the relationship with them. Jonghyun asked if Jun was one of those clans, but Hyunjin reminded that the Divine Power clan had given up on Jun, so he was an exception. Jonghyun told her brother that she had something to ask him, and Hyunjin immediately guessed that the question would be about Jun's suddenly increased power. Jonghyun recognized that he was indeed reading her mind, and asked if Jun could have drunk some kind of elixir or something. Hyunjin said that according to Jun, he found a master who taught him martial arts, which made him stronger. Park. Jonghyun's eyes glistened when she heard about the master. She wanted to know what kind of master he was, what kind of person he was, and did he feed Jun the heritage flower? Realizing what his sister was thinking, Hyunjin replied that he told everything he knew himself. Hyunyoung hissed and called him a useless bastard. Hyunjin himself wondered who Master Jun was, and what made him train Jun, who even his clan, the clan of divine power, refused to train. Hyunjin wished to meet such a person, for if he could make Jun so strong, he must be as great a person as his grandfather. The students congratulated Lee Jun and his team for their best results in the midterm exams, then clinked glasses. Lee Jun said that Hyunjin was paying for everything today, so the others could take whatever they wanted from the store. Park Hyunjin was outraged by this and asked why he had to pay. And is that really the only reason he's here? Lee Jun asked if he had forgotten that he had only managed to get second place because of his help. And besides, how could he refuse such pretty eyes? With tears in his eyes, Hyunjin agreed to pay for everything for them, immediately after which many different sweets appeared on the table. Happy with that, Ho Il-soo began to eat the dessert, but he was interrupted by Lee Jun, who asked him to come to the roof as soon as he was free. Hyunjin asked Jun where he was going. Jun replied that he had to go to the restroom, and then he left. A little while later, Lee Jun was followed by Ho Il-soo. Meanwhile, Park Hyunjin picked on Ji-yu trying to get closer. He asked what she was eating and asked her to let him take a bite of it, but Ji-yu resisted him. After climbing out on the roof, Lee Jun took out his phone, where he saw the latest news about the Heavenly Lake expedition failing again, and the assumption that the only hope of the Divine Power clan and the Imperial Blade clan was the Iron Blood clan. Following Lee Jun, Ho Il-soo walked onto the rooftop. The nervous Ho Il-soo asked Jun why he had called Jun to the rooftop. He felt that Lee Jun should have stayed to celebrate with the others. Lee Jun said that he had something to give him, after which he threw mana stones to Il-soo. After catching the mana stones, Ho Il-soo was surprised at such a gift and asked why he was giving them to him, to which Lee Jun replied that it was an approximate cost to keep Ho Il-soo by his side. But Ho Il-soo couldn't understand why it was him and not someone else. Lee Jun admitted that he liked him. After that, Ho Il-soo asked why he gave him so much. After all, he had agreed, even after receiving one of those mana stones. Lee Jun agreed with Il-soo and suggested that the mana stones would clearly not be enough. Hence, he took out the texts and hit Ho Il-soo in the chest with them, saying that, in that case, he would have to give him this. After looking at the texts, Ho Il-soo thought he was imagining it and wiped his eyes, then looked at the title again. But surprisingly, nothing had changed, causing Ho Il-soo to be horrified. Stammering, Ho Il-soo asked Mr. Lee, did he really give him the divine art of space void? Lee Jun was about to say that it was from the Imperial Blade Clan, but then he recalled and said that in wuxia terms that Il-soo knew well, it was the Hebei Peng family's martial art. After which Jun extended his hand and asked if that would be enough for Il-soo to join him. A short while later, the residents of the Divine Power Clan. The Imperial Bladehead asked, would the Divine Power Clan's Divine Power Clan head not come out even today? Lee Min-wook apologized and explained that his brother had left for training while cutting off all external contacts. But since his brother had handed over all power to him, they could just continue meeting. Lee Min-wook said, the first thing was about the incident that happened with the children at the midterm exam. But the Imperial Bladehead waved his hand and asked him to forget about it, because once they cleared the Heavenly Lake, the issue of the children would fall away by itself, except that the third attempt they are going to make is as important as possible for them. After all, not only will it show how strong their martial arts are, but through this, they will also be able to strengthen their foundation. Therefore, he plans to gather a group of as many people as possible. In addition, in this sweep, besides the other clans, he plans to include Taman and Shin. The head of the Imperial Blade asked the Deputy Fist Emperor if he was willing to do this. Lee Min-wook replied that he would be fine with anything as long as he could get the cooling glacial water. The head of the Imperial Blade acknowledged. He liked Lee Min-wook's spirit and extended his hand. Lee Min-wook shook the head's hand for the sake of their future success in the sweep. Lee Min-wook was willing to do anything to get his hands on the elixir, because that was the only way he would be able to restore Qi Hong's Qi reservoir. He didn't care what might happen during this sweep. Realizing that everything had gone just fine, a devilish smirk surfaced on the Iron Bloodhead's face. The next day in the Blue Fox's den, after receiving a bribe from Lee Jun, Ho Il-soo began his training here. Lee Jun said that this was the first time he was seeing the martial arts reboot, and admitted that it was very cool. The old master said that the amount of mana Ho Il-soo emitted was very high, and that it would be a good elixir for monsters. Lee Jun was satisfied that Ho Il-soo had done as he asked. When he saw the gate, he was surprised and asked if Jun was a monster. After that, he was even more surprised to see monsters obeying him. But what struck him even more was the heritage flower. Lee Jun smiled, remembering how shocked Hosu was. In the end, Hosu just stopped paying attention to such things. After all, he's just an ordinary, simple-minded guy who tends to trust him excessively. Except, will other people treat him the same way if Jun shows them all this? As soon as Ho Il-soo finished his meditation, Lee Jun asked him how he was feeling. To which Ho Il-soo replied that he didn't feel much difference so far, and that right now it felt like his body was empty inside. Lee Jun held out the divine art to him and said that all Hosu had left to do was tear up the texts. Still not believing it, Hosu asked, could he really be allowed to do that? Lee Jun said that if he didn't want to use it, he could just give it back. Ho Il-soo silently tore the text apart. All of a sudden, Hosu was enveloped by energy, filling that emptiness inside. Lee Jun congratulated Hosu, because just now, he had mastered an S-rank martial art that even the Imperial Bladehead had failed to obtain. All of a sudden, Ho Il-soo kneeled down in front of Lee Jun, surprising him. After which, Ho Il-soo said that there was no one in his life who had treated a mediocre awakened like him so well. But unlike others, Jun had given him faith and courage so that he could become stronger. Ho Il-soo solemnly placed his hand on his heart and said that to repay Lee Jun for his support, he would swear allegiance to him. Lee Jun could not have expected such a thing to happen, but after a few seconds, his surprise changed to a smile. Lee Jun asked Hosu not to forget these words, as he would be commanding him a lot. After which, Hosu shouted that he would do whatever Lee Jun wanted. A little while later, Lee Jun returned to the martial arts school. The old master asked Jun if he really liked it that much, to which Jun replied that of course he liked it, because usually people have a hard time finding someone like Hosu. The master commented that Ho Il-soo's bone structure is truly incredible, and that he would be very useful if you train him well. Lee Jun confessed that he originally only wanted to give Hosu one art, the divine art of space void, but now he wanted to find something else for him. The master chuckled, for this meant that Lee Jun was really interested in Ho Il-soo. The old master asked his disciple if he had a specific version of the technique he wanted to obtain, to which Lee Jun replied that he would like to give Ho Il-soo an imperial chain blade, after which he puppy-eyedly told his teacher that he certainly knew where to look for it. The old master admitted that in this kind of way, Lee Jun was making him age more and more. The disciples stood in Lee Jun's way, whispering about something, all because of the Divine Power Clan disciples who had arrived. Upon seeing their young master, the divine power disciples immediately greeted him. Unhappy with their presence, Li Jun asked what brought them here this time. The eldest disciple reported that he had a message from the head of the family. Li Jun said that there was no way he wanted to hear it and headed to his classroom. But no sooner had Li Jun entered than the older student said that the head was asking him to participate in the contest for the heir. Upon hearing this, Li Jun let out a quiet laugh, after which he admitted that he simply had no words for what he had heard. Li Jun wondered if this person had such a hard ass. After all, no matter how much he provoked him to come in person, all he does is keep sending his underlings. The disciple told the young master that the head had ordered him to participate in the Heavenly Lake Sweep as his first assignment. But Li Jun was unwilling to do so and replied that he had no intention of participating in the air competition. The senior disciple reminded that a member of the Divine Power Clan could not disobey an order. Without turning back to them, Li Jun asked if he had ever been a member of the clan. Before the older student could even get a word in edgewise, Li Jun rattled the classroom door shut, after which Jun returned to his desk, his heart pounding heavily. The students who were watching were even embarrassed by what had happened. Li Jun recognized that his father was really good at pissing people off. Even though he refused to participate, he would still end up having to play the game arranged by his father, which made Li Jun sick as hell. So what does he have to do to escape his father and the Divine Power Clan? Han Ji-yu asked, why was the classroom suddenly so quiet? Turning around, Li Jun saw Ji-yu entering the classroom, but she was immediately stopped by Park Yoonbi and Hyeji, and tried to explain that just a moment ago, people from the Divine Power Clan were here. Seeing Ji-yu, Li Jun realized that he had forgotten about the Divine Skill Clan. Li Jun stood up and asked Ji-yu if they could exchange a few words. He said it was about an important matter that she had talked about earlier. Han Ji-yu asked Jun to follow her, after which they left the classroom. Park Eunbi and Hyunji, surprised by what happened, couldn't help but wonder what the big deal was. When they were alone outside the school, Ji-yu asked what he wanted to talk about. Li Jun asked her to tell Chairman Han that he agreed. Ji-yu was surprised by such a sudden decision and assumed that it was all about the Divine Power Clan. She then asked what he wanted. Li Jun replied that, as he had said earlier, he wanted exclusive ownership of one of the gates. Han Ji-yu asked Li Jun to let her borrow his name, which puzzled Li Jun. Ji-yu explained that they needed a good reason to let him into the Divine Skill Gate that he needed. After all, if they let him in without a reason, they would have to face backlash from the participants. Realizing what the problem was, Li Jun agreed. There was one rule in the Divine Skill Clan. It was designed to give maximum support to new clan members, and one of them was the exclusive right to the gate. When a newly minted clan member went on a gate hunt, he would share the spoils with the clan in a ratio of 8-2. Li Jun held out his ID card to Ji-yu and offered to make sure that they would both benefit 1-1. After which Ji-yu took out her phone and hurriedly told her uncle about everything. Li Jun knew that, although this innovative rule was different from the modern rule emphasizing blood relationship, this rule has huge disadvantages. Li Jun said that for the sake of good relations in the future, he was willing to solve one of their clan's problems. Ji-yu asked, what problem is he talking about? Li Jun explained that he was talking about the people they had taken away. They had gone to other clans. There was no way Ji-yu expected to suddenly hear this. Ji-yu jumped up from her seat and asked, how did he know this? Li Jun said that the Icebird Lee Hansen communicates with the Imperial Blade Clan, while the Black Bear Bei Daejun communicates with the Sacred Power Clan. The Divine Mastery Clan wants to solve this problem as soon as possible, but they just don't know how. Therefore, he is willing to give their clan what they have been searching for years, the poisonous blood technique. Ji-yu asked him to take his time and asked if he had this technique. Li Jun looked at his master, who of course should know it, after which he replied to Ji-yu something like that. A short while later, Ji-yu came to Chairman Han's office. Nervous about what he had heard, Han Mingsun asked Ji-yu if she was serious, to which Ji-yu replied absolutely and that Jun knows what's going on in their clan. Previously, Han Minsun had made extra efforts to make sure that no one could find out about this, about their family members having contact with other clans. Except, how is Jun? Ji-yu added that Li Jun had promised to give them the poison blood technique in exchange for their house's cooperation. Not believing what he heard, Han Mingsun jumped up. He was trying to figure out how could Li Jun have this technique, and if he had it, it would be a huge loss to hand it over to them. Ji-yu said that Li Jun asked her to tell her that everything would be fine, as long as the Divine Mastery Clan enclosed access to top-level information and offered sufficient support. Ji-yu asked her uncle what he was going to do, Han Mingsun laughed, after which he asked, "Isn't it obvious?" He asked for Ji to tell Li Jun that they are looking forward to cooperating. Meanwhile, in the Blue Fox's den. Back in the dungeon, Li Jun admitted that he had in no way expected to meet a guest here. At the moment, Ho Il-su was in his dungeon practicing meditation. Since there was nowhere for Hosu to practice the space void technique, as others might notice, he had left the gate open in Hosu's room, but he had in no way expected Hosu to literally settle here. The old master admitted that he was happy to see how hard he was practicing. Suddenly, Li Jun noticed that something was wrong and used his technique to see everything. Seeing the huge amount of mana around Hosu, Li Jun asked if it was because of the concentration of mana inside the gate. He didn't expect Hosu to reach 2 stars so quickly. The master said that he was right because there was only a thin line between pure energy and mana, but it also meant that there was a slight difference from the extremely pure mana in the Blue Fox lair. It was called strength. Li Jun came to the conclusion that the pure mana in the air helps the divine art of the cosmic void, which means he was wrong to think that it was the same energy. The old master advised Li Jun to take up training just like his new disciple, instead of running here and there. Li Jun agreed with the teacher and said that he would do so once he gained a bit more skill tree points, right after which he received another blow to his head with a fan. At this point, he was almost at AA rank. All he needed to do was to get all the stats up to 300 points. Looking at his stats, the master asked him what he planned to improve first. Li Jun replied that he was planning to bring all the characteristics up to 300 points first, which amazed the master, and he suddenly started laughing. As he laughed, the old master fell to the ground and ran out of strength to hold back his tears. Shocked by this, Li Jun asked why he suddenly started laughing. Trying to stop laughing, the master replied that it was nothing, and invited him to do as he wished, after which he started laughing with renewed vigor. After calming down a bit, the master began to ask Li Jun if he was really sure of his decision. He was starting to piss him off. Li Jun asked why he would not give him advice. The old master replied that it was not like a disciple asking his mentor for advice. Li Jun had already imagined choking his joking teacher. After imagining him pulling out his teacher's beard, Li Jun knelt down and asked if the Grand Master would honor him by sharing his opinion on pumping. The old master chuckled and suggested that Li Jun was pleased at how good his master was, after which he told him that instead of using all his points, he should focus on one characteristic, inner strength. Li Jun was amazed that he needed to use everything just for that. But still, he followed his teacher's advice and spent all that he could for the sake of 15 points of internal energy. As soon as his internal energy jumped over 500, Li Jun reached the 5-star divine origin art, and his middle dantian was opened. Immediately after that, Li Jun's heartbeat began to get louder and faster. The system alerted Li Jun that his internal energy had started to burst into the central key reservoir. Because of this, Li Jun felt as if his heart was being pierced by hundreds of needles. The system sounded an alarm and alerted him that the primordial martial arts energy was exploding, whereupon Li Jun's heart gave a final beat. And a moment later, Li Jun was enveloped by nausea. Abruptly exhausted, Li Jun collapsed to his knees and began vomiting blood. Li Jun realized that he had to do something because if things continued like this, he would simply die. Not wanting to die so easily, Li Jun raised his hands to his chest and tried to normalize his condition. The system said that due to his patience, Li Jun's spiritual power began to increase dramatically. The central elixir field had been opened. The limit of internal energy was raised, plus 50 points were added to all characteristics. Li Jun obtained the trait of divine martial body. In addition, Li Jun's internal energy was completely restored. As soon as it was over, Li Jun suddenly felt an unusual lightness, after which he plopped down on the sand and said that he had just really thought he was going to die. The old master asked his disciple how he felt after receiving the 5th star in the divine origin art. Li Jun admitted that it was very scary. He couldn't believe that he could die again. The master was surprised at this again, but decided to ignore it and said that now all Li Jun had to do was to obtain the top field of the elixir. Li Jun asked his teacher not to tell him that he would have to experience such a thing again. But the ruthless teacher said that what would happen next time couldn't even be compared. Li Jun was afraid of what he would have to experience in the future. The teacher asked Li Jun not to worry about it, because he still had a long way to go until then. Li Jun got up and opened the system and said that he was happy to hear this. But upon seeing the SS rank divine martial body, he froze. The divine body was a blessing that was obtained by only a few martial artists who reveled in combat. The owner of the trait could anticipate the movements of the opponent in advance. Combat power and resistance to all attributes were increased by 100%. Li Jun's eyes lit up, for it was simply unbelievable, the characteristics that this body gave. If something like this was the reward for discovering the central elixir, then what would happen when he reached the top elixir? Li Jun admitted that every time he saw something like this, he involuntarily thought, what kind of person was the teacher when he was alive? Rubbing his beard contentedly, he replied that he was a martial arts god himself, who had reached the limits of martial arts. Li Jun mentally agreed that the master was also very talented, so the admiration for him instantly disappeared. Glancing at Hosu, Li Jun was convinced that he was still practicing the space void technique. Li Jun sat down on the sand and wondered if he should really take a short break and leave a little later, along with Hosu. A while later, in the square of the martial arts school, the chairman asked for the second-place team to come forward. Chairman Han congratulated the team captain and shook his hand. After that, he let the student go and asked the first-place team of the midterm exams to come up. Chairman Han congratulated Li Jun on his first place, and then asked him if he had decided what award he wanted to receive, to which Li Jun replied with a smirk that he would inform them when they arrived at the museum. Secretary Nam turned to the first, second, and third-place winners and asked them to follow her. After that, they all went to the well-fortified building, the museum. Li Jun's team members were thinking about what they should choose and were worried about it. Even Park Hyun-jin didn't know what to choose since he hadn't thought about it before. Hyun-jin asked Jun what he would choose, to which Jun replied that he was just thinking about what others should get. He then asked Hyun-jin if he had seen the rusty iron sword in the center of the second building. Li Jun advised Hyun-jin to check if there was a lightning symbol on the hilt and choose that sword. Hyun-jin wondered why that one, to which Li Jun replied that this blade had been taken out of the dungeon, after which it was used by a person known as a noble sword. Besides, this sword would be much better than the one Hyun-jin was using. Hyun-jin was confused by what he heard and asked if it was true. And even if it was true, how did Jun know about it? Li Jun replied that he learned about it from the master. Hyun-jin reprimanded. Then, he reached out to Li Jun and admitted that, in that case, he really should pick that rusty sword. Then, he thanked Jun for the advice. Jun agreed with Hyun-jin and asked him to let him get behind and go get the sword already. Hyun-jin chuckled and said that they would see each other again, then left. Arriving at the huge safe door, Chairman Han Min-sung quickly entered the code, and then he and the students were in the main room of the museum. Seeing this, the disciples were surprised to see such valuables. The chairman asked them to go forward and choose one thing. Behind the glass barriers were valuable books, paintings, blades, and other things. Headman Park Yoonbi took the goldenrod in her hands and recognized that it was simply incredible. Looking at all these treasures, the disciples quickly found the items they wanted. Suddenly, Li Jun, who had been standing at the entrance all this time, ordered them to stop now, after which he ordered them to put back everything they liked, while he was still being polite to them. After that, Li Jun distributed the artifacts that suited them among his friends. For Eunbi, he picked the ice gloves. Hiji, of all the artifacts, got the yin-yang needles. But for Song Ho-nam, he chose a red martial arts uniform. Chairman Han couldn't help but recognize how impressive Li Jun's performance was. After all, freezing gloves were great for female technicians who had strong yin energy, while yin-yang needles and red martial arts uniforms are great for Heiji and Son Ho-nama. Chairman Han wondered if he had offered these artifacts because of what he knew about them, or did he just have an incredible eye? After dealing with that trio, Li Jun told Ji-yu that he had picked up something for her as well. Li Jun advised her to choose the Urim sword, which is also called a whip sword. But Ji-yu didn't agree with this choice, because the Urim sword was a weapon that all awakened people avoided, because if an awakened person used it in the wrong way, the blade would only harm the owner. Moreover, she had never used the Urim sword before. Jun turned to Ji-yu and asked her a question. Jun asked what was most important to her when choosing a sword, besides strength, weight, and flexibility. Ji-yu answered without hesitation that she prioritizes strength with extreme speed. Li Jun immediately interrupted her, saying that was the wrong answer. Jun explained that true extreme speed wasn't achieved by hitting hard or fast. It was actually due to the flexibility and elasticity that the muscles in her entire body utilized. The Urim sword is a weapon of extreme flexibility, and when those two flexibilities reach harmony, wouldn't she wonder what would come of it all? A little while later, Park Hyun-jin ran over to Jun and asked to see his artifact, because it's really, really cool. Ignoring the electricity discharges from his new weapon, Hyunjin said that as soon as he saw it, he knew that this artifact was made especially for him. Hyunjin then asked Jun if he could see the lightning bolts running through the weapon. He would be able to feel them if he touched them. Lee Jun agreed with Hyunjin and admitted that it was really cool. Hyunjin said that his master was really incredible. He then poked Jun in the face with his finger and suggested that since Lee Jun was his student, he must have advised him on something even cooler. Lee Jun showed Hyunjin his new hammer as Hyunjin suddenly fell silent. Opening his mouth in shock, Hyunjin asked why. Why the heck did he choose this kind of trash among all the artifacts? Hyunjin fell down and sobbing said that he was advised such a cool weapon. As Hyunjin suddenly realized that it was something else, Jun had to sacrifice a good weapon so that he could get this sword. Trying to get away from Hyunjin, Lee Jun asked what the man was even talking about. Hyunjin promised that he would remember his sacrifice for the rest of his life and would become much stronger for Jun's sake. Lee Jun asked for the man to just get off his back already. Finally getting out of the museum, Lee Jun checked out his new hammer. It was an A-rank iron hammer. This hammer was capable of breaking not only monostones, but also ice metal that was already 1,000,000 years old. And since it wasn't limited by attributes, it could use 100% of its own energy. It is an auxiliary tool used for refining. After inspecting the hammer, Lee Jun grinningly agreed that it was indeed strange. If one just looked at the description of the iron hammer, one could mistake it for an ordinary recycling tool. And even he couldn't say that this tool was the key to refining the heavenly lake. One can never guess what exactly is needed to clear the gate. An angry shout rang out over the entire Divine Power clan, after which, the one who shouted started beating the wall in anger, imagining that he was killing Lee Jun. While beating the wall, Lee Shin swore that all the blame for what had happened lay solely on that bastard. If it wasn't for Jun, he would have managed to get first place in the exam. But because of that damned Jun, people got wind of what he did in the Twin Swamp dungeons. He can't even go to school anymore because he defamed the honor of his house. Now he is locked in this room, deprived of even a glimmer of sunlight. The door of the room suddenly opened and Li Shin was told that he could leave this room. Li Shin was surprised at how quickly he was let out and asked how things were outside, to which the man replied that the clan head had included Jun Li as an heir candidate and that he would participate in the third attempt to sweep the heavenly lake with him. Hearing this, Li Shin roared. Li Shin asked why the hell was he being forced to compete with that bastard, to which the latter replied that it was probably because Li Jun had attracted the attention of the head. There was even a possibility that Li Jun was considered stronger than Mr. Li Shin. Hearing them being compared, Li Shin immediately tried to finish the man off, but the man, without even changing his face, simply grabbed Li Shin's arm. Li Shin put his fist behind his back and ordered the man to watch his mouth better. Because how could a lowly man who couldn't even manage to inherit the bloodline become stronger than him? The man let go of his hand and admitted that it was only his personal assumption, but Li Jun might have practiced demonic martial arts to get revenge on them. Li Shin asked what kind of demonic martial arts, to which the man replied that for a person unable to inherit the power of his own kind, there was only one way to become stronger. Li Shin agreed that demonic martial arts was the only option and was about to go to his father to report it. But the man stopped him with his hand and said that it was not necessary. After all, if Mr. Li Shin personally dealt with it, the head of the house would greatly increase his opinion of him. He also busied himself with preparing something for Mr. Li Shin. It was a thing that would grant the Lord the power he so desired. Of course, Li Shin couldn't refuse something like this, and so he accepted the gift, for this is the power he desires. The day had finally come when the third attempt to sweep the heavenly lake should begin. The reporter explained that due to the expedition team's sudden decision to broadcast the gate sweep live, a crowd had begun to form in front of the gate. The clans participating in the third sweep are the Divine Power clan, the Imperial Blade clan, the Divine Skill clan, and the Iron Blood clan. This is a huge team gathered from 200 members from each of the clans, making an astonishing 800 people. Li Shin was proudly walking along with the members of his Divine Power clan. Suddenly, a ball of paint was thrown at him. Li Shin reacted in time and managed to catch the ball, but it burst, splattering the paint. This was a gift from the people who were angered by the recent news. They were demanding that the Divine Power and Imperial Blade clans leave this place. Li Shin started to get pissed off. He asked, "How dare they?" A senior disciple advised him not to make a scene, as the head of the family did not want anyone to make a scene here. Suddenly, the people fell silent with their mouths open, for he had come to the people involved in the Heavenly Lake cleanup. People began to applaud the man they had already nicknamed the Ghost Spear, Li Jun. Many people even started taking pictures of him as if he was a TV star. The old master was surprised to hear about the ghost spear and asked his disciple if they could talk about him. Li Jun said that it was like that, and that it was all because the school shared the video of the fairy flower field sweep with the public. Ghost Spear is the nickname that people nicknamed him after they saw him using a spear. The master wondered if they should have nicknamed him Dragon Spear in that case. After all, that name would suit him better, considering who he had slain. Li Jun explained that, unfortunately, that name had already been taken by a member of the Great Divine Spear clan. Just as suddenly, Li Jun heard someone calling his name. Before he could turn around, Park Hyung-jin crashed into him again, and then he was right on top of him. Dumbfounded, Li Jun asked what the hell was he doing and asked him to get off. Hyun-jin said that he couldn't because his sister had to get off him first, which stunned Jun even more. Park Jung-yeon, who was comfortably on top of her brother, said that she didn't want to get up. Why would she want to get down from them if she's so comfortable here? Jung-yeon asked, did the two of them really shirk their training? After all, they should at least be able to carry it. They should be able to do more. Han Ji-yu was forced to go after these idiots. Li Jun complained that he might die before they even passed through the gate. Not wanting those to continue to embarrass themselves, Ji-yu decided to pull at least Jun out from under the rubble. Suddenly, someone spat, almost hitting Li Jun. Looking up higher, Li Jun realized that it was Li Shin. Li Shin called Jun a scum and advised him to watch his back. Li Jun mockingly asked if he was so worried about him. Has he finally decided to grow up? As he left, Li Shin replied that he could think whatever he wanted, but the Heavenly Lake would definitely be their grave. Li Jun exhaled and complained about how Li Shin always talks like a villain doomed to fail. Meanwhile, Ji-yu was poking at the half-dead Hyun-jin. A huge gate opened in the middle of the city, and 800 martial artists stepped inside. After passing through the gate, Li Jun found himself on the surface of an ice lake, and in the distance, forests and beyond snowy mountains could be seen. The system alerted Li Jun that he was in the Heavenly Lake dungeon. The master of the Heavenly Lake would not let his guard down. Li Jun thought about the fact that ever since Shinya became the owner of the Forbidden Area, the owners of all the other gates had started to be cautious when he approached them. Except none of that really mattered, since he was going to mop them up anyway. An old man from one of the groups came forward to introduce himself. He was Choi Dae-woon, also known as the Apostle of Wind, and he would be leading the third expedition to clear the Heavenly Lake. Choi Dae-woon assumed that everyone here already knew how to clear the Celestial Lake, and so he would skip this part. But he would like them to keep a few things in mind. There are always unpredictable things happening inside the gate, and that often results in the loss of lives. So if anyone dies here, it will only be because of their own powerlessness, and he hoped that all the members of the expedition would keep this in mind. Li Jun smirked the entire time, realizing what this old man was leading up to. Li Jun tried to brush off this old man's evil aura while complaining. Wasn't Choi Dae-min's grandfather old and wise enough to be ashamed of such a direct expression of his murderous intent? And this at an official dungeon-clearing event? The old master chuckled as he covered himself with his fan and admitted that he was happy because of how popular his disciple was becoming. The Heavenly Lake is also known as the Invincible Gate. During the first attempt to mop up the gate, Napus monsters, which are blue-level creatures that dwell in the shallow waters of the dungeons, began to appear from various places. Once they have dealt with the swarm of Napus appearing here and there, the portal to the next level will be opened. Under the Napus wishing the Napus to die, one of the Napus lost part of his torso while the other lost his head. They were smashed by Li Shin with their bare hands. Li Shin laughed madly and asked how these vile creatures only dared to challenge him. The senior disciple reminded his men that their goal was to help the master hunt in comfort. While everyone around them was fighting the Napasas, Li Jun was watching them with his spear in his arms. Jun had picked up on the way Li Shin was wasting his inner strength just because it was all being broadcast live. Except, what if his strength along with his fuse ran out near the end? Meanwhile, one of the Napus crawled up to Li Jun and roared loudly, intending to kill the little man. Before Li Jun could react, a steel whip flew near his head, injuring his cheek and also shredding the leopard. Ji-yu asked Jun if he was okay. Li Jun, trembling, replied that he just might have died. Ji-yu said it was his own fault for letting his guard down in the middle of the sweep. Getting off topic, Li Jun remarked that Ji-yu had started using the Urim sword. Ji-yu admitted that she had learned how to use it a bit. and although it was still difficult for her, she could chop even faster thanks to the Urim sword. Looking at the pool of blood behind her with the corner of his eye, Li Jun couldn't say that she had somewhat learned how to wield it. A second ago, he hadn't even felt Ji Yu's sword fly right next to his face. In fact, it was even too fast. Li Jun was forced to admit that Han Ji Yu was called a genius by everyone for a reason. Choi Dae-woon was watching all of this. He had been told earlier that the true elite of the Divine Power Clan, the Heavenly Kings group, had joined them. And as he can see, it wasn't just a bluff. At the same time, Dae-min and the Black Lions are fighting well. But they still have a long way to go to match Seo-hyun-jun, the leader of the Heavenly Kings group. Perfect control of inner strength and the ability to maintain the clan's divine power without flaunting his might. If Seo-hyun-jun's luck accompanies him, he would soon be able to reach the AA rank. They should have noticed such a person before the Divine Power Clan does. It's a shame. But if one looked at everything from the other side, he sees Li Jun, a completely pathetic kid. He prefers to use a spear instead of his house's martial art. Li Shin and Dae Min suspect Jun of being the one who killed the Lizard King and also knocked them out. But looking at that trash, he can't even imagine it. Li Jun asked Ji Yu to be more careful and try not to hurt him next time. Ji Yu was displeased with his rebuke and asked if he wanted to see her cut off his mouth by chance. If that person is really that strong, Dae-woon is sure that person was just using a ruse. Does the lousy man really think he can survive here after seeing the dark side of the Imperial Blade Clan? Meanwhile, the members of the mop-up team had dealt with all the monsters that had jumped out at them. Choi Dae-woon applauded them and praised them for a good job, for they had gotten through the first level without any problems. Since they were not too exhausted from the fight, Choi Dae-woon suggested that they go to the next level of the gate. On the second level of the Celestial Lake, they will have to pass through an area full of traps and obstacles. And all this on the surface of the Heavenly River, each drop of which weighs 600 kilograms. Thanks to that, it will instantly kill anyone who falls into it. Their goal is to cross the river on a small stone path. But if they fail to follow the set pattern of stones, numerous obstacles will appear, causing harm to all those trying to cross the river. If someone made a mistake and fell into the water in order to avoid the obstacles, due to such immense pressure, even the strongest of the awakened would be turned to ashes, disappearing without a trace. The old master admitted that he had no idea that there would be heavenly water. Li Jun inquired if there was heavenly water where the teacher lived, to which he replied that there was, and moreover it was, the home of a 1,000-year-old golden turtle. Hearing about the 1,000-year-old golden turtle, Li Jun imagined an ordinary turtle and asked, "Shouldn't such a turtle be a spiritual being?" The master confirmed Li Jun's guess and added that the turtle's entire body was made up of gold. He was going to kill the turtle and make and use it as an elixir, but he ended up making it his pet since the turtle was quite cute. Li Jun felt uneasy at the sight of such a gruesome picture. He was sure that the turtle was only acting cute to survive. Choi Dae-woon ordered everyone to prepare for the next test, after which he asked the primordial essence leader to draw a magic circle. After a few seconds, the system notified everyone that a water magic circle had been created. Thanks to the circle, the water resistance of all the expedition members had increased by 30%. The effect would only last for half an hour. Choi Dae-woon asked who wanted to go first. After that, the members of the expedition began to whisper amongst themselves, until one of the expedition members raised his hand. Park Jung-yeon said that the Iron Blood clan would go first. Choi Dae-woon advised her to choose who would be sent first, and as she suddenly abandoned his plan and said that she would go first, because her clan members aren't some lab rats. Her grandfather always said that she should set an example for the others. Choi Dae-woon thought it was rude. He laughed and admitted that he should have been more careful, and wished Park Chan-yeon good luck. The old master inquired of Jun, would he just sit there and watch? And isn't that girl one of his friends? Li Jun grinned and asked the master not to worry about it, because he would think of something. Walking out first, Park Jung-yeon started crossing the Heavenly River on a narrow path of stones. Jung-yeon wondered if these stones could start sinking after being stepped on. She had a feeling that if her foot lingered on a stone for even a second, she would just fall into the water. Without thinking too much, Jung-yeon sped up, trying to cross the river as fast as possible without lingering on the rocks for too long. Suddenly, Li Jun mentally turned to her and asked her to listen to him. Li Jun asked if Jung-yeon could see a sharp rock ahead. She should stop right in front of it. Heeding Li Jun's advice, Jung-yeon stopped in front of the sharp rock. As soon as Jung-yeon stopped, the water around her suddenly geysered upwards. Jonghyun was astonished because the geyser had almost washed her away. Jonghyun turned back to look at Lee Jun, but Lee Jun told her not to be nervous. Lee Jun said that he would tell her how to cross the river leisurely, and she could also inform her Ironblood sword clan and the spear, arrow, and sword clans following them. Park Jonghyun demanded that he tell her what would happen next, and Lee Jun agreed. Park Jonghyun was followed by her clan and those they could trust. Choi Dae-woon was trying to figure out what was going on here. How could the students from the Ironblood sword clan cross the river so easily? Choi Dae-woon could hardly believe what had happened, because even the first and second expedition teams had a hard time here because of the random water geysers appearing here and there. How on earth had they managed to? Choi Dae-woon suddenly realized that there was a pattern here. These people had somehow learned about the pattern of water geysers. After realizing this, Choi Dae-woon started cursing the Iron Blood Sword clan again. And also that damn old man, because he didn't tell them how to cross the river even though he knew how. Choi Dae-woon was told that all the Iron Blood clan members had managed to cross the river safely. Choi Dae-woon told his clan members that it was now their turn to cross the river. Choi Dae-woon asked if everyone had memorized the pattern of their movement. In that case, everyone should follow him. The members of the Imperial Blade clan began to cross the river using the narrow stone path. Lee Chun noticed that this old man looked overly confident, except it shouldn't last long. One of the Imperial Blade disciples was looking at his feet, trying not to slip while crossing the river. Suddenly, he heard the sound of water, and in the next instant, a drop of heavenly water pierced through his body like a bullet. Choi Dae-woon didn't expect that following the pattern, one of his disciples would die so suddenly. And Choi Dae-min opened his mouth in fear because he could also die here. Choi Dae-woon noticed that this water looked a lot like spears. A few more water spears flew out of the water, and when they landed, they exploded, raising more heavenly water into the air. Choi Dae-woon cried out that these spears were bombs. Realizing what was wrong, Choi Dae-woon ordered the disciples to speed up to cross the river as quickly as possible. The students ran as fast as they could to save their lives, but there were too many water spears and many lives were lost. Barely crowding the narrow stone path, the students screamed for help. Choi Dae-woon saw that they had only a few steps left to cross the rest of the path, following the last part of the pattern, and they were almost at the finish line. But unfortunately for him, it wasn't like that. Hundreds of water spears rose into the sky and rained down on the heads of the Imperial Blade clan members. Slightly, but Choi Dae-woon, along with the thinning ranks of the disciples, managed to overcome the test of the heavenly river. Feeling awkward, Jonghyun extended her hand to the Apostle of Wind and asked if he was all right. Choi Dae-woon's fist bumped off Jonghyun's hand and independently stood up and replied that he was fine. He then asked the students how many survivors they had. The students said that including the injured, there were about 50 survivors. Choi Dae-woon cursed this day, as most of his students had just died. Everything that had happened during the second level of the Celestial Lake was broadcast live. The students of the martial arts school began to discuss it heatedly. Many of them became scared to continue watching, because it was as if the members of the mop-up group were just walking to their deaths. What would happen if they failed in their third attempt at the sweep as well? Just looking at what had become of the Imperial Blade clan, a shiver ran through the soul. The question hung in the air. Who would be next? The disciples who were just about to cross the river trembled in fear of death. Lee Min-wook swallowed, after which, stuttering, he asked, "Who wishes to go next?" To his surprise, a second later, there was someone who wanted to go next, and it was Lee Jun. Lee Min-wook wanted to know why. After all, Lee Jun simply cannot suddenly make such a decision alone. He's not ready for something like this yet. Lee Jun was surprised at how this old bastard was trying to talk him out of it. Lee Jun reminded Lee Min-wook that he didn't say that he would go along with him. He would do it together with the Divine Skill Clan. Hearing this, Lee Min-wook roared that he would not allow this to happen and that Lee Jun would go along with his clan. Lee Min-wook would love to let Lee Jun just cross the river and die, but he can't, all because all of their actions are being broadcast live. If Lee Jun doesn't go along with them, the leadership of the Divine Might clan will be in doubt. Lee Jun mockingly grinned and asked the old man not to worry so much about it. After all, he was joking. After which, Lee Jun turned around to the Divine Skill Clan, more specifically, Han Ji-yu. Realizing that this was a sign, Ji-yu stepped forward and said that their clan would go next, after which she told Jun that he should go with his clan. Lee Jun agreed to go with his own, and Lee Min-wook felt relieved. After a certain number of people crossed the river, the stones everyone was walking on would start to change their pattern. The Imperial Blade clan suffered a heavy blow because they didn't notice the change in the sequence of the stones due to the increase in level. After crossing the river, 200 members of the Iron Blood clan, and 50 disciples of the Imperial Blade clan crossed the river. Around 250 people would manage to cross the river before the pattern went to the third level. The Divine Skill clan would manage to cross the river without much difficulty. Recalling the example of the Imperial Blade clan, Li Jun advised Ji to move leisurely. Only in this way would they be able to cross the river safely, just as safely as the Iron Blood Sword clan. Ji replied that she knew this, and that they wouldn't be able to get this far if they didn't trust Jun. Aside from her personal trust, due to Ji's experience, it seems reasonable to trust Jun. Except how would Jun know how to clear the Heavenly Lake? As she followed the intended path, Ji could almost literally feel a lot of spears flying over her. Li Jun is friendly to her and shares useful information with them, but he still doesn't fully trust them. Just as she trusts Jun, can he trust her enough to tell her everything one day? After crossing the river, the members of the Divine Skill clan, led by Ji, finally managed to catch their breath. Park Hyunjin rushed over to Ji and asked if she was all right. Did everyone manage to cross the river, and were there any injured among them? Ji said that everyone had crossed the river safely, and almost none of them were injured. Looking at this, Choi Dae-woon felt his anger rising. How did the Divine Skill clan manage to cross the river without any casualties? Only his clan had suffered numerous casualties. Choi Dae-woon was convinced that he was the only one here who didn't know about something. Now that the Divine Skill clan had crossed the river, the Divine Power clan was next. While looking at the stones, Li Jun pondered the fact that after 50 people, the pattern of the stones would change again, and it would be the worst level of difficulty. The pattern will change in the middle of the path, which is the most dangerous, and Li Jun doesn't think he needs to keep pondering about it. He's already sick of taking care of all these people. So Jun decided to just use the gate. Lee Ming-wook had told his disciples that if the Divine Skill clan was able to cross the Heavenly River without loss, they would be able to do the same. The old master grinned and told Jun that he had a bad feeling about that guy. Li Jun was surprised at what he heard and asked who the guy was talking about. The old master pointed Jun to a kid nearby, Li Shin. He could feel a familiar energy from Li Shin, but he couldn't figure out what it was. So Master advises Li Jun to keep an eye on his relative. A little while later, the Divine Power clan started crossing the Heavenly River. Suddenly, arrows flew out of the water, aimed at Lee Min-wook, but Seo-hyun-jun reacted in time and caught all the arrows. Seo-hyun-jun asked Lee Min-wook if he was hurt. Lee Min-wook stammered and replied that he was fine. It seemed to Lee Min-wook that everything was going much easier than he had thought before, and if things continued like this, they would be able to safely. Lee Jun guessed that Lee Min-wook had relaxed after walking halfway down the path, and so he smirked, for now the very thing was about to begin. Suddenly, the water around the path began to bubble, forming geysers. The geysers shot upwards, causing the Divine Power disciples to speed up. After speeding up a bit, Lee Min-wook ordered the disciples not to panic or be afraid. They should continue on their way, avoiding the water pillars. Li Shin jumped from rock to rock as he suddenly sensed something ominous in the water pillar nearby. Li Shin ducked down, and a spear flew right above him. With a knee strike, Li Shin broke the spear, immediately after which he looked at the source of that threat. But what he didn't expect was to encounter werewolf sharks here. Li Shin wondered how a red-level monster could appear here, because it was known that such monsters only appeared in the higher-level gates. A trio of shapeshifters jumped out of the water and rushed towards their prey. But Lee Min-wook intervened and threw the shark shifters away with one punch. Lee Min-wook asked Li Shin if he was okay, and Li Shin was happy to see his uncle. Lee Min-wook suggested to hurry up and cross the river since the water pillars had subsided. When suddenly, they heard a sound like something falling into the water. Looking up, Lee Ming-wook and Li Shin saw that more than a few dozen disciples of their clan had been mangled. Lee Ming-wook wondered, could it all have been done by the werewolf sharks hiding in the water pillars? Even if that was the case, werewolf sharks shouldn't have caused so many people to die. What actually attacked the Heavenly King's group? The shapeshifter sharks kneeled down. The mini-boss, a huge Sharku monster, appeared. Sharku roared loudly, inspiring his kin, causing the speed, water attack power, and water magic of the shapeshifter sharks to increase by 30%. Due to the terrain of the Heavenly Lake, the shapeshifter sharks in the lake become monsters above the red level. Li Jun wished to know how the Divine Power Clan's Divine Power Clan disciples would be able to deal with the worst-case scenario. Just as suddenly, Li Jun heard a system notification sound. Opening the system window, Jun was surprised by what he saw. The gate owner's ability had been activated, causing the enemy's buffs to be neutralized. The Abyss ability had also appeared. The Divine Origin Technique ability Fear was activated, immediately after which fear and abyss were combined. Li Jun was surprised that his fear was suddenly activated and wondered why. After which, Li Jun unhappily looked at the werewolf sharks that attacked them. The system alerted Li Jun that Sharku was warily watching him and that the sharks were afraid of him. Li Jun just couldn't believe how quickly and easily everything was resolved. The disciples of the Divine Power Clan were afraid to even move because of the huge werewolf shark, while the latter was afraid of Jun. Li Jun mentally asked Sharku why was he suddenly going to retreat. After all, his victims are right in front of him. Li Jun ordered Sharku to attack them, to execute all those people in front of him. Sharku was frightened by Li Jun's creepy aura, and so he jumped into the water and swam away quickly. The system alerted Jun that Sharku was scared of him and ran away. With this, Li Jun set an unprecedented record. For this, Li Jun receives a double reward. Li Jun received 400 billion tree points. Li Jun was simply shaking with rage while his teacher snickered at him. Li Jun simply couldn't believe how things had turned out. The system had alerted Jun that he had received the title of Gray-Eyed Assassin. Li Jun sighed. At least the title was pretty good. For slaying red-level monsters with just a glance, Li Jun received a title that increased the damage on werewolf sharks by plus 200%, and also increases the defense against the element of water by plus 100%. The old master remarked that quite a few disciples had survived from the Heavenly King and Death Leap groups. Li Jun said that's what makes him angry. Park Jung-yeon said that since they don't know when the monsters might return, they should step back before they start drawing the magic circle. Ji Yu admitted that she was thinking the same thing, because by moving away, they can avoid more deaths due to monsters. Choi Dae-woon said that there was something he wanted to discuss with them before doing so. Jung-yeon asked what he wanted to talk about, and Choi Dae-woon revealed that he suspected that someone was trying to harm their expedition team. People began to notice that it was really very strange. The Imperial Blade Clan had lost 150 lives. The Divine Power Clan had lost over 50 lives. It was very suspicious that only among the Iron Blood and Divine Mastery clans there were no losses. One of the disciples got angry and asked, did they really suspect them for all these deaths? To which Choi Dae-woon replied that he himself didn't want to think about such a thing. But it all looked too suspicious, and he believed that his suspicions were not unfounded. Just as the disciple was about to reply, Jung-yeon stopped him and reminded the Wind Apostle that they had come here to help them clear the gate in response to a request for support. So how dare they accuse them of all evils instead of showing respect? Choi Dae-woon agreed with Park Kyung-yeon and asked her to answer one question. How was she able to figure out the pattern for crossing the Celestial Lake? Park Jung-yeon agreed to answer, except she couldn't just turn Li Jun in. Han Ji-yu called Choi Dae-woon a rude person because even if he is a Wind Apostle, he has no right to harass others without any proof. Proof? Choi Dae-woon bowed his head and admitted that he didn't have any proof yet. However, gathering his strength, Choi Dae-woon kicked the ground with his foot. From the pressure of the Wind Apostle's strength, the Divine Skill and Iron Blood disciples fell to their knees. Choi Dae-woon said that he could make them confess to the crime. Continuing to pressure the disciples, Choi Dae-woon suggested to see what would happen if they never found out which of them was right. Suddenly, Li Jun stepped between them and ordered Choi Dae-woon to stop. Choi Dae-woon asked Li Jun how dare he interrupt the elder like that. He then said that it wasn't good to expose his illegal origin like that. Li Jun apologized to the old man and admitted that he really should be more understanding. Considering Wind Apostle's advanced air and mental instability, Li Jun explained that he had to intervene because the fact that the head of the expedition team was suspicious of his own allies was too pathetic. Choi Dae-woon asked how dare he, but before he could even let him finish, Li Jun said that he was doing it because he didn't want to see the old man's heart attacked because he was too angry. Li Jun asked, begging to be allowed to make a suggestion. Since they feel like their groups are only destroying one by one, so why don't they just split up? The affected clans would be able to move on their own as well as their side. Li Jun grinned and asked, doesn't sound bad, right? On the other hand, a silence hung while Choi Dae-woon pondered over the bastard's suggestion. In the end, Choi Dae-woon agreed to do so. Lee Min-wook reminded that Li Jun was a member of their clan. But Choi Dae-woon ordered him to stop. After all, there must be some limit to this whiny child. Right now, their top priority was to mop up the gate. Li Jun was in agreement with the Apostle of Wind. Besides, all the cameras had been destroyed while trying to cross the Heavenly River, which meant that they didn't have to worry about losing their reputation due to the live broadcast. Of course, it would be better if the old man didn't go along with them. Lee Jun had planned to kill Lee Min-wook as soon as he got the chance, but he would still have the opportunity to pursue it. Choi Dae-woon said that their group would be exploring the sea cave to the west. Lee Jun, on the other hand, was going to head towards the glacial gorge to the east. Choi Dae-woon mentally laughed at this little dumbass, because the sea cave they were going to had already been explored during the first and second expedition. Choi Dae-woon can barely hold himself back from laughing at the fact that this bastard decided to go into a dangerous and uncharted area. Choi Dae-woon wished Lee Jun's group good luck. Lee Jun, on the other hand, admitted that he wasn't going to lie so blatantly and wished Choi Dae-woon bad luck. A while later, in an ice cave, Lee Jun's group took a break. Ji-yu asked Jun if it would be okay for him to be estranged from his clan like this, to which Lee Jun replied that it was fine, because he had originally planned it that way. And the sea cave is actually much more dangerous. He's just trying to survive. Jun held out a plate to Ji-yu and thanked her. Lee Jun chose the ice gorge since this place is the lair of Sharku and his werewolf sharks. As soon as they know he's here, they'll immediately run back to the heavenly lake. But the sea cave is something else. The sea cave is home to the shark shifter's natural enemy, the nagache, terrifying spider monsters that emit cold instead of poison. Entering the lair of such monsters is almost like begging to be killed. Lee Jun asked the guys to listen to him carefully. In fact, there was a shortcut that would take them straight to the 4th level of this dungeon. This path requires a special artifact, and he has it. The others are just required to cover for him. Park Jong-yeon was surprised at the information that Lee Jun had, and asked where he got this information from. Lee Jun hesitated as he thought of an answer, and after a second, he replied that he learned it from a dark merchant. Jong-yeon didn't believe Lee Jun's excuse, but still decided to confide in him. Lee Jun sighed and thanked God that no one dared to question him further. Lee Jun started to eat. As soon as he tasted the food, Lee Jun started coughing. Jun asked Jong-yeon what it was, to which she replied that it was boiled pineapple. A while later, after a rest stop, the group moved along the icy gorge. Park Jong-yeon was surprised that the shark shifters lived here, but even while looking at the icy sights, she wasn't going to let her guard down. Meanwhile, Lee Jun fumbled for what he was looking for. Jong-yeon remarked that it was just a frozen lake, but Lee Jun reminded that he had already talked about it. It was their shortcut. After which, Lee Jun struck the ice with his hammer. The sound of the impact echoed throughout the gorge. Dumbfounded by what Jun was doing, Jong-yeon and Hyunjin asked, what the hell was he doing? After which, Jong-yeon reminded them that because the sound was so loud, it would attract monsters from all around the area. Right after that, one of the members of the cleanup team ran up and shouted that they had a huge problem. The werewolf sharks had shown up and they had surrounded them. Ji-yu immediately went on full alert and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. But Lee Jun said that there was no need for that, since the werewolf sharks wouldn't attack. After that, Lee Jun continued hitting the ice with his hammer, while the werewolf sharks just watched him from far away, until Lee Jun gave the hammer one last blow, which caused cracks to appear on the surface of the ice. The legend began on the day one unremarkable man broke the surface of the heavenly lake. That person was an ordinary blacksmith from the Million Poison clan. While all the troops were busy finding a way forward, the blacksmith was trying to repair his broken weapon. As the hammer struck, the ice cracked, cracking exactly where the polar ice water rested. From Lee Jun's final blow, the ice under his feet cracked, causing the icy surface to begin to split, leaving the disciples' feet. Park Hyung-jin asked Jun what he was doing. Jun asked what he was talking about, and advised everyone to just follow him. Hyunjin asked what the latter meant by follow him. Just as suddenly, Lee Jun jumped straight into the water. Park Hyunjin screamed because Jun had committed suicide. Ji-yu asked what just happened. Yi Kyung-yeon replied that Jun just took a leap into the water. Hyunjin yelled that he doesn't care what happens anymore and jumped into the water, which stunned the girls. Realizing that they had no choice but to trust Jun, Jong-yeon ordered all the members to stop drifting on the ice and jump down. Immediately afterward, Park Jong-yeon and Han Ji-yu jumped into the water themselves. As it turned out, it wasn't heavenly water that could flatten them in an instant. It was just ordinary water. When Young-yeon looked around, she saw Lee Jun with Hyun-jin nearby. Lee Jun gestured for everyone to follow him and swam to the bottom. A little while later, Lee Jun surfaced in the middle of a cave filled with crystals. Park Jong-yeon asked Jun to tell her about his adventures in advance next time, because her heart might not be able to take it. Lee Jun apologized and explained that unexpected surprises are always more fun. But Jong-yeon was not happy with what she heard. because 2 or more such surprises could kill someone. Once everyone gathered in the cave, Jun's group moved on. They walked until an ice door stood in their way. Lee Jun explained that it was a secret path that led straight to the boss, after which Jun headed towards the door. The group members began to whisper amongst themselves. None of them could understand how he had guessed all of this. After feeling the door, Lee Jun realized that it could not be opened easily, so he took out an iron hammer and advised everyone to step back, as it could be dangerous. Lee Jun swung and hit the door with the hammer with all his might, destroying another obstacle. The system alerted Lee Jun that he had found the secret path. For finding the secret path, Lee Jun was rewarded with 550,000 tree points. Looking at the crystals, Jonghyun asked if all of these were mana crystals. Hyunjin admitted that he had never seen so many mana crystals in one place. Ji-yu said that the bright blue color of the mana crystals indicates that they are top-quality crystals, which means that each of these crystals is worth at least 1 million. Seeing how everyone was interested in the crystals, Lee Jun said that they could collect them if they so desired it. Ji-yu said that she doesn't have the skill to collect crystals. Lee Jun pointed out that all the other members of the group are also combat agents, which means that none of them are miners with a gathering skill. Unfortunately, they will have to leave all these crystals here, but they will be able to come back here already after they kill the boss. Park Junghyun asked Jun why he thought they had enough people to fight the boss. After all, it's none other than the boss of the Heavenly Lake. Doesn't that mean they should invite more people? To which Lee Jun replied that they have enough people, even more than required, all because it can't attack them. Meanwhile, Choi Dae-woon's group was surrounded by Nagoche. One of the students caught in the net was begging the huge spiders crawling towards him to stay away from him. He was almost going crazy because of the terror and silently begged to be saved. Choi Dae-woon's group was getting smaller and smaller. The Nagoche quietly devoured their corpses, while the awakened ones gathered in a pile to fight off the Nagoche. Everyone was terrified to see these spiders devouring their people. Lee Min-wook shouted that they should move away, but the disciples behind them replied that it was impossible, as the path was blocked. Things were simply dire, as the expedition team, consisting of 200 people already, had been reduced by half. On the other hand, the number of Nagoche attacking them was only increasing. Choi Dae-woon asked Lee Min-wook if he had this. Lee Min-wook asked what the man was talking about. Choi Dae-woon demanded that Lee Min-wook answer telepathically if he had the Stone of Return. He replied that he did, and that Shin had another one. In that case, Choi Dae-woon told Lee Min-wook to get ready. They should use their subordinates as bait to buy themselves time to use the return stones. A return stone is a one-time thing that can save a life at a critical moment. The Stone of Return is an extremely expensive item created by one of the witch houses overseas, making it very expensive. For this reason, most of the awakened are unable to even touch the return stone for the rest of their lives, and only the key figures of the clans within the Dangerous Gate are able to obtain them. And so Dae-woon proposes to use them now? Tormented by his conscience, Lee Min-wook asked, "Are they the only ones who will be saved? What will happen to the others?" Choi Dae-woon asked if he wanted to die with the others. But Lee Min-wook replied that wasn't exactly what he meant. Choi Dae-woon said that he understands how worried the latter's about it. But if the entire Death Jump group dies, then Lee Min-wook's position in the house will crumble. But by surviving, he will always be able to build a foundation. Choi Dae-woon promised that he would help him with that. He would do whatever it took if they survived. Gritting his teeth, Lee Min-wook asked, letting the man memorize his words. The disciples were fighting off Nagoche with their last strength when they suddenly noticed something strange. Mr. Dae-woon, along with a few people, used the return stones to escape from the battlefield, leaving them all here. Choi Dae-woon promised that one day he would avenge them all. Right after that, he disappeared. The situation of the students worsened drastically, for now they were left without a leader, surrounded by Nagoche. They didn't want to believe that it would end like this. But what could they do? So Hyunjun turned to one of the students in the group, Ugun, after which he extended his hand to him and said that Mr. Shin had always looked at him with awe. So Hyunjun said that he still needed to finish his work here, and handing Ugun the return stone said that the Lord would be sad if he died here and therefore Ugun should go instead. Ugun trembled due to his overflowing emotions towards the boss. After all, he had given up saving himself for him. Ugun bowed to Sehyunjun and covered his face with his hand and thanked the boss. But he wasn't trembling because of his indecision to leave everyone here. He was trembling because he was trying to hold back his laughter. Wugong used the return stone and left the Celestial Lake dungeon. Despair hung around. Everyone was certain that this was where they would meet their end. So Hyunjun ordered the members of the group to listen to him. So Hyunjun asked that they not forget that their mission was to serve the Divine Power Clan. So Hyunjun shouted that it was now left for them to make sure that their master survived. All those who survived should grab their weapons and continue fighting, and those who failed would never be forgiven. Excitedly, the members shouted that they would follow the boss to the very end. Suddenly, Li Jun felt a thud from afar. Li Jun asked the master, what was it? And the man replied that it was Hwanbo's energy. Li Jun thought of Hwanbo, of the Divine Power Clan. He remembered that no one but his father could use the divine arts of the Heavenly King, although Shin Li is trying to learn them, but he is unable to control the energy so skillfully. Just as suddenly, Li Jun remembered that there was another suitable person. It is the leader of the Heavenly King's group, who is also the deputy leader of the Divine Fist Alliance, Sa Hyun-jun. Except there is something strange here, because mere Nagoch is in no way enough for Sa Hyun-jun to suddenly have to unleash his power. The old master suggested that something else might have happened. Li Jun was about to go scouting, but noticing that he was going somewhere, Ji Yu asked what he was going to do. Li Jun suggested that they look around a bit, since the boss wouldn't get them here anyway. The old master pondered, who is the boss of this place? It had been quite some time, but the one still hadn't shown himself, which made him different from ordinary bosses. Li Jun assumed that the boss can't come out of the water since he lays eggs, and the boss's name is the 1,000-year-old golden turtle. Before Li Jun could finish, the master shouted at the top of his voice, "What?" which made Li Juno's ear spurt blood. Li Jun complained to the master about scaring him and asked, "What happened?" Master asked, hadn't he told Li Jun earlier that the 1,000-year-old golden turtle was his pet? Only now did it come to Li Jun's attention that such a thing had indeed happened. After which Li Jun asked the teacher to stop for a second and asked why the teacher was so sure that his pet and this boss were the same creature. After all, it doesn't make any sense. Li Jun pointed out that it must have been over 1,000 years ago, and the story of the turtle probably happened far away in China when the master was still alive. The old master interrupted Jun and asked if he had called his master Chinese. The master then explained that he was actually a man from the brilliant and great Goryeo. Li Jun was amazed at what he heard, because he hadn't even considered that the master could be Korean. Jong-yeon noticed Jun talking to himself and asked what happened that he suddenly shrieked, realizing that he was oblivious. Li Jun replied that nothing like that had happened. Li Jun clutched his hands on his head, and twisting what he heard, once again asked, "Is the strongest person in the world of martial arts the person from Goryeo?" The old master said that it was impossible to judge something without seeing it for yourself, and if Zolotushka was really here, then she would be the eldest for his disciple. Li Jun asked the master again, what did he just call the turtle? Li Jun decided not to waste time and hurried to Sa Hyun-jun. Li Jun also decided not to tell the master that Zolotushka didn't sound much better from Shinyushka. Meanwhile, in Nagoche's lair, in the sea cave, many disciples have fallen to the monsters of Nagoche, but at the same time, the disciples killed many of the Nagoche. At this moment, Sa Hyun-jun, along with the surviving disciples, were holding on to their last breath. But a second later, the Nagoche shot out a web depriving Sa Hyun-jin of the ability to swing his arms. Nagoche's web was nothing special to Sa Hyun-jun. Sa Hyun-jun simply tensed his arms, causing the web to break. Taking the chance, one of the Nagoche spiders attacked Sa Hyun-jun from the back. Suddenly, he turned around and grabbed Nagoche's head with one hand, then used his other hand to grab his back. Immediately afterward, he tore Nagoche apart with a single fist strike. Meanwhile, Li Jun had reached Nagoche's lair, and what he saw surprised him. The Nagoche's web was incredibly strong, making it impossible to tear with brute force. But Sa Hyun-jun managed to do so. He tore it apart. The teacher remarked that Sa Hyun-jun had no choice but to use brute force. Li Jun wondered why he couldn't see the rest of the group. More importantly, he can't even feel his uncle's energy here, or even Choi Dae-woon's. The Nagoche eat quite little. After a successful hunt, they return to the nest and don't come out of their den for a while. It's logical to assume that people like Choi Dae-woon and Lee Min-wook would sacrifice their own people to save their own skin. Knowing this, Jun was about to clear the gate as soon as he found them fighting. Suddenly, Li Jun remembered what the matter was here. These guys were just taking advantage of the return stones, using their subordinates as bait. After realizing what scum they were, Li Jun suddenly began to laugh madly and darkly, which frightened even his master. But his laughter did not last long, as Li Jun realized. Clawing his fingers into the wall of the cave with anger, Li Jun wondered, are they even human? Who do you even have to be to run away, leaving your subordinates to perish? Clutching the fragments of the wall with anger, Lee Jun roared that they were just the scum of the earth. So Hyun-jun, exhausted from the battle, sighed heavily. Taking advantage of his opponent's condition, one of the Nagoche sneaked up on him from behind. In the blink of an eye, Seo Hyun-jun's neck was wrapped in a strong web. Immediately afterward, the Nagoche pulled him toward him, right under the feet of his companions. A second later, Seo Hyun-jun was face to face with Nagoche. Drooling, Nagoche was about to execute the little man. But as soon as he was close enough, Seo Hyun-jin took the limb Nagoche was holding him with and bit it off. The wounded Nagoche squealed in great pain, and Seo Hyun-jin took advantage of the situation and got out from under the spider. Immediately afterwards, Seo Hyun-jin destroyed another Nagoche. One of the students asked the boss if he was okay, to which Seo Hyun-jin replied that he was fine. But looking at his hand, Seo Hyun-jin saw it trembling. He had already killed hundreds of Nagoche, and now he didn't even have the internal energy left to continue fighting. But fortunately, the Nagoche they see are the last group of spiders in the cave. With the remaining number of Nagoche remaining, the rest of the group will be able to escape from here. Seo Hyun-jin revealed that he had almost no internal strength left. The disciple admitted that he had already guessed that, and said that he could provide the rest for them. But Seo Hyun-jin refused. Seo Hyun-jin said that he would make a path for them, after which they would have to escape from here. The disciple shouted that they weren't going to, as he suddenly sensed mortal danger. In the blink of an eye, Seo Hyun-jin approached him and grabbed Nagoche's head. Immediately afterward, he squeezed his hand and blasted Nagoche. Seo Hyun-jin said that this was his last order and asked that they all obey it. The disciples could hardly believe what was happening and began to whisper amongst themselves. Then they all said no, they were not going to obey this order. Seo Hyun-jin said they were all idiots, but they ignored him and helped him up. The question became, who would go first? Immediately after, the disciple with the scar volunteered. Turning around, the apprentice told the commander that he hoped they would see each other in the next life. Immediately after that, he burst out of his seat, rushing towards the crowd of Nagoche. Suddenly, someone grabbed him in flight by the scruff of his neck. After that, the disciple who was about to sacrifice himself went to meet the wall. The angry disciple asked who dared to do this to him. Lee Jun asked the disciple who let him go to his death like that. Not believing that he was really here, the disciple pointed his trembling hand at Lee Jun and asked how he suddenly found himself here. But Lee Jun didn't let him finish and demanded an answer. How dare he point his finger at him? Did this mean that the latter wished to be beaten up again? The disciples from the Heavenly King's team were terrified. They didn't want to face the young master's anger anymore. Lee Jun walked over to Seo Hyun-jin and said that the latter looked just awful. Seo Hyun-jin was surprised that the young master had survived, but was still happy about it. Lee Jun noticed that Seo Hyun-jin was barely alive at the same time. After which, he asked if they didn't have anything for treatment. Seo Hyun-jin admitted that they had used everything they had. Lee Jun sighed and then admitted that he also didn't bring anything with him for such an occasion because he didn't think he needed it. In that case, he had no other choice. Lee Jun summoned the blood spear and said that he would have to kill all those things before he passed away. Lee Jun looked at Nagoche and asked, what should he do to them? The old master inquired, wasn't the latter going to use the Heaven's Origin art? To which Lee Jun replied that he wasn't going to. Instead, he would rather show them a show. Lee Jun was going to test how powerful his new ability was. Using the Heavenly King divine art, Lee Jun rushed into battle. Without any trouble, Lee Jun quickly dealt with one Nagoche after another. With barely discernible speed, Lee Jun destroyed the monsters using painfully familiar movements. The disciples of the Divine Power Clan were astonished when they saw this, for the young master was clearly using the divine art of a Heavenly King. It was only Seo Hyun-jin who realized that this was not entirely true, because such movements would be impossible if he was using the Heavenly King divine art alone. Seo Hyun-jin speculated that it might have been the Heavenly King's divine skill. After a short fight, the Nagoche felt threatened by their new enemy, which frightened them greatly. Realizing that this person was impossible to deal with, the Nagoche rushed out, but Lee Jun was not going to let them go so easily. Grabbing one of the Nagoche by the head, Lee Jun asked the spider where they were going. Pulling Nagoche by one of his limbs, Lee Jun explained that if he wanted to live, they shouldn't have tried to fight in the first place. Lee Jun asked if what he was saying was correct, and a second later, a loud crunch was heard from Nagoche's limbs. A while later, having finished with Nagoche, Lee Jun stretched his neck a little. Previously, he had never thought that he would waste his energy on a small thing like this. The Heavenly King disciples who were watching the brutal battle stood there with their mouths hanging open, still in shock. Turning back to the disciples, Lee Jun asked, what were they doing? And were they going to continue to just stand still? Or were they not going to pack it in? The frightened disciples agreed to accomplish everything. Li Jun approached Sa Hyunjin and asked how he was doing, to which Hyunjin replied that the energy circulation was helping him recover his strength little by little. Meanwhile, one of the disciples asked why they were even listening to Li Jun. His comrade asked rhetorically, "Does the latter wish to stay alive?" So Hyunjin asked the young master what he had just used. Was it a heavenly king skill? Li Jun was surprised at his awareness and wondered how the latter had guessed it. So Hyunjin admitted that he was skeptical of the thought at first, but as it turned out, he was right. After which, he asked how the latter had gotten hold of the records and mastered the heavenly king's art. Li Jun lazily replied that it just happened that way. So Hyunjin asked why the latter showed him that he had mastered the divine art, to which Li Jun replied, because it was Sa Hyunjin. His subordinates would no longer want to serve Choi Dae-woon and Lee Min-wook, who had abandoned them, while Sa Hyunjin was the kind of person who wouldn't ignore the opinions of his subordinates. Li Jun extended his hand and asked Hyunjin if he would like to join him. So Hyunjin was surprised at such an unexpected offer, but still he took Li Jun's hand. So Hyunjin promised that he would think about it, and then Li Jun asked him to let him know that he wasn't going to wait too long for an answer. Li Jun asked if he was going to report what he had seen to his father. Sa Hyunjin replied that he would. Li Jun recognized that it was a good thing, because it was exactly what he had hoped for. Li Jun advised Hyunjin to go to his subordinates as soon as possible. After that, he asked for Hyunjin to just look at them. They were worried that he wouldn't faint again, so Jun asked Hyunjin to do something about it. So Hyunjin thanked the young master and headed towards his subordinates. The old master wondered why the latter was letting Sa Hyunjin go so easily, and wouldn't it have been better to make him join him? After all, there was no telling when another opportunity would arise. Li Jun said that it's okay, because Sa Hyunjin won't change his mind anyway. He only serves his father, and he is the only loyal person in their clan, while the young master is not the one they want. At the same time, Jun really wishes for Li Shin to fall. Refusing to support the Heavenly King's group guarding the air will have a great impact on Li Shin. Covering himself with a fan, the teacher said that he was happy if the disciple was able to achieve what he wished for. Li Jun chuckled and asked if he cared so much about his disciple. He was very happy to know that he had such a caring master. Trying to hide his embarrassment behind his fan, the master asked the little bastard to stop teasing him. Lichku noticed that things were going smoothly in the dungeon and wondered how things were going outside right now. The gate to the heavenly lake. A crowd of people were waiting for the return of the awakened expedition, until suddenly people started coming out of the gate. The people began to rejoice that the expedition team had returned, but to their surprise, no one else came out of the gate. People were immediately worried about what had happened on the other side and wanted to know what happened to the rest of the team. Choi Dae-woon took the microphone, after which he revealed that, unfortunately for him, the third attempt to sweep the Skylake had also ended in failure. Choi Dae-woon revealed that it was impossible to broadcast because the cameras were destroyed midway through, but despite everything that happened, they're going to continue trying to sweep the gate to try and save as many people as possible. One of the reporters interrupted the Apostle of Wind and asked what happened to the Iron Blood Sword clan and the Divine Skill clan. Choi Dae-woon admitted that he wasn't sure, but since none of them had used the return stone, we should expect the worst. People were stunned at what they heard, since so many people had died, including the Sword Flower, Ice Flower, and even the Sword Dragon. Unable to withstand the influx of emotions, some of the people began to thank Mr. Choi Dae-woon for at least he and his small group survived. People rushed towards Choi Dae-woon thanking him for this, for altogether they would be able to finish what they had started. Choi Dae-woon thanked the people around him for their support, each and every one of them. A short while later, a memorial altar with pictures of those who had died during the third mop-up expedition was set up near the gate to the heavenly lake. Choi Dae-woon lit incense and then bowed to the dead, along with the other survivors. People were discussing the fact that these people barely escaped death, and they went to great lengths to remember the other victims. Previously, everyone thought that Lee Min-wook was only famous because of his cruelty. But seeing him bowing before his fallen comrades, many people decided to write off the cruelty as evil rumors. All of this is really impressive. Lee Min-wook heard the people around him start to speak well of him. He felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, because the people who were destined to die had died. And then people began to look at him more favorably. And since it was like this, Lee Min-wook smirked, thinking about how he could get back on his feet using this situation. Suddenly, the people around him started shouting that something was happening to the gate. Hearing this, Lee Min-wook's heart went into heels. Judging from the gate's reaction that everyone saw, the gate had been scrambled. Li Ming-wook trembled. He tried to understand how such a thing could happen. Just as suddenly, Li Jun came out of the gate and immediately greeted his uncle, after which he grinned crookedly as he looked at him at the altar. A few hours ago, after clearing the gate, Ji Yu had asked Park Hyun-jun how he was doing, to which the latter replied that he couldn't find him. Ji Yu wondered where Li Jun could have disappeared to all of a sudden. Park Hyun-young said that they had no choice, and that they should continue exploring the dungeon relying on... Suddenly, Li Jun showed up, and said that there was no need for that. The trio was surprised that Li Jun suddenly appeared after all that searching. Li Jun asked, had they been looking for him all this time? Immediately after, an angry Jonghyun asked, where has he been all this time? They've been looking for him all this time because he never came back. Li Jun apologized to them several times. Li Jun threw Sahyun-jin to the ground, and it was only at that moment that Jonghyun realized that the Heavenly King's team members had come with Jun. Li Jun said it was a long story, but before he started, he asked if they had any medicine. The disciples from the Heavenly King's team rushed to their boss with tears in their eyes, worried about his condition. A while later, Li Jun recounted what had happened, but the expressions of shock still remained on the faces of the listeners. A heated discussion began among the students. How could this old man only dare to lead a gate-clearing operation and then run away, leaving his subordinates behind? None of the disciples wanted to deal with these scum anymore. Park Hyun-jun promised that if he survived, he would bring the Imperial Blade and Divine Authority clans to justice, including the case that happened recently. Ji Yu added that the members of the Divine Mastery clan would also cooperate with the Iron Bloodsword clan. Li Jun said that they will be able to survive and get out of here, because after all, there's only 30 minutes left before the gate is cleared. Park Hyun-jun and Han Ji-yu were surprised to hear this and asked if it was true. Li Jun asked why he would lie to them. Li Jun then pointed to the water and said that he would jump in right away and pass the gate. Ji Yu demanded Jun to stop and reminded him that this lake was made up of heavenly water. Li Jun took off his jacket and said that's why he plans to go there alone, because he's the only one here who can bear the weight of the heavenly water. Li Jun threw his jacket to Ji Yu and asked her to keep his jacket. Immediately afterward, Li Jun plunged into the deadly heavenly water. The Divine Mastery disciple turned to Ji Yu and admitted that she understood that she was trying to follow Li Jun in this way, but she was worried that he was directing her too much. Ji Yu asked her student not to say that because if it wasn't for Jun, they wouldn't have been able to pass the second level. Clutching her jacket, Ji Yu told her that once Jun cleared the dungeon, he would gain fame and reputation that they dare not even dream of. Meanwhile, in the heavenly water, Li Jun was nearing the bottom. The teacher advised Li Jun to continue to protect his body from the heavenly water using the heavenly source art, because if he were to break for even a moment, he would immediately turn to dust. After a short dive, Li Jun still found the path leading to the boss. Immediately afterward, he swam through the cave until he finally came to land at the other end. Li Jun took off his shirt and began to squeeze the water out of it, while the teacher turned away to avoid looking at his student. Li Jun admitted that he felt as if he had swum here more than he had in his entire life. After wringing out the water, Li Jun put on his shirt. The old master told him that, though slowly, an old memory was coming back to him. His Goldilocks had lived in almost the same cave. Li Jun reminded the master that it wasn't his turtle. The master asked why the man was so sure of that. After all, his cute turtle wouldn't have died so easily. Jun replied that there was a very small probability that it was the same turtle. Whether it was Goldilocks or not, they would soon be able to find out. Right in front of them in the middle of the cave lay a huge golden turtle. Li Jun explained that since the turtle is resting, it means that it is preparing to lay an egg. When suddenly the teacher's eyes glistened and tears flowed from them, he said that it is Zolotushka. Li Jun shouted to the teacher not to lie to him, because it just can't be his turtle. But he was not going to give up. The master said that he had no reason to lie to Jun. But if he really can't believe him, he should use the divine source art, because Goldilocks loves the energy of his divine source art. Li Jun was unhappy with the way his teacher was stalling, but still agreed to do it on the condition that if it wasn't his turtle, he would kill it right now. As soon as the teacher released some aura, the turtle felt a familiar energy and wondered if it was a martial arts god. The golden turtle came out of its shell and wondered if it was really him. This turtle was indeed the master's pet, and seeing each other, threw themselves into a hug. Sobbing, Zolotushka asked where he suddenly disappeared. Leaving her? She said that all this time she was very lonely. Hugging his turtle, the master said that he was very sorry about that. Even after personally seeing the evidence, Li Jun just couldn't believe it. Suddenly, Li Jun realized something. He could understand the fact that the turtle had lived for over 1,000 years, but just how did it end up inside the gate? So also with the title of Gate Master. Master asked Zolotushka how she was doing, and she told that after many attempts to find him, she was forced to return home, but suddenly the world turned upside down. The master admitted that he made Zolotushka endure too many problems, but Zolotushka said that everything will be fine now, because the god of martial arts is with her. Li Jun apologized to get someone's attention and headed towards the master and the turtle, but the two continued their conversation after a long meeting until Li Jun stepped in between them and apologized again with a shout. Li Jun admitted that he understood their feelings, but he needed to speak up too. The disgruntled master asked how dare he interrupt the conversation between his teacher and the elder. Jun asked what the latter meant, whereupon the teacher reminded that he had already talked about it before. Zolotushka was his student long before Jun, so he should treat her with respect. Zolotushka grinned, thinking her master was the best. Li Jun reminded that the turtle was just an animal, then decided to stop there. Li Jun asked, what should they do with this gate? After all, they should deal with the boss to clear the dungeon. Master asked his disciple not to worry about it, and with a smirk, he said that he had already figured out how to do it. Li Jun, the master, proudly replied that they could combine the gates. Li Jun was confused by what he heard, and just in case, he asked if that was it. The master asked, what did the man just say? And threw the fan at the disgruntled disciple, then explained that it was the easiest and fastest way. Li Jun sighed and admitted that he was expecting something more impressive. Li Jun recalled that he could only be the owner of 2 gates. He had made a promise to the fairies earlier that he would send them home as soon as the situation was clear. The teacher wondered why he didn't just ask the fairies about it, to which Li Jun replied that if they refused, the master would have to find a new way and created a portal. The master agreed to think about it and, trying to push Jun into the portal, asked him to just talk to them. Meanwhile, in the fairy flower field, the fairies were frolicking and pestering the mice tending the plants. Suddenly, a portal opened, through which a master came out to them. Li Jun turned to the fairies and awkwardly said that he had bad news for them. The fairies wondered, what was he trying to say, as they suddenly began to guess? He can't just kick them out of here, can he? After they settled here, they started to like living here much more than their flower field. The air here is much nicer, and the flowers grow well. And most importantly, they have their own personal slaves. I mean, mouse friends. Li Jun apologized to the fairies and said that they would have to stay here. But without hearing the last part, the fairies bowed to him and loudly begged him not to kick them out. Li Jun was amazed at the fairies' quick reaction, and the fairies stared at Jun questioningly, trying to make sense of it all. Li Jun asked why he would kick them out, to which the fairies replied that they thought he could kick them out, since he would consider them useless. Li Jun admitted that he wanted them to continue living here, as suddenly the fairies started laughing, for they were scared, thinking that he would kick them out. The fairies admitted that they felt much better here than in the fairy flower field, and since that's the case, the owner can do whatever he wants with the place. The system informed Jun that some of the fairies wanted to serve him completely and asked him if he wanted to accept them. Li Jun agreed, and the system told him that some of the fairies now obeyed him and that his friendship with the fairies had increased, for which he received 1,800 reputation points. Li Jun thanked the fairies for agreeing to stay and asked them to continue doing what they were doing here. Mouse reached out to follow his departing master, but to his dismay, the fairies returned to him. The old master asked what did the fairies say, to which Jun replied that luckily the fairies liked living in the blue fox's den, which meant he could get rid of their former home, the fairies' flower field. The master put his hand on Goldilocks and said that it was no problem now, and since that was the case, Li Jun should make this dungeon his own as soon as possible. Goldilocks was pleased that she would finally be reunited with Master. The 1,000-year-old golden turtle submitted a request to become Li Jun's ward. Li Jun sacrificed the fairy flower field, after which he finally became the owner of the Heavenly Lake. After becoming the owner of the Heavenly Lake, Li Jun obtained items registered in this dungeon such as 5 A-rank monastones and an imperial chain blade. Li Jun was pleased with what he had received, because now he would be able to give this skill to Hosu. Meanwhile, the master was scratching Goldilocks' chin. The master said that they had found both Goldilocks and the technique they were looking for here, and because of that, Jun was able to shoot down 2 birds with a single stone. But Li Jun had swept up that they had one more thing left to do, which meant 3 birds with 1 stone. Li Jun admitted that he had originally wanted to take the energy crystal of the 1,000-year-old turtle, But to avoid stomach pain due to overeating, he would make do with the glacial water. After saying that, Li Jun took out a bottle and filled it with glacial water. Li Jun was confident that Shinya would like something like this. Jun said that he did not want to make the others wait too long, and offered to return to the others, after which he and the master headed for the exit from the cave. Leaving, the master waved goodbye to Zolotushka. The members of the expedition group who were in the gate received a message about the clearing of the dungeon, after which they began to rejoice at the success. Currently, Li Jun admitted that he was wondering where his uncle was right now, all because he couldn't find him anywhere. And so, after coming out of the gate, he saw him. A dumbfounded Lee Min-wook asked, how did they manage to come back alive? Li Jun asked, what did he want to say? They had defeated the monsters as usual and were still alive. Hearing this, the reporters who were filming a report on the dead members of the raid suddenly changed the story and told the viewers that the gate had been cleared after all. The reporters began to ask the members of the group how they managed to clear the dungeon and who exactly was the local boss. Previously, the expedition team leader had revealed that several of the team members had been sacrificed, so they wanted to know what exactly had happened there. While Park Jung-yeon and Park Hyun-jun posed for the cameras, Li Jun confessed that he didn't even know where to start, because not many people would be able to believe what happened inside that gate. So Li Jun suggested asking the people who came out of the gate first about it. After all, they should know more than anyone else about what happened. Suddenly, Lee Min-wook rushed towards Li Jun and ordered him to stop, and tried to grab the microphone. After which Lee Min-wook guiltily revealed that they had used the return stones thinking that everyone else had died. Lee Min-wook shouted out that he wasn't sure if they could come back alive, and that he was very happy to see them return. Li Jun grinned and asked his uncle not to make such a show of himself, as it was Lee Min-wook who started the conflict between the group members, saying that the Iron Blood Sword and Divine Skill clans had malicious people lurking in the clans trying to sabotage the expedition. There was a buzz around them. People wanted to know, what did Li Jun mean? And what really happened after the broadcast cut off? One of the reporters raised his hand and asked what happened inside the dungeon. Li Jun recognized that it was a good question. Li Jun forcefully snatched the microphone and revealed that, while at the third level of the Heavenly Lake, they were forced to split into 3 groups. The first group was the Divine Power Clan and the Imperial Blood Clan, while the second group was the Divine Skill Clan and the Iron Blood Sword Clan. However, they parted for the reason he had just told them. Afterward, Li Jun asked for Choi Dae-woon to say something and asked why he was just keeping silent on the sidelines. Li Jun said that he was sure that he just couldn't do that. After all, he was the one who suggested using the return stones, leaving his subordinates trapped. That's the reason why the Black Lion and Deathleap groups were destroyed, and that's why Choi Dae-woon can't say anything with his mouth. And after all, no one would have thought that they would try to put things behind them, after which pretend that they were sorry. Li Jun directly said that they were disgusting. Just as suddenly, Choi Dae-woon pulled out his sword and yelled that this brat was trying to slander him, and that he was just trying to destroy him along with the Imperial Blood Clan. Park Hyung-jin said that was nonsense and was about to intervene, but Jun stopped him, and Jun asked Choi Dae-woon why he shouldn't act like an adult. After all, you can't solve all problems just by throwing a tantrum. Choi Dae-woon ordered Li Jun to shut up and rushed towards him, aiming to finish him off. Choi Dae-woon hit Jun with all his might, but he bounced back, causing Choi Dae-woon to leave a dent in the ground. The force of Choi Dae-woon's punch was strong enough to harm a normal person, so everyone started to run away in panic. In an attempt to deal with the panicked citizens, Han Ji-yu began to help the citizens evacuate. Meanwhile, Choi Dae-woon tried to chop up Li Jun, during which he asked who told him to do it. He demanded that he confess. Although Choi Dae-woon was strong, Li Jun easily dodged his every attack. Li Jun told the old man that he was mistaken, after which he asked the old man, why didn't he just go home for his lunch nap? Choi Dae-woon flew into a rage even more because of another taunt from the brat. He asked how dare he, an abomination who couldn't even inherit his bloodline. How dare he humiliate him in front of all these people? Just as suddenly, Choi Dae-woon accelerated and delivered a powerful horizontal strike. But even now, Li Jun managed to dodge. Immediately after that, he bounced back, breaking the distance between them. After feeling Choi Dae-woon's attacks near him, Li Jun couldn't help but recognize that his attacks were indeed like a storm, which meant that he hadn't received the title of Wind Apostle for nothing. Just as suddenly, Li Jun heard painful screams nearby. As it turned out, their battle had led to terrible consequences for ordinary people. Someone was nailed by a boulder, and somewhere in the middle of the crowd, A lost boy who can't find his mom was sobbing. All this pleading for help? Li Jun is already tired because of it. Invoking his blood spear, Li Jun recognized that he had not expected less from the Imperial Blood Clan. Immediately afterward, he stood in a fighting stance and said that it was time to finish with all of this. Currently, after mopping up the Heavenly Lake, the battle between Wind Apostle and Ghost Spear had begun. The man watching the live broadcast was surprised to see Li Jun's Heavenly King divine technique. He ordered everyone to get ready to leave, for he must see this boy in person. Li Jun and Choi Dae-woon continued their battle in the middle of the city. The sharp movement of Choi Dae-woon's blade didn't manage to hurt Li Jun, but because of that, a multi-story building in the way was chopped down. Li Jun smirked as he successfully dodged the attacks of that old man Choi Dae-woon. While Choi Dae-woon was getting more and more pissed off because of the humiliation received because of that snotty bastard, Choi Dae-woon shouted at Jun to die and swung his sword with all his might. But Li Jun managed to block the attack with his spear, after which the old man jumped back to prepare for the next attack. Suddenly, Li Jun felt someone else watching him and turned around to see someone he would rather not meet again. That person was none other than Li Jun's father. Stopping paying attention to his opponent, Li Jun wondered what his father was doing here. After all, right now he should be doing his training without interrupting his contact with the outside world. Li Jun suddenly realized what the matter was. This fight was now being broadcast everywhere, which meant that his father had come here after seeing him fight. He came here because he saw the divine art of the Heavenly King. Since he had such an unusual and unexpected audience, Li Jun decided that he should give the audience a proper show. A huge energy vortex opened up in the sky. Han Ji-yu was surprised to see such a thing. Li Jun stimulated his heart, absorbing more and more energy to fight. Realizing what he was planning to do, Ji-yu turned to the clan members and ordered them to stand in the black turtle formation. Following the order, the disciples drew their blades and stuck them into the ground, forming a formation. And within seconds, a barrier rose above Li Jun and Choi Dae-woon. Meanwhile, Li Jun had finished his preparations. He was overflowing with energy. The members of the Divine Power Clan on the rooftop were barely on their feet, if not already unconscious because of Jun's energy. And only Jun's father was watching his son, barely believing what he was seeing. Gathering the energy in his fist, Li Jun said that one blow would be enough for him. Choi Dae-woon, who was preparing to attack, asked, "How dare that person say such a thing?" After all, he was the Apostle of Wind himself, Choi Dae-woon of the Imperial Blade Clan. Li Jun and Choi Dae-woon simultaneously attacked one-on-one. Li Jun's fist collided with the blade. Just as suddenly, a flash lit up the city, and a second later, an explosion erupted at the point of collision. Because of Li Jun and Choi Dae-woon's collision, the students from below were nearly scattered to the sides. Han Ji-yu tried to protect the child from the aftermath of the attack by yelling for him to endure it. At the same time, Park Hyun-jung lost consciousness and almost flew into the distance, but Park Jung-yeon was able to pick him up. Jung-yeon recognized that something like this was unbelievable. What the hell's going on anyway? After the collision in the air, the fighting stopped and silence hung in the air, until the silhouette of the victor appeared in a cloud of dust. The dust cleared and everyone saw that it was Li Jun. Li Jun smiled and thanked him for playing with him on the stage he had set up. He thanked the Apostle of Wind, Choi Dae-woon, but the latter looked at the monster that defeated him with disbelief, as suddenly Li Jun was asked a question. Had he really gotten hold of the Heavenly King's divine art? Li Jun replied to his father that he must have seen everything himself. His father confirmed this and admitted that he had guessed that Jun would notice him. He then said that he wanted to chat with Jun, but there were too many eyes here, and so he would get to the point. His father extended his hand to Li Jun and motioned for him to go back home. Seeing this, Li Jun told his father that he really hadn't changed, after which he said that he had no intention of going back home. Becoming more serious, his father asked Jun if he understood what he was telling him now. He had just made the Imperial Blade Clan his enemy by destroying their Wind Apostle. Choi Dae-woon ducked to the ground and, shaking his whole body, repeated something about how something like that just couldn't happen. Jun's father asked his son what he was going to do about the aftermath. Li Jun grinned and once again said that he was still the same, so he asked his father to be honest. Li Jun asked his father to be straightforward about the fact that he is worried that he will die, along with the divine art of Heavenly King. He is worried that he will lose the divine art, now that it is right in front of him. Jun was advised by his father not to let his emotions overpower him. He shouldn't throw tantrums anymore, because of what happened in the past. Li Jun interrupted his father, saying that he can deal with the consequences, all because the Divine Skill Clan had agreed to accept him. After which, Li Jun said that they had nothing more to talk about, and therefore he would leave him. His father reminded Lee Jun that he cannot change the fact that he is his son, and eventually Jun will return home no matter what. Sometime later, after the incident with the gate of the Heavenly Lake, with a shout of why he doesn't say anything, Park Young-sop slapped the table. After which, he asked if he thought that everything would resolve itself if he continued to remain silent like that. Park Young-seop turned to martial arts king Lee Gunmu, who was the head of the Divine Power Clan, and also to the king of blades Choi Gangyu, who was the head of the Imperial Blade Clan. Divine Mastery Sage, as well as Divine Mastery Clan leader Hanjun, asked the Sword King, the head of the Iron Blood Sword Clan, then turned to the Martial Arts King and the Blade King, and said that they would have no choice if they refused to cooperate. The Blade King grinned and inquired, "For what exactly do they have no choice? Would they suddenly attack his Imperial Blade Clan, or would they think of something else?" Unable to endure the rudeness of the Blade King, the Sword King jumped up on the table and asked, hadn't he already forgotten who it was, who had asked for support in mopping up the Heavenly Lake at the beginning of all this? While the Divine Skill Clan head was trying to shut the Sword King up, the Poison King, the head of the Million Poison Clan, Jun Hyunji, revealed that what had happened at the Heavenly Lake had crossed all boundaries, even if one looked at it as an outsider. The Million Poison Clan withdrew their support because of what happened in the Twin Swamps, and if they were to participate in the expedition afterward, it could end horribly. All because the Imperial Blade Clan and the Divine Power Clan showed utter disrespect to the House Alliance. Releasing his strength, Jun Hyunji said, "After everything that happened there, they should be held accountable." Choi Gangyu asked him not to blame only the two of them, because they had so many complaints about how the Iron Blood Sword Clan behaved. After which, Hui Gangyu accused Park Young-sop of already knowing how to clear the Heavenly Lake. Park Young-sop replied that it was utter nonsense. Hui Gangyu asked, if it was nonsense, then how did his clan manage to clear the second stage of the Heavenly Lake with such ease? According to the Wind Apostle, the Iron Blood Sword Clan's clan leader had told his subordinates how to pass the Heavenly Lake without unnecessary sacrifices. The Sword King didn't know what he should do in this situation, for a while ago Park Jong-yeon revealed that she learned how to pass the second stage without unnecessary sacrifices thanks to Lee Jun. He told her everything through telepathy, and if Jun hadn't done that back then, they definitely wouldn't have been able to survive the massacre. Even Park Young-sop thought that it all looked very suspicious, but there was no way he could talk about what he had learned from his daughter right now. Choi Gangyu reminded those around him about how his Imperial Blade Clan was desperate to purify the Heavenly Lake. Knowing this, the Iron Blood Sword Clan had withheld all information from them, and so he had to ask if they were worried about what might happen to their clan if this news got out. Hanjun admitted that they can't ignore the betrayal within the alliance. Lee Gunmu asked what they wanted from him and the King of Blades. Hanjun said that first, they would hold an open press conference where they would formally apologize to all the citizens. After that, after a tedious meeting of the heads of the houses, Lee Gunmu finally returned home. It was only when he passed through the gate that he was reminded of what he had promised about him not coming back here. Mijin asked, letting Lee Gunmu not talk about how he had forgotten about the promise he had made to her. It was the wife of the Divine Power Clan head Choi Mijin, who was originally a member of the Imperial Blade Clan. Lee Gunmu admitted that he had no choice. After all, Lee Jun had studied the Heavenly King Divine Arts. Unwilling to listen to such excuses, Choi Mijin ordered him to shut his mouth. She then reminded him, shaking with anger, that she had promised to kill Lee Jun if he wasn't kicked out of the clan. And now Lee Gunmu invites him back, breaking her promise. He wants to bring back this lowlife, this illegitimate child that dared to slander even his own uncle. Lee Gunmu ignored Choi Mijin and went about his business while Mijin shouted at his back that he would see what would happen if he dared to bring the bastard home. Choi Mijin scrambled to her feet and shouted that she wasn't going to just sit there and do nothing. While the nanny tried to comfort the lady, Choi Mijin admitted that, although she wanted to tear him apart out of desperation, she was trying to keep her promise to Lee Gunmu. The nanny wiped Madam's tears and asked her to calm down because it might ruin her beautiful face. Choi Mijin took the tea and asked Nanny what she would do in turn if someone didn't keep their promise. The nanny admitted that she didn't even know what to say here, after which she admitted that she would let him face the consequences of his actions. Choi Mijin grinned and said that was the way it should be, after which she hugged her and asked if she knew that she was the only one she could rely on. Choi Mijin asked if she could kill Lee Jun for her. Would she do it for her? The nanny grinned and said that Madam could trust her and that she didn't need to worry about anything else. After calming Mistress down, Nanny went outside and asked the maids to keep their voices down as Mistress was sleeping. The maids were shocked at how quickly this woman was able to calm the mistress. As far as they could know, Hui Mijin had taken this woman with her when she married into the Divine Power Clan, which meant that she trusted her a lot. Moreover, they can hardly believe that this woman is already over 60 years old. One of the maids asked another if she had heard the rumor about the nanny. According to the rumor, she had been Madame's nanny since she was born. And since then, the expression on Nanny's face had never changed. A while later, the Martial Arts Academy. Park Hyun-jin read out the news. Ghost Spear Lee Jun managed to learn the Heavenly King's divine arts that even a martial arts king couldn't get his hands on. Ghost Spear chose the Divine Skill Clan instead of his home. Ghost Spear defeated Wind Apostle? What is his strength? Listening to the hot headlines, Lee Jun barely suppressed a shiver due to embarrassment. Unable to bear it, Lee Jun asked Hyun-jin to stop it, whereupon he asked how much longer the latter was going to read it. And why can't he just read it without saying it all out loud? Smiling, Hyun-jin said, "That's all because." Could he imagine how happy he was that everyone was now aware of his potential? After that, Hyun-jin asked Hosu if he agreed with him, to which Hosu replied that he felt the same way and they laughed. And only Lee Jun was unhappy that Hosu was doing the same thing. Hosu remembered that the press conference was about to start and asked if they were going to watch it. Hyun-jin was surprised at how fast the time had passed before it started and suggested that they watch it together. Since those two were going to watch the press conference, Lee Jun said he'd rather sleep than watch it. Park Hyun-jin asked Jun not to beg him to show him the tape afterward. After that, Hyun-jin, along with Hosu, started watching the press conference. Lee Gunmu told the people that what happened at the Heavenly Lake was entirely their fault, the Divine Power Clan and the Imperial Blade Clan, and therefore he apologized on behalf of his brother and son for the dishonor caused. One of the reporters asked if he was apologizing to the houses that had entered the gate with them, or are they apologizing for deceiving people all this time? Choi Gang-yu said that they are apologizing to everyone. The reporter then asked if the reporter meant both of the issues mentioned in the question. Wanting to move things along, Choi Gang-yu asked if there would be any more questions. Hyun-jin asked Hosu, only to look at Choi Gang-yu, trying to ignore that person. And Hosu asked, "Isn't he at least a little embarrassed?" Lee Gunmu asked the next question, and immediately found someone willing to ask. The man with the laptop said that he had heard earlier that the Imperial Blade Clan was offering a demonic calamity as a prize at the upcoming festival as an apology. Was this rumor true? Lee Gunmu acknowledged that it was true, immediately followed by a clamor in the hall. Park Hyun-jin, who was shocked by the surprise, asked if he heard it correctly. Demonic calamity would be the prize at the Heavenly Demon Festival? And even Hosu could hardly believe something like that. Just as a gloomy Lee Jun said that it just couldn't be, but he was the one who really just said that very demonic calamity. At the end of the festival, people cheered for the winner at the festival. The joyous announcer announced that the winner of this heavenly battle was the dragon sword from the Iron Blood Sword clan, Park Hyun-jin. As a prize, he receives a black gate map called the Tomb of the Blood God. Somewhere behind the audience, Park Hyun-jin was applauded by his friend. It was Lee Jun from that time. Lee Jun clearly remembers that the prize at the heavenly battle was supposed to be a treasure map. Also, it was one of the reasons he attended school. So, how come the prize suddenly changed to a demonic calamity? No one can get to the Tomb of the Blood God without carrying the treasure map. And even they were trying to get their hands on the map. Just as suddenly, Lee Jun remembered that he also wished to get his hands on the demonic scourge, and this was despite the fact that this weapon had nothing to do with the Blood God. Park Hyun-jin crept up to Jun and addressed him by name in a creepy voice. Immediately afterward, he abruptly took his phone and said that if he missed him, he could have just told him instead of punching him in the face. Lee Jun pleaded guilty and said that the man surprised him. Lee Jun went back under the tree and wondered if it was a good sign or a bad sign, since the prize had changed. Lee Jun asked the master what he thought about it, but the master didn't answer anything. Then Lee Jun once again spoke to his master, bringing him to his senses. The master awkwardly asked, "What did the man just say?" And Lee Jun revealed that he was unsure about the prize change, and so he inquired from the master. The old master wondered why the latter was so worried. After all, he would get whatever he wanted anyway. Lee Jun confessed that he hoped that what the master was saying was correct. Lee Jun rejoiced at the fact that his master had finally recognized his strength. But at the same time, the master wondered about this demonic calamity. In any case, he would only know for sure when he saw it in person. A little while later, Lee Jun returned to the Blue Fox's den. Upon returning, Lee Jun started looking for Shinyushka, while the fairies flying nearby greeted the master. Still not finding Shinyushka, Lee Jun sighed and wondered where Shinyushka had gone. Li Jun didn't know that there was a powerful monster lurking in the bushes not far from him. As soon as Li Jun was distracted, that monster jumped out of the bush. Immediately afterward, Shinyushka fell right into his master's arms, waving his tail happily. Seeing Shinya, Li Jun was overjoyed that he had finally found him. Shinya returned on all fours, and with a twinkle in his eyes, he began to wag his tail even faster, as if hinting at something. Li Jun awkwardly refused and offered to play hide-and-seek next time, which disappointed Shinya. Li Jun asked Shinya not to be so disappointed because they could do something better than hide-and-seek. Shinya growled, wanting to know what the master had in mind. After which, Li Jun said that he had something for him, and took out a bottle of glacial water. Li Jun uncorked the bottle and then poured the contents in front of Shinyushka, immediately after which the glacial water began to turn blue ice. Li Jun told Shinyushka that he could drink it now. Shinyushka walked closer and smelled the glacial water, after which he still dared to lick the glacier water on the surface of the ice. Li Jun received a notification from the system that Shinya was absorbing yin energy. Shinya began to absorb extreme yin energy, causing his fur to ruffle, and all of his 8 tails to manifest. Li Jun recognized that the energy was much more powerful than he had expected. The master replied that it was natural since this elixir was found in his Goldilocks habitat, and since the extreme yin energy is as strong as the golden turtle's energy crystal, it should be quite painful for Shinya. Shinyushka was indeed in a lot of pain due to absorbing the extreme yin energy, but he tried not to show it. It was painful for Li Jun to watch this, to see Shinyushka suffer and not be able to help him, just like when Park Hyunjin lost his arm. And he couldn't help his friend. It was really very debilitating. Meanwhile, Shinya finished absorbing the extreme yin energy, right after which he roared loudly. Snowflakes crumbled around Shinya. Li Jun caught one of the snowflakes, after which he squeezed it and praised Shinya for the job he had done. After eating extreme energy, Shinya raised his level and fell asleep. The system alerted Jun that the gate had risen from a blue level to a red level, which gave Li Jun a new technique. Li Jun had achieved something that no one had ever achieved before, and also received 10 million tree points. After scratching Shinya's fur, Li Jun once again praised him for his work, and suggested playing hide-and-seek once he had rested. Li Jun realized that Shinya had shrunk because he had used up all his energy. Just as suddenly, Li Jun heard another system alert, which surprised him. The owner of the Forbidden Zone had grown. As a reward, Li Jun could merge the 4 zones. The system asked if he wished to merge the Blue Fox Lair and the Heavenly Lake. Not expecting to see such a thing, Li Jun reread the text once more before shouting loudly, "What the hell is this?" Instead of increasing the number of gates he could possess, he could only increase them by combining them with others. Previously, he hadn't even thought that such a thing was even possible. Li Jun wondered if he should do it now. After which he said yes, and the system asked about the direction in which the owner wished to increase the dungeon. Li Jun was surprised that he could choose even that, and without thinking long, he chose the north. Suddenly, the entire Blue Fox den began to shake due to the 2 dungeons merging. The Blue Fox immediately jumped into his master's arms, after which they looked around with shock. Because the dungeons had merged, the scenery around them had completely changed. As a familiar scream was suddenly heard, some of them saw the martial arts god again. Goldilocks asked the master what just happened, to which the master replied that the dungeons had been merged, which shocked the turtle. He then assumed that this was Zolotushka's first experience as well. Goldilocks shouted that she had never seen or even heard of something like this. Meanwhile, Li Jun and Blue Star were dealing with the messages from the system. The owner of the restricted area wished to change the names of the den. Li Jun was surprised, but he still agreed that they could no longer call this place the Blue Fox Lair. Except what could he replace the name with? Thinking about it, Li Jun rubbed Blue Fox's fur on his cheeks. All the gates he had passed through before had a rather sad fame. Hence, Li Jun thought of a name that would sound much better. Seeing the name that his master had entered, Xingyu suddenly became frightened. Trying to influence it somehow, Shinyushka started yapping and growling for master to pick something else. Li Jun didn't know what exactly Shinyushka was trying to convey, and so he decided that he just liked the name a lot. And since that was the case, he would leave it exactly that. Under the look of the frightened fox, Li Jun slowly reached for the confirmation button. Li Jun was pleased with himself after all. The name Forbidden Area of the 4 Shrines showed his master's toughness. Shinyushka let out a gasp, realizing that this was not going to lead to anything good. Suddenly, the sky was colored red and danger warnings began to appear everywhere. Li Jun wondered, what was happening now? Immediately after, the system alerted him that the owners of the 4 shrines were upset with him, and the level of hostility with them had increased to a high level. If the hostility increased to extreme, they would be able to attack the forbidden area of the 4 shrines. Li Jun asked, "Who else are the owners of the 4 shrines?" Just then, Goldilocks ran up to him with a disgruntled master on her shell. Waving a fan, the master asked what the man had already done. Li Jun asked the master what the matter was, and asked what the other 4 masters of the 4 shrines were. The old master remarked that his disciple always managed to cause himself unnecessary trouble when he wasn't paying attention. But Goldilocks trembled when she heard about the 4 shrines. The master said that the 4 sanctuaries were the dwelling places of divine animals, which surprised Jun. Realizing how he had messed up, Li Jun asked the master to repeat what he had said in case he had heard something wrong. Master said that he had upset the 4 guardians, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the red bird, and the black turtle. Li Jun cried out, for this all happened just because he changed the name of the gate. These 4 guards had turned out to be too petty. Shinya, Master, and Goldilocks waved their heads due to their helplessness. Just as suddenly, Li Jun received a message that the hostility of the 4 shrine masters had increased by 1. Li Jun immediately closed his mouth so as not to stir up too much, after which he shouted as this all annoyed him very much. The head was surprised that his disciple was no longer willing to guard Li Xin and asked if he was sure of his decision, to which Sahyun Jun replied to the chapter that he was sure of it. Li Gunmu asked if Li Jun had influenced his decision. Sahyun Jun acknowledged that that was one of the reasons. Shinli, he had told him to treat Sahyun Jun well and earn his trust, but instead he had finally lost his trust. Clenching his teeth in anger, Li Gunmu called Shin a lowlife. Afterward, he told Sahyun Jun that he was giving him permission. Sahyun Jun confessed that he didn't expect that the head would so easily give him permission to stop guarding Li Xin. Li Gunmu revealed that he had no choice but to cover up the mistake his foolish heir had made. Li Gunmu told Sahyun Jun that the latter is a valuable talent. He is the deputy leader of the Divine Fist Alliance that he leads. Moreover, Sahyun Jun has already been chosen to be the next leader, and therefore he has no intention of losing him. After which Li Gunmu said, "Stop talking about it," and asked what did he find out about Li Jun. Sahyun Jun apologized to the leader and admitted that he hasn't learned anything significant yet. Li Gunmu asked if he hadn't found out anything at all. Sahyun Jun revealed that, including that Jun had used the Heavenly King's divine arts. He also used unidentified spear techniques and other martial arts. But the only thing he could say for sure was that he must have had a mentor who made him grow quickly and reach such a high level. But unfortunately, he couldn't find out who it was. After listening to Sahyun Jun, the head said that he understood everything now. Jun had really gotten things right. Li Gunmu reached his hand towards the moon and said that if Li Jun studied the divine art of the Heavenly King, he would definitely be able to surpass his father. Whereupon Li Gunmu squeezed the moon in the sky. Li Gunmu ordered Sahyun Jun to give everyone orders to bring Jun back home. They must take him no matter what. Meanwhile, Li Jun was marveling at how Shinya had changed. His height had reached 70%, and his rarity had reached red. Shinya's abilities rose from level D to A, while his speed reached an unprecedented SSS level. He also gained a new skill, which was the cherry on the cake. Li Jun picked up Shinya and started scratching him, asking, "Who is the good boy here? And whose child is so cute?" Li Jun turned around and asked the boys if they agreed with him. Sharku and his shark shifters lined up, afraid to make any unnecessary movement. Hearing the master's question, Sharku ordered everyone to bow to the master, and they all fell to their knees together. Li Jun explained that there was no need for them to kneel before him. Then he told the shark shifters that there were other creatures who had lived here before them, and he asked them to befriend them. As for the turtle, the master hissed and demanded that Li Jun treat Goldilocks with respect. Li Jun grudgingly asked the master, "Is he serious?" The master asked, so that Jun would not forget that Zolotushka was his senior. Li Jun just couldn't help but contradict the master. Li Jun pouted, after which he shouted loudly that it was a monster, not a human. Master reminded Jun that he must obey his mentor unconditionally. Li Jun, on the other hand, reminded him that Zolotushka wasn't even capable of learning martial arts. Zolotushka laughed at the way the two were fighting, after which she asked the master to stop. He had said this to other masters as well, and therefore she wants him to stop forcing them already. Covering herself with a fan, the master said he was willing to go for it if she wanted. After dealing with the master, Zolotushka asked Li Jun to calm down as well, and then she said that it was enough for her that he would call her Zolotushka. Goldilocks said that she hoped that they could become good friends. Li Jun agreed with that, for he wished the same thing. The werewolf sharks who were watching all of this were trying to figure out what kind of situation was this. Although they had decided to serve the new master, but wouldn't it be better to serve the old master? A while later, somewhere in the city, in a nightclub, a member of the staff led a suspicious hooded guest behind him. He knocked on the door and said he had brought their guest. Jun was then allowed to go inside, but as soon as Jun entered the room, a trail flashed in front of his face. Shifting his head to the side, Lee Jun dodged the blade, but at the same moment, he was attacked with a knife in his hand. Lee Jun kicked the man's hand sharply, causing him to drop the knife, immediately after which he reached for the knife in the door. Lee Jun kicked the man with his knee, making him unconscious and throwing him backwards. Immediately afterward, he went behind his back and brought the knife to execute him. But at the last moment, he was ordered to stop. The owner of the house apologized to Jun for having decided to test him. The old man said that the man was only following his orders, so he asked for leniency. The old man revealed that he was the ruler of the dark world in the area, the keeper of the gold. Lee Jun said that he was pleased to meet him, and that he had come here today to offer him something. Since he is sure that his interlocutor does not want to waste time, he will get straight to the point. Lee Jun asked the old man, "Is revenge still relevant?" The old man reflected on what he had heard and admitted that this was indeed it. Had they heard the latest news? Apparently that guy had auctioned off another artifact. The girl wrote that it was rumored to be a hurricane crown, an item that could only be obtained by killing the king and queen of the lizards in the Twin Swamps. So it was true, that person only sells artifacts from the gate that hasn't been cleared. One user commented that this artifact was sold for 1.5 million won, which surprised everyone because who could put up such an item? The last time he even sold items from the Great Plains. He thinks that the seller's name is Heaven Destroyer. Lee Jun admitted that he was happy to hear this, after which he took off his hood. Seeing his face, the money keeper was astonished. After all, he had in no way expected that person to be the ghost spear, Lee Jun. The old man admitted that he could hardly believe that he was the Heaven Destroyer. Out of surprise, he even laughed and said that it was surprising. Previously, he had thought that at his age, almost nothing could surprise him. Lee Jun asked if he was too young to earn his trust, to which the old man replied that he was not embarrassed at all. In a world of survival of the fittest, talent commanded respect regardless of age. Lee Jun said that he was confident that the old man understood why he offered him revenge, based on what happened at the Heavenly Lake. The old man replied that it wasn't enough since Jun is a child of the Divine Power clan. He had also heard about how he had severed all ties with his family and was preparing to join the Divine Mastery clan, but even that didn't guarantee that he wasn't a spy. If Lee Jun passes the information about the assassination to the Imperial Blade clan, they can use it as an excuse to take over the black market. A servant served Lee Jun some tea. Jun asked, "Is the tea poisoned?" To which the servant nervously replied, "Of course not." Meanwhile, the gold keeper was talking about how he spent his whole life building this place, and he can't let this happen. Lee Jun told the old man about how there would be a heavenly battle before his school vacation. The old man said that he already knows this. The heavenly battle is officially a competition that is judged solely on strength. Lee Jun said that he would be participating on behalf of the Divine Skill Clan, and as the man could tell, they trusted him a lot and supported him wholeheartedly. After which, Lee Jun smilingly said that in addition, he wished to maintain good relations with the black market. The night of the same day, on the deserted streets of the city, gasping because of his nerves, Kim Tae-hyun tried to get away before trouble caught up with him. He tried to escape while he still had a chance to do so. The best thing he can do now is to move to a remote village and live far away from the civilized world, because that's the only way. But to his misfortune, Kim Dae-hyun suddenly heard a question, "Where are you going?" Lee Min-wook asked, how dare he run away without doing his duty? And this was after taking so much money from their Divine Power clan. Kim Dae-hyun's heart went into a tizzy as the true fist himself came out to him. Kim Dae-hyun fell to his knees and said that he had tried to do everything he could with his strength, so he pleaded for him to give him at least one chance. Lee Min-wook forcefully stepped on Kim Dae-hyun's head and asked if he really did his best. After all, if he had taken better care of that bastard Lee Jun, his son wouldn't have had to endure all those humiliations. So, how does Kim Dae-hyun only have the guts to ask him for forgiveness after all that? Lee Min-wook turned to the shadow, immediately after which a subordinate came out to him. Without further question, the shadow went about its work. Screaming in fear, Kim Dae-hyun prayed that Mr. Min-wook would not kill him. Kim Dae-hyun swore that he would do anything he asked, if only Mr. Min-wook would show mercy. Shadow dragged Kim Dae-hyun into an alleyway, whereupon the pleas for help changed to cries of pain. The next morning, martial arts school. Lee Jun's classmates were discussing something heatedly while he read the message. The Guardian of Gold had written to Lee Jun that as payment, he would prepare the gate of the Garden of Dreams near Mount Namsan. The teacher inquired what exactly made Jun choose this gate. Lee Jun said that after thinking it over, he realized that it would be a great idea because he would be able to learn more about Shinya thanks to the Fairy King. With this information, he would be able to better educate his fox cub. The old master was surprised by Lee Jun's decision, but he still had to admit that he was right about something. Lee Jun admitted that what he wanted to know the most was why all the other black gates were so hostile towards him. Leaning back, Lee Jun pondered, why are the four guardians so hostile to his foxskin? He really doesn't want to acquire new enemies in addition to the ones he already has. Slumping down on his desk, Lee Jun said that he still has too many things to deal with. So why can't the others just leave him alone? Noticing Lee Jun's snickering, the head teacher asked Han Ji-yu to take a look at it. After all, Jun just sighed after looking at Ji-yu. Adjusting her glasses a little, head girl Park Eunbi said that she thought Lee Jun was thinking about Ji-yu. Hyeji laughed at that and asked Eunbi not to act so mean. Han Ji-yu turned away from them and said that she didn't even know who was interested in what he thought of her. Laughing quietly behind Ji-yu's back, Park Eunbi and Hyeji called her shy. Eunbi then handed Ji-yu a book and advised her to read it, because it was her favorite love novel, and in the current situation, it should be perfect for her to familiarize herself with the process. Ji-yu awkwardly asked, what exactly is the one she was talking about? Just as suddenly, the door to the classroom abruptly boiled open, immediately after which, Che Jingjun entered the classroom and ordered them to shut up and sit down in their seats. Head girl Yunbi raised her hand and asked Teacher Che what brought her into their classroom, and where had their class teacher gone. Standing up in the teacher's seat, Che Jingjun said she had bad news for them, and gloomily, she said that their class teacher, Kim Tae-hyun, had died in an accident. Yesterday, when he was returning home after drinking, he was attacked by a monster that came out of the gate. The students began to whisper about what they had heard, because no one wanted to believe that their teacher had suddenly died like that, and also a monster that had escaped, which could mean another tide of monsters. Teacher Che said that although the exact cause was not known, it was supposedly due to the monster manifestation in the gate nearby. As Lee Jun expected, Kim Tae-hyun was killed. Unlike the tide of monsters erupting from the portal, the manifestation of the monster is due to unknown fluctuations, allowing a part of the monster's body to pass through the gate. No matter how strong the awakened person was, the monster body part that suddenly appeared would quickly grab him and drag him into the gate, except that the monster's manifestation wouldn't have happened at such a perfect moment. Most likely they were cleaning up the trash that had been put aside while the heavenly lake was being cleaned up. In the end, all of this wouldn't have happened if Kim Tae-hyun had managed to kill him. It was probably his uncle, who resented Kim Tae-hyun's inability to finish the job the most, who took care of cleaning up that trash. Just as suddenly, Lee Jun heard his classmates start sobbing, for she felt very sorry for their class teacher, since what happened to him is something no one deserves. Lee Jun wondered, are they sentimental just because they are young? Or is it that even when such a rotten soul dies, there are those who will grieve for him? Meanwhile, someone was leafing through a suddenly enlarged black market catalog. As it turned out, the black market had recently found some truly worthy goods. With a glance out the window, the man ordered the servant to prepare to leave. After all, they should go to the black market for some shopping. At night of the same day, the Gold Guardian apologized to Lee Jun as he had misheard Lee Jun's words. The servant even overflowed the water from what he heard. Not believing his ears, the Guardian of Gold asked Lee Jun if he could repeat what he had said again. Lee Jun was eating chocolate at this moment. Lee Jun once again said that he would like to buy rice seedlings and seeds in bulk, and asked if they could find him goods of decent quality. As it turned out, the Gold Keeper heard everything correctly. The old man inquired why he needed all this, to which Lee Jun replied that he didn't have a specific reason. Taking a bite of the chocolate, Lee Jun confessed that he was just thinking about farming all of a sudden. Some time ago, in the forbidden area of the Four Shrines, Lee Jun, along with his monsters, had started farming. A little while later, much to Lee Jun's surprise, the fruits began to sprout even too quickly. While the fairy was pulling the poor mouse's hair while giving out orders, Lee Jun was amazed at how fast everything was growing. The Blue Fox Nest was originally a place where it was terribly difficult to nurture any plants, but now he could see that this problem no longer concerned his monsters at all. The fairy laughed and said, that it was actually very simple, because after their slaves, that is, their mouse friends, planted the plants, they fairies use their abilities to speed up the growth of the plants. Thus, the plants start to grow very quickly so that the harvest takes no more than 1 week. Having personally seen the progress on the farm, Li Jun couldn't help but agree with the fairy. The Guardian of Gold promised to prepare what Li Jun needed, but he asked Li Jun to wait a little longer as the farm goods were far from their trade area. Li Jun was satisfied with this result already and asked the old man not to rush into this so strong. The Gold Guardian asked where would Li Jun want to pick up his goods, to which Jun replied that he would wish to pick up everything in Busan. The Guardian of Gold was surprised at the choice of location and asked if he was sure. Li Jun said that he was completely sure, and the old man had to agree with him. Suddenly, the gold keeper remembered something and asked the servant to bring the very thing he had surprised Jun with. A few seconds later, the Gold Guardian had a box in his hands, which he immediately opened in front of Li Jun. Li Jun was surprised to see the contents. The Gold Keeper explained that he had prepared it to make it easier for Li Jun to move around, since he frequents their black market, and he hoped that Li Jun would like it. After taking care of business, Li Jun followed the servant to the exit, as he suddenly noticed that there was an auction being held today. Noticing that the customer had stopped, the servant recalled that they had put up the auction items in advance. He told him that all of these things would be auctioned for VVIP persons only. Li Jun pondered for a moment, looking at the items from below. Suddenly, his eyes caught on the Demon Killer Blade, which surprised Li Jun, because he had not expected to see such an artifact on the black market. The Demon Killer Blade was created to kill demons, and depending on the wielder, this blade could serve both good and evil purposes. Thanks to memories from his past life, Li Jun knows that the blade will become very famous in the future, thanks to the ghost of a sword from a demonic death cult. Since he has seen this blade here, what should he do? At one of the seats in the auction hall, there was a man who was so eager to get here after seeing the catalog. He asked the acolyte how their ammunition situation was, to which the man replied that he had brought about 2 billion won, which was more than enough. That man was Gil Pilson, the son of the evil blade as well as one of the 8 evils of the demonic death cult and the future ghost blade. As soon as Gil saw the Demon Killer Blade, a smirk stretched across his face, for he really liked the name of this artifact. Gil even wondered how the black market had found such a thing. After checking the description of the blade, Gil learned that it was one of the blades wielded by the Lord of Blades, and was used exclusively to fight a demonic cult. The blade increases the wielder's strength by plus 50 and stamina by plus 40, and grants a plus 40% damage bonus against demons. Gil asked the acolyte if he thought they should get such a weapon to look cool, after which he agreed that the sir had a keen eye. The auction host turned to the ladies and gentlemen and announced that their auction for VVIPs was declared open. Immediately afterward, he introduced their first item, the Demon Killer Blade, the starting price for which was 100 million. One of the people present almost immediately put up a bid of 120 million. Immediately after that, the price quickly rose to 200, 250, 300, and 400 even million, which was 4 times the original price. Gil Pilson bid 700 million on the lot, which amazed even the auctioneer. The host asked if anyone had bid above 700 million. Gil Pilson smirked, because he knew that no one here would dare to outbid such a high bid. Just as the auctioneer was about to sell the item for 700 million, someone from the back row suddenly raised his number, after which the black-haired man called out a price of 2 billion, which made the entire hall fall silent. From the way the blade suddenly fell out of his hands, Gil Pilson jumped up from his seat. No one present could outbid the price of 2 billion. The servant turned to Sir and said that they had run out of ammunition, then asked what should they do. Since no one was able to outbid the 2 billion bid, the Demon Killer Blade was sold to the man at the back of the hall. Gil Pilson asked what the man had just said, after which he ordered the acolyte, right now, to search for information about that bastard. In the evening of the same day, after the auction, the old master frowned at Li Jun's behavior. Li Jun asked Master if he was still angry with him. He asked Master to calm down. It's not the same time as when Master lived and things have changed a lot. It is now a fact that this weapon was used by demonic cults in the distant past. But the teacher was not relieved by these words. Clutching his fan with anger, the old master said that it still did not change the whole matter because this blade, a product of the demonic cult, created using human flesh. With tears on his face, the old master slapped his chest and said that he was deeply saddened that his disciple was using such a despicable artifact. Li Jun was even a little uncomfortable with how stubborn this old man was. Li Jun asked his teacher to be sympathetic to his actions this time, then took out his blade. He added that for what it was worth, he had acquired a great item. After looking at the Demon Slayer blade, the old master couldn't help but admit that this blade was indeed excellent. Li Jun admitted that he had expected similar words from his teacher, although this blade might look like an A-rank weapon from the outside. But if you put enough power into the blade, the Demon Slayer awakens, making its powers increase. It now adds plus 100 strength, plus 100 stamina, and plus 100% damage against demons. The blade also has a hidden effect. The more attacks it deals to demonic cultists, the stronger the blade and the user's inner strength becomes. It was this feature of the demon killer that made the ghost blade so strong in the past life. Since there are many people in the demonic cult using demonic energy, the ghost blade simply killed its subordinates to increase the characteristics. Li Jun was very pleased with himself because he managed to get the blade right before it fell into the hands of the demonic cult. Moreover, Li Jun thought that this blade would be perfect for Hosu as he could not tolerate injustice. Knowing that there was a tail following him, Li Jun asked, why wouldn't the latter show himself? Gil Pilson reprimanded and admitted that there was no way he expected that the Heaven Destroyer could sense their presence. Gil Pilson walked out with a horde of assassins and suggested that it wasn't a simple rumor that the Heaven Destroyer was passing through an undisclosed gate. Li Jun explained that anyone would have sensed such a strong lust for killing coming from Gil Pilson. Gil Pilson admitted that the Heaven Destroyer didn't seem like a dumb person to him, and so he decided to get straight to the point. Pointing his knife at the Sky Destroyer, Gil said that the Demon Slayer should belong to him, so he politely asked him to hand over the blade, after which they would part peacefully. Gil Pilson swept up that his opponent possessed artifacts from the recreational Great Plains, as well as the flower field of fairies. The Sky Destroyer has access to rare artifacts, which made him famous. Recently, everyone is only talking about certain identities, like an example of a ghost spear or something like that. Even this kid has managed to receive praise from many people. But to him, all those famous kids are just ordinary lowlifes. Looking at the Sky Destroyer, Gil Pilson recognized that a person like him could be very useful. This meant that his father would be very happy if he returned to the cult, bringing the Heaven Destroyer with him. With a glimpse of Gil Pilson, Li Jun asked, what is this idiot who can't even express his murderous intent properly saying? Immediately after which, Li Jun released his killing intent and advised Gil to learn more about how to do it. Gil and his friends were instantly enveloped in panic. They saw a predator in front of them, from which there was no escape. Gil Pilson could hardly believe that he was actually afraid of someone's murderous intent. Gil decided that this couldn't go on any longer, for he was none other than the son of an evil blade. Gil Pilson roared and asked his subordinates what it was they were doing. Instead of trembling, they should all attack the Heaven Destroyer together and take all of his artifacts. Giving in to their lust for profit, Gil's subordinates dared to pounce on the lone awakened man, but such robbers were unable to do anything to Li Jun, and he dealt with them all in a matter of moments. Gil Pilson was horrified to see how the Heaven Breaker had single-handedly dealt with so many people. Gil Pilson fell to the ground and said that something like this simply couldn't happen. Li Jun headed towards Gil. On the way, he asked if the latter was really a ghost blade, or is he still called Gil Pilson, the son of the evil blade? Gil shouted to the Heaven Destroyer to stay away from him and waved his blade with trembling hands, ordering him to stand still. Li Jun obeyed Gil Pilson's orders, but a moment later, Li Jun's silhouette suddenly blurred in the air. Not believing his eyes, Gil Pilson shrieked that he had just disappeared. Just as he suddenly realized what had actually happened, which made his heart beat even harder, the Heaven Destroyer was actually using a stance change, an S-rank walking technique that allowed him to move at a speed imperceptible to the eye. Gil Pilson shouted that his father was an evil blade, and that if he even tried to touch him, Li Jun grabbed Gil's face, instantly shutting him up. After which he approached Gil and quietly asked him not to worry since he didn't like killing people. Li Jun slipped his fingers under Gil's shirt and pulled out a talisman from there. It was the A-rank Zhou Tong Protection Talisman, a talisman from another world that was used by the members of the Zhou Tong sect. This talisman protects the user at a critical moment, but disappears after activation. Li Jun asked Gil if he was ashamed to ask him not to kill him while hiding such a thing. Chuckling, Li Jun explained to Gil that it was too valuable for someone like him, and therefore he couldn't force Gil to wear it. Instead, he would use this talisman for a kinder purpose, Immediately after that, he suddenly turned cold and asked Gil, what should he do with them? The next day started with a loud news. The anchor revealed that last night, Gil Pilson, the son of an evil blade from the demonic death cult, and a gang of his subordinates, were found tied up right in front of the Alliance building. The man who delivered them remains unknown. He could not be traced even after looking through all the nearby security cameras. The only thing he left behind was a note. The one who calls himself the Destroyer of Heaven pinned a note to Gil's back. He wrote that he caught the guys robbing innocent people, and that they better not try to have any dealings with Gil or his father, the Blade of Evil. The Alliance plans to investigate further into the Sky Destroyer, who left them a note with the captives. A black car was parked not far from the scene. Observing the scene, the Blade of Evil asked what the head of the Alliance replied. The subordinate replied that according to the Alliance, making a deal would take some time, since there were so many eyes watching the situation. Blade of Evil asked if it was still unknown who handed his son over to the Alliance. The subordinate admitted that no one knows and apologized to his boss. Afterward, he said that they were still looking for... Before the subordinate could finish, his life was instantly interrupted. Evil Blade said that they had better find him before his patience ran out. A little while later, in the forbidden area of the Four Shrines, seeing Li Jun, Hosu ran towards him saying that he was too early today. Li Jun said hello to Hosu. Suddenly, Hosu bowed again and asked him what he could help him with today. Li Jun was confused by Hosu's behavior, but after a moment he said that he had something to give him. Li Jun assumed that Hosu would never change his manners when talking to him. Immediately afterward, Li Jun threw Hosu a box. Hosu said that he couldn't accept it because Master Li had already given him too much. But Li Jun said that it would be the last gift and asked Hosu to open it. Hosu was surprised at what was inside the box. Hosu asked Li Jun why the man was so nice to him all the time. He has never done anything for Jun, and he doesn't have a privileged background like others. So why is the latter being so nice to him? Li Jun has been kind to Hosu because he's impressed with his abilities, but he's also too embarrassed to say it. Therefore, Li Jun lightly kicked Hosu with his fist. After that, Jun smilingly told Hosu that he should train even harder from now on. Li Jun turned around and left, and said that was the end of it. Hosu, meanwhile, grabbed the shoulder that Jun had hit. Hosu assumed that Jun was only telling him all this to make him feel more comfortable. Hosu bowed to Li Jun. He believed Jun's heart was as wide as a calm ocean. He was deeply honored by him and full of respect. Hosu vowed that he would serve him for the rest of his life. In the evening of the same day, Li Jun was playing with Shinya, as he suddenly received a phone call. Li Jun said hello to the caller, whereupon the caller greeted the Heaven Destroyer and said that he was a black marketer. The goods the partner was asking about arrived at the designated place. Li Jun thanked the black market worker, to which the man replied, "You're always welcome," and asked him not to hesitate to talk if he needed help. Li Jun smiled as he looked out the window and said that it was time to get ready. Meanwhile, in the pavilion, a subordinate reported that Li Jun was finally getting into action. The subordinate asked where was he going, to which the subordinate replied that he was heading to Busan. Looking at the bloody flower, the nanny wondered why a high school student would want to go to Busan. Anyway, it's the perfect place to deal with him. Nanny grinned and ordered the maid to prepare everything. After all, they were heading to Busan. There was a knock on the door, after which Choi Mijin allowed Jinwoo to enter. Choi Mijin calmly asked what happened, and Jinwoo revealed that Li Jun had left the area under the protection of the school. Choi Mijin was surprised at what she heard and asked if it was true. The nanny said that it was, and that because of that, she would be gone for a while, and while she was gone, Woogan would take care of Madam and her son in her place. Choi Mijin agreed with the nanny and wished for her to return safely after eliminating the little bastard. As soon as the nanny left, Li Shin asked his mother if the nanny was capable of fighting. After all, he had previously thought that she was just an ordinary servant girl. Choi Mijin replied that of course Nanny is capable of doing it, because she is far from being an ordinary person. Their nanny is one of the people his maternal grandfather acquired when he cleared the Red Gate. Li Shin was stunned upon hearing this. He jumped up and asked if that meant they were monsters, to which Choi Mijin replied that they weren't monsters, they were just ordinary people like them, except they are a little different in their essence. Busan, a city that is called the second capital of Korea. However, it is now abandoned because of the breakthroughs in the dungeons. Hordes of monsters rushed in from the crude gates, after which they took over all of Busan. The 15 Houses Alliance, the Martial Arts Alliance, and even the demonic death cult tried numerous times to repel Busan, but all of their attempts were in vain. Eventually, Korea gave up trying to save Busan completely. The only thing they could do was keep the monsters from escaping the city. To this day, Busan remains a city whose gates have not been cleared. It had been a very long time since Li Jun had last seen this sight. The disciples nearby were angry. For these bastards from the Divine Power Clan, no one could even think of them teaming up with demons from another world, betraying all of humanity. It was too vile even for them. The disciples turned to look at Li Jun, and one of them said that he still found it hard to believe that there was only one person left on their side from the Divine Power Clan, and that person was a D-rank lowlife. It was painful for Li Jun to listen to all of this towards him. Suddenly, the injured Park Hyun-jin came back to him. Park Hyun-jin asked Jun how he was feeling. He also reminded him that the battle with the demons would begin very soon. After that, he chuckled and said that he had always appreciated Jun, even though he could have allied with the demons just as his own clan had done. But he had made the difficult decision to turn his back on his home. With a strained smile, Li Jun said that he had done what he had to do. He was sure that others didn't think so. Li Jun let out a long sigh and looked up at the sky and said that he was completely useless back then. But now he could become stronger with his powers and block these monsters. This time, it would be completely different. Suddenly, under Jun's shirt, something stirred and started tending upwards. After that, Shinya came out from under his shirt and yapped to his master. Li Jun hugged Shinya and stroked him and said that he knew that it was all because of his help. The master looked at his disciple obliquely and remarked that he was actually only able to become stronger because he was able to recognize his potential. Both Li Jun and Shinya were astonished by this old man's behavior. They had known him for a long time, but from the looks of it, he would never start behaving in an age-appropriate manner. Seeing these looks, the old master got angry and asked, "Are they really thinking about him being pathetic right now?" To which Li Jun emotionlessly replied, "Of course not." But the master was not happy with this answer, an answer from such an arrogant and ungrateful boy. Li Jun reluctantly agreed with the master a few times before reminding him that it was time for them to go. Near the fence surrounding part of Busan, the awakened ones who should be monitoring the activity of the local gates were passing by. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, Li Jun jumped behind them and ran into the protected area. Because of Li Jun's speed, there was a strong wind that the awakened ones nearby simply couldn't notice. And after a second, as the wind stopped, the awakened ones wondered why the wind was so strong today. After walking with Xingyun past all the guards, Li Jun rushed towards the meeting place. By the time they arrived, Shinya was already exhausted from the shaking while running. At the same time, Li Jun was surprised by what he saw. There were a large number of crates at the appointed place, which meant that all the things he had asked for from the black market had arrived. The old master asked why he wanted the goods to be delivered to Busan, to which Jun replied that it was just the perfect place to deal with everything without being seen. Since there were almost no people or monsters nearby, Li Jun clapped his hands and ordered everyone to gather, after which a gang of monsters consisting of mice, fairies, and werewolf sharks activated in the middle of Busan. Li Jun shouted that it was time for them to work. Immediately after that, the mice, fairies, and shark shifters started loading all the materials into the gate. Li Jun asked the master if he had ever seen anyone work as well as these guys. The master laughed and said that it appeared that their ability to handle various matters had reached the highest level. Tager suddenly ran up to Li Jun and reported to master that they had moved all the things, and Li Jun praised Tager for a job well done. After that, Li Jun said that everyone who was relieved could leave. Dager agreed with the master and then shouted for all the monsters to gather. Li Jun said to himself that he should get out of here too. But just as he turned towards the gate, he suddenly felt someone else's presence. It was such a familiar yet repulsive energy. Li Jun told Jinhua Shim that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Jinhua Shim bowed to the young master and said that it had indeed been a long time since they last met. Immediately after which, she unleashed her two swords, and crossing her blades on her chest, Jinhua Shim told Li Jun that she had come to offer her condolences. Li Jun noticed that she looked quite confident. But these guys behind are strong enough to be confident, both in their past lives and in their current lives. With a smirk on his face, Li Jun said that they had picked a great time to meet him. After all, he got to try something interesting with them. Jinhua Shim told Li Jun that he had just lost his mind. One of Jinhua Shim's servants asked Madame to give them an order, after which they would get her the bastard's head. But instead, Jinhua Shim ordered them to be silent, after which she thought about Li Jun. It didn't matter to her how much stronger he would become after all. He still wouldn't be able to handle the entire corps of demon slayers, including her. So then why did En look so relaxed? And could it be that he came to Busan on purpose to lure them? After thinking it over, Jinhua Shim ordered everyone to prepare and act as cautiously as possible. Jinhua Shim, although she is the nanny of Choi Mijin, the wife of the head of the Divine Power Clan, she is actually the leader of the Demon Slayer squad and one of the strongest personalities in the clan. With her strength, Li Jun expected her to pounce on him immediately, but she decided to act more cautiously against him. Li Jun chuckled and admitted that all of this was really annoying him. Li Jun said that if they didn't approach him now, he would be the first to act. Hearing this, the members of the Demon Slayer squad became wary, waiting for Li Jun's next actions. Suddenly, Li Jun rushed out of his seat straight towards the crazy nanny and her henchmen. Li Jun had already caught up with the Demon Slayer Corps when he suddenly disappeared from sight, right after which he appeared behind their backs and continued running. Jinhua Shim and his squad members were confused as they had expected many things, but not this kind of escape. As he ran away, Li Jun turned around for a moment and showed them his tongue. It was only at this moment that something clicked in the minds of his opponents. Jinhua Shim ordered to grab the fleeing Li Jun, and the awakened squad chased after him. When Li Jun was about to be overtaken by one of the demon slayers, he turned behind a building. As he reached the corner, the demon fighter shouted, "Gotcha!" to Jun. But suddenly, a clawed paw appeared in front of his face, after which that one grabbed the awakened man and quickly dragged him into the gate. Seconds later, Li Jun was discovered by several more awakened ones, immediately after which they shouted that he was here. Naturally, Li Jun rushed out again. He jumped over the fence and ran onward, angering his pursuers. One after another, the monster's suddenly appearing arms appeared right in the air and dragged the awakened ones into the gate, while Li Jun ran back and forth, humming a tune to himself. A while later, the members of the Demon Slaying Corps still managed to drive Li Jun into a dead end, where the only way to escape was through the gate. The Demon Slayers regained their breath, after which the chief among them told Li Jun that he had nowhere else to run to. Li Jun smacked himself on the head and agreed that he had been wrong to turn this way. Then he added that he did not want them to catch him, so Li Jun said goodbye to the awakened and entered the gate with no other choice. The Demon Slayers who saw this simply had no words. The man they had chased so much was a real psycho. One of the awakened ones returned to the madam and reported to her that Li Jun had escaped into the local gate. In addition, many of their agents had disappeared without a trace during the chase. The awakened one asked, "What should they do next?" Jinhua Shim wondered what Li Jun was up to, and gritting her teeth in anger, she still decided to do it. Jinhua Shim said that they could not return until they had killed the bastard. She then ordered a servant to tell everyone to get ready to enter the gate by the time she arrived. Meanwhile, Li Jun had returned to the forbidden area of the 4 shrines and had already begun his preparations. Upon seeing the master, Sharku greeted him. Li Jun asked if the latter had taken care of the guys he had sent over to them. Sharku replied that of course they had taken care of them, and Li Jun noticed the reddened snow under his feet. Sharku said that they had removed the bodies to use as fertilizer for the plants. Li Jun ordered that they should never use this fertilizer for edible plants. Sharku was surprised by this, but still agreed to his master's order. A system window opened in front of Li Jun, saying that an unauthorized group was entering the gate. The system asked if the host wished to eject the uninvited guests. Li Jun smirked sinisterly. Li Jun turned to Shark and ordered him to summon the mice and Fei here. And rejecting the system's offer, Jun said that a new shipment of fertilizer had arrived for them. Since Li Jun didn't block the outsiders' entrance, those managed to get inside without any problems. But once they all went inside, all the guests received several notifications. The entrance to the gate was closed, and also the host of the forbidden area started showing hostility towards them. The awakened were surprised by the second notification. None of them could understand who this forbidden zone owner was. One of the awakened looked up and was horrified at what was taken away, and immediately asked the others to look up there. They had just entered the gate, but they were already surrounded by crowds of monsters. Among these monsters were mice, fairies, and even werewolf sharks. So what the hell was going on since they were all here? Jinhua Shim began to lose patience and shouted and asked Li Jun, what kind of illusion skill was he using against them? Li Jun asked in surprise, what illusions is she talking about? After all, this was a rather serious assumption. After which he explained that it was all his domain. The awakened ones from below were astonished at what they had just heard. Li Jun turned around and told Shark that he was going to test his combat abilities today. Already impatient to enter the battle, Sharku said that they had all already prepared for the battle. Since that was the case, Li Jun ordered his monsters to go on the attack, immediately after which crowds of monsters rushed towards the awakened Demon Slayer Corps. Jinhua Shim ordered his men to clear the way, immediately after which they rushed to counterattack. Li Jun was surprised as he looked at the battle from below. He had certainly guessed that his monsters were strong, but they were much better than he had expected. Then, looking to the side, Li Jun speculated aloud that it was a bit risky for the Demon Slayer Corps. Li Jun asked Jinhua Shim, who had reached him, shouldn't she go and check it out? Jinhua Shim said that as long as she could take his head, she would gladly sacrifice other lives. Li Jun apologized to Jinhua Shim and clarified that she wouldn't fight him. Jinhua Shim was surprised at what she heard, but afterward, someone terrifying appeared in front of her. Behind Li Jun's back, a huge blue nine-tailed fox appeared as if out of nowhere, reeking of deadly menace. Li Jun said that the younger generation should respect their elders, but since she was a demon from another world, one of the monsters that brutally destroyed worlds, the huge blue fox approached Jinhua Shim. Li Jun wished her good luck. May she? The vampire witch managed to survive this fight. The vampire witch? She has killed countless awakened ones and brutally killed more people than even the demonic death cult. She's a blood-loving demon who kills old men and children alike, reveling in the blood from their hearts. As Jinhua Shim suddenly fell to her knees, and her hair suddenly branching out, causing her to reach the ground. Having just been young, the old woman asked, how? After all, something like this simply couldn't happen. For some person to suddenly be able to control monsters? The Demon Fighter Corps is made up of A-rankers and is the standard of this world. They were martial artists who had reached the pinnacle in her previous world, and now she simply cannot believe that they were killed by monsters. With a tremor in her voice, the witch asked Jun, what did he do? And how did he know about it? Li Jun grabbed the witch's chin and lifted it up, meeting her eyes, then asked, how could he know that? Isn't it because he knows that she was the one who killed his mother? Moreover, he is completely sure that this order was given to her by his stepmother. Even now, he clearly remembers. Jun's mother suddenly sat down on her knees, and taking her son by the shoulders, turned to her sweet boy. Mom offered Jun to play hide-and-seek with her, but on the condition that he would not come out of his hiding place, no matter what. No way, said the mother, after which she helped Jun hide under the bed. But after a few moments, the joy on Jun's face was replaced by horror. Even when his mother died, unable to resist the witch still continued to destroy his mother's body. And throughout the entire process, the witch was laughing as if she was in ecstasy. Li Jun hit the witch on the head and confessed that he didn't think he could be satisfied no matter what method he used to kill her. Killing Choi Mi-jin, to whom she was so loyal, could cause her much more pain and suffering than death. Jinhua Nim suddenly screamed, after which she began to growl loudly. Meanwhile, the monster successfully dealt with the Demon Slayer squad and returned to their master. Li Jun said leaving everything to them. After which, Li Jun turned around and left while listening to Jinhua Nim's screams. After taking care of all the business in Busan and the gate, Li Jun finally returned to his room. Immediately afterward, he plopped down on his bed and exhaled deeply. The teacher who appeared next to him cleared his throat and admitted that he had no idea that Jun's mother had died like this. Jun agreed with the teacher's words and explained that the teacher couldn't have known since he hadn't told it. Clenching his fist, the teacher explained that the best master should know everything about his student. Li Jun explained that ever since his mother died, his stepmother had allowed him to stay in the clan, worried that the others would start judging her otherwise. But instead of treating him like her own child, she bullied him every day. The master asked if the dragon sword knew about this, to which Jun replied that Hyunjin has no idea about it either. This is far from a positive story, and if he told Hyunjin, he might try to kill everyone here. Just as suddenly, the old master shouted, "How stupid of you!" which almost made Li Jun deafened. Li Jun asked why the man suddenly started yelling at him. The angry old master replied that that was not the problem right now. Then he approached Jun and put his hand on his shoulder and said that he couldn't even imagine how he had endured this pain all this time. Although he was now an old man's spirit, he had once been the best martial artist, so he asked Jun not to forget that the best martial artist was his teacher. Previously, Li Jun thought that the master was only there to tease him, but now he realizes that there is another side to the master. Perhaps even grinning, Li Jun recognized that he appreciated the master's concern. Li Jun mentally agreed that perhaps it was a good thing to have someone in the world that he could trust with all his secrets. The master suddenly changed and, stroking his beard, said that he wanted to ask Jun something. The master said that he would like to ask about, but Li Jun didn't hear anything as he suddenly got a phone call, completely drowning out the master's voice. Li Jun asked the master to wait for a while, which made the master angry and accepted the challenge. Ji Yu addressed Li Jun by name, and Li Jun asked if something was wrong. Ji Yu said that Jun had to come over and help them with their training and that everyone was already waiting for him. Li Jun was surprised to hear that and asked why right now. But Han Ji Yu reminded Jun that he knew where her training room was and asked him to hurry up, right after which she hung up the phone. Li Jun and Master were confused at how quickly everything happened. Though grudgingly, the master recognized that it was perfect timing, because training was the best way to clear one's head. A little while later, in the training room, the team members were waiting for Jun to arrive. Seong-ho Nam chuckled because of his nerves and said that Jun was a little late, and he was nervous because Han Ji-yu had already lost her patience because of the waiting. Seong-ho Nam turned to the guys and said that Ji-yu was getting too upset because of Jun's tardiness. After which he asked what might happen if Jun doesn't make it to them in time. To his surprise, the girls didn't think at all that any of them might get hurt because of Jun. The headman asked Seong-ho Nam not to worry because Jun would be here soon, and asked Haeji if she agreed with her. Without taking her eyes off the food, Haeji handed Seong-ho Nam some food and gestured for him to ask if he wanted some. But the man awkwardly refused. After a few seconds, the door finally opened and Lee Jun arrived in the training room. Jumping over to Jun, Seong-ho Nam loudly thanked God for Jun's timing and asked him to do something about Ji-yu while they were still alive. Lee Jun was surprised at Seong-ho Nam's behavior and asked, "What happened here?" Just as suddenly, Jun was approached by Ji-yu, whereupon Jun noticed flames burning nearby. Losing all patience, Ji-yu pulled out her Urim sword and asked Jun, didn't he hear her asking him to hurry up? Lee Jun awkwardly admitted that he had messed up, and then explained that he was late because he was preparing the things they needed for training. Blazing with anger, Han Ji-yu suddenly stopped. After a second, the flames went out and Ji-yu recognized that it was a decent reason for being late, after which she inquired, what did he have in store for them? Taking off his briefcase, Lee Jun asked the guys if they were sure that they wished to become stronger, after which Lee Jun threw the briefcase onto the floor, and upon landing, the briefcase made a loud rumbling sound. Standing over the briefcase that destroyed the floor, Lee Jun asked if they were willing to do their best to become stronger. Park Yoonbi, Haeji, and Seong-ho Nam were already starting to dread what was in store for them, with only Han Ji-yu gleaming at the thought of how this training would help them. The guys agreed that they shouldn't have called Lee Jun here. The plant in Choi Mi-jin's room had already wilted, and Choi Mi-jin herself was walking back and forth across the newly destroyed room biting her nails. Because of her nerves, Choi Mi-jin accidentally bit off her fingernail. Just as suddenly, she was approached by Woogan, finally bringing some news. Running up to Woogan, Choi Mi-jin, had he gotten any news from her nanny? And what did she say? Woogan admitted that he didn't know how to tell her that. But unfortunately, he had bad news for her. Choi Mi-jin's heart thumped loudly, for she realized what this could mean. At the same time, Woo-gong was telling her that Miss Shim of the Demon Slayer Corps had gone to Busan. But all they could find out about it was that she was looking for something. Miss Shim had disappeared along with the entire Demon Slayer Corps. All this while, Choi Mi-jin clenched her fist with all her might, trying to suppress her trembling at least a little. Woogan said that they still couldn't find any trace of her. Just as suddenly, Choi Mi-jin couldn't stand it anymore and shouted that that was enough, immediately after which she slapped Woogan in anger. Unwilling to listen to him any longer, Choi Mi-jin ordered to search all of Busan, find traces of Jinhwa Shim, and bring her to her. Woogan wiped the blood from his face and accepted his mistress's order, after which he left the mistress room, in front of which a clan member was already waiting for him. Woo-gong asked him about the results of his research, after which the latter handed him a pile of papers. By investigating the traces left in Busan, they were able to find out that the Demon Slayer Corps had successfully ambushed them, but all of their traces had disappeared at a certain point. From this, Woo-gong concluded that Jinhwa Shim, along with the Demon Fighter Corps, had disappeared at the same place. But what had happened there? Just as suddenly, Woo-gong remembered a recent incident. Woo-gong asked his subordinate, could there have been a manifestation of monsters at that moment? Except who could have done such a thing? Could it be that someone had forcefully opened the gate? Or was it really just an ordinary accident? But in order to kill Ms. Shim, there would have to be a gate leading to the Black Zone at the very least. Woo-gong couldn't find any other explanation for this. After all, a person was incapable of forcibly opening the gate. Woogan clenched the materials and burned them. He knew that only his master could do such a thing. A short while later, Jun's former training place, not far from the martial arts school. Lee Jun was peacefully resting on a rock while heavy breathing could be heard nearby. Seong-ho Nam asked Jun if he was serious, after which he tried to breathe under the weight of the stone, and Jun shouted, is he really sure? Not far away from them, girls were carrying stones as well. Lee Jun asked Seong-ho Nam if he thought he was making them do it just to amuse himself. But Seong-ho Nam, through tears, complained that this way of practicing was too primitive. Jun noticed that Seong-ho Nam still had a lot of energy left to talk, so he ordered him to move faster. Unable to withstand such a strain from Jun, Seong-ho Nam screamed a little while later. After practicing with the huge boulders, The girls took the opportunity to rest a little while the guys caught up with them. Han Ji-yu admitted that she hadn't even realized that there was so much space behind their campus. Lee Jun pointed out that many people didn't realize that. Dragging a broken San Ho Nam along the ground with a boulder on his shoulder, Jun revealed that he often came here to practice because it was secluded. Since he showed them this place, he wouldn't mind if they came here sometimes. Lee Jun asked if they should take a break, after which they would run 4 or more laps around the campus. The girls were amazed at the ease with which he said this, and so they shouted no. Upon hearing this, Lee Jun was a little disappointed. Just as suddenly, Lee Jun received an unexpected notification from the system. Lee Jun had obtained the Novice Instructor skill, as well as a reward of 500,000 tree points. Lee Jun cried out in surprise, which attracted Ji-Yu's attention. Ji-Yu asked if something was wrong, to which Jun replied that it was nothing. Beginning Instructor skill is a C-rank skill. Lee Jun enjoyed training his friends, and thanks to the instruction, he realized why his master was pushing him so hard. With this skill, Jun could unlock the target's abilities and gain 50% training experience. Previously, Lee Jun hadn't even considered that he could get a reward, and even a new skill for helping his friends with training. Lee Jun wondered if this could be the realization that Master had previously talked about. Glancing at the Master, Lee Jun noticed that he was unusually quiet. As he suddenly snapped out of it, the angry Master asked why the system kept feeding Lee Jun all this stuff. And what about those people who were training honestly without any additional help? Seeing the Master's reaction, Lee Jun realized that he had made an error in judgment. And just like that, Lee Jun continued to train his friends. He chained them to the bottom of the lake to meditate. Lee Jun threw sticks at them to help them practice dodging. He also made them climb mountains, torturing his students with various trials day after day. After another day of training, the group was down again, except for Ji-Yu, who was the easiest to train. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of Park Yoonbi. After suppressing a scream, Park Yoonbi wondered if she was imagining it. After that, the others came over to see it. Park Yoonbi had obtained the B-ranked skill Sight. Through great effort, she had developed exceptional dynamic visual acuity. With this skill, she can detect and attack up to 10 enemies at the same time. Looking at the system window, a surprised Song Ho Nam confirmed that it was indeed a B-ranked skill, and Heiji revealed that only A-ranked children of the 15 Houses Alliance received this skill. The guys started congratulating Park Yoonbi. For receiving the skill, they were happy for their friend. A little later, Heiji had already obtained the B-ranked Faith skill. By applying acupuncture, she can allow even an immobile person to walk. Also, the skill increases healing by plus 45% and internal strength recovery by plus 10%. Han Ji-Yu and Seong Ho Nam also received the skills. Seong Ho Nam received the B-rank skill, Wielding 2 Blades. The skill also gives plus 40% attack speed and 25% to wielding 2 weapons. The guys began to discuss their newfound skills with each other. Lee Jun said that Heiji had gotten the perfect skill for her because she was a healer. As for Song Ho Nam's skill, it was a rare skill even for 15 houses. Master explained that it was because Lee Jun had trained them with the right method. Lee Jun walked over to Ji-Yu and asked, what skill did she get? After which he took a closer look at her system window. It was the S-rank skill, Swordmaster qualification. The skill was obtained for fulfilling the 3 conditions of cold-hearted Swordmaster: sword skill, talent, and diligence. The skill also increases attack by plus 150%, defense by plus 70%, and reaction speed by plus 80%. Even Lee Jun was surprised that she had obtained an S-rank skill. A silence hung in the air. Han Ji-Yu followed his training especially well, but even so, Lee Jun didn't think that she would be able to obtain an S-rank skill. Park Yoonbi grabbed Lee Jun's hand and thanked him, because if he hadn't taken care of their training, they would never have been able to unleash their skills. Afterward, Heiji and Seong Ho Nam joined in the thanks. Han Ji-Yu turned to Jun, after which she too awkwardly thanked Lee Jun for his help. Lee Jun was surprised to suddenly see Han Ji-Yu like this, but after a few seconds, he pulled himself together. Lee Jun decided that after something like this, he just had to take them all to the extreme. After obtaining their new skills, they were ready to continue practicing even more intensely until the heavenly battle came. A short while later, on the grounds of the martial arts school, no sooner had Lee Jun returned to his room than he was suddenly stopped and asked to help with something. Lee Jun asked to repeat it again, citing that he might have misheard. Recently, Lee Jun decided that he only wanted to train his friends now. Teacher Che said that she only has one request for him. She wants Lee Jun to let her join his training. Lee Jun answered no, then explained what he wanted to say. What the hell is she talking about? A week ago, the students of the martial arts school were running laps around the sports field on the school grounds, and they were all running in heavy shackles. Che Jingjun shouted for them all to focus on their breathing while running. She then turned to the trio of students dragging behind and ordered them to speed up. Park Yunbi answered her teacher in agreement, but she, along with Heiji and Song Ho Nam, were already running on their last breath. Seeing this, Che Jingzhen even felt a little embarrassed, after which the disciples stopped for a breather. Che Jingzhen said that they had done well and that it was only a warm-up. After a short rest, the disciples lined up and Che Jingzhen said that it had been quite some time since these classes had started, and that she believed that they had developed enough physical strength. Teacher Che grinned and suggested that starting from today, they should start free training based on their personal abilities and understanding. They would learn the 10-step kick in their own way. After the instruction from Teacher Che, the disciples started learning the 10-step kick. Che Jingzhen felt that it didn't matter if they had been taught a lot in all this time, or how much skill they had managed to acquire. After all, they must now truly understand their strength in order to use it effectively. To do that, you have to think about it all the time, almost endlessly. But so far, she doesn't see anyone doing that. The exception is the trio of disciples from Li Jun's squad. Within seconds, they completely destroyed their training dummies, which was quite surprising because these dummies were very difficult to break because they were made of monster bodies. Personally seeing this, Che Jingzhen wondered, weren't these three of them E-rank awakened ones? Why on earth had she failed to discern their talent earlier? Just as suddenly, the trio that had just destroyed the three sturdy dummies collapsed on the ground. They were completely exhausted and were already almost unable to move due to fatigue. They were even begging to just be allowed to die. Che Jingzhen wondered, was she wrong? A little later in the teacher's lounge, one of the teachers was surprised to hear this and asked, what was the name of the 5th grade president? Che Jingzhen asked if he meant Park Yunbi. The teacher confirmed that it was her and said that apparently she had managed to find a way to break through after all her hard work. Seeing her abilities recently, he couldn't help but be amazed. The teacher next to him had remarked, something the same was true of Heiji Seo. She had previously thought that she was only talented in healing, but as it turned out, she was also extremely talented in hidden weapon techniques. Teacher asked if they had seen Song Ho Nam's successes. After all, he had managed to unleash the skill of 2 weapons. The second teacher chuckled and reminded him that this technique was very rare. Just as suddenly, one of the teachers said that he had heard that they had revealed their talents while practicing with Li Jun. This meant that there were now 3 more talented students in the 5th grade. The teachers praised Che Jingzhen. After listening to the teachers, Che Jingzhen suddenly walked towards the exit. The teacher was surprised by her behavior and asked if something had happened. Teacher Che grinned and said that there was one thing she should take care of. After which, she wished the teachers a pleasant conversation. After finding out what the whole matter was, Teacher Che Jingzhen started to keep an eye on the students that June was teaching, and as she realized, it was a very crude but still simple training method. It looked as if this training was very useful to quickly increase everyone's stats. After telling Li Jun what the matter was, Che Jingzhen chimed in that, as a teacher, she wanted to directly participate in the drills and learn more effective study methods, so that she could more effectively teach the other students. Li Jun felt a headache because of this. He had not touched Teacher Che earlier during training, as he did not feel threatened by her. He knew that someone had been watching him all this time, and now he realized how things had come to this. In that case, Li Jun replied that he agreed, which made the teacher's mood rise, after which he added that he wasn't going to do it for free. Li Jun said that he had a few conditions. Other people can also join, but the one he hates the most is trouble. Second, she must not disclose this training to others, and he will decide the location of the training himself. Li Jun asked that she abide by these 2 conditions. Satisfied that he allowed her to participate in the training, Teacher Che agreed to these conditions. A while later, the students arrived at the new training location. After getting out of the car, they began to admire the estates of the Divine Skill Clan, the place where Ji-Yu lived. The girls remarked that it was probably claustrophobic for Ji-Yu to leave a place like this and start living in a dormitory. Ji-Yu admitted that everywhere was the same for her, which surprised her friends even more, because they wished they could say the same thing. Li Jun thanked Ji-Yu for letting them use the practice room of her house, to which Ji-Yu embarrassedly replied that there was nothing wrong with it, and asked her friends to follow her. Before they could even take a few steps, Suddenly, family members ran out of the house and bowed to greet their mistress. Ji handed over her jacket and asked where her father was now, to which the ward replied that he had gone to the training room to greet her. The servants also started taking away the outerwear from the guests as well. Ji and the others headed to the training room where Ji father was already waiting for them. Ji father grinned and said hello to his darling daughter. Seeing him, the guests were surprised because the chairman himself was in front of them. And only Jun and teacher Che didn't care much about it. Ji asked her friends, "What are they talking about? After all, it's just her father." Ji father grinned and admitted that he really looked like Minson. Ji father admitted that he was happy to meet them all. After which he added that, although it wasn't easy to befriend his daughter, but they managed to succeed with it. Ji blushed because of what she heard and shrieked at her father. Ji looked at her friends, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly changed. A startled Park Yunbi said that Ji is just very kind, to which Seonho Nam agreed and added that they love her. Ji father greeted teacher Che and bowed and said that he didn't expect to see the purple lotus fist here. Che Jingjun bowed to him in return and told Mr. Han that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, after which he remembered that he had forgotten about someone. He put his arm around Li Jun and assumed it was his son-in-law. Li Jun was amazed at the sudden words from Ji father, but he already knew how it would end. The trio of friends and the teacher who came with him also understood it. Han Ji was furious. Ji yelled at her father, causing his eardrums to hurt. A little while later, a beaten Mr. Han laughed and said that he was happy to see his daughter's face anyway. But, for now, he's leaving them so as not to interfere with his training. Passing by Jun, Mr. Han told his son that he would like to talk to him after the training. Immediately after that, Ji ordered her father to get out of here and kicked him out of the training room herself. After that, an embarrassed Ji asked Li Jun not to take her father seriously because he likes to tease her too much. Li Jun asked Ji not to worry about it because he already knows what her father's like. Even though everyone accuses him of being evil like 1,000 red-banded snakes, he's actually kinder and more righteous than the others. Mr. Khan is not cunning at all, but rather too straightforward. If he were to make a move forward, the traitors within the Divine Skill Clan would immediately disappear. However, he is currently too busy hunting demons from the other world. As a result, Minson and Ji have to deal with the problems inside their home on their own. He is a man who puts the welfare of Korea above his family and home, which is easier said than done for many. Li Jun clapped his hands and said that since Mr. Han wasn't here, they could finally get to practice. Ji was just waiting for those words. With a twinkle in her eyes, Ji asked what Jun had planned for them today, to which the man replied that today they wouldn't have a normal workout, but something different. Ji asked, what did he mean by that? Suddenly, a tremendous pressure came over them all. Not even a second later, all the people under it could barely stand on their feet anymore. Han Ji realized that this was a killing intent, but why? Li Jun's killing intent went far beyond the training room, striking all the clan member. Thanks to this, Mr. Han realized that their training had begun. Meanwhile, in the training room, Heiji Seo, Park Yunbi, and Song Ho Nam had already plopped down on the floor. While teacher Che could barely withstand the pressure, and only Ji could bear the pressure better than the others. The trio of Heiji Seo, Park Yunbi, and Seong Ho Nam could already barely breathe and were barely conscious. Han Ji was using all her strength to hold on, but even she and teacher Che found it hard to be under such pressure. Looking at Li Jun, Che Jingjun asked how. She couldn't understand how this kind of energy could come from an ordinary 18-year-old high school student. Ji suddenly said, Li Jun has become much stronger. His killing intent had become much deeper than it was before. She didn't remember it being so exquisite back then when she felt it for the first time. But now she felt as if Li Jun had complete control over his predatory rage. Previously, she thought that she could catch up with Li Jun. She thought that she had only a little bit left and would be able to catch up with him if she put in more effort and tried harder. But now she realizes that those thoughts were wrong. It doesn't matter how much she trains, because Jun has been too far away from her for a long time now. The only thing she can do is to follow in his footsteps. Thinking about it, Ji gritted her teeth and said no, after which she started, overcoming herself to climb up that staircase. She no longer wished to become more and more distant from Jun. She wishes to get closer to him. Without noticing it, Ji overcame Li Jun's killing intent and was already striking him. But Li Jun tilted his head sideways to dodge Ji-Yu's fist. Immediately afterward, a small wound appeared on his cheek. And Ji-Yu fell off her feet, but Li Jun picked her up. Out of her last strength, Ji-Yu said that she was still capable of doing more. To which Li Jun replied no with a smile. Li Jun put away his killing intent and said that was the end of it. Haeji admitted that she had never felt such a strong killing intent before. And Park Yoonbi asked how they were going to survive under it. Kneeling down, Seong-ho Nam pleaded that Li Jun should not say that he would continue to train them with such a method. But Li Jun just smiled carelessly. Seeing this, his disciples realized that things were bad. Immediately afterward, pleas for help were heard from them as they weren't sure if they could bear it again. Li Jun admitted that there was no way he expected Ji-yu to leave a scar on his face. He was very impressed with how they were progressing. A little while later, one of the students approached teacher Che, which brought her out of her stupor. Remembering that she was with her students, Che Jingjun apologized and asked where they left off. The disciple said that she had ended on the story that the 10-step fist required careful control of inner strength. Che Jingjun said that he answered correctly and began to talk about how, when inner control reaches the extreme, Che Jingjun couldn't concentrate on her lecture because she keeps thinking about yesterday's training with Li Jun. One mistake during training can kill you. As a result of the dangerous training, she saw a clear example of high risk and high reward. The young fledglings in front of her would eventually enter the gate where they would take part in a real battle. In order to survive, they would have to become stronger. Clenching her fist, Teacher Che recognized something: how she had trained her students was only a speck of dust compared to Jun, and she regretted it as their teacher. One of the fledglings turned to the teacher, noticing her thinking about something again. Che Jingjun decided that she would take Jun to teach. Teacher Che ordered the students to line up and run 200 laps, which amazed them. A while later, a black car pulled up to the school. Elder Park got out. When he saw the martial arts school again, he noticed that it hadn't changed in any way. Chairman Han, along with the teachers, bowed and greeted Mr. Park. Afterwards, Han Ming-soon acknowledged that he was honored to see that they were personally visited by the blade maker. Mr. Park was surprised to hear about the honor and asked Han Min-sung if he thought he was acting too formal after they had not seen each other for so long. Han Ming-sun asked, who would dare to directly look at the best martial arts master? Whereupon the chairman said that he would accompany him. But the old master refused to be escorted and offered to greet the rest of the family while he looked around with his grandchildren. Immediately after which, Mr. Park, along with his grandchildren, headed towards the school building. As soon as the old master left, the teachers began to discuss the incident heatedly. They were all very nervous about meeting such a powerful person, but it didn't turn out too badly. Many of them were surprised that they hadn't felt anything from him. And now they were wondering who was more painful to look at, the king of martial arts or the king of blades. And only Chairman Han realized that this was the reason why the old master was even scarier from those two. Awakened up to AA rank are unable to hide their aura, but S rank awakened ones are different. If they choose to hide their aura, they will look like the most ordinary people. This proves that their control over their internal forces has reached the pinnacle. Han Ming-sun clapped his hands a few times and ordered the teachers to prepare for the other guests. They should pull themselves together as soon as possible. Walking through the school grounds, Park Hyun-jin asked his grandfather if he was tired. After all, they have a pretty big school. Wouldn't he like to rest for a while? Hearing this, the grandfather raised his sword and asked his grandson how dare he treat him like an old man. Covering himself from his grandfather's sword, Hyun-jin reminded him that he was an old man. The old man ordered Hyun-jin to shut his mouth and was about to teach his grandson a lesson when he suddenly stopped. Surprised at Grandpa's sudden change of heart, Hyun-jin asked, "What happened?" Grandpa asked, "What is that way?" To which Hyun-jin replied that it was the main school building. Old Man Park was surprised at the energy he felt. He realized it was them. It was the energy of beings from another dimension. The old man said he thought he had seen enough and suggested that he head to the main building. Park Jong-yeon lifted the negligent brother by his jacket and asked why they should go there. After all, the students would be coming out now. The old man took a deep breath and replied that he needed to check something. In Lee Jun's classroom, Teacher Che announced to the students that the final exams, the heavenly battle, would begin from today. Teacher Che told them that the battles would be done by a draw system. All classes would participate, and the winner would receive a demonic calamity as the grand prize. The students began to speculate that the rumored demonic scourge was a mystical artifact that even the creator of the blades had not been able to recognize. Many believed that the reward would go to Li Jun, and they were envious. Che Jingzhen advised her disciples to do their best, and not just envy those who were capable of taking first place. She then revealed that according to the chairman, students who improved their ranking significantly would also receive prizes this time. The excited students asked if it was true, after which Teacher Che added that those who wouldn't improve their ranking would have to participate in more intensive training with her. Teacher Che wished that they would all come back from the heavenly battle victorious. But after hearing the words about more intense training, the disciples couldn't be so excited anymore. Teacher Che let the students leave the classroom, and they began to disperse with a rumble. Suddenly, Lee Jun heard a loud "Jung," immediately after which he leaned over, dodging Park Hyun-jin. Hyun-jin, who was hurt by what happened, admitted that he couldn't believe that Jun had decided to dodge him. Lee Jun asked if maybe he shouldn't have tried to jump on him like that in the first place. After seeing this scene, Park Jung-yeon laughed and said that even though Hyun-jin is her brother, he's a real idiot, and that of course Jun won't let him do it more than once. Lee Jun asked Hyun-young who is that standing behind her. Park Jung-yeon stepped aside and asked Lee Jun to say hello to her grandfather. Park's grandfather grinned and, assuming that Jun was in front of him, said that he was happy to meet him. After that, the grandfather extended his hand and said that he was the grandfather of the two. Lee Jun was surprised because this person is the strongest awakened of the Iron Blood Blade clan, as well as one of the top 10 in the world rankings, and the only S-rank awakened in Korea. Lee Jun shook the old man's hand and said that he was also happy to meet him, then introduced himself. Even in his past life, Jun had only seen this old man from afar, and now he was meeting an awakened S-rank for the first time. Compared to this old man, AA rank awakened ones were nothing. Upon meeting Lee Jun, the old man felt very uneasy, and he couldn't help but wonder who this boy was. This is the boy from the recent news broadcasts. He's a friend of his grandchildren, and he's also the high school student who destroyed the AA-ranked awakened one Wind Apostle. He's an illegitimate child who couldn't even inherit the bloodline of the Sacred Power clan, unless he is. But that simply cannot be. He can't understand this boy's energy. Moreover, he can't even understand what kind of internal energy that boy has nurtured. It is an energy that he is unable to identify even with the heavenly thunder divine art. Thinking about it, the old man unconsciously squeezed his hand. He simply refused to believe that such a thing could exist. Such a thing shouldn't even exist. Could it be that the Heavenly King Divine Art is a more advanced technique than the Heavenly Thunder Divine Art? Or is there some hidden power to the Three Spheres meditation technique? Remembering what was happening now, Old Man Pak abruptly jerked his hand away. A surprised Lee Jun asked, had he done something wrong? After all, the old man was staring at him so intently. The old man chuckled and told him that he had probably unknowingly glared at him after hearing about the friends of his ill-mannered grandchildren. Upon hearing this, Hyunjin and Jongyun angrily asked, what was he even talking about? Immediately afterward, they lashed out at their grandfather. Jongyun said that she doesn't know how Hyunjin is, but she is very soft and kind. Hyunjin, on the other hand, told Grandpa that he was hurt by their words. The old master explained to Lee Jun that just now, the old man was trying his best to determine his energy. Hearing this, Lee Jun sighed and admitted that he was very afraid that he might have said something wrong. Just as suddenly, the master shouted, how dare he doubt the sacred artifact of the primordial gate. Lee Jun barely had time to dodge the shout, thanks to which he was not deafened. After which, the master continued to shout that not only the blade creator, but also his grandfather would not have been able to break through the inner power of the primordial ring. The old master said that the ring was created under the guidance of the best master, and that even the emperor himself recognized this masterpiece and wouldn't stop talking about it. Lee Jun, on the other hand, at this moment, was glad that the old man had failed to notice his inner energy. After all, divine origin art was like paint. It was a technique that naturally blended with anything. Currently, the foundation of his primordial source arts was mana, extremely pure and destructive. And if one were to notice this, he might think that he was from a demonic death cult. Since possessing a Heavenly King divine art could serve as a cover, he might not worry about it anymore. The old man pushed his granddaughter away slightly, and placing his cane on his grandson's face, asked Jun if he was going to fight today. To which Lee Jun replied that he would fight, and that he was sure that his turn would come by lunchtime. Since the latter decided to participate, the old man wished Jun good luck and promised to pay attention. A little while later, the students gathered around the big screen to see who was fighting whom. Jun's first opponent was a 10th grader, Jong In-seong, a B-rank awakened B-rank from the Million Poison clan. Lee Jun couldn't help but admit that this 10th grader is quite talented for someone who is the son of an Iron King, but even he isn't Jun's opponent. After looking at the screen, Lee Jun decided that there was no point in him looking for opponents here anymore. Just as suddenly, he was spotted by Ho-soo, right after which he loudly greeted Mr. Lee. Lee Jun recognized that it was a good coincidence, since he was just looking for him. Hearing this, Hosu asked in surprise, looking for him? Lee Jun just couldn't help but see Hosu as a puppy. Lee Jun confirmed that he was indeed looking for him and asked, "Who is Hosu's opponent?" To which Hosu replied that his opponent is a D-ranked awakened from the Imperial Blade clan. Lee Jun asked the god, "Why among all the clans? Why is it that among all the clans, Hosu got caught by the Imperial Blade clan in his first fight?" Hosu was surprised to hear Jun complaining about it. Lee Jun asked Hosu if he really needed to participate in the heavenly battle. Hosu didn't understand the question and asked what he meant. Lee Jun asked Hosu what he thought about giving up the battle. Lee Jun understood that at this moment, Hosu had learned the divine art of space void and the art of cohesive spear. Both arts had already reached 3 stars. He would easily be able to defeat all the people he would meet here, except that the current era of the Awakened is centered on lineage. If the Imperial Blade clan suddenly realized that the top-level technique that belonged to them suddenly fell into the hands of a nameless E-rank Awakened, the best outcome would be to give up the heavenly battle to at least protect Hosu. But the heavenly battle is a stage for the students to prove themselves. So how can he convince Hosu to give up such a significant event? Lee Jun asked, lest Hosu misunderstand his words. As Hosu suddenly refused to participate, Lee Jun was surprised to hear this and asked why he refused. And Hosu said that since he noticed him, it means that he doesn't need to show off his abilities to others anymore. He's not picky about his grades, and after all, he has a scholarship from the school and the bonuses Jun gave him. Hosu smirked and admitted that he was sure Jun had a good reason for that. Hosu slapped his hand on his chest and said that he trusted Mr. Lee. Lee Jun took Hosu by the shoulder and thanked him for his trust. Suddenly, Lee Jun sensed a moving danger. Immediately after, he looked around, but only saw disciples around him. Noticing Jun's sudden change of heart, Hosu asked, "What was wrong?" Lee Jun suddenly ordered him to be silent and follow him, at the same time grabbing Hosu's hand and dragging him along. Quickly finding a place where there were no extra eyes, Lee Jun opened the gate and started to shove Hosu inside, but Hosu began to resist. Lee Jun ordered Hosu to enter the portal, but before he left, he wanted to know at least the reason why Jun had suddenly changed so much. Almost shoving Hosu into the gate, Lee Jun reminded him that he had said he would trust him, follow, and be loyal to him unconditionally. From the last of his strength to stay out of the portal, Hosu explained that that wasn't exactly what he had said. Before he could finish speaking, Lee Jun finally shoved Hosu into the gate. Seconds later, the person Lee Jun had sensed a while ago came running into the deserted place. But to his surprise, there was absolutely no trace of him here. Choi Gangyu was certain that just now, an energy very similar to the Imperial Blade clan's martial arts was emanating from here. But the trace suddenly cut off here. Choi Gangyu wondered, could he have been wrong? A little while later, Lee Jun's friends finally found him and Seong-ho Nam asked where he had been, to which Lee Jun replied that he had something to take care of, after which he asked why they were so excited. Seong-ho Nam shouted that it was absolutely unbelievable, after which he asked Lee Jun to look at the screen, because the match of the century was finally starting. Han Ji-yu and Park Jung-yeon will be fighting in this round. Lee Jun wasn't too surprised by this, which made Seong-ho Nam and Hye Ji-seo suddenly lose their spirits. Seong-ho Nam asked why the latter was so calm, and could it be that he already knew about this? But after all, the list had just been updated. Lee Jun suddenly shivered and admitted that it certainly surprised him. He couldn't say that he wasn't surprised since it was the same in his life. Seong-ho Nam suggested that he would vote for Ji-yu, and then Hye Ji-seo asked Jun the same thing. In his past life, Jun was rooting for Jong-yeon. But at that time, he wasn't close to Ji-yu. Besides, Jong-yeon threatened him to root for her. But if he suddenly starts rooting for Jong-yeon, Ji-yu will obviously be disappointed in him. Also, he is afraid of the consequences if he roots for Ji-yu. At that moment, Lee Jun noticed that Ji-yu was standing next to the joyful Song-ho Nam and Haiji, and he saw the way Ji-yu was looking at him. For that matter, Lee Jun made up his mind. Lee Jun said that of course he would cheer for Ji-yu during the battle. Suddenly, Jong-yeon, who sneaked up behind him, grabbed his head and asked him who he was going to cheer for. Lee Jun awkwardly said hello to her, whereupon Jong-yeon said hello back and reminded him that he should finish what he was about to say. Jong-yeon asked who he thought he should cheer for. Throwing an awkward glance in Ji-yu's direction, Lee Jun said that of course he would cheer for Jong-yeon. Lee Jun suddenly felt a chill because of the way Ji-yu had just looked at him. Mentally screaming, Lee Jun asked, why are they both doing this to him? In any case, at this point, the heavenly battle had begun. The host thanked the audience for waiting, then announced that they would now have the grandest round of the celestial battle. After all, the ice flower from the Divine Skill clan, Han Ji-yu, was fighting today, and a sword flower from the iron-blooded sword clan, Park Jung-young. Sun Ho-nam quietly asked Jun who he thought would be the winner, to which Lee Jun replied that they won't know until they see the result. Seon Ho-nam was surprised to hear this, and asked if Jun didn't know everything. Lee Jun admitted that of course he doesn't know everything and asked Seon Ho-nam who he thinks he is. Everyone around him thinks that Jung-yeon has just become an S-rank awakened, but she's actually closer to an experienced S-rank. She's a difficult opponent for Ji-yu, who just became an A-rank to win. Before his return, Ju-yu won the match, but in reality it was Jung-yeon's victory. After all, it ended with Jung-yeon refusing to participate, stating that the Iron Blood Blade clan can't monopolize an event where talents from different houses could stand out. In fact, he's just sure that she didn't want to waste her time picking fights with weak people. This is a kind of righteous and high-minded behavior that would be impossible if she didn't believe that her brother would take first place. Lee Jun grinned, for this time things should be different. Lee Jun tells Jung-yeon that he has prepared a better opponent for her. And since that's the case, he wants to see the best they can show. The signal to start the fight sounded, and all the spectators immediately started shouting with joy, as this was going to be the most epic battle. Ji-yu had pulled out her blade from its sheath, immediately after which it bent at an unnatural angle. Jung-yeon was surprised to see the Urim sword, for she had never seen it before. Jung-yeon asked Ji-yu how did she practice it, to which Ji-yu replied that Jun taught her. Jung-yeon was surprised and asked again, and Ji-yu confirmed her words. Jung-yeon noticed that Ji-yu almost always spends time alone, so she asked, when did they get close? Ji-yu replied that it just happened. Jung-yeon asked Ji-yu if she had a beef with her. After all, she has become more straightforward, and she wasn't like that with Hyunjin. Ji-yu bluntly answered no, which surprised Jung-yeon. But even if Ji-yu says so, she's still happy that Ji-yu is her opponent. She also has something to say to her. Ji-yu asked, what is it that she wants? Unexpectedly, but Jung-yeon warned Ji-yu not to get close to Jun. Ji-yu wondered why she should listen to her. Jung-yeon grinned and said that the reason was simple. Then she suggested that Ji-yu wasn't very smart when it came to this kind of thing. Jung-yeon reached for the blade and said that it's because she likes him. She wishes to stay by his side and take care of him. Except something is strange, because Ji-yu looks very displeased right now. Park Jung-yeon pointed her blade at her opponent and suggested to start a fight and make a decision based on the result of this match. The winner gets Jun. Jung-yeon grinned and asked if that sounded good. Suddenly, Han Ji-yu jumped up and was behind Jung-yeon in the next instant and was about to strike. But at the last moment, Jung-yeon suddenly deflected Ji-yu's first punch. Embarrassed, Han Ji-yu asked if Jung-yeon would change her mind after the fight. Jung-yeon said that was true for her as well. Immediately after that, they swung their blades and broke the distance, creating a shockwave at the point of collision. The spectators were amazed at the tremendous energy that was released on the battlefield. It looked as if they had decided to give it their best from the start. Without giving each other a break, Ji-yu and Jung-yeon clashed again and again, but each clash ended in a draw. Swinging her sword, Jung-yeon shouted that she can give up anything but her Jun. Therefore, she hoped that Ji-yu wouldn't mind if she went all in. Putting all her strength into her blade, Jung-yeon chopped Ji-yu, and she barely held back Jung-yeon's attack. It seemed like Jung-yeon had won, but suddenly, Jung-yeon slashed her sword at the ground. Using her agility and the flexibility of her sword, Ji-yu slipped out from underneath Jung-yeon's attack. Immediately after that, she broke the distance between them and started swinging her Urim sword, forming a whirlwind of blows that was almost impossible to dodge. But Jung-yeon easily dodged all the blows. Pairing the Urim sword with her blade, Jung-yeon noticed how much Ji-yu focuses on the nature of the Urim sword, which becomes solid when filled with inner strength. But she also withdraws the inner strength to dispel the essence when she is forcefully attacked, immediately after which she directs the energy back and strikes. The sword Urim keeps returning no matter how many times she blocked it. As suddenly, the sword slipped near Jung-yeon's face, injuring her. Jung-yeon wondered, what was Jun teaching Ji-yu? But Jung-yeon licked the blood off her face. She suddenly became serious and swung her sword at Urim. Immediately after, she took the opportunity to step on its blade, preventing Ji-yu from swinging it further. Trying to retrieve the sword, Ji-yu yanked it with all her might. But it was no use. Taking advantage of the momentum, Jung-yeon rushed towards Ji-yu. Park Jung-yeon and Han Ji-yu channeled all their strength into their fists for a decisive strike. As soon as they collided, a huge lightning explosion formed in the middle of the arena, forcing the spectators to take cover. Even Lee Jun was surprised by this battle, for previously, He had never even considered that a 10-step strike could be used in such a manner. The old master awed and said that he thought that Ji had calculated the range of the sword strike and used the 10-step strike, a melee skill, to avoid increasing the distance. Master recognized that she had a very deep understanding of martial arts. After which, Li Jun confessed that this was why he was afraid of her. Master said that since Ji mentor was his student, she shouldn't lose easily either. But even so, he can't say for sure who will win this match. The dust from Ji and Zhongyuan's strikes began to quickly dissipate due to the sweeps of the blades. And after a few swings, the referee suddenly ordered them to stop because Zhongyuan's sword was at Ji's neck. But at the same time, Ji's sword was at Zhongyuan's neck. The announcer announced that the match was ending due to time running out. And the winner of this match is... The screams of the audience kept increasing as they wanted to know who won. Everyone was amazed at how incredible this battle was. Many did not expect the ice flower to be so strong, but after that, everyone was sure that the future of the divine skill and iron blood sword clansmen was also bright. Most importantly, these girls seemed to be stronger than the current warriors. The old master frowned slightly because of the people around him, after all. They were only stating the obvious. Li Jun asked the master, why doesn't he hide his smirk first? After the end of the round, Ji and Zhongyuan separated. Park Yunbi praised Ji for doing a great job, and Heiji Seo admitted that it was very cool. Seong Ho Nam handed Ji a bottle of water and asked him not to be disappointed with the result, which startled Heiji and Park Yunbi. Previously, no one would have thought that their fight would end in a draw, but she would definitely be able to win if the fight lasted even a little longer. Taking a sip of water, Ji looked around, noticing this. Park Yunbi wondered if she was looking for someone. Heiji Seo, on the other hand, was at this moment smothering Song Ho Nam, asking if he really needed to bring it up now. Just as suddenly, Ji heard a shout, "What do you mean Jun has already run away?" The angry Park Jong-yeon was giving out orders to the clan people to find Jun and bring him straight to her. He wants to demand that he tell her directly to her face who he's rooting for. The atmosphere around Han Ji-yu suddenly turned dark. Noticing this, Seong Ho Nam said that Jun was here just a moment ago. So where could he have disappeared to? Han Ji-yu clutched the bottle and said that he just decided to run away like some rat, immediately after which she shouted that she would catch him. In the evening of the same day, the festival near the martial arts high school. Taking this opportunity, Li Jun was eating sweets with gusto. Looking at it, the master felt uneasy, after all. It's just a bunch of sugar, and it looks too sweet. Li Jun explained that they eat it because it's a big pile of sugar. And laughing, Jun explained that these snacks really help them enjoy the festival. Not noticing the person behind him, Li Jun accidentally bumped into him. And just as Li Jun was about to apologize, he realized that he knew the man. So Hyun Jun was also surprised to suddenly run into Mr. Lee. Li Jun inquired, what was the leader of the Heavenly King's group doing here? Is Shin Lee really here? To which Sa Hyun Jun replied that he wasn't here with Shin and that he had taken a vacation for a while, which surprised Jun. Li Jun admitted that he would never have thought of that. Partly it was because he knew the leader of the Heavenly King's group existed solely to protect Li Shin. So Hyun Jun had never once taken a break until he became the leader of the Divine Fist Alliance. So what was this such a sudden change? Just as suddenly, Li Jun thought that the girl behind Sa Hyun Jun's back looked quite familiar. Of course, Li Jun recognized teacher Jae Kyungjin. Kyungjin laughed awkwardly and said hello to Jun. So Hyun Jun explained that they just happened to meet while walking. And Jae Kyungjin confirmed it. They had just met. Looking at them, the old master chuckled into his fan. Li Jun, on the other hand, smirked evilly as he looked at these lovebirds. Li Jun remarked that even someone like the leader of the Heavenly King's group must be dating someone. But Sa Hyun Jun said that wasn't the case at all. Li Jun swept up that he was denying too much and that Lady Jae might feel bad about it. Li Jun said that he would leave them at that and wished them a great time. Chae Kyungjin looked at Sa Hyun Jun with displeasure. She then reprimanded Sa Hyun Jun, which did not escape Jun's attention. The festival continued. Li Jun climbed onto the roof and, looking at the people from below, he thought about the fact that the Heavenly King's group leader, who had only been with Shin before, had suddenly taken a vacation. That means that Sa Hyun Jun is no longer Shin's security guard. And since he's dating Kyungjin Chae, he'll be able to win him over through her. Since she is currently training with her students, what would happen if he helps her overcome the obstacle right now? And since he has that function, S-rank devil instructor. Li Jun enjoyed training his students, and now he realized why the master enjoyed training him. Li Jun could unleash the target's skills and get 100% training experience. Soon after Ji Yu revealed her S-rank swordmaster skill, Lee Jun's skill was upgraded to Devil Instructor. Once he revealed Teacher Che's skill, the game would be over. Lee Jun admitted that he already couldn't wait for tomorrow. Meanwhile, in a certain temple, the initiates were bowing before a monk and an inverted cross. A stranger asked only to see what they were doing here. The woman asked if he had abandoned the heavenly temple and changed gods. He's just a mad monk. The monk asked the woman to be quiet, so that her wicked tongue would not interfere with the sacred ceremony. The woman in Chipao remarked that he says such things, but he is not even a real monk, and that all he does is yell at her. The monk ordered her to shut her mouth and finally get to the point. The woman said it was about a vampire witch, so who she cared for suddenly disappeared. She was a member of the Divine Power Clan and disappeared with the Demon Slayer Corps in Busan. The monk was surprised to hear about Busan and asked if a red gate or something like that had appeared. The woman said that according to the guy investigating the case, a vampire witch had died because of the gate manifestation. To think that someone who had reached the top like that died from a gate manifestation like that was incredibly unfortunate. The monk asked, did she come just to tell him about the vampire witch? The woman smirked and said that of course not. Whereupon, she said that the demonic scourge had finally appeared. As soon as the monk heard this, he suddenly became serious, and his head turned 180 degrees. The monk asked, was she serious? And the woman told him that the Imperial Blade Clan had offered a demonic scourge as a reward for a heavenly battle. The monk assumed that they had simply lost their minds, and writing his head said that they clearly had no idea what this item was capable of. Moreover, he found it hard to believe that they had made it a reward for some heavenly bat, a common children's show. The woman reminded him that they also wouldn't have known the value of the demonic calamity if their vassal hadn't told them about it. But as it was, the demonic calamity must fall into their hands. The monk ordered the woman to prepare for the arrival of their leaders in this world. For this time, they must come all at once. The woman said that she knew everything. The monk promised that he would get a demonic calamity. He asked that she not forget that their main purpose is to bring their lord to this world, all in the name of their vassal. The monk and the woman in Chipao walked out to the balcony, in front of which the cult's armies were already waiting for them. The next day, the arena of the heavenly battle. No sooner had Li Jun entered the field than the spectators were already chanting the name of Ghost Spear. Li Jun asked his opponent, should he leave or should he still pounce on him? Even though Jong In-sung was on the battlefield, all the spectators were still chanting the name of the Ghost Spear. Jong In-sung stood up and said that he would start first. Immediately after, he threw a multitude of needles at Li Jun with a sweep of his hand. With a slight twist of his spear, Li Jun easily fended off Jong In-sung's needles, during which he noticed that the latter couldn't even hide his frustration over the fact that he wasn't getting any attention from the audience at all. He is still too young. Sung In-seong is the son of an Iron King from the Million Poison Clan. He is also the brother of Jung Yena, known as Dark Flower, who is in the same class with her, and he is already a genius at the age of 17 who has reached B rank. Sung In-sung is very indulgent since all his life he has been adored as the only son of the Iron King. Although he has an older sister, Poison Flower, it is safe to say that it is his brother who is chosen as the heir. In order to do some business with the Million Poison Clan, Jun decided that he should knock Sun In-sung's hubris off. As soon as Li Jun approached Sung In-seong, he swung his arm to pierce Sung In-seong with a needle. But Jun blocked the blow with his bloody spear, then crouched down to dodge the next attack and blocked the needle again. Not hitting Jun in any way, Sung In-seong decided that this was rather strange. Sung In-seong was trying to figure out why Jun had so many open spots. How could he be so bad at defending vital points? Or was he just trying to mislead him? Sung In-sung broke his distance with Jun and mentally asked if the latter thought he would just do as he wished. Li Jun smirked and asked, wasn't the latter going to attack him? And wasn't Sung In-seong trying to win a draw? After all, it's rather boring. Sung In-seong asked if Jun's specialty was war with words. Just by looking at him, he could already tell that it was a great loss to call him Ghost Spear. Li Jun explained that a martial artist must excel not only with his body, but also with his words. Li Jun and Sung In-sung stopped in the middle of the battle. Out of boredom, Li Jun gawked, which Sung In-seong took advantage of to prepare his next attack. Sung In-sung seized the moment and threw 3 metal balls. They exploded, creating a cloud of smoke. The spectators recognized the item. It was a needle bomb, and they were unhappy that the Million Poison Clan was using such a secret weapon in sparring. Jun Hyunji asked them not to worry so much, because these needle bombs were modified so that only the direct descendants of their house could use them in a duel. And since this version is much weaker than the original, the students shouldn't have any problems in battle. With a smirk, Jun Hyunji added that it was only if they were talented. A multitude of needles were aimed straight at Lee Jun. But what happened next stunned everyone in the audience, including the heads. Sung In-sung asked, "What the hell is going on?" None of the needles hit Lee Jun. They just stayed hanging in the air without even overcoming Lee Jun's mana. Lee Jun grinned and admitted that he was just about to be hit by a needle. But it just so happened that he had previously encountered a needle bomb. Electricity suddenly traveled through the needles, and they obeyed Jun. Lee Jun said that he was willing to return the needles to the master and asked him to catch them. After which, Lee Jun raised his hand and pointed his finger at Sung In-sung. Before Sung In-sung realized it, the needles were already right beside him. Sung In-sung wondered, were these really the needles he had thrown? So why were they here? After all, he was certain that he had thrown the needle bombs at Jun. It was only now that Sung In-sung realized that he might die right now. Out of fear, Sung In-sung tried to cover himself from the needle bombs. Lee Jun asked Sung In-sung if he thought he would just throw all those needles at him. After which, Lee Jun said that he wasn't scary and snapped his fingers to ask if it was true. Right after snapping, countless needles fell around Sung In-sung. Realizing that he had just been on the verge, Sung In-sung's legs gave out and he fell down. The announcer announced that the match was over, and the winner, Lee Jun. After Lee Jun won, the audience began chanting Ghost Spear's name even louder. When Lee Jun was about to leave, Sung In-sung suddenly asked, how did he do it? But instead of answering, Jun gestured for him to keep quiet. Jun Hyunji asked, what he had just seen was telekinesis. A surprised Lee Gunmu admitted that he had seen the same thing. He could even find it hard to believe that an 18-year-old high school student could be able to control his inner strength so thoroughly. Chairman Han explained that they simply can't think of him as an ordinary high school student. After all, he is an awakened wind apostle, overpowered apostle from the Imperial Blade Clan. Not to mention that he is a high school student who has faithfully joined his divine skill clan. Upset by what he heard, Lee Gunmu asked Chairman Han not to talk nonsense. After all, this child belonged to their divine mastery clan, and he hoped that Han Mingsun did not covet him. Han Mingsun grinned and recalled that it was a child who was thrown by the Emperor's fist. Lee Gunmu reminded that blood was thicker than water. The story of Jun's past really made him shed tears. Hearing about how he struggled every day in this house, Lee Gunmu asked if Han Mingsun really believed that their house would be different. What do they think about focusing on strengthening their own house first before trying to conquer Jun? After hearing this, Han Mingsun's veins popped out on his face from anger. He asked if the man had finished speaking. Lee Gunmu grinned and asked, why not? Just as Han Mingsun was about to lash out at Lee Gunmu, he shut his mouth and was reminded that it was Jun's own opinion that mattered in the end. With a smirk, he asked Lee Gunmu if he disagreed. Lee Gunmu only gave the man a glance before turning away. A certain woman with a clipboard was satisfied with the ghost spear. Lee Jun is exactly who she needs. When Jun returned from the arena, he was greeted by Ji Yu along with Jonghyun. Ji Yu gave Jun a towel and praised him for a job well done, while Jonghyun served him water and told him that he was great. Just as suddenly, the girls had a change of heart. Even though they met Lee Jun together, but the same animosity was still present between them. Jonghyun asked Ji Yu, did she not watch the match carefully enough? Jun didn't move from his seat until he broke a seventh sweat. Ji Yu reminded that you never know for sure. He might even want to wipe his sweat. A frightened Lee Jun tried to turn to the girls to calm them down somehow. Suddenly, he heard Hyunjin calling him. Hyunjin jumped down from the bleachers and poked Jun on the cheek to congratulate him for finally seeing the light. Lee Jun gushed that he was already seeing the light. Hyunjin pulled out his phone and explained that people were finally seeing his true talent because the Heavenly Battle competition was being broadcast nationwide. Hyunjin asked for Jun's dub just to look at such strong reactions. No one else will call him a loser or a mistake, and that thought makes him happier. Park Hyunjin confessed that he is happy that Jun has become stronger, just as suddenly a voice came from the speakers. Dragon Sword, Park Hyunjin from Class 2-1 should enter the stadium. Hearing this, Hyunjin suddenly remembered that he had to prepare for the match. As he left, Park Hyunjin told Jun that he would have to tell him upon his return how he did the trick. Lee Jun waved at Hyunjin and told him to go already. The old master recognized that Lee Jun had a great friend. Lee Jun said that he's really an amazing guy, and that he has no idea why Hyunjin is friends with someone like him. The old master assumed that Hyunjin saw his heart, not his abilities. People like him value faith and trust the most. Lee Jun promised that he would remember those words. Park Yoonbi called Jun over and suggested that he cheer for Hyunjin, and of course he agreed. Lee Jun wished Hyunjin good luck in this fight. In the evening of the same day, martial arts school. After the day of the heavenly battle, the guys clinked glasses in honor of their first heavenly battle victory. Hyeji Seo admitted that there was no way she expected all of them to win today, to which Seong-ho Nam also agreed. Park Yoonbi admitted that she thought she would lose in this battle. Lee Jun asked with a smirk, did she really think she would lose after his training? After all, it could only mean that his training wasn't enough. Frightened by the intensified training, Park Yoonbi shouted that that wasn't the case, and that she meant something else entirely, after which she explained that Jun, Ji-yu, and Hyunjin were strong enough. But on the other hand, she and Heiji Seo and Seonho Nam are only E-ranked, meaning that the probability of them winning a fight against D and C ranked is 0. Seonho Nam confirmed Park Yoonbi's words, and Heiji said it's a miracle they're even still here. Lee Jun said that they missed the most important part. He then reminded that they're not just E-ranked, they're E-ranked, who were trained by him, and therefore it's obvious that they're going to win. Jun asked, are they unhappy with today's victory? From now on, they would have many obstacles in their way, which they would destroy. The disciples shouted that they were not dissatisfied with the victory and that they should live up to their mentor's name. Han Ji-yu suddenly heard the sound of a message on her phone. Seeing her take out her phone, Lee Jun asked, did she have some important message? Just as suddenly, Ji-yu squeezed her hand, destroying the phone screen. Suddenly enraged, Ji-yu turned to Lee Jun. Park Yoonbi and Seong-ho Nam moved away from Lee Jun just in case. Looking back at these traitors, Lee Jun asked to wait for a second and asked what was wrong. Lee Jun asked to have it explained to him what was wrong. The awakened are the celebrities of the current era. The idols and actors who were not awakened had long been sidelined by the awakened from the noble houses. But some celebrities have managed to stay afloat right up to the current moment. There is actually a group of awakened ones who have created a girl group, and they are currently gaining immense popularity. They are the Scarlet Girls. The Scarlet Girls gained their fame in places turned into ruins because of the gate. During one of their concerts, there was a live broadcast when they managed to block a wave of monsters that appeared out of nowhere. This incident brought them fame as a favorite girl band. And one of Uni's members, known as Bob Girl, became popular thanks to YouTube. Her channel had 4 million subscribers, and among the recent videos, there was one gaining popularity even too fast. Noticing Uni smirking, a friend asked her what she was watching, to which she replied, YouTube, quite contentedly. The friend realized what was wrong and advised Uni to stop using the edited photo as a clickbait thumbnail because she might get complained about. Uni asked how else could she get a decent reaction if she didn't do something like that in the current era. Besides, everyone likes to clickbait. Uni giggled looking at the views and asked her friend to just look at it. She had only posted the video a few hours ago, but it had already racked up over 1 million views. Uni assumed that with that many views, Jun must have already seen the video. Uni awed and collapsed on the table looking at Jun's picture because he's so handsome, and she would like to meet him in person someday. The next day at the Heavenly Battle Arena, a lot of people were discussing something with each other, and in particular today's grid on the fighter's screen because it's really amazing. The spectators were very excited about the participants and already wanted to know who would win. Looking at the screen, Hyunjin was surprised. He admitted that he would never have believed that Lee Jun would be the one to fight him. It was even possible that Jun's opponent was simply doomed to be annihilated in this fight. Be that as it may, Hyunjin still decided to ask Jun this question. What happened to Jun's face? Jun painfully touched the bruise on his face and asked Hyunjin not to ask that. He couldn't imagine that he would suddenly be hit by Ji-yu, except why did she do it? Park Hyunjin asked Jun if he wanted him to buy him some balls to massage the bruise, but Jun refused to do so. Meanwhile, someone familiar approached them. He called out to the two losers in front, and Lee Jun and Hyunjin turned around to him. Lee Shin said haughtily that he thought as if Lee Jun ran away as soon as he saw the tableau. But since he's here, he still has his pride. Lee Shin told Jun that he is definitely an idiot. Lee Jun and Hyunjin decided to ignore the taunts from Lee Shin. Hyunjin wondered if this guy ever gets tired. Lee Jun advised Hyunjin to just ignore Shin, because apparently he was just too bored. Lee Shin just couldn't believe what he was seeing. After all, Jun had only defeated the AA rank, awakened AA rank Wind Apostle. But he had already become so proud. Aside from the Heavenly King Divine Arts that his father seeks, he also can't accept that Jun might have some valuable technique. While Lee Shin was pondering this, Lee Jun and Hyunjin were betting on Shin's next words. In the end, there was a bet of $10 on smile while you can. Just as Jun predicted, Li Shin said smile while you can, because in this fight, he will finally destroy him. A little while later, the announcer said that the fight between Li Jun and Li Shin would start soon, and so he asked the players to get ready. Looking at Lee Gunmu's face, Jun Hyunji assumed that he was unhappy that his children would be fighting one-on-one. Jun Hyunji then said that he was also a father and he was also uncomfortable with his children fighting amongst themselves. Lee Gunmu said that it's not like that and admitted that he's actually happy with this match, which surprised Jun Hyunji. Lee Gunmu then explained that in their divine power clan, only the strong survive, and so naturally the weak fall behind and are abandoned. And if the succession structure was determined as a result of today's heavenly competition, it would only make things easier for him. Jun Hyunji had to admit that Lee Gunmu is a perfect example of the ideal head of the house, but he is the worst in the role of a father. Lee Gunmu bowed his head and said he would take those words as a compliment. Meanwhile, Lee Jun and Li Shin entered the arena. The host said that once the match started, they could use any martial arts and weapons. Even sudden secret techniques were allowed. The match would be over once the opponents surrendered, and they could also do anything to the opponent as long as they were alive. The host asked if both agreed to these terms. Without too much thought, Li Jun immediately agreed, after which the host turned to Li Shin and asked, "What about him?" Gritting his teeth in anger, Li Shin said that he also agreed. Since both of them agreed to the terms, the announcer announced the start of the match. Without rushing to attack Li Shin, Li Jun quickly stretched his neck, after which he lowered his spear. Li Shin said tooth for tooth, fist for fist, so why doesn't Jun go first? Suddenly, Li Jun let go of the spear and stood in a stance to use the divine art of the Heavenly King. Li Shin stood in the same stance and called Jun an arrogant bastard for daring to use this art. Li Shin promised that he would make Jun regret this decision. Immediately afterward, Li Shin released his mighty aura, raising dust into the air. Closing one eye to prevent sand from entering it, Li Jun admitted that he now understood why he was so confident. The burgundy energy that Li Shin possessed, Li Jun immediately realized that there was something wrong with it. The more it spread, the stronger that foul odor became, as if Shin's aura was soaked in blood. Li Shin shouted to Jun that it was too late to realize anything and rushed to attack. Li Shin hit Jun with his fist, but he quickly blocked the attack with his hand. Immediately after, Li Jun kicked Shin with his foot, but he dodged the attack by leaning back. Taking the chance, Li Jun threw another punch to Shin's stomach, but he managed to block the blow with his palm. Li Shin asked his brother if that was all he had. He laughed loudly and started punching Jun, but Jun blocked all of his attacks. Li Shin asked Jun where did his fighting spirit go, and offered to fight back against him at least a little bit. Forcing Jun into a dumb block, Li Shin thought that he could win. Even without the Heavenly King Divine Art, he would be able to defeat the one who had previously defeated the AA-ranked Awakened Wind Apostle. Putting more strength into his fist, Li Shin shouted that he was the strongest. But this punch was already blocked by Li Jun with what seemed to be the same punch. Li Shin shouted to Jun to just die here, as he suddenly realized that he had used his aura fist. After realizing what was happening on the battlefield, even the spectators cried out in shock, for it was an aura fist, meaning that he was already AA ranked at his age. The spectators beside Lee Gunmu began to tell him that he should be proud that his two sons were at the top, and if only his son was like that, he would carry it on him all the time. The A-Rang Awakened, it's a certain type of power. Even the government cannot easily interfere in the affairs of houses that have many A-Rang Awakened ones, and those with AA-Rang Awakened ones attract the attention of governments all over the world. Lee Gunmu suggested that if Jun has AA rank being a schoolboy, he will surely reach S rank within 5 years. Currently, there are no S rank awakened ones in Korea since the time of the Blade Creator. Knowing that, he should be happy with this situation. Except what is that sinister energy surrounding Shin? Watching the fight below, Jun Hyunji seemed to recognize that energy. Meanwhile, Jun and Shin's clash ended with Lee Jun receiving several wounds. Li Shin laughed, mocking Li Jun's efforts. Li Shin asked if the latter could see his strength. If so, how dare the latter try to compete with him? But seeing no response, Shin was surprised and asked why the latter was still silent. Li Shin loudly awed after realizing what the matter was, and suggested that Jun couldn't even open his mouth as they were using their inner strength. Shin wondered if he was right, after which he continued laughing. Li Jun tisked and told Li Shin that he was talking too much, after which Li Jun explained that he wanted to see how far he had gone, but he couldn't take the chatter anymore. Pulling his left hand back, Jin repelled Shin's fist with his right hand. Immediately after, he used another martial art to prepare his next strike. Before Li Shin could notice anything, Jin's fist was already right next to his face. In the next moment, Li Shin was hit by Li Jun's punch. Coughing out blood, Li Shin twisted in the air and landed on his feet. Li Jun asked Shin to finally stop screaming as his ears were already starting to hurt. Suddenly, Jun heard a question from the master. Why? Li Jun turned around to the master and asked, what was wrong? The master's heartbeat kept speeding up. The master asked again, why is he seeing this? What he is seeing is a piece of his martial arts, so why does he have the heaven destruction particle inside him? Li Jun asked the master what the heaven-destroying particle was, and what did he mean by saying that it was a part of his martial arts. The master explained that destroying the heavens was a skill that Jun would learn after he perfectly mastered the infinite spear technique. It was also a martial art that he had been using ever since he became most famous. He used this martial art too, his very first disciple. Unbelieving what he heard, Li Jun asked, how could a martial art that existed 1,000 years ago even appear here? And what was even going on here? The master admitted that he himself was not sure about it. But even Goldilocks, former boss of the Heavenly Lake, just like these martial arts, keep appearing in this world. Li Jun wondered if it was because of the gate. Gates are equal to openings. High-rank gates are basically field-time gates, with interiors reminiscent of the Middle Ages or Merim, a martial arts world. So what if the worlds in these gates existed thousands of years ago? And if these worlds were connected to the modern world through these openings? Even if it's just a spirit, even he was able to meet the greatest martial arts master from thousands of years ago. Thinking about it, the picture in Li Jun's mind began to take shape. But the question remains, how did Shin manage to get hold of a part of the sky destruction art? The old master admitted that he had no idea how such a thing could have happened. Li Jun said that they could find out later, and grinningly added that he was right in front of them right now. The very person who had gotten that fragment. Just as suddenly, the system gave Li Jun an additional task of returning the sky destruction art fragment of difficulty level C. The great martial artist is curious about where the item came from, and to satisfy his curiosity, Jun must defeat Shin and destroy his elixir. If Li Shin escapes, or his elixir is not destroyed, the reward will be 8 million tree points. If the task is successfully completed, Li Jun will receive 10 million tree points. As a level C quest, the reward was even too great. Jun wondered if the master had lost his mind. Whatever the case, Jun now had another reason to defeat Shin. Li Jun asked Li Shin what he thought about starting the second round. Li Jun abruptly lunged at Li Shin, as suddenly many of Jun's doppelgangers appeared around Li Shin. Li Shin asked what the hell was going on. At first, he assumed it was some sort of hidden skill, but he immediately discarded that option, because Shin realized that it was all about Jun's speed being too fast. Li Jun suddenly got close to Li Shin and punched him, but he managed to block the punch with his hands, and in the next instant, he sensed danger coming from above. A moment before the attack, but Li Shin still managed to bounce back, causing Li Jun to punch the ground. This guy. Li Shin had noticed it even earlier, but only paid attention now. He was deliberately launching weak attacks, avoiding vital points. Gritting his teeth in anger, Li Shin asked, how dare that guy? Immediately after, Li Shin attacked Li Jun, but it was only a doppelganger. Attacking one doppelganger after another, Li Shin asked if he was just playing with him. As long as he had this power, there was no way he would lose. Suddenly, Li Shin noticed the cloak of the real Jun, not the illusionary cloak. And with a shriek, Li Shin finally punched Li Jun. But he just took a step forward and was a few meters away from Li Shin. Suddenly, Li Shin was hit in the face. Li Shin touched the place of the punch without realizing what had just happened. Just as suddenly, another invisible blow traveled across his face. Immediately after that, it accelerated, and Li Shin received many punches. Looking at this fight, the spectators shouted, cheering for Li Jun. Li Shin was already exhausted and beaten up, and his legs began to shake. Li Shin's entire body was shaking uncontrollably, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. It had been a long time since Li Shin had felt this kind of feeling. He knew what it was. It was the fear of the most powerful enemy of all. As Li Jun lifted his foot to take a step, Li Shin unconsciously jerked to the side. Looking at the more powerful enemy, Li Shin asked him to leave and not to come any closer to him. Li Shin ordered Li Jun to stay away from him and punched Jun, but it was all in vain. Li Shin's punch passed by. Jun, on the other hand, caught his opponent's weakness, and with force he kicked Li Shin on his back, instantly sealing him into the ground. After seeing this spectacle, the stand suddenly fell silent. The announcer said that the match was over, but Jun protested, saying that it wasn't over yet. Li Jun then asked if he remembered correctly that it was only over when the opponent surrendered. Jun lifted Li Xin by his hair and asked if he was awake yet. Li Xin involuntarily swallowed and turned to Jun, but Jun didn't let him finish. Jun asked if the latter had heard about what had become of Li Keihong. How on earth does he deal with those who bother him? Bending his hand as if he was grabbing an elixir, Li Jun advised Li Xin to answer the question correctly. Otherwise, he would destroy his elixir field. After all, this abominable power he has... Li Jun asked Li Xin, where did he get this power from? From fear, tears started to come to Li Xin's eyes. Li Xin replied that the person who gave him this power. At that moment, a stranger entered the field. Li Xin said that this person was... Just as suddenly, Li Jun sensed danger and dodged the danger. Immediately, a crackling sound was heard and a flash went off at the level of Li Jun's neck. Immediately after that, the stands behind Jun and Xin were damaged. Suddenly, Li Xin broke free from Li Jun's grip and grabbed his mouth and screamed, his mouth bleeding. Choi Gangyu asked, what happened here? The moment Li Jun faced Li Xin where the latter was bragging about his strength, Choi Gangyu felt a familiar strength. Choi Gangyu realized that they had given Li Xin the power of destruction. The power of destruction was a power that could be obtained from those who had traveled from Murim to the other world. At first, he mistook these people for monsters disguised as humans. Judging from the energy emanating from them, he expected it to be an uphill battle. But the result was a complete defeat. They couldn't defeat them, for they were on a completely different level. How could such a power even exist? The Animerian said that there is no limit to perfection. There is only heaven above heaven. Among the strong, there will always be someone even stronger. So, is he willing to be empowered? He has agreed to give strength, but in return, something of equal value must be given. So is he willing? Li Gumu said that he would do anything he pleased the one who is stronger. That power is absolute. But they wanted to hide their identity, so this power naturally became very confidential. A user of the power of destruction could also hide their energy without possessing much internal energy. Exactly like him. The man told Choi Gangyu that from the looks of it, he would have to intervene. After all, if he doesn't, Li Xin might say something stupid. Choi Gangyu said that the man would be able to stop him. Moreover, he has a good excuse since he is his bodyguard. The man admitted that he wasn't sure if he could keep his head intact, in response to which Choi Gangyu chuckled and asked, how about the man take this opportunity to reveal himself? Looking at Choi Gangyu, the bodyguard reminded him that those above him were not willing to do so. In that case, Choi Gangyu agreed to intervene. Choi Gangyu was displeased with that person. He assumed that they had laid low because of the demonic calamity. Just why were they so desperate for it? If he could figure out the secret, he could probably make them his subordinates. In the current time, Choi Gangyu shouted at Li Jun that this was too violent. How dare he be violent towards someone who had already lost the will to fight? Choi Gangyu demanded that Jun stop now. Li Jun reminded Choi Gangyu that he was the one who had suddenly entered the arena and slashed Shin's mouth. But the latter shouted that he was aiming at Jun, and that if he hadn't dodged the attack, Li Jun realized that although the Blade King was Shin's uncle, but at the same time, Shin was the future rival of the Imperial Blade Clan. And if he wished for his son Daemin to win, he shouldn't have interfered. Seeing Choi Gangyu tearing Shin's mouth open so that he could no longer speak, Jun realized that Shin must have known something. The Imperial Blade Clan currently should have already merged with the demons by now, which meant that the Sky Destruction Particle was related to demons from another world. Choi Gangyu told Jun that he was overdoing it. Just like that, to just try to destroy the opponent's elixir field during a fair fight. Choi Gangyu said that he had already seen Li Jun's evil nature, and so he could no longer sit and watch. Li Jun reminded Choi Gangyu that in that case, even the King of Blades has no right to interfere in his match. Li Jun asked, why didn't the old fool just sit in his seat and see how it ended? Or did he decide to fight him? In that case, he was ready to get it over with. After hearing the insults from a boy like that, Choi Gangyu was no longer sure if he could hold his temper. A second later, the King of Blades lunged at Jun, shouting that he was just an arrogant bastard. Choi Gangyu attacked Jun, but Jun stopped his sword with his bare hands. Immediately afterward, the battlefield exploded from the energy they released. The spectators were amazed at what they saw, for they had just seen the energy of one of the 5 kings. Barely restraining his sword, Li Jun had to admit that it was quite difficult. After which, Li Jun wondered, was he not ready to battle the 5 kings yet? While holding the blade at his neck, Li Jun suddenly shouted, "Status window!" At this moment, he was currently at the AA rank. With this rank, he was only able to defeat Apostle of Wind and Jinhua Shim, a demon from another world. due to his high level of martial arts. But right now, he can't show the divine origin art to the public, in which case there is only one option left. To obtain one skill point, 1 million technology tree points are required. A system click was heard, and 1 point was added to Li Jun's health. Just as suddenly, all of his attribute points began to increase rapidly, allowing him to push back Choi Gang-yu's sword. To Li Jun's health, physique, and strength, he added 77 points each, while he only invested 6 points in dexterity. Because of Li Jun's increase in stats, the sword Choi Gang-yu was clutching began to crack. Choi Gang-yu asked, "What the hell?" Li Jun stood up, pushing the sword away, and asked, "Is he surprised?" To suddenly see someone he thought was an ant that could just be crushed, suddenly started fighting back with the same force. Li Jun said that he should have expected this, after all. His martial arts were far superior to the divine lightning martial art. The Sword King asked, "Yes, how dare an inferior being think that they are on the same level?" Simultaneously, he swung his sword, but Li Jun simply bounced back. Bouncing back to Li Xin, Jun complained to his brother that his uncle was very scary, but the latter couldn't answer for his own reasons. Li Jun told Li Xin that since the latter didn't answer the question, he wouldn't be able to keep their promise. Hearing this, Li Xin looked at Jun with fear. Li Xin tried to run away, but Li Jun grabbed him by his cloak, right after which Li Xin, ignoring the pain, shouted that he would say everything and that it was all because of his uncle. Li Jun told Xin that he didn't think he needed to keep listening to him, making him growl painfully. Choi Gang-yu ordered Jun to stop. Just as suddenly, another bystander came onto the field and said that was enough. Hearing that voice, Li Jun stopped and turned around. Li Gunmu grabbed Li Jun's hand and said that was enough. After that, Li Gunmu told the Sword King that he should also stop, because an adult who interferes in a match with children doesn't look good. Disgruntled, Choi Gang-yu hid his sword in his scabbard. Li Xin shouted to his father to save him, but Li Jun covered his mouth and told him that he didn't want to stop. Li Gunmu was displeased with Li Jun and thunderously asked if he was refusing to listen to his father. Just as suddenly, the expression on Jun's face changed. Li Jun asked since when did he start treating him like his son. Li Gunmu asked, "What?" But before he could finish, Li Jun fought off his hand and painfully asked if he could take off that damn mask for once. After all, it looked so disgusting that he would feel sick just looking at that face. Uni from Scarlet Girls started the stream and then said hello to her subscribers. The subscribers in the chat room immediately became active. One of the subscribers wrote that he had heard that she had gone to the heavenly battle, and so he asked how she felt about the ghost spear. Uni sighed and asked if she really needed to explain. She's a fan of his now, and from what she sees, the 5 kings suddenly turned into 6 kings, and Li Jun became one of them before he even graduated from high school. Just as suddenly, one of the subscribers wrote 3 no's and added that they were 3 no's for her. Upon seeing this, Junie hit the table and shrieked that she was serious. The signer wrote that 6 kings was nonsense anyway, which pissed Uni off even more. Uni gritted her teeth and said that now they would find out who would be right in the end. Li Gunmu and even Choi Gang-yu were stunned to see the pain on Jun's face. Li Jun asked again, since when had he become a father to him? After all, if he was going to act like a father, he should have at least done his duty. Li Jun stood up and looked Li Gunmu in the eye and admitted that he had never expected much from him. But when his mother was killed, and when Choi Mi-jin bullied him, when he was just trying to get his attention, and when he begged him not to kill him, Li Jun shouted that Li Gunmu didn't care about him at all, and that he had just abandoned him. Li Gunmu said that, but Li Jun refused to listen to it. After all, he no longer wished to listen to it. Li Jun put his foot down on Li Xin and said that, since he decided to be an outsider, he would have to pay a price for it. A loud bang was heard, immediately after which the system notified Li Jun that he had fulfilled all the conditions of the quest, including the destruction of Li Xin's elixir. Choi Gang-yu drew his sword and chopped Li Jun with a horizontal strike, but Li Jun dodged, causing the stands to be damaged once again. The battle between Li Jun and Choi Gang-yu went too far, causing the audience to run for the exit before the stadium collapsed. There were even those who asked not to be pushed, as they wanted to continue watching the match. Han Ji-yu, along with Han Min-sung, tried to calm the spectators and help them evacuate carefully so that no one would get hurt, during which Ji-yu shouted that they should not worry because the stadium was protected by a protective formation that would not collapse. But the panicked spectators hardly heard Ji-yu and ran towards the exit, colliding one by one. Suddenly, a man elbowed a woman while running, pushing her backwards, but she was picked up by Park Jong-yeon. Jong-yeon asked the woman if she was okay and if she was hurt. To which the woman replied with an awkward, yes. The girl she rescued was trying to figure out what was going on with her and why was she embarrassed looking at Jonghyun. Jonghyun, on the other hand, was thinking about Jun. Jonghyun was hoping and begging that he wouldn't get hurt. Choi Gangyu shouted at Lee Jun that he was only a disrespectful freak, and that not only did he act in the holy battle out of evil motives, but he also dared to insult him, the King of Blades. And since that was the case, he would teach him a lesson today. Choi Gangyu raised his blade and jumped at Lee Jun, but he only moved slightly to the side to dodge the blow. Jun then grinned, and a new crack formed in the arena. Lee Jun asked the master if he had seen it. The master replied that the video was very clear. The same purple energy was emanating from Choi Gangyu, which meant that he also possessed a fragment of the sky destruction art. Covering himself with a fan, the old master said that he still went forward even though he asked him not to. Lee Jun inquired who was the man talking about now. Just as suddenly, Choi Gangyu chopped with his sword again, making Jun look away and asked, how dare he look away? Running away, Lee Jun asked for Choi Gangyu to just take a look at how strict he looked. Lee Jun wished to play around here a little more, but he can't, especially after he confirmed that a piece of the sky destruction art is in Choi Gangyu's possession. Even though he doesn't have to continue the match right now, Lee Jun said that he didn't wish to end things like this, after which he pointed his hand to the side, and the bloody spear that he had left in the arena at the beginning of the fight returned to his hand. Lee Jun asked for permission to be allowed to present the gift to end it there. Lee Jun raised the spear above his head and said, endless spear art, third formation. Immediately after which, he stuck the spear into the ground, and two dragons soared into the air. This is an improved version of the Heavenly King's divine art, the Black Dragon Wall. The summoned dragons immediately rushed towards Choi Gangyu. Choi Gangyu put up a block, but he could still sense the danger. He was certain that he wouldn't be able to defend himself against it. Since that was the case, he should take it back. Choi Gangyu struck the dragon and immediately began to redirect it. A huge dragon flew straight over the spectator stands. The blade creator headed towards the edge of the stands, after which he unleashed his blade. The blade creator used the divine art of heavenly thunder, the wall of blades, shattering the dragons in an instant. After which he said that was enough, or were they still not ashamed enough? They should all leave the arena, for they could no longer continue fighting today. A little while later, there was a war between users on the internet. Internet forums were just bursting with what had happened today. The most popular queries were, Lee Jun destroyed the Dragon Fist elixir? Is it acceptable to continue his ruthless actions? And the chilling outcome of the battle for the air. Many online users began to fear Ghost Spear, for he is as cruel as the demonic death cult. He had committed a simply inhumane action. Did he really have to do that to his family members? He started to be praised, and now he can do whatever he wants. So what happens if he ends up joining the demonic death cult? Lee Jun must be limited. Who is stronger, the Ghost Spear or the King of Blades? Just how strong is the Ghost Spear? In the battle with the King of Blades, he showed overwhelming power. So, does this mean that the sixth king has been born? One of Uni's subscribers admitted that she was right, as if it was an accidental visit to a fortune teller. With this kind of success, she can stop her career as an idol and start a career as a psychic. After finishing the message, Secretary Nam leaned back in her chair and let out a long sigh. Even though the chairman ordered her to do it, she just can't believe that she has to manipulate the press with articles and comments. If he doesn't pay her a bonus after all this, she will resign. Secretary Nam imagined the chairman telling her not to worry, because he won't let her do it. The next morning, in the forbidden area of the Four Shrines, Lee Jun suddenly received a text message from reporter Kim Soa. The reporter asked Jun to call him as soon as he saw the message. After receiving another text message, Lee Jun let out a long sigh. The world has become too good. And since he still had a signal, the annoying messages kept coming and coming. Lee Jun opened the system window with the last task and used 10 million the technology tree points needed to learn the art of destroying the sky. Lee Jun was satisfied with such a sweet reward for merely destroying Li Xin's elixir. He had dealt with the trash and received the reward, then killing two birds with one stone. And all he has to do now is to win the heavenly battle. Once he wins, he can get the demonic scourge that the demons from the other world are looking for. And as Jun thinks about this, as suddenly, Lee Jun remembered something. Lee Jun turned to the master and said he had a question. The master let Jun ask the question. Afterwards, he began to pet Goldilocks. Lee Jun asked, if Li Xin and the Blade King each have a fragment of the sky destruction art, Does that mean those demons used to be human back when Master was alive? The old master turned away from Jun and admitted that he himself wasn't sure yet. Li Jun recalled that, according to the master, the art of destroying the sky was the art of his first disciple. But the old master said that he could only give Jun the right answer when he saw the demonic calamity. Li Jun was surprised at what he heard and asked if that meant that, at the slightest opportunity, what would happen if demons from another world connected with his first disciple? To which the master replied that if that turned out to be true, he would have to kill him with his own hands. Li Jun asked why, even though he was his apprentice. Zolotushka told Shinyushka that she didn't think they should listen to the conversation between the master and his disciple. But sleepy Shinyushka didn't understand what the turtle meant. Zolotushka picked up Shinyushka by the scruff of the neck and hurried away from this conversation. The old master recognized that, since the situation had come to this point, he would have to tell Jun about everything. Fragments of the sky destruction art should never have existed, but since they do, this world will be destroyed. The sky destruction art is an art also known as the art of bloodshed, and that is the art he possessed when he was pouring blood on the world. Those who use the art of destroying the sky will inevitably become thirsty. And the more you use this martial art, the more unbearable your thirst becomes. Only human blood could satisfy it. But that was only a temporary solution. The next day, the thirst would once again seize your throat, and your heart, driven by an unquenchable thirst for killing, would begin to beat relentlessly. Though he refrained from harming innocent lives, driven by a lingering sense of conscience, in the end he killed all the martial artists, no matter what faction they belonged to, be it justice and evil, or demonic cultists. The noise he had created at that time had become an embarrassment for the rest of his life, and if only he could go back in time, he would never have created the sky destruction art. It was only after he had taken tens of thousands of lives with his own hands that he came to realize that the sky destruction art was an incomplete martial art. Although the sky destruction art was flawless compared to any other art, but it was his meditation technique that was the problem. The meditation technique simply couldn't handle the nature of the martial art, leaving it with an unsatiated bloodlust as a side effect. This martial art went far beyond the demonic arts forbidden in Murima, and it was something that should never have existed in their world. Li Jun asked, did he really teach such a martial art to his students? To which the master replied that, fortunately, he had only taught it to the first one. The moment he realized the lack of inner strength that nourished him, he decided to go into seclusion. He created a new martial art to atone for the irreversible sins he had committed and to prevent his first disciple from following the same path as his master. This art was created by combining the heavenly demonic art and the Dharma energy technique based on the heaven-destroying art. And this art is the same divine origin art that Jun had studied. Just as suddenly, the description of the divine origin art was updated. The SSS rank Divine Origin Art of the 5-star growth. Type SSS rank is a meditation technique that a supreme martial artist created during the process of enlightenment and left behind. The technique effectively gathers all true energy scattered throughout the world in one place and blends perfectly with any other martial arts technique. The art accelerates the recovery of inner strength by plus 25, and infinite arts, sky destruction art, and demonic energy resistance plus 30%. Li Jun awkwardly laughed from this, because it was too wild. But SSS rank and growth type. It was already surprising that there was already a rank higher than SS. So what rank could this technique reach? The old master coughed into his hand to attract his disciples' attention, as he was too engrossed in learning the technique. Remembering where they left off, Jun asked what happened after the master created the divine origin art. The master revealed that after that, he had gone to his first disciple in order to pass on the art to him. But the situation was irreversible. Although he himself was not innocent, it was also his fault that he was in such a position. He tried to take the blame for everything and bring peace, but not everything was going according to plan. The old master turned to his apprentice and said that if it turned out that demons from another world connected from his first apprentice, the master asked if the man could fix everything. The master explained himself by saying that it wasn't an order, and that Jun could refuse if he didn't want to do it. He just has to consider it as the old man's wish. Li Jun kneeled down and addressed the master, after which he bowed and said that this was exactly what he wanted to ask. He is his disciple. and he will definitely fulfill the master's last wish. He was able to become because of him. In this world where the weak aren't even considered as humans, there was a person who helped him reach great heights, and that person is him. Lee Jun admitted that his greatest desire in life was to destroy the demons that killed his mother. That's why Master doesn't need to ask anything. Lee Jun grinned and said that more than anything, he is his disciple. The Master thanked Lee Jun for those words. Lee Jun asked the Master, since he was so satisfied, would he give him some good artifact or something? But the Master asked him to forget about it. 1,405, 1,406, 1,407 sword swings. Seeing Hosu's efforts, Lee Jun praised him for his hard work. Hosu was surprised that Mr. Lee suddenly visited him and wiped his sweat and said that he was happy to see him. Hosu then congratulated Lee Jun on the successful completion of the match and added that it seems like everyone is talking about him now. Lee Jun admitted that he doesn't care about that. Hearing this, Hosu cried out that he knew it. His master doesn't place much importance on fame. And since that was the case, Hosu promised that he would never stop improving and strive to be even a little bit like Jun. Lee Jun reluctantly agreed with Hosu. Jun then told Hosu that he needed to unlock some functions. Hosu was surprised at such sudden words and asked how. Lee Jun wondered why he was asking that. And does Hosu really not trust him? Realizing what he said, Hosu immediately retracted his words and shouted that he trusted Master more than anything else. Lee Jun came closer and reminded Hosu that he had not even allowed Hosu to participate in the heavenly battle. Now, he wants to help Hosu become a better person. This requires Hosu to trust him and give his best today. Jun asked if the man agreed. Hosu was flattered that Jun wanted to help him, so he promised that he would do his best. Hearing this, Lee Jun mentally laughed, for he would turn Hosu into a new person. The residents of the Imperial Blade Clan, from where a shout was suddenly heard. Choi Gang-yu threw his blades at the targets, trying to at least vent his anger a little. He wanted to know at what point did everything go wrong. Choi Gang-yu said that the Imperial Blade Clan's reputation had already suffered, and now they were left with only one option. Choi Gang-yu told Dae-min that he had to win the heavenly battle in order to obtain the demonic scourge, and for that, he would try to deal with Lee Jun. Choi Gang-yu asked his son if he understood everything. Unable to refuse his father, Choi Dae-min said yes. Lee Jun receives a system alert that his disciple has opened the AA rank trait. For this, Lee Jun receives 1,700,000 tree points. Lee Jun was pleased with such a perfect result, since it only took one day to unlock the trait. Lee Jun asked Hosu how he felt after unlocking the SS rank trait. After receiving such tremendous power, Hosu laughed and replied that it was unbelievable. He had never felt such a surge of energy before. Lee Jun was pleased with what he heard and said that this is exactly what happens when a great trait is revealed. And Hosu's trait is Descendant of the Taoist Sect. Descendants of the Taoist sect once possessed unusual martial arts, and although they were forgotten over time, the innate talent for Taoism remained. The trait effect corrected the talent for Taoism to S rank. Lee Jun guessed that Hosu's trait would be excellent, and he didn't miss. Moreover, Jun guessed that even the master would praise Hosu. And as it turned out, the master was indeed surprised, for he had no idea that the descendants of the Taoism sect still existed. Lee Jun asked if there was a place called the Taoism sect in Murim. Master said that there were houses using Taoism not only in Murima. As an example, there were countless martial artists in the Goryeo Empire, and the sect of Taoism is just one of the houses here. Lee Jun said that just like the Hubei Peng clan is based in China, the Taoism sect has its roots in Korea, while Hosu is a descendant of the Taoism sect that glorified the Goryeo era. Lee Jun asked if this was correct, to which the master replied that Jun grasps everything on the fly. Lee Jun chuckled and said that in that case, he couldn't help but think that a great descendant of the Goryeo sect of Taoism studying the Hubei Peng clan's martial arts like that was a bit ridiculous. Lee Jun asked Master what he thought about it. Covering himself with a fan, the master let out a chuckle and said that Jun always sees the truth. Therefore, he couldn't help but ask, whose disciple is that? Still, he was right, and for the sake of his disciple, he was happy to search for where the martial arts of the Taoist sect were. Satisfied with what he heard, Lee Jun told the master that he was the best. After that, he said goodbye to Hosu and offered to fight with the werewolf sharks if he got bored and went straight into the gate. At the last moment, The werewolf shark reached for the master and asked him to wait. But in the very next moment, Lee Jun, along with the gate, disappeared, leaving the shapeshifter sharks with Hosu. Reveling in his new power, Hosu asked the werewolf sharks if they had heard what the master had said. After all, in that case, they would have to show what they could do. A short while later, the heavenly battle stadium. Looking at the arena, the reporters were amazed at how badly the stadium had been damaged, and one of them wondered if they would be able to hold matches with such a stadium. A reporter nearby asked a colleague if he thought the sky battle was some kind of joke, and asking to look away said that they would now restore everything. The awakened ones in white robes entered the arena and started using their magic after a little preparation. The first reporter was delighted to see what was happening and asked, "What is this?" To which his colleague replied that it was restorative magic, although this ability doesn't exist in the Asian region where martial arts are mainly practiced. But various types of magic, including restorative magic, exist in the Western region, where witchcraft is mainly practiced. Since the heavenly battle is an event that attracts the attention of different countries, they also receive magical support from the West. The first reporter suddenly remembered the main thing and asked if anyone had found Jun, to which he was answered that there are too many people here, making it difficult to find him. This was bad news for the various reporters, and they even regretted not waiting for him at the entrance. At the side of the reporters, Lee Jun was at their side, and as it turned out, there were many more people looking for him than he expected, which was not good news for him. The battle between the sword flower Park Jung-yeon and the dragon assassin Choi Dae-min was to be held at the heavenly battle today, which made him think that all eyes would be on them. The old master laughed with Jun and asked if maybe he shouldn't have been so over the top that time, to which Jun grudgingly replied to the master that he couldn't ignore such a quest. In any case, he had come today to watch the Jongyeon match, and until then, he would just have to hide quietly. The reporters nearby were asking around if anyone had seen Lee Jun, and as it turned out, no one had seen Lee Jun arrive at the stadium today, so where could he be? After walking past the reporters, Lee Jun headed towards the participants' room and knocked on the door a few times, after which he entered and said hello to Park Hyunjin. Hyunjin asked Jun where he had been missing for so long. After all, his sister had been looking for him everywhere. Jun said that he had something to do and then asked where Jung-yeon was, to which Hyunjin replied that she went to the restroom. Lee Jun said that in that case, he would wait until she came back. Suddenly, Jun felt someone quietly approaching him. The next moment, Jun was on the floor, where he was being pinned down by Jongyeon. Jongyeon said hello to Jun and reminded him that she asked him to come early, but he didn't seem to hear her at all. Lee Jun cried out in pain and asked Jongyeon to let go of his hand. Jongyeon wondered if he wasn't worried about his weak and little sister. After all, she's going to fight that horrible Choi Dae-min. Lee Jun asked who is the weak and little one here? Then he added that he should be more worried about Choi Dae-min. But before he could finish his sentence, Jung-yeon squeezed his hand even harder, making Jun shriek through the pain, but Lee Jun explained that he was late because he was looking for what he could get her. Hearing about the gift, Jongyeon obediently sat next to him on her lap, while Lee Jun tried to stand up a little. Lee Jun held out a certain leaf to Jongyeon and said that this was what he wanted to give. Seeing it, Jongyeon didn't immediately believe that it was really in front of her. A little while later, Jongyeon started fighting with Dae-min. Jongyeon noticed that Dae-min looked somehow tired and asked him what he thought about giving up right now. Immediately after that, Jongyeon put more strength by breaking through the opponent's block. And depriving the opponent of his defense, she immediately threw him into the air with a fist punch. Choi Dae-min landed and immediately tried to stop the momentum. But at the same moment, Cheung rushed towards him and swung her sword, causing Dae-min to bounce on his back. Looking at this, the audience started laughing at Dae-min rolling all over the arena. Moreover, few people in the audience were willing to call him a dragon slayer. Dodging Park Jung-yeon's attacks time after time, Choi Dae-min mentally screamed with anger. He realized that he couldn't lose, and that he just had to win this match. He must get the demonic scourge no matter what it takes. Too caught up in his thoughts, Choi Dae-min missed a hilt strike from Jongyeon, from which he flew off and rose to his knees. Jongyeon wasn't very happy that Dae-min was losing so fast, and said that they couldn't finish now. And stepping closer, she said that they still had a long way to go. Smirking, Jongyeon said that she promised Poison Flower that she would beat him for her. Choi Dae-min asked, did they both really take offense to that incident? Immediately after, he waved his hand and threw sand into Jongyeon's eyes. Jongyeon covered her face with her hands and screamed because of the pain in her eyes, while Dae-min ran away. The audience was not happy with how sneaky Dae-min was, so they were even more supportive of Jongyeon. But Jongyeon was furious because that little guy As she rushed to catch up with him, Jonghyun asked if he really thought she would let him escape. After catching up with Daemin almost instantly, Park Chung-yeon pierced him with her sword. Choi Daemin fell to the ground and agreed that he really had no chance of defeating Jonghyun. Jonghyun admitted that even though she wanted to beat him, it was too easy. Daemin chuckled and agreed that it was really bad to tease Jonghyun. Park Kyung-yeon was disgusted to even look at this loser, so she just turned away from him, going to finish the fight. Choi Daemin grinned and asked Jonghyun not to think that it was over so easily. At the same time, he touched the hilt of the blade, and it opened. Looking down from above, Park Jonghyun asked, what the hell was he talking about? Suddenly, she noticed a needle flying into her face, which Daemin released from the blade mechanism. Reacting at the last moment, Jonghyun tried to block the needle as Jo Tong's defense suddenly activated. Jonghyun was surprised to see the talisman in front of her, and then she noticed a system notification that an energy defense had been created to protect her from external threats. It was the very same talisman that Jun had given her before the match. After blocking the external threat, the energy of Jo Tong's talisman was used up and it was destroyed. Park Hyun-young glanced at the podium where she saw her brother and Jun. A furious Park Hyun-jin was yelling at Daemin for being a conniving bastard and swore that he would still get him after the heavenly battle was over, while Lee Jun was just contentedly watching Jonghyun. Seeing this, Jonghyun grinned and said that it was cute since it was her Jun. Looking at Choi Daemin, Jonghyun saw him trembling as Daemin didn't expect to see the energy defense here. Looking at Jonghyun approaching him, he asked, how did she get the energy armor? After all, she's only an A rank. Without answering the question, Jonghyun simply hit Daemin on the head with the hilt. The man passed out, sprawled out on the ground. Jonghyun unhappily said to that asshole that she was sorry for wasting her blade on him. After that, Jonghyun raised her hand in honor of her victory, and the announcer shouted that the game was over, and the winner of this match was the Swordflower Park Jonghyun. Hyunjin said that it ended too easily, and after all, he was going to destroy Daemin. Lee Jun reminded him that he might lose in the next round, after which they would meet in a killer match. Hearing that, Hyunjin couldn't help but agree on what a great idea that was. Just as suddenly he realized that he had forgotten about something. Hyunjin asked what the leaderboard would look like after Jonghyun passed. Counting on his fingers, Lee Jun replied that it was just him, Hyunjin, Ji-yu, some guys, and Jonghyun, and the next match would be the quarterfinals. It turns out that if they have to fight each other, Lee Jun and Hyunjin realized that things weren't as good as they might seem. Hyunjin jumped up and shouted that they didn't have time to hang around idly. It was only now that he realized why Ji-yu had refused to watch the match with them and instead stayed in the training room. Ji-yu had realized it back then. Hyunjin quickly left, shouting to Jun that he would be practicing tomorrow. Lee Jun, on the other hand, could only wish good luck to Hyunjin, who disappeared from sight. The situation was quite funny. After all, Ji-yu and Hyunjin, both of them are aiming for the first place in the heavenly battle, so it's no wonder they're acting like this. Except that doesn't mean that he himself is going to give up. Hyunjin had already won once, so Jun hoped that he would understand if he lost. A while later, in the med block of the martial arts school, Choi Gang-yu bowed down and sat in front of his injured son. Choi Dae-min apologized to his father and admitted that he could hardly believe that he had lost to someone like her. Furthermore, there was no way he had expected that Jonghyun would have an energy defense. He couldn't even imagine that she had already become an AA rank awakened. Choi Gang-yu said that what Jonghyun used wasn't an energy defense. And that probably Choi Dae-min didn't notice, but it was just a disposable artifact. Choi Dae-min frowned, not believing what he heard. He had prepared a secret skill, needle prick, paying a fortune for it. But she had surpassed him not only in fighting, but also in preparation. Shuddering, Dae-min wondered if this was a total defeat. Dae-min admitted that he was very upset about it, and that he simply couldn't believe it. Just as suddenly, the door to the room opened abruptly. Choi Gang-yu asked, hadn't he said earlier that no one was allowed inside now? And to Choi Gang-yu's surprise, the stranger introduced himself as his humble monk. Realizing his mistake, Choi Gang-yu apologized to the monk for his rudeness, as he had thought that a subordinate had intruded. Choi Gang-yu then greeted Monk Hyulbul. Choi Dae-min asked his father who he was. Choi Gang-yu recognized that it might be difficult in Dae-min's position, but he should stand up and greet the guest, for this is the mentor he serves. Upon rising, Choi Dae-min apologized for his ignorance and introduced himself to the monk. The monk said he was also happy to see him, and coming closer to him explained that he had come to say hello to the Blade King since he hadn't been here in a while. After which he asked the little lord why he looked so worried. Choi Dae-min explained that he had tried to win the heavenly battle, but all his efforts were in vain. He has to get the demonic scourge on his father's orders. Monk Heilbel remarked that it was exactly the very thing they were looking for, which was simply an amazing coincidence. After which, the monk admitted that he had no idea that the Blade King was so perceptive. Choi Gangyu was afraid to even move once in the monk's presence. Choi Gangyu was panicking, because if they found out that he was hiding the demonic scourge, the Imperial Blade Clan would be finished. Choi Gangyu said that he had planned to give it to the monk as a sign of his loyalty. But as it turned out, his son needed more training, so he apologized for him. The monk chuckled and asked Choi Gangyu not to worry about it so much, because the world doesn't move at the behest of the common man. In approval of the devotion, he is willing to give a gift to their little master. Choi Gangyu was surprised to hear about the gift and asked about it. The monk said that the man should already know about such an unusual item, and reached to look for it behind his sinus. Finding the box, the monk held it out as suddenly his head turned with a crunch. The monk advised them to always be grateful to the Lord who had given it to them. The next morning, before the quarterfinals, after waking up, Lee Jun stretched and said that he had had a great night's sleep, after which he poured himself a drink and looked out the window and laughed from such beautiful weather. This was just the perfect day to get a demonic calamity. As soon as Jun said that to himself, Han Ji-yu suddenly burst into the room. Hearing the knock on the door, Lee Jun turned around in surprise and saw Ji-yu. Han Ji-yu, on the other hand, was staring at him dispassionately. The next moment, Lee Jun dropped the cup and jumped into bed to cover himself with a blanket, and asked Ji-yu what the hell was going on, and how did she get here? To which Ji-yu replied that she broke the door. Lee Jun was amazed at what he heard, and demanded that she pay for the repairs. But Ji-yu came closer and said that that wasn't the problem right now. Ji-yu then grabbed Lee Jun's hand and shouted embarrassedly for him to help her. After all, the prize for winning the Heavenly Battle Demonic Calamity had been stolen. Lee Jun quickly cleaned himself up, then repaired the door as best he could. Lee Jun assumed that the demonic scourge had been stolen last night, and they only found out about it now, but they couldn't find the culprit. Ji-yu confirmed Jun's words. Lee Jun agreed that things were bad and wondered who could have done something so wild. The old master suggested that it was those guys who did it, after which he explained that they were what they called demons from another world. They were willing to go to any lengths to get the demonic scourge associated with his first disciple. Lee Jun got angry and called them treacherous, because instead of fighting fairly, they dared to seize the item that belongs to him. The master said that he found it hard to believe it himself. Lee Jun asked if that meant he should return the artifact. Meanwhile, Han Ji-yu called Secretary Nam. She revealed that she had given the information to Lee Jun. The master replied to Jun that the demonic scourge should not fall into their hands. Lee Jun asked Ji-yu if she knew what would happen to the heavenly battle now, to which she replied that there was probably a discussion about it right now. Lee Jun thought about it for a moment, after which he said that they would have to do something to keep the heavenly battle from being stopped. After which he turned to Ji-yu and asked if she could ask Chairman Han to change the main reward to something he would suggest. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, Han Mingsun revealed that he received a call saying that the Imperial Blade Clan would not be arriving, after which he approached the 15-House Alliance and assumed that they all already knew about the incident that happened last night, and therefore he asked to be allowed to speak out directly. Han Mingsun said that he was planning to suspend the heavenly battle. Han Mingsun asked what they all thought about it. Without much thought, some of the representatives of the 15 houses almost immediately agreed to suspend the celestial battle, because an item from the Black Zone had been stolen, and recovering that item was more important than holding the celestial battle. Park Young-sop said that even if they stopped the heavenly battle, they would have to give an award to the best student. They would have to follow the rules at least to avoid backlash from the students. Han Mingsun agreed that it was a great method to avoid criticism from the press. Afterwards, an audience member asked, what should they give? Only the heads asked this question as Secretary Nam ran into the office and handed the phone to Chairman Han. Han Mingsun asked Ji-yu what she wanted, after which he was surprised at what he heard and said that they were just having a meeting. While some of the House representatives were boisterously discussing the award, Han Mingsun listened to Ji-yu's proposal. After finishing speaking, Han Mingsun clapped his hands and asked everyone present to pay attention, after which he asked what they thought about giving out a blood god card as a reward. Han Jun agreed that it sounded like a great option, after which he reminded that the chairman was in charge of the heavenly battle, while they were all just here to give their opinions. Now, the question of the new reward, the blood god card, hung in the air. Although it's a Black Zone artifact, but at the same time, it's just an ordinary piece of paper. Since no one voted against it, Han Mingsun unanimously chose the Blood God card as the new reward. Meanwhile, in the vault, the staff members were checking the artifacts for any traces. Just as suddenly, one of the staff members suddenly felt as if someone had touched him. He asked his coworker if he had just been poked, but the coworker was surprised at what he heard and asked what the coworker was talking about. The coworker suggested that he must have imagined it. Meanwhile, behind him, someone was trying to sort out a small problem. Li Jun reminded Shinya that he had asked him to stay put, because they could get caught because of him. But Shinya tried with all his might to break free from his master's grip. Li Jun complained that it had cost him a lot of effort to request an invisibility artifact from the Gold Guardian, except that the artifact had too short an expiration date, so they should act as quickly as possible. And moreover, this artifact was disposable. The old master assumed that this place was like a paradise for Shinya because of the mangacaps stored here. While trying to get Shinya out of here, Li Jun said that he was too much of a glutton. This lasted until Li Jun finally managed to pull Shinya outside the building. But even after that, the latter tried to get behind the door. After passing through the building, they found themselves at the back exit where the demonic scourge was probably stored. Li Jun asked Shinya to stop scratching and get down to business. Bringing Shinya back to the ground, Jun asked him to find an energy similar to his inner strength. If he did a good job, he would get a mana stone as a reward. After hearing about the mana stone, Shinya still followed the trail. They kept going along the trail until Jun got bored and decided to ask Shinyushka how far he was going to go. Suddenly, Shinyushka started yapping while looking ahead. Looking up, Li Jun saw a staircase leading to the temple in front of him. Checking the map, Li Jun realized that they were on Inwangsan in Chono. But how could there be a temple here? After all, it wasn't on the map. Li Jun asked Shinya if he was sure it was here. And in response, Shinyushka started wagging his head contentedly. Li Jun apologized and asked if anyone was here, but there was still no answer. So Li Jun assumed that there was no one here, which made Shinyushka angry. Shinya went to the door and started knocking for Jun to check the building. When Jun opened the door, he laughed, as he didn't expect something like this in the temple. Seeing the gate, Li Jun realized the exact reason why this temple was built in secret. Li Jun tried to pass through the gate, but the system reported that it was closed, then asked if he wished to invade by force. Since the trail led to this gate, Li Jun decided to invade the gate to look at the faces of those who stole the demonic scourge. After invading the gate, Li Jun found himself in the Red Supreme Heavenly Temple Zone. Li Jun marveled at such a huge temple, after which he assumed that since the monsters of the four shrines didn't react to the invasion, it meant that this temple had nothing to do with them. After looking around the temple, the old master recognized that the Supreme Heavenly Temple seemed familiar to him. Jun asked if he knew this place, and the master said that he had heard of this place, but he couldn't even remember how long ago it was. In any case, they would find out everything when they went inside. Li Jun noticed that even the master couldn't escape his age. Master suggested that Li Jun should continue to talk like this if he wants to die, of course. Walking around the inner area of the temple, Li Jun admired the temple. He had previously seen many medieval buildings and relics, but he had never seen Chinese-style buildings. Li Jun even had the feeling that he was traveling through China. Since they had looked around, the master decided to say that this was exactly the place he had in mind. Li Jun inquired what kind of place was this, to which the master replied that it was a den of monks living off of massacres. Li Jun recalled that even ants are not offended in Shaolin, and according to the master, this is not a Shaolin temple. The master explained that these monks are heretics from Shaolin. This place is reminiscent of the era in which he lived. Li Jun was amazed upon hearing this. After that, he thought about the era of the master, but almost immediately came to the conclusion that it didn't make sense, as he suddenly remembered that opening the gate was also something that could happen in fiction. In that case, it's likely that things like awakening gates and status windows, it's not realistic at all. Li Jun suggested that if the master lived at that time, then obviously the people who stole the demonic tribulation are related to the master. The old master confirmed this and told Jun that he couldn't let them do that. Finally reaching the gate that has guards, Li Jun told the master that he knew it. Upon seeing the stranger, the monks pointed their staffs at Jun and demanded that he introduce himself. Li Jun grinned and asked who he was. He then summoned a bloody spear and replied that he was the owner of the item they had stolen. Immediately, reinforcements of monks ran out and they quickly surrounded Jun. One of the monks asked, "How dare a pathetic awakened one set foot on the threshold of the highest heavenly temple? It was simply unacceptable for someone like him." Seeing that Jun still hadn't acted, the master asked why he was just standing there. To which Jun replied that he was just thinking. All these people lived thousands of years ago, and since he's a respectful Korean, he wasn't sure if he should show respect to his elders or not. Lee Jun suggested that he should have talked things over with them politely first. All this thinking was starting to make him feel sick. Hearing this, the master became furious. He asked, "What respect could there be for barbarians?" After which, the master admitted that Jun really pissed him off and started beating him with a fan. Lee Jun reminded him that he was already dead, but immediately after that he began to shriek in pain. Shinya, on the other hand, was jumping on two paws, at this moment, trying to mimic his master. Looking at this, the monks assumed that this person was probably sick. Suddenly, Lee Jun was given the sub-assignment of bringing back Sky Destruction Art 2, A rank. The master despises the monks who possess the Sky Destruction Art, because they are inferior to humans and kill without hesitation. Lee Jun should destroy all of them to reduce the master's anxiety. The reward is 3,500,000 tree points and 40 million tree points needed for the Sky Destruction Art. Lee Jun was amazed at such a large amount of points and wondered how many points are needed to obtain the Sky Destruction Art. Shinya suddenly started yapping, which made Lee Jun realize that he also wanted to fight. Since he was so eager to fight, Lee Jun suggested that he check to see how much stronger they had become. One of the monks shouted to the brothers that they should no longer stand around and mock the enemy, and ordered them to kill him, immediately after which the monks rushed to the attack. Just as suddenly, Shinya turned into a huge nine-tailed fox and immediately grabbed one of the monks. Seeing such a monster, the monks panicked. Lee Jun mentally thanked Shinyushka, for with his help, a gap had appeared in the formation of the 18 arhats. The monks struck Jun as he suddenly disappeared from his former position. Immediately afterward, Lee Jun used the steps of heavenly demon domination, throwing all the monks away at once. But those quickly recovered and attacked Jun again. Jun blocked a staff strike from one of the monks as he suddenly felt an attack from behind. Lee Jun blocked the monks' attacks one by one, but there were too many of them. So after a few skirmishes, Lee Jun still missed a blow. Lee Jun yelped in pain, then recognized that these guys were on a completely different level, even though they are all weaker than the King of Blades. But fighting as a group, they have a huge advantage. If he started fighting before Shinya killed one of the monks, there was no way he would be able to handle the formation of 18 arhats. Squeezing the hilt of his spear harder, Lee Jun said that he should do it quickly before reinforcements arrived. And to do so, he would use the infinite spear art, the third stage. Black Dragon Wall. Lee Jun stabbed his spear into the ground, releasing two dragons, which immediately flew to destroy the fleeing monks. The monks were astonished at what they saw, after all. How could this awakened man have the spear technique of a martial arts god? The monks shouted that they should notify Hyungak about this right away. But in the very next moment, the monk fell into Shinya's jaws, never accomplishing his mission. After a short fight, Lee Jun finally defeated all the monks who attacked him. One of the monks was still alive and was crawling towards the main building to notify Hyungak. Lee Jun couldn't let any of the monks leave, so he finished him off. After finishing off the last one, Lee Jun wiped the sweat off his forehead and asked, "Are they done?" Shinyu yapped contentedly a few times. Lee Jun stroked Shinya, praising him for a job well done and for his strength. After which, Lee Jun stretched out his hand towards the monks. He was going to bring him back. Using his vampire abilities, Lee Jun absorbed the polluted energy of the monks, increasing his inner strength and gaining more parts of the Sky Destruction Art. For each of the monks, Lee Jun received one internal energy, which was even better than what he expected. Well, now it was time for the boss to come out. Lee Jun looked up and saw the new monks. Monk Hyolbul had finally returned with the demonic tribulation, and the monks bowed as they greeted the boss. They were honored that their holiness, the living Buddha, had returned, and they hoped he would help them, his humble beings. Monk Holbul held out his staff and said that they had finally gotten the demonic scourge for their lord. Tears of happiness flowed from Holbul's eyes. Now it seemed to him that all his past life and all the effort he had put in was just for this. The demonic calamity was the deadly weapon of his master's lord, the sky-destroying blood god that even the continent's emperor himself feared. It's also the thing his lord has been desperately searching for all this time. If only the blood god hadn't betrayed his lord, this artifact would naturally be in his hands. To think, they had managed to find a country, the Republic of Korea, inheriting the old Goryeo in another world after 1,000 years. The search in the vicinity of Zhongyuan had been in vain. Now that his lord had managed to come to this world, just as suddenly, the door to the room opened and the monk turned to Hyungaku. Hyobul inquired of Hyunmu what had happened. and the latter told him that an intruder had been discovered in the temple of the sacred dragon. There was silence in the room, and everyone was amazed at what they had heard. Hyolbul asked, "How could an intruder have gotten in here? And could it be that he was one of them?" Hyunmu reported that he had checked the intruder several times, and the intruder turned out to be a normal awakened one. Even though Kunlun, where the highest temple of heaven is located, has turned into a gateway, only the people of Murim know about this place. Monk Hyolbul said he must see it in person and ordered a monk to accompany him. Upon seeing Monk Hyolbul, Shinya suddenly started growling at him, which surprised Jun. Lee Jun realized that it was that old monk, and after looking closely, Lee Jun assumed that he was very strong. The master recognized Hyungak and wondered what he was doing. Lee Jun asked if they knew each other. The master replied that of course they knew each other, as he had followed his first disciple like a chick. Lee Jun asked if he was strong. The master replied that Hyungak was the weakest of the first disciple's subordinates. Except in Lee Jun's eyes, he was an S-rank awakened one. But in terms of strength, he was at least at the level of a Blade King. Looking at the monk, Lee Jun agreed with the words of the master when they first met. Compared to the martial artists of that time, the current awakened ones were much weaker. Hyungak asked Hyunmu if what he was seeing now was real, to which Hyunmu replied that he was seeing what he was seeing. As it turns out, they both really do see that bloodshed belonging to the disciples. Hyungak thunderously asked Jun who was the crazy bastard who dared to kill his disciples. His voice was so loud that Jun had to cover his ears. But even so, he was nearly deafened. Hyungak promised that he would tear the murderer of his students to pieces and then feed him to the wild beasts. Right after that, Hyungak rushed towards Lee Jun. He used Luohan's bloody palm to create a huge golden palm aimed at Lee Jun. In response, Lee Jun used the infinite spear art, Form 1 Phantom Strike. Immediately after, the two mighty attacks collided, as suddenly Lee Jun's attack pierced through the golden palm, thanks to which he was able to push the monk away. Hyungak once again rushed forward, attacking Lee Jun with his arm, but the latter blocked the blow with his spear. Although he managed to block the monk's attacks, but he took internal damage, even though his body defense against the divine origin art. The master advised Jun to pull himself together, for this was not the end. Immediately after which, the monk abruptly moved to the side. In the next moment, Lee Jun received a strong blow to the side. The monk shouted at Lee Jun and he flew away, punching through all the walls of the temple. The monk shouted to Lee Jun that he knew he wasn't dead. Therefore, he ordered him to return to him now. Hesitantly landing, Lee Jun picked up Shinya and asked if he was okay. Lee Jun asked the sad fox cub why the latter had done that. Lee Jun explained to Shinyushka that he shouldn't have tried to fend off the monk's attack, even if he himself wasn't capable of fending it off properly. Lee Jun asked Shinya what would have happened if he hadn't had time to cover him with himself. Shinyushka barked out to Lee Jun that he would have just killed the monk and then eaten him. Lee Jun said that he couldn't let Shinya do that because he might die. Lee Jun promised to take care of it and ordered Shinya to wait for him at the gate, which simply amazed the fox. Lee Jun lifted Shinyushka by the scruff of his neck and used gate summoning while he tried to break free. As Shinya disappeared, a monk came out to Jun. As he tried to get up, Lee Jun admitted that it had been a long time since he had been beaten like this, and that this might be the first time since he had returned. Lee Jun wiped the blood from his face and admitted that running away was not his style. The monk admitted that he didn't know what he was babbling about, so he decided to ask before he died. The monk asked how the latter had managed to learn the martial arts of a martial arts god, or is he also one of them? Lee Jun inquired, "What does one of them mean?" The monk remarked that what Jun had just used was a phantom strike. Lee Jun asked, "What did that have to do with them?" To which the monk replied, "Definitely so. After all, the martial arts of the martial arts god are also the martial arts of destroying the sky of their bloody martial arts god." Lee Jun asked the master, "How many names does he have?" But the man turned away and covered himself with a fan and reminded him that he had said it before. It was what they called him in Murima when he was infamous. Lee Jun pondered, the destruction of the sky blood god, the god of blood. Lee Jun suddenly laughed and asked the master if he was going to say that the blood god's map leads to his secret hideout. But the master decided not to answer that. Looking at the master's face, Lee Jun realized that his guess was correct. Lee Kun took a deep breath of despair, then admitted that he had no idea that the master was so deeply connected to the people from the supreme sky. Immediately after which, Lee Jun chimed in, "Did this mean that variants such as Path of the Martial Arts God, Path of Supreme Power, and Path of Destroying the Sky were also related to his names?" Innocently rubbing his head, the master admitted that it could be said that way. Lee Jun asked, "Did that mean that if he chose the path of destroying the sky, he would start learning the arts of destroying the sky? And since all these arts belonged to him, why didn't he give them all away at once? Li Jun asked the master if he knew what. Master asked what. And Li Jun replied that when he met Monk Hyulbul, he felt it. All this time, Monk Hyulbul stood aside, looking at Jun incomprehensibly. Li Jun gripped his spear tighter and told the master that he was indeed the greatest in history. Li Jun said that it was fine, even if he didn't have enough inner strength or the sky destruction art. Suddenly, the system sounded an alarm. Li Jun told the master that he had nothing to fear if he had the greatest person in history by his side. The system alerted Jun that a strong demonic energy was emanating from the enemy. Bouncing off a few rocks, Monk Hyulbul approached Jun almost instantly and attacked him, but Jun managed to block the attack with his spear. Immediately afterward, Monk Hyulbul created many bloody palms of Luohan. Seeing so many golden palms, Li Jun realized that things were bad, and as soon as he could, he dodged all the palms. Immediately after which, he rushed towards the distracted monk. And finally, Jun managed to pierce the monk with his spear as he suddenly started to disperse. The unharmed monk appeared right behind Jun's back. The master explained that he was using a one-finger strike, and that Jun should be careful with it. The Hyulbul monk extended his finger as Li Jun suddenly received many invisible blows. Blood suddenly spurted out of the wounds that suddenly appeared, and Li Jun began to sway. Master told Jun that he wouldn't be able to defeat the monk with his current strength, and so he advised him to leave him and come back later. But Li Jun refused to run away, which made the master wince. Li Jun explained that the mere fact that he had found the Supreme Sky Temple meant that he would also be able to find the forbidden area of the 4 shrines. He simply cannot discard those who call him master just for the sake of his own survival. Even if his body turns into a mess and the inner strength of the divine origin art begins to weaken, there was no way he would retreat. Li Jun raised his spear and used the infinite spear art, Form 2. Monk Hyulbul grudgingly remarked that it was a martial arts god spear technique, a light technique. Just as suddenly, he heard Hyunmu calling him. Running past Hyojak, Hyunmu shouted that he would block it, after which Hyunmu ran up to Li Jun and pierced his chest with his hand. Li Jun looked at the hand that pierced his chest with disbelief. The master turned to his disciple and ordered him to get to his feet now. He must pull himself together now, and Li Jun could no longer hear what the master was telling him. Li Jun wondered, was he really dead? What was happening now very much reminded him of when he died for the first time. In fact, at that moment, he was very scared. Suddenly, scenes from his life flashed before Li Jun's eyes. Li Jun agreed that it was really cool. Everything that was happening was shown in the form of a panorama, and in each of these moments of his life, the perfect martial artist who was with him all the time, he had to be more useful to the master. Li Jun thanked the master for everything he had done for him. The master told the little bastard that he better thank his ass. Though the time had not yet come, he no longer had a choice. Master extended his hand to Li Jun, to his stupid disciple. Meanwhile, Li Jun's breathless body was lying in a pool of his own blood. Looking at it, Hyunmu wondered if he was really dead. And trying to shake off the boy's blood, Hyunmu muttered that, because of him, the student's blood had been spilled for nothing. Hyunmu was about to leave when suddenly Li Jun's body rose up. The dumbfounded master immediately shouted to Hyunmu. He shouted for him to get out of there right now. Suddenly, Li Jun's body shone, illuminating everything around him with a flash. The reflections of Jun's aura traveled towards the temple, where the recently kidnapped demonic scourge was located. And reacting to the aura, the demonic scourge exploded with energy. Between himself and the stranger, Monk Hyulbul saw only a pool of blood. Monk Hyulbul was simply amazed that this was all that was left of Hyunmu standing there. After that, Monk Hyulbul realized, although it was impossible, this guy reeked of the sky destruction art, and a stable one at that. This was the energy that his lord possessed. So how could an ordinary awakened person have it? Suddenly, Monk Hyulbul felt something in the temple, and turned around to see a swirling vortex above the temple. The monk's heart began to pound in his ears, for the unthinkable had happened. The demonic calamity had reacted to this guy's sky destruction art. A demonic calamity flew out from the Supreme Heavenly Temple and headed towards them. Monk Hyulbul realized that things were really bad. He must do everything to prevent the demonic calamity from falling into the hands of an outsider. And so the monk rushed towards Jun, trying to get ahead of the spear flying above him. Jumping forward, Monk Hyulbul swung his hand backward, creating a huge golden palm. In the next instant, the huge palm crushed Li Jun. Due to the energy applied to the attack, there was an explosion that covered almost the entire area. But what happened next amazed the monk. He simply could not believe what he saw. After all, how could some pathetic, awakened person? Li Jun reached out his hand to the demonic scourge, and as soon as he clenched the hilt, A new burst of energy followed. Blinded by the flash, Monk Hailbull instinctively covered his eyes, which Jun took advantage of to attack him. But at the last moment, the monk saw the attack and still managed to dodge it by leaning back. Immediately afterward, he pushed away from Jun with his foot, instantly breaking the distance. Li Jun roared and used the Heavenly King Step, immediately after which the skill awakened and evolved into a new skill, a perfect SS ranked Heavenly King Step. Immediately after which, Li Jun was at the monk's back and pierced him with his spear. Monk Hyolbul looked at the spear sticking out of his chest in disbelief, after which he grasped the hilt with all his might. Monk Hyolbul said that he simply couldn't let it go like that. Smirking, the demonic monk said that for Hyunma and his lord, he would take him with him. Immediately after that, the monk set off a self-detonation, dragging himself and the stranger to the other world. The dust cloud from the explosion dissipated, but Jun remained standing with the demonic scourge piercing the monk. Coughing up blood, the Hyolbul monk told Jun that he was the real monster. Li Jun raised his hand and pointed it at the monk to do the same to him as he did to his students. Realizing what was about to happen, the monk began to beg Jun not to do it. Looking at this monster, Hyolbul turned to his lord. The system notified Jun that he had absorbed a piece of sky destruction art, and his internal strength was increased by 15. Also, he completed the second subtask, for which he gets 3,500,000 technology tree points and minus 40 million points required for the sky destruction art. As soon as it was over, Li Jun fell to the ground without feeling. The old master told Jun that the latter had actually managed to endure the scourge of destruction. Since he was able to handle it, it was time to rest. A short time later, Hosu was still practicing at the gate. Dager approached Hosu and asked him how his training was going. Hosu was happy to see Mr. Dager and headed towards him, but he reminded him once again to stop saying Mr. Hosu parried by saying that Dager is Mr. Lee's first monster. Dager asked him to shut up and said that he was not an authorized monster. Hosu, however, knew from his tone that that was not what Dager wanted to say. Hosu asked what had brought Dager here. He replied that he thought it was time for Hosu to leave. After checking the time, Hosu had to agree with Dager, for he hadn't noticed how quickly the time had passed during training. By now, he should already be preparing food for his siblings. Dager explained to Hosu that his problem was hard work, just like him, and so he advised Hosu to take breaks. Hosu grinned and agreed with Dager. After packing his things, Hosu said he was leaving as suddenly, Dager asked him to wait. Dager said that since the master was not home right now, he would kindly agree to take Hosu home. A surprised Hosu refused to be escorted, but Dager said that the master's subordinates were his subfamily, and therefore he wanted to be kind to him. Hosu said that in fact, even Master Lee didn't escort him home. Dager asked why the latter refused. After all, he has already offered to walk him, and he will take him. He wants to take him home. Hosu realized that mice were monsters, and if Dager walked out of the gate, wouldn't that be considered gate-breaking? If Dager suddenly meets another awakened one, his funeral would take place today. Hosu asked if the man was sure of his wish. After all, he's afraid that Mr. Lee might get angry. Dager said it would be better to be scolded than for Hosu to be put in danger. After thinking it over for a bit, Hosu still agreed, but on the condition that Dager be careful and that no one else saw him. Clenching his fist, Dager promised all of this. While they were chatting, a fairy flew up and asked Dager what they were doing here. Tagur greeted Lotatil. Then he hugged Hosu and giggled and said that Hosu was feeling too lonely, so he would take him home. Lotatil asked if they were going alone, to which Dager replied yes and asked if that was possible. Lotatil thought for a moment and said that it was dangerous for them to go alone. Therefore, she agreed to lead Hosu together. Dager admitted that he was glad that Lotatil would go with us. Only now Hosu realized where this was going and asked them not to rush like this. But Dager and Lotatil were already unstoppable from visiting the human world. Hosu mentally cried out he needed Mr. Lee's help more than ever. That night of the same day in the house at the junkyard, the child asked his older brother when they could eat instant noodles, to which the latter replied that there was only a short time to wait. The sister asked if they had prepared bowls and cutlery. Just as suddenly they heard, "Good job, I'll be there soon." Hearing Hosu's voice, the children got excited and ran towards them. The older brother reminded them not to run, as they might hurt themselves. The joyful children ran out of the house and ran towards their brother. The younger brother hugged Hosu and asked him why he had been gone so long. After all, he had been waiting for him for so long. The children suddenly realized that something was wrong with their brother and looked up, where they saw a horrible werewolf shark surrounded by fairies. Around the same time, an alarm was sounded. Mana monsters had been discovered in Dobongu, and judging from the measurements, they were red-level monsters. The experts were trying to figure out what was going on here. Dobong-gu is a clear area where no gate has ever been opened before. One of the workers replied that he wasn't sure, but there was currently no gate where monsters could have broken through. This was not a good thing. Why was this happening right now when they were investigating the demonic disaster case? But they had no choice. The senior ordered to contact Murim High School and ask for help from the high-ranked students. Tagore started to toss the girl, and she asked him to toss her again and again. Tagore agreed to toss her higher, after which the younger one came up to him and asked that he toss him as well. Meanwhile, the fairies took the sponge away from the older sister and started washing the dishes. The sister awkwardly said that she didn't need help with it, but Laudatil explained that they would finish it faster if they did it together. While Hosu babysat the younger one, the shark-turned shark thanked him for having them take him too. Hosu said that it was no big deal and that he was glad that the kids weren't scared of them. The shark shifter asked if this was really his house. Hosu asked in surprise, what did the other one mean? Sharku admitted that he was puzzled when he saw that their house was in a junkyard, and that was despite the fact that he had definitely heard about how Hosu had received a manacam bonus from the master. Hosu revealed that he had previously lived in a slum and that he had just improved his life. The shark shifter inquired, what was a slum? And Hosu didn't even know where to start the story. Hosu said he wanted to buy a great house with the manacam he had gotten from him, but the prices of living in Seoul were much higher than he expected. Besides, the prices of living on the outskirts of Seoul start at 1 billion won, and it's been like that almost everywhere since the gate appeared. The less a place in Seoul is endangered by the monster disaster, the more expensive it becomes. But if he can move outside of Seoul, he won't be able to attend Murim High School. And since there are fewer awakened ones outside of Seoul, his siblings could be in danger if the gates there suddenly open. He had tried many times before to find a house that was as safe as possible and big enough for their family, and that's how they ended up here. The shark shifter said that even being in this situation, Hosu shouldn't have moved to the junkyard. Just as suddenly, a fairy flew by, without letting Shark finish speaking, and shrieked that he really has been through a lot. He takes care of his siblings despite being so young himself. Latitil advised Sharku to keep his mouth shut, because Hosu might get hurt hearing about it. Sharku frowned and explained that he hadn't said anything wrong, after which he asked if they felt bad looking at this dump. Hosu moved away from the monsters as he has to put the younger one to bed. Dager and Laudatil asked Sharku what he meant by that. Sharku explained that thanks to their master's blessing, they were able to get a good home and food, but at the same time they can't say that it wasn't the same for Hosu. And that means the master put the concern for Hosu aside as he was preoccupied with them all. Laudatil and Tager were amazed at what they heard, for only now did they realize what this was all about. And since that was the case, they all agreed to help Hosu, who had been forgotten by their master. Hosu, however, was a little displeased by the shouting, as he tried to put the younger one to bed. A little while later, a huge ice dome appeared around Hosu's house. Seeing what the monsters had started, Hosu, along with his family, were astonished by it. Looking at the fairies and mice doing construction work, they wondered how did all this happen. Foreman Tager shouted to the workers to move, after all. The master wouldn't praise them if they started to procrastinate. They had to give their best to show the foreman what they could do. Looking at the blueprints, Sharku told Tager that there was something strange. Tager asked what he had found. Sharku remarked that there were only 3 rooms and asked, shouldn't every person have their own room? After thinking about it, Tagore agreed with Sharku's thought. He then reminded that some of the children were still too young, and as he had heard earlier, young people didn't like to sleep alone because it made them feel scared. Sharku wondered what would be done when they got older. Would they have to build a new house? Tager asked if Sharku could take a closer look at the X's he had marked the 3 rooms with. They are what he calls magic keys. There is a lot of advanced technology in today's world, and using an item patented by a clan of divine craftsmanship, known for creating interesting things, they will be able to make buttons at specified locations. Just by pressing such a button, the walls would rise, and 3 rooms would turn into 5 or even 8. Just to be safe, they will make things so that they can expand the house up to 10 rooms. This is a collaboration between science and mice. Listening to Tager, Sharku applauded his ideas. After hearing this, Sharku admitted that he now understood the reason why the master had taken him under his wing, because he was a very talented monster. Tagore chuckled at the praise and asked him to stop. He then said that he had been diligently studying the knowledge of human construction in case it was useful for mastering, but all he can do is housework, and that's why he's very inspired by Sharku. After all, thanks to the ice walls filled with their mana, monsters won't be able to come close, even if they break through. Sharku was flattered by Tagura's words and recognized that he had a way with words. Looking at them, Hosu was amazed at how these monsters communicated and what they were up to. Hosu awkwardly said that they didn't need to do so much for him. Until that moment, neither Hosu nor the monsters who were building the house had any idea that the house they were building would later become more expensive than any other house in Korea. A little while later, in front of Murim High School, Park Hyun-jin let out a long sigh and confessed that he was very tired. Park Jung-yeon wondered why they were suddenly gathered in the middle of the night. Seong-ho Nam was surprised to see the head girl here, and she told him that Ji-yu had called her. Teacher Jae Kyung-jin clapped to get attention and asked to hear her out. Teacher Che thanked the students for coming here immediately despite being called so late. She then said that she would tell them about the mission. Chae Kyung-jin told them that according to the Divine Skill Clan, a huge accumulation of mana monsters had been discovered in Dobong-gu, and the level of these monsters is rated as red, except that their mission is not to destroy the red-level monsters. Jong-yeon was surprised at what she heard and asked what they should do then. Jae Kyung-jin told her that their mission is to prevent the monsters from escaping to other areas, and the rest of the tasks will be left to the active awakened ones who have finished their killing training. Hyunjin asked, "Can't those awakened ones take care of everything themselves?" Jongyeon slapped her brother in the side to stop him from talking too much. He cried out in pain and fell to his knees. Angry because of her brother, Jongyeon asked her brother to grow up instead of saying such things. After which, Jongyeon explained that it was natural for them to take the job, since most of the awakened ones were now busy searching for the demonic calamity. Hyunjin complained that she didn't tell him that right away. Teacher Che said that as they had already realized, it was time for them to move out. A little while later, Teacher Che along with her students arrived at the junkyard. Jongyeon was surprised to see an ice wall there and assumed that an ice monster would be waiting for them there. Except judging from the data, there are too many monsters there. Hyunjin guessed that the monsters under the dome were a little over 100. Jongyeon asked as he finally shut his mouth. But Hyunjin explained that he was just nervous. Jongyeon wondered why he wasn't so nervous at the Sky Lake. To which Hyunjin replied that June was with them at the time. Jongyeon didn't dare to contradict that. Meanwhile, Ji-yu had had her fill of anxiety pills and asked the head teacher, Seon-ho Nam, and Haiji if they wanted pills. Teacher Che explained that, although they didn't have enough to deal with the red-level monsters, their mission was surveillance and tracking, and therefore they had nothing to worry about. Seeing a hole in the dome, Teacher Che assumed that it was the entrance, in which case, all they had to do was watch to see if any monsters would come out of there. Park Yunbi asked, what should they do in that case? To which Teacher Che replied that they would have to buy time before the awakened group arrived. Teacher Che assumed that they were very tired after coming out here in the middle of the night, and so to save energy, she suggested that they organize a duty rota and take turns sleeping. The next morning, Teacher Che and his disciples continued their watch while watching the entrance to the dome. Suddenly, Hyunjin noticed something moving at the entrance of the dome. Hyunjin shouted to the others that something had moved, waking up the students. Teacher Che ran up to Hyunjin and asked, "Was it a monster? What type of monster was it?" Hyunjin asked to wait for a second, because apparently they would be able to see it again soon. Park Hyunjin tried to take a closer look at the monster once it came out from behind the cars, but it was clearly not what he was expecting. In the middle of the junkyard with a backpack, Ho Soo was walking. Teacher Jae was surprised to hear about Ho Soo, and Jongyeon asked, "Who is he?" To which Hyunjin replied that he was a junior high school student that June hangs out with. Upon hearing that, Jongyeon wondered what he was doing here. Hyunjin admitted that he had no idea what he was doing there. After looking at Ho Soo's actions, Jongyeon asked the guys to stop for a while. After that, she asked if they thought he looked like someone who was cautiously peering at his surroundings, as if he was looking to see if anything had been dropped. The teacher agreed with this version and reminded her that some people immediately jump into the gate as soon as they appear. And of course, everyone should know who it's about. Ji-yu asked if she meant the miners, to which Teacher Che replied that they were exactly that. Instead of going inside the dangerous gates, miners are in the business of collecting minerals that have fallen outside. The miners are among the first to arrive at the new gate because their networks are faster and more structured. Hyunjin suddenly remembered what he heard from June about Hosu becoming the main family after his parents died. Jun Young reminded him that Hosu should get benefits from the school in that case. Murim High School is one of the 3 prestigious schools in Korea that only elite awakened ones attend. Enrollment alone brings generous scholarships, while items earned at the gate during training or exams go to the students themselves. Even excluding the cost of special material uniforms, special event fees, and quarterly tuition, students still receive a substantial amount. Hyunjin reminded that this applies to those who live by themselves, while Hosu has many siblings. Jonghyun wondered just how many. After all, by attending Murim school, he could cover the cost of 3 or 4. Hyunjin said there were 7, which shocked everyone. Jonghyun decided not to think about it anymore. Hyunjin said that as an ordinary awakened, Hosu would receive a stipend, which would only be enough to maintain his position in the school. In addition, the 15-House Alliance was accepting all the exams that offered additional scholarships, and from what he heard, for personal reasons, Hosu couldn't even participate in the heavenly battle. The atmosphere in the squad became increasingly stifling. Haiji Seo wondered if he was really working as a miner for the sake of helping his siblings. Seong-ho Nam agreed on how dangerous it was, but at the same time, he could understand Hosu. Afterward, Teacher Che was asked what she thought about it. Teacher Che assumed that Hosu didn't even realize that he was being chased by monsters. Realizing the situation they were in, the teacher said they could scold him later, but right now their priority was to save him. They need to get Hosu out without getting into a conflict with the monsters. The students were already fully prepared to go to Hosu's rescue. Meanwhile, Hosu was walking strangely around the junkyard. Suddenly, he stopped and grabbed his head and wondered what he was doing. Besides, he can't find the people watching them. A while ago, Hosu told his siblings that he was leaving for training, so he asked the younger ones to behave themselves and not to disturb the monsters. But no sooner had he gone out than Sharku asked Hosu to wait, after which he told him that there were people nearby who were watching the place. Hosu was frightened by what he heard. Sharku said that people were already coming here, so he advised Hosu to act as if nothing had happened. Hosu asked what Sharku and the others would do in that case. Sharku replied that Hosu had nothing to worry about, and that they would take care of everything. Right now, Hosu should go outside and distract the awakened as much as possible. Sharku said that he was counting on Hosu, and just like that, Hosu found himself in the current situation. Right now, he was trying to pull himself together. If the situation suddenly worsened, he would no longer be able to stand next to Mr. Lee, so he had to behave as normally as possible so as not to arouse suspicion. Suddenly, Hosu noticed a group of people running towards him. The headman running ahead of the group asked Hosu if he was all right. Hosu was surprised to meet them and asked, "How did they end up here?" But without listening to him, Haiji asked if he was okay. While Seong-ho Nam wanted to know if he was hurt, Ji-yu suggested that they should get out of here first, but Hosu asked why. Ji-yu told him that there was a pack of monsters near them right now, and if he was going to continue doing his mining thing, he should watch his surroundings more closely. Ji-yu wondered how he could be so inattentive to the monsters. Hosu was surprised to hear about the mine, although he's not sure what they're talking about, but apparently they didn't find out about his connection with the monsters, which he thanks God for. Hosu was ridiculously surprised that monsters were here and apologized for his indiscretion. Lotitel admitted that she hadn't even considered that they'd be discovered so soon, while Tager was unhappy that they still hadn't finished the house. Sharku said that their business was bad, for they must return to Murim High School to get back to their gate. Therefore, he asked if they should fight the awakened ones. Tager shouted to Sharku that he shouldn't worry about that. Sharku wondered if the mouse had prepared the way. Tagur admitted that if he hadn't done so beforehand, he wouldn't have come out at all. Then he said that as soon as he had told them about the construction of the house, he had made a passage in the basement so that they could come here more often. For some reason, goosebumps suddenly ran down Hosu's back. Lotitil was surprised at what she heard and praised Tagur for his thoroughness, and even Sharku couldn't help but praise his brother. Tagur admitted that he was honored to hear that. Well, since they needed to leave, now was the time. No sooner had Tagur entered the gate than something suddenly flew into it. Sharku stood up for the others and asked what it was. While Lotitil tried to bring Tagur to his senses, once the dust settled, everyone saw Shinya in front of them. Sharku was quite startled that the master of the Forbidden Zone had arrived and asked why he was so angry. But Shinyushka was clearly in a bad mood and started growling. Shinya unleashed his mighty energy, from which even the ice wall built by Sharku began to tremble. Meanwhile, Hosu was trying to explain that he didn't know anything and that everything just happened. Suddenly, the ice wall behind him burst, and from the breached gap flew out something large, which immediately flew towards the squad. And that something flew straight towards Ji-Yue. Realizing what it was, Ji-Yue raised her hands. Right after that, Shinya, Li Jun's pet, landed on top of her. Han Jiyu was surprised to see Shinya here, and he yapped happily at her. Jiyu asked Shinya why he was here. Ho Su, on the other hand, was begging for Mr. Li's forgiveness at this moment, because he had done everything he could. Jonghyun was surprised to see such a cute creature, and Hyunjin asked why he was out of there. Jiyu asked the fox cub, why the one alone and where's Li Jun now? Suddenly, the former joy disappeared from Shinya's face. Immediately after that, Shinya tried to gesture at the recent events, but as expected, no one understood what he wanted to convey. Watching this, Hyunjin even assumed that this fox had rabies, and since no one understood him, Hyunjin ran forward, calling the others to follow him. Seeing this reaction, Jiyu realized that Jun was in danger and ordered everyone to follow Shinya. Hyunjin was horrified by Jiyu's reaction and asked how she was able to understand him. Everyone was surprised that Jun was in danger, which meant they should hurry up. Seeing the students suddenly start to run away, Teacher Che asked them to wait and demanded them to come back and asked them where they were running away to in the middle of the mission. Ho Su advised Teacher Che to follow the students. After all, she can't let the students run away like that, can she? Che Kyungjin asked. What is he talking about? After all, they should be watching the monsters. A while later, following Shinya, the students finally reached the highest temple of the sky. Once inside, Ji-yu was horrified by what she saw. Looking at the huge palm indentation, Ji-yu wondered what the hell had happened here. Just as suddenly, Hyunjin noticed that there was something there, right after which Ji-yu and Jonghyun jumped into the hole formed by the palm. At the very bottom, they saw the injured Jun and rushed towards him. After checking Jun's condition, Ji-yu said that he was still breathing. Park Jonghyun took out a healing potion and gave it to Lee Jun. Suddenly, he started coughing up blood. Jonghyun said that the B-rank medicine is powerless here, which means they need to take him to the hospital as soon as possible. Teacher Che warned the students that the monster that injured Jun might still be around, which meant they needed to move as carefully as possible. In the end, they couldn't even figure out what the gate was. Teacher Jae said that Hyunjin, Ji-yu, and Jonghyun would take Jun to the infirmary first, since they were the fastest, while the others would go with her to look around. Hyunjin said that they would meet later in that case, and picked up Jun and ran towards the exit, asking them to be careful. After dealing with Jun, Teacher Jae said that she had never seen a gate like this before. Hosu said he felt like he was in China. Heji wondered if the gate didn't always have a medieval setting. The headman admitted that she had never heard of such a place herself. Suddenly, Seongho Nam noticed a demonic scourge lying nearby. But what was it doing here? Seongho Nam called out to Teacher Che as his mind suddenly went blank and reaching for the staff. Seongho Nam tried to understand why he suddenly wanted to grab it so badly. No sooner had he touched the staff than Seongho Nam was called out by Teacher Che. The teacher asked why he had called out to her, and had he found something here? Returning to normal, Seongho Nam remembered what he had just seen and said that he had discovered a demonic calamity. But looking at the ground, he suddenly found that the demonic calamity had disappeared. Looking around, Seongho Nam wondered how could this be? After all, he had just been here. Teacher Che asked, what had suddenly happened? Did he really see a monster or something else? Teacher Che said that if they didn't find anything, they should leave. After all, it wasn't good to stay in one place. As they left, Seongho Nam kept trying to figure out what had just happened. And what was this feeling as if his mind had suddenly been taken over by something? Seeing the mountains of corpses around him, Lee Jun wondered where he was. And who was that person on top of the mountain of corpses? The white-haired man turned around and ordered Jun to leave. After all, his time had not yet come. Suddenly, Lee Jun woke up and immediately inhaled a full chest. Just as suddenly, he felt pain spread throughout his body, causing him to bend down. It was even too painful, causing Lee Jun to wonder just how badly he was hurt. He began to unbutton his shirt. As soon as Lee Jun unbuttoned his shirt, the door suddenly opened and Ji Yue entered the room. Lee Jun was surprised to see her and asked, doesn't she know to knock? Just as suddenly, Ji Yu dropped the fruit basket and rushed over to Jun, saying he finally woke up. Ji Yu asked how his body was and if he was feeling well. A confused Lee Jun replied that he was fine. Ji Yu asked Jun to stay here and ran to get a doctor. After the doctor examined Jun, Ji Yu asked how is he? And is he still... The doctor said that Jun was fine, which surprised Ji Yu. Ji Yu asked how is that? After all, it had only been 3 days since he was hospitalized. The doctor said that the deep wound on his right chest had already completely healed, and the tangled energy flow had also been restored. The doctor suggested that all of this was due to the Heavenly King's divine art. Heavenly King's divine art be damned. Actually, this energy moving within was the primordial flow arts, but in no way the divine arts of the Heavenly King. As the energy diligently circulated and healed his body, he quickly healed. The doctor told Jun that if he rested, he would make a full recovery within a week. And since he had told him everything, the doctor decided to leave. As soon as the doctor left, Lee Jun complained about how glassy his body felt and got up from the bed, which startled Ji-yu. Ji-yu grabbed the knife and apple and asked, "Is he really allowed to get up already? Shouldn't he just stay in bed?" Lee Jun reminded that according to the doctor, he was perfectly fine, whereupon he asked what happened and how come he was hospitalized. Looking at the bulge under the blanket at Jun's feet, Ji-yu revealed that Shinya had brought her to him, after which they found him lying on the ground. From under the blanket, Shinyushka came out and yapped sadly. Immediately after that, Shinyushka threw himself into his master's arms and started sobbing. Ji-yu asked why he was so depressed, since he hadn't done anything. And Lee Jun praised Shinya for doing a good job. After that, Jun got up from the bed and thanked Shinya once again for saving him. An embarrassed Ji-yu reminded him that he was a member of their clan after all. Besides, they were helped by Jonghyun, Hyun-jin, and teacher Chai. Lee Jun asked if that meant that everyone had learned that Shinya was also a monster. Ji-yu apologized and explained that there was nothing she could do to help in that situation. Lee Jun said that it was okay, since he wouldn't have to hide Shinyushka anymore. Afterward, Jun asked if something happened while he was unconscious. Ji-yu replied that there was something and more. Lee Jun was surprised at what he heard. The first thing was that red-level monsters suddenly appeared in Dobon-gu, causing them all to be sent there, after which Ho-soo. After hearing everything, Lee Jun was clearly not in the mood. To be more precise, he was furious because what the hell? Why the hell did they cause so much trouble while he was gone? And he had risked his life to save them. Suddenly, Lee Jun felt pain. As it turned out, the anesthetic wasn't enough. Now he must use the divine origin art to ease the pain. Just as suddenly, Lee Jun felt that something was wrong. Noticing this, Lee Jun opened the stats, and things were indeed bad. He had hoped that this wouldn't happen, but he received a penalty. All of his stats dropped by 100 points, while his internal energy dropped by 300, and even his rank was lowered. Lee Jun assumed that this was the result of killing the monk Hyul Bul, one of the higher heavens. Lee Jun collapsed on the bed. He decided that it wasn't a big deal, after all. He should be thankful that nothing serious had happened. At least he didn't die. Suddenly, someone coughed to get the stupid student's attention. Hearing a familiar voice, Lee Jun immediately turned to the window where the ghost was hovering. Lee Jun was surprised to see the master all of a sudden, and the latter sobbingly asked if Jun had called him. Lee Jun was astonished. He asked the master if he was crying, but he clenched his fist and said that the greatest in history never shed tears. Through his tears, the master said that he didn't feel any emotion just because his disciple almost died. After which the master reiterated once again that he doesn't cry. Lee Jun admitted that he thought the master was crying because he was worried about him. But since that wasn't the case, he would go, since he had more things to do. The master was amazed at how easily Jun left. The master followed Jun out the door and, waving a fan, asked where he went when he was not feeling well. He demanded that Jun return and go to bed now, near the coast of Qingdao, China. Arriving at the meeting place, Somi bowed to the Lord and greeted her Lord, whereupon the Lord agreed that it had been a long time since they had seen Somi. Somi asked the Lord if he was doing well, but he was only surprised that she called him Lord because he had not heard it for a long time. Now he preferred to be called the God of Martial Arts. Somi bowed and said that her memories were stuck in the past, so she apologized for making him feel uncomfortable. The Lord said it was fine and asked her not to be so afraid. The Lord of the heavens and the underworld, one of the rulers of the world, her Lord, who is feared by all martial artists, the God of martial arts Samayun. He is incredibly beautiful, but at the same time incredibly cruel and ruthless. Samayun turned to Somi, wanting to ask her a question. Darkening sharply, he asked her, "Where's the demonic tribulation now?" Somi nervously told him that Hobel should have gotten his hands on it by now. Samayun smiled and asked if that was true. After all, it meant that Hyungak was very pleased, but he would have liked to see him sooner. Somi promised Samayun that she would tell Hyolbul to bring the demonic ascension as soon as she got it. Samayun admitted that he was pleased at how fast Somi was thinking. Samayun asked Somi if she could tell him more about this world. Lee Jun petted Shinya and asked if he could wait for him at the spot. At the moment, Lee Jun couldn't sense any people nearby, which meant this place would be fine for him. After feeling the spear, Lee Jun called out to the demonic tribulation, immediately after which, the demonic tribulation appeared at his call. The system alerted Jun that the demonic scourge had recognized the divine origin art, and also that the demonic scourge had recognized him as its master. Lee Jun was happy that he was able to summon the demonic scourge, after all. He thought that he had dropped it when he lost consciousness. But was it really the demonic scourge? After all, it looked completely different earlier, and most importantly, the energy emanating from the artifact was at least SS rank. Lee Jun checked the demonic calamity, and it turned out to be a level 1 SSS ranked weapon. The demonic calamity was the first demonic weapon that belonged to the sky-destroying blood god. It reacts to the sky destruction technique and rejects anyone who is not its master. If the artifact is not treated with dignity, the wielder will be destroyed, or its soul will be enslaved, turning the wielder into a puppet. Lee Jun could hardly believe that he had finally gotten his hands on an SSS-ranked weapon, and he wouldn't mind trying it out, except that it was too conspicuous to be carried around. As if reacting to Jun's thoughts, the demonic scourge suddenly began to shrink in size. To Lee Jun's surprise, the demonic scourge shrank to the size of a skewer. Jun wondered if this meant that he could change the size of the spear with a thought, after which Lee Jun ordered the demonic scourge to return to normal, and it once again turned into a full spear. With this ability, no one would be able to find out that Jun had a demonic scourge. Shinya suddenly began to whimper. Lee Jun said that there was only one thing left for them to do here. They must get out. Taking Shinya in his arms, Lee Jun called out to the gate. He was going to check how big of a mess they had made while he was gone. A disgruntled Seo-hyun-jun wondered what kind of ice this wall was made of. After all, no matter what they do, they can't even leave a dent on it. The staff member told him that according to the detector, there are dangerous monsters inside this thing. Hearing this, Seo-hyun-jun asked, "What the hell's going on here?" Meanwhile, inside the dome, Dager told Sharku that a lot of people started gathering outside. Sharku said that they had no other choice. He didn't want to make a scene, but they would have to go through these people by force. Dager said that he felt like they could have found another way, and Lee Jun asked what they were going to go through by force. Everyone suddenly shrieked as they realized that a master had arrived. Lee Jun asked them not to pretend that something good had happened, and demanded that Hosu explain everything right away. Hosu said that Mr. Tager had seen how shabby his house was, and had decided to build him and his family a new one. After listening to him, Lee Jun felt a headache for his subordinates. Lee Jun then turned to Tagore, so the latter immediately fell on his knees and started to apologize. Tagore asked for the master to be merciful, at least this time. Lee Jun said that was enough, and pointed to the new house and asked if they had built it. Tager confirmed that it was theirs. Lee Jun remarked that this house seemed a bit big, like for 8 people, but it was still well made, after which Lee Jun pointed upwards and asked, "What about the ice wall?" Putting his hand on his chest, Sharku admitted that the wall was created by him. This place was like the ultimate dumping ground, and that was why he had decided to make it instead of a protective wall. A vein of anger swelled in Jun's face, and he asked if he had done it. Jun then asked Shinya what should be done about it. Shinya unhappily yapped at Sharka, and he immediately fell to his knees, after which he started begging for forgiveness from the Forbidden Zone Master. Lee Jun said that there would be no apology for them. He ordered them to get up and return home. The saddened monsters one by one ran to the gate as Hosu suddenly approached Jun. Hosu apologized to Mr. Lee and explained that it was all his fault, and the monsters had done it all for him and his family. But things had gotten out of hand in the end. Looking at the wall, Lee Jun assumed that such a wall would not allow anything below, from a red zone monster to pass through, and even A-rank, awakened ones, were unlikely to be able to break through it. Lee Jun was forced to admit that although it was a rash decision, it was also very effective. Lee Jun said that monsters were not uncommon in this area, which meant that the wall would be of great service in protecting the Hosu siblings. After that, Lee Jun asked if he should leave it as it is. Hosu asked Lee Jun how they could explain all this to people, to which Lee Jun replied that it was okay, because they could just lie to them. After that, Lee Jun put his hand on the ice wall, and with a little bit of pressure, Lee Jun managed to break through even such a strong wall. The rumbling sound of the wall collapsing was heard throughout the neighborhood, scaring the awakened people nearby. But seeing Lee Jun coming out of there, Seo-hyun-jun was very surprised. Lee Jun grabbed his arm as if he was wounded and said hello to Seo-hyun-jun. Seo-hyun-jun asked how he was doing, as he suddenly remembered the situation they were in, and asked Lee Jun what happened there. Lee Jun replied that he had already taken care of everything. Seo-hyun-jun was amazed at what he heard. The employee confirmed that the detector could no longer detect the monsters inside, even though there were so many of them. So Hyun-jun asked if the man had taken care of all of them himself, to which Jun replied that there were two of them and pulled Ho-soo up. Then he said that he closed the gate and all the monsters inside were green level. What made everything around them freeze was the energy from the gate. Lee Jun said that they now needed to investigate inside the ice wall, after which he directed Ho-soo inside the dome. The security officer wondered if the two of them had managed to defeat all the red-level monsters. Seo Hyun-jun said that if that was true, then it was big news. Since Jun had dealt with everything, Seo Hyun-jun assumed that there was nothing more for them to do here. Therefore, he ordered everyone to disperse. The security personnel and the awakened ones accepted the elder's order and dispersed. Looking at them, Lee Jun suddenly realized that they were people from the Divine Skill Clan. Lee Jun turned to the departing staff and said that he had something to tell them. Lee Jun asked them to tell the 15 House Alliance to leave the ice wall alone. After all, it's the children's house. The younger sister asked her little brother, "Are they really going to live in this huge house now?" Lee Jun added that the Imperial Blade Clan and the Compson group in particular should hear this. The staff member told Jun that he had nothing to worry about. After all, they planned to carry out Mr. Jun's orders, so they would pass the message to the Imperial Blade Clan and the Compson group. Once the staff left, Lee Jun turned around to look at Ho-soo along with his family. They looked very happy. A short while later, at the hospital. Entering his room, Jun said that he was home and he was very tired. But as he opened the door, he saw an acquaintance listening to the news. The news reported that the house of one of Lee Jun's classmates was behind the ice wall, and that a little earlier, the place was swarming with red-level monsters. Lee Jun was surprised to see Park Jung-yeon here and said hello to her. When she saw Jun, Jung-yeon suddenly became angry and went to him and asked him, "Does he really want to die? He is a patient, so how dare he leave his hospital room and wander around?" Lee Jun apologized to Jung-yeon and asked if she had been waiting for him all this time. Jung-yeon asked, "And what about this news?" Right after that, the news said that Lee Jun noticed that his friend Ho-soo didn't show up for the heavenly battle and therefore suspected something wrong. Jung-yeon asked, did he really go there in such a state? Lee Jun arrived at the place before the group sent by the 15 House Alliance and defeated all the monsters by himself. Lee Jun felt embarrassed by the news, for they really hyped up the story a lot. Lee Jun chuckled and remarked that these guys really like to exaggerate. Jung-yeon lowered her gaze and asked why he didn't tell her that he was raising a monster as a pet, to which Jun replied that he didn't tell anyone about it. But Jung-yeon reminded her that Ji-yu actually knows about it. Lee Jun awkwardly replied that he really didn't tell her, because she actually caught him red-handed. Jung-yeon, how dare he try to get away with it? Lee Jun dodged the punch and asked her to calm down a bit and talk calmly. Just as suddenly, Jung-yeon stopped and tears flowed from her eyes. Lee Jun apologized to Jung-yeon and promised that the next time something happened, she would be the first person he would tell. Wiping her tears, Jung-yeon asked him if he knew how much she was worried about him, after which she said that if only he wasn't a patient, she would have already hit him. Just as suddenly, a rustling sound was heard from the bed, and looking over there, Jun and Jung-yeon saw the blanket moving. After a few seconds, Shinya crawled out from under the blanket and lazily yapped. Lee Jun tried to figure out what the hell he was doing here. Suddenly, a cheerful Jung-yeon took Shinya in her arms and recognized that he was very cute. After which she asked if it was his monster pet. Lee Jun asked her to stop right now, because it was dangerous to touch him like that. But to his surprise, Shinya calmly laid down in Jung-yeon's arms. Apparently, he was very happy with her. Jung-yeon asked why he couldn't be touched like that. After all, he's very calm, and she wouldn't mind taking him home with her. Jung-yeon admitted that she was upset to hear that Ji-yu was the first to know about it. After that, Jung-yeon went up to Jun and asked him to promise again that the next time something unusual happens, she will be the first to know about it. A cheerful Jung-yeon said it was a promise. A while later, after Jung-yeon left and only Jun and Shinya were left in the room. While scratching Shinjuska, Jun wondered why the latter only started being so nice to him after Jung-yeon left. Lee Jun raised his hand and invoked the demonic calamity, immediately after which it appeared in his hand. Looking at the spear, Lee Jun thought about the fact that it had already been 3 days since he killed Hyobol and took the demonic scourge. The only problem was how those guys would react to it. People who consider the demonic scourge and the blood god card won't just stand in the middle of the river and do nothing. The higher heavens are the demons of this world. The purpose of the higher heavens is to open the gate of dimensions, to let in their master, Jin Mugil. The future will probably change. For one of them, Hyobol, is already dead, but even so, they still have plenty of time. 7 years from now, the Lord of the Supreme Sky will take over this world within a month of his arrival. Everything will be destroyed. But the future can be changed. If he wishes to kill Jun Myogal, he needs to become much stronger. Before he can do that, he must start destroying the members of the Supreme Heaven one by one. A while later, Chairman Han Minson handed Jun a scroll and said that it was a reward for winning first place. Lee Jun thanked the chairman and immediately opened the map. While Jun was looking at the map, Han Mingson asked if he knew the rules of the heavenly battle. The system alerted Jun that he had gotten hold of the Blood God card, which was an unknown sealed item. No matter how Lee Jun tried to view the card, the system said that Lee Jun did not have permission to view the item. Han Mingsung asked Jun, "Does he not see anything either?" To which Jun replied that apparently that was the case. Han Mingson admitted that he thought Jun had a reason to ask for the Blood God card specifically, after which he sighed and admitted that he was too excited. Lee Jun laughed and said that he should just start dealing with it. After looking at the map, the old master advised Lee Jun to use the Divine Origin technique. Lee Jun used the technique, after which the previously hidden inscriptions on the card manifested. It was a printed out SSS rank Blood God map. This map indicated the place where the Blood God and his followers had previously secluded. As a sign that they wanted to start over, they created a one-person successor sect, the Original Gate. Only one person can enter the Primordial Gate, and it must be someone who possesses the 9-star Divine Origin art. If the owner of the card can enter the Primordial Gate, they will be able to inherit all the teachings and knowledge of the sky-destroying Blood God. The card is the key to the Primordial Gate. Lee Jun asked the master why the map has a difficulty level on it, if it is the location of the Primordial Gate. The master asked him to remind him what type of martial arts he had mastered. He then explained that if a disciple wished to inherit his teachings and knowledge, he must be worthy of receiving it. Lee Jun wondered if the master meant that in order to inherit the teachings, he had to pass a test. The master replied that he had the right idea and praised Jun for how quickly he grasped everything. Lee Jun asked how far away he was from reaching 9 stars. The master chuckled and said that according to their rating system, it should be around SS rank. Lee Jun asked in surprise, "What?" Seeing Jun's reaction, the chairman asked, "Did he really discover something on the Blood God's map?" Jun laughed awkwardly and said that he was just trying to get a better look at it. Meanwhile, the master was saying that according to martial arts standards, Jun should reach a state of absolute mastery, because that was the minimum required to enter the Primordial Gate. Lee Jun mentally admitted that this was actually the first time he had actually heard of a level higher than S rank. The master laughed and explained that this was actually the level he should strive for. The 10 strongest people in this world were S-ranked. So it was a little hard for Jun to believe that he would have to reach a state that even they had not reached. Would he really be able to do that? Han Mingson wasn't going to give up and asked if he really hadn't found anything, to which Lee Jun replied that he hadn't found anything and rolled up the map. Han Mingson asked if he was really going to keep secrets from him. Lee Jun asked, even if he had discovered something, why would he tell him about it? Han Mingson suddenly fell silent, and Lee Jun grinned and said that he was just joking. After all, he actually just can't tell him about the Blood God card. But instead, he agrees to work for him in the Divine Skill Clan, and when he can clear the Forest Gate in Seoul, he will definitely give them the Poison Blood technique. Han Minson suddenly became nervous when he heard about the Poisonous Blood technique. After all, it was exactly what their clan required. Han Mingson asked if Jun was really willing to give them something like that, to which Jun replied that he didn't require it. After all, he didn't need such techniques, since he had a Divine Origin technique. Lee Jun asked if in exchange, they would spread rumors about him to the Divine Power Clan and the Imperial Blade Clan. The chairman asked what kind of rumors he wanted. Lee Jun said that they would have to notify them that Jun had cleared the Forest Gate in Seoul on his own the moment he did so. Han Minsung agreed to do something so simple, then added that once he got the technique, he would be able to do at least that for Jun. A short while later, Lee Jun along with Hyunjin arrived at the blue-level Forest Gate in Seoul. Hyunjin wondered if Jun wanted to sweep this place. Looking around, Hyunjin marveled at the view since this place is so lush and green. Hyunjin suggested to Jun to get down to business, but the latter asked Hyunjin to wait because they need to wait for one more person. Hyunjin wondered who it was. Immediately afterward, he appeared. Running over to Jun and Hyunjin, Hosu apologized to Mr. Lee for being late. Hyunjin asked if Hosu was the one he wanted to bring along, and Hosu was surprised that Mr. Hyunjin was also going with them. Hyunjin told Hosu that it was the right thing to do, and that he would just have to follow them. Hyunjin promised that he would protect Hosu during the sweep, so that he wouldn't get hurt, but Hosu shouted no. After all, he should be the one to guide them and make sure there were no dangers in their way. Lee Jun asked them to calm down already, for it was time for them to move out, after which Jun asked Mr. Han to get started. The system alerted Jun that he was the owner of another gate, and that the owner of this gate would be watching him. The owner of the Seoul Forest Gate attempted to block in the move. The system asked if Jun wished to leave the gate or invade inside. Lee Jun chose to invade, immediately after which the system alerted that the gate owner was surprised that the owner of the forbidden area of the 4 shrines had invaded. Lee Jun noticed that he could do more things inside the gate now and wondered if it could be because Shinya's rank had risen. The Forest Gate of Seoul, it's just a blue gate, and fortunately he doesn't have any trouble clearing the blue gate. Except that in order to pass this gate, you have to fulfill some requirements. One of the requirements, at least 3 people must participate in the sweep. Hyunjin acted as if he was on a normal walk. He said that the weather was just fine, which made Jun feel uneasy because they were in the gate. Lee Jun even thought about the fact that if he took Latitil and Sharka, the gate sweep would be much easier. But at the same time, it's a great opportunity for Hosu to use his demon killer, while Hyunjin is much more skillful than the monsters. Just as suddenly, Lee Jun noticed something unusual. Lee Jun turned to Hosu and asked if the latter had ever seen golems, the main buildings of the Divine Power clan. Sitting over her crippled son, Choi Mijin kept cursing that bastard. After all, how could a person born with that blood? How dare he lay his hands on her son, the heir of the Divine Power clan? Woogan entered the room and turned to Madam. Choi Mijin asked if they were continuing their surveillance on Lee Jun, to which he replied that they are following him and he has good news for her. They received information that Lee Jun is single-handedly mopping up the Blue Gate, the Forest Gate of Seoul. Choi Mijin asked if he's sure about that, to which Woogan replied that they got that information from a member of the Divine Skill Clan. Choi Mijin smirked upon hearing this. She then ordered Wugong to send the Imperial Blade Corps, the personal guard of the Blade King, there. Choi Mijin asked her son not to worry anymore, because his mom would kill whoever did this to him. Lee Jun asked Hosu, "Isn't this the first golem he's seen?" Hosu was amazed. Looking at this huge thing, he asked, "Is this really a golem?" Looking at the golem, Hyunjin assumed that this big guy was the boss of the first stage. Hosu was surprised that they came across the boss so quickly and asked what about the rest of the monsters. Jun asked if he knew that many of the gates had different ways of mopping up. The Forest Gate of Seoul has 3 stages that you have to go through one by one. There are no monsters here, but there is a boss in each stage. Most importantly, he knows how to clear this dungeon, and so Jun advised them to follow his lead. Lee Jun suggested them to clear this dungeon in record time. Lee Jun drew a golem with minions and told them that as soon as he wakes up, the little golems will be summoned. During the battle, they should not use their inner strength, but instead required to take care of the brown golems. What was important here was for the 3 of them to team up and attack them. Hosu asked why they couldn't use internal force, to which Jun replied that it was one of the conditions for passing the first stage. They have to pass it using only weapons. Lee Jun asked Hosu what he thought about it. After all, this is just the perfect opportunity to use a demon slayer. Hearing about the sword, Hosu remembered the demon killer and reached for the sword. Seeing the sword wrapped in cloth, Hyunjin asked, "What is it?" After all, it looks like a really high-quality sword. Hosu revealed that it was a treasure that Mr. Lee had given him. Hyunjin was surprised by this, and looked closely at the sword, and saw that it was an S-ranked sword. Hosu asked Hyunjin not to touch the sword, as only Mr. Lee can do that besides him. Hyunjin called out to Jun and asked him to give him the weapon. In return, he is also willing to become his subordinate. Lee Jun reminded Hyunjin that he already has an AA-ranked sword, and so he asked him not to act like he didn't get anything good. Hyunjin asked if Master Jun was the one who told him about the Demon Slayer, after which he continued to beg for S-rank weapons. Lee Jun thought that he owed Hyunjin from his past life, so Jun asked Hyunjin to stop whining and said that if he found something good, he would definitely give it to him. A cheerful Hyunjin said that it was exactly what he expected from his best friend. Well, since he could get himself a good weapon after all. Hyunjin shouted that they could start. Jun asked what the man was going to do, but it was too late. Hyunjin pulled out his blade and ran to fight the boss. Jun called out to Hyunjin and reminded him that they should act together. Jumping up, Lee Jun said that this guy was just impossible, after which he told Hosu that they should not lag behind. Jumping up, Lee Jun and Hosu ran after Hyunjin to the boss. Once the trio were nearby, a light suddenly flashed in the golem's eyes. The system alerted them that the boss of the first stage, the Earth Golem, had awakened, whereupon it put up a barrier, locking all the people inside. Hosu cried out when he saw the barrier cutting them off from the outside world, but Lee Jun ordered him to focus and run on. What's special about this gate is that once you aggro a boss, an area is created around it, a barrier is created. The system alerted the awakened ones that the boss was summoning small golems, right after which the boss's minions started to come out from the ground. Lee Jun reminded Hyunjin to focus on the brown golems. Immediately after that, Park Hyunjin lightning fast smashed all three golems. Lee Jun called out to Hosu and said that they would have to attack the boss as soon as he signaled. While Hyunjin was dealing with the little golems, Lee Jun started the count, and on the count of 3 they all attacked the boss. With the last strike, Lee Jun smashed the boss golem into pieces. Immediately after, Jun shouted to Hosu that the boss was trying to recover, which meant that they needed to destroy his pieces before he did. After accepting the order, Hosu began to chop up the parts of the bosses that had turned into smaller golems. After a little while, they still managed to defeat the first stage boss, the Earth Golem, a low difficulty boss. The reward for killing the boss was 250,000 technology tree points. Lee Jun walked over to Hosu and praised him for his work. Meanwhile, Hyunjin noticed something up ahead. Running up to the pile of treasures, Hyunjin said that this gate was very generous since they had gotten so many treasures. Looking at the treasures, Hyunjin verified that they were quite rare artifacts. Hosu asked if they were really, to which Hyunjin replied that it was, and advised Hosu to pick some of these as well. Just as suddenly, something in that pile of treasures caught Lee Jun's attention. To be more precise, it was a technique, except that it just couldn't be. After taking the technique, Lee Jun asked if they would mind if he took only this. And of course, Hyunjin was fine with it. Lee Jun wondered why the poison blood technique was the prize for the first stage. It was an A-rank technique that allowed one to inject poison into the opponent to control him. If the poisoned opponent tried to resist the control, they would begin to feel unbearable pain. From the description, Lee Jun realized that this was the perfect technique to use on those who were not going to follow orders. In the worst-case scenario, the subordinates' blood vessels could be damaged, causing them to die on the spot. Lee Jun suspected that they would be able to obtain the technique in this gate, but he didn't expect it to happen this early. Hyunjin asked Jun if he was sure he only wanted to take this, to which Jun replied that he was sure. Lee Jun realized that by giving this technique to the Divine Mastery clan, he would be able to get much more information from them. Since they had gotten a decent reward, Hyunjin suggested that they continue the sweep. A little while later, the trio arrived at the second stage boss, the Shield Golem. Hyunjin swept up that this guy looks very sturdy, besides being bigger than the first one, and also the shield he's holding. Lee Jun said that the boss doesn't just look strong, because he's actually super strong. Hyunjin asks Jun if he's been here before. After all, he talks as if he's been here before. Moreover, he knows how to pass this gate. Lee Jun asked, hasn't he said that before? He learned it from his master. Lee Jun simply couldn't tell them that he knew all this because he was reincarnated. Hyunjin wondered what kind of person his master was. And how could he know something that even his grandfather didn't know? Hosu suggested that it must be a person with so much power that it's hard for them to even imagine it. Whereupon Hyunjin asked if the one could be more imposing than a heavenly demon or a living Buddha. The old master apologized and asked, what is this boy talking about? And how dare he compare someone like him to someone as pathetic as his grandfather, or someone who hadn't even traveled a quarter of his path? Lee Jun mentally reminded the master that he wasn't the one who said all of this. Hyunjin asked, how on earth would they be able to break through the boss's defenses? To which Jun replied that they should attack the boss in the moments when he wouldn't raise his shield. Hosu asked if they can use their inner strength this time. Jun replied that they could, and that this time he wanted Hosu to attack first. Hosu was a little surprised by this, but still agreed. After preparing himself, Hosu pushed off from the ground, soaring into the air. He then used the Heaven and Earth Void technique to stab the boss in the back. Hyunjin and Lee Jun were astonished by what they saw, for Hosu had used the very same technique. After his attack, Hosu landed close to the boss and tried to catch his breath. Just as suddenly, the boss raised his shield and ran forward, ramming into Hosu. By some miracle, but Hosu managed to block the golem's attack with his shield. If it wasn't for the Demon Slayer's durability, he would have been dead by now. The golem once again caught up with Hosu and swung one of its arms backwards. Immediately after that, it shot out one of its shields like a piston. But at the last moment, Hosu managed to jump up, dodging the attack. Immediately afterward, he jumped and slashed at the golem. But even after such an attack, the golem was unable to do almost any damage. Hyunjin shouted that he couldn't let his junior do all the work, as it would hurt his senior's pride, so he attacked the golem with his shield, using the Heavenly Thunder Divine Art. Only after this attack did visible cracks appear on the golem. But after receiving visible damage, the golem became enraged. After preparing himself, Jun chopped the golem, finally blowing its neck off. Immediately after, Lee Jun shouted that the golem was going to use a wide-range attack and ordered everyone to stay as close to the barrier as possible. The trio immediately bounced to the edge of the barrier, and at that moment, the golem emitted many rays of light. Only slightly hitting Hosu's face, the ray of light left a wound on his face, immediately after which the golem disintegrated. The system notified Jun that the Stage 2 boss had been defeated, and he was being rewarded with 250,000 points. Hyunjin was exhausted after the second boss. He asked Jun why was it so hard? They are in the Blue Gate after all. The thing was, this was far from an ordinary Blue Gate, because this place hides a mana stone mine, and the reserves of this mine are enough to power a third of South Korea's energy supply, so the mana stones would still be there. Lee Jun said that if they have already collected all the rewards, it's time for them to head to the third boss. Hyunjin asked Jun to wait for a while because there were some things they needed to deal with before moving on. After that, Hyunjin turned to Hosu and asked how he could use the Imperial Blade Clan's martial arts. To be more precise, it wasn't exactly the normal Imperial Blade Clan arts, but something a level higher. It was similar to the Imperial sword arts that his grandfather had studied. Most importantly, he couldn't learn it on his own, and so Hyunjin asked Jun to answer him. Since Hyunjin had seen everything in person, Lee Jun was forced to admit that Hosu had reached the 5th rank in martial arts. This art was from the same category as the Imperial sword art, and it was called the Imperial Chain Blade. Hyunjin was surprised to hear about this art, and asked if this was the art that the King of Blades wanted so badly. Lee Jun admitted that it was, after which Hyunjin asked, wasn't Hosu supposed to learn the art of Space Void in order to use that art? Lee Jun asked, what if he answered that Hosu had divinely studied the art of Space Void? Hyunjin was amazed at what he heard and asked if it was true. To which Hosu replied that it was indeed true, and that Mr. Lee had given him a heritage flower to restart his martial arts. Hyunjin was amazed at what he heard, as a heritage flower is something worth a fortune, whereupon Hyunjin asked if it was also a gift from the mysterious master. Jun replied that it is, or rather, he thinks it is. Lee Jun felt that even if he knew the future, the person who taught him how to understand martial arts was the master. Lee Jun said that if they were done with their questions, they should move on. But Hyunjin wasn't going to back down. He asked Jun if he could introduce him to his master. But Jun ignored him and suggested they move on. Hyunjin wasn't happy with Jun ignoring him and asked for an answer. 9 p.m., a group of people gathered in front of the Forest Gate of Seoul. Woogan reported to Madam that the entire Imperial Blade Corps had arrived. Choi Mijin took off her hood so that she could finally breathe normally, and asked the Corps members, how long were they going to keep her waiting? The Corps leader awkwardly apologized to the lady. It was Choi Sunho, Choi Mijin's younger cousin, and also the leader of the Imperial Blade Corps. Choi Sunho explained that they were trying to avoid being seen by members of other families. Choi Mijin reminded that they had to finish off Lee Jun before he cleared that gate, after which she asked if they had seen what he did during the heavenly battle. They shouldn't underestimate him. Choi Sunho reminded Madam that there was no way their leader would use all of his power just to fight one brat. He even doubted that the Blade King had used even 30% of his strength. Choi Mijin admitted that even so, she didn't like all of this. But Choi Sunho asked her not to worry about it, because before the next day even starts, he will erase all her worries. The combined forces of the Demon Slayer Corps and the Imperial Blade Corps numbered 200, and he is also the leader of one of the military forces of the top 5 families, as well as one of the strongest people here. Choi Sunho sincerely thought that he and a few other people would be enough to kill that brat, but his cousin was worrying too much about him. He found it hard to believe that even for the sake of killing one child, she had mobilized the entire Imperial Blade Corps. Of course, he had heard that this brat had mastered the divine arts of a heavenly king, but he was still a mere child, and his maximum was 3 or 4 stars. Seeing that his cousin was deep in thought, Choi Mijin called out to him, after which she asked him to give an order. Not far from the Imperial Blade Corps was a black car. The secretary reported, the Divine Force Clan's clan mistress along with the Imperial Blade Corps had begun to act, and asked what should they do, to which the chairman replied that it was a big catch, and they just had permission to start. After that, the secretary in the car dialed reporter Kim So-ah. The surprised reporter Kim took the night call. The caller introduced herself as Nam-ju, the secretary of Chairman Han Min-soon, and asked if she was talking to reporter Kim So-ah. The reporter inquired what the chairman's secretary wanted from her, to which the secretary replied that she wanted to tell her something about student Lee Jun. Reporter Kim So-ah was very happy to hear about it, because almost everything she writes is related to Lee Jun. The reporter asked what exactly she wanted to tell us. The secretary said she would be able to tell us as soon as she arrived at the Seoul Forest Gate. Reporter Kim was surprised at such a request and asked to wait. But Secretary Nam hung up on her. Namju's secretary sent a message to Yooni, Lee Jun's fan, to give her the opportunity to film him live. So that she doesn't think it's a scam, she sent her information to her, the waiting room of the TV station. After receiving the sudden message, Yooni suddenly blushed and said, "Oh my God." Noticing this, her partner asked, "What happened?" Yooni lightning fast texted that she would go and asked where they could meet. Secretary Nam asked her to come to the Seoul Forest Gate, where reporter Kim So-ah would also be there. And the secretary also asked Yooni to feel free to bring the rest of her group if she wanted. Yooni was surprised that even Ms. So-ah would be there, and texted that she would be there right away. After which, Yooni threw her phone on the table and froze. Her heart was beating furiously at the thought that she would be able to personally see Mr. Jun sweep the gate. Yooni shrieked that she would be back soon. Her partner was surprised by that and asked her to wait, because they should have a live broadcast to start. Hyunjin asked Jun if he really didn't want to tell him about it, to which Jun replied that he wouldn't believe him even if he told him everything. A disgruntled Hyunjin demanded that Jun at least give him a name. Jun was already exhausted from Hyunjin's questioning, and he was even willing to make a bet that when he got out of the gate, he would immediately start looking for information about his master. And he would do so even if he didn't find a single crumb of information in 100 days of searching. Lee Jun said that he only knew his master's nickname, the greatest martial artist, for that was how the master described himself. The master also had two other nicknames, the god of martial arts and the sky-destroying god of blood, while awakened ones could only use 3 titles, the highest of which was king. But to use the word god in a title, Jun realized that he couldn't tell Hyunjin about the other titles of the master. Therefore, he could only tell the safest title of all, because already by the title of the greatest martial artist, one could tell that he had reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Hyunjin thought about this greatest martial artist for a moment, after which he recognized that it sounded even cooler than his grandfather's title, Blade Creator. Lee Jun assumed that if his grandfather had heard this from his grandson, he would have started crying. Secretary Nam had written to Jun that the Lady of the Divine Power Clan, along with the Imperial Blade Corps, had gone into action, and that they had at least 250 men. Lee Jun couldn't help but chuckle because of this news. After all, this woman had long wished for his death, and in the end, she would try to do it herself. Lee Jun turned to the guys and told them that his family had brought the Imperial Blade Corps here to kill him. Hyunjin was surprised to hear about this corps, and asked if they were the guys serving the Blade King. Lee Jun said that they were led by Lee Shin's mother, and that she was probably driven to extreme measures by her desire to finally kill him. But barring that, he would need help. Hosu immediately said that he was willing to do anything to help Mr. Lee. Hyunjin called out to Lee Jun and asked, how badly was he being tormented that he was talking about it, as if it didn't bother him. Lee Jun didn't even know what to say to Hyunjin. Hosu asked not to worry Mr. Lee, because he was willing to protect him from those people. But Hyunjin reminded him that he should take care of himself first, because he had seen how he was almost crushed by a golem recently. After which, he also asked Jun not to worry about it too much. Hyunjin held out his hand to Jun and said that they would help him. Hyunjin asked that Jun tell them right away if he was in a predicament next time, since they were friends. Lee Jun agreed to do so. Right after that, Hyunjin suggested to finally deal with those guys. But Jun asked Hyunjin to stop, and suggested that he should clear the 3rd stage first. The boss of the 3rd stage, the Stone Giant. Hyunjin asked in surprise, is that really the boss? After all, it looks very light. Lee Jun confirmed that it was indeed easy, and offered to win on the first try. Hyunjin admitted that it was a bit boring as the final boss. Just as suddenly, the system alerted everyone that the boss had noticed the outsiders, and thus 3 Golem brothers were summoned. Lee Jun shouted out that they should kill the three bosses at the same time. They should take one at a time and report to each other how much damage they did. Clearing this gate requires a coordinated teamwork. That's why Jun is glad he chose these guys. After doing enough damage, Lee Jun called out to Hyunjin. He replied that he was almost done, and then asked how Hosu was doing. To which Hosu replied that he was almost done with the boss too. Lee Jun said that was good, and advised to get the bosses to the point where they could be killed in one hit. Once the Golem brothers' health was lowered to the minimum, Lee Jun counted down to 3, and they dealt with the bosses at the same time. Hosu asked, was that really it? To which Jun replied that, not really, because nothing is over until they defeat the final boss. The remains of the 3 Golem brothers merged together, after which the system alerted the group that the stone giant had awakened. Hyunjin couldn't help but recognize that the golem was huge, and asked Jun if they could kill the boss before those guys showed up. To which Jun replied that, of course, the 3 of them would be able to do it with ease. Not even a day later, the blue gate was cleared out. Even Choi Mijin was amazed at such a quick sweep of the gate. Choi Sunho said that it simply couldn't be, and asked if they could have been given false information, to which one of the subordinates replied that the information was accurate because they had gotten it from the Divine Skill Clan. Choi Sunho reminded them that they can't believe that all the information they received from them is true. After all, they are protecting Lee Jun. Choi Sunho then told his cousin that they could have just given them false information to replace them here. Choi Mijin recognized that there was really no way he could have cleared this gate alone. Unless that bastard knew in advance how to clear the gate? Choi Sunho admitted that he couldn't believe that such a brat could have known about it, and that he was sure that he was just lucky. Be that as it may, the outcome wouldn't change, for Lee Jun's life ended the moment the Imperial Blade Corps was summoned. Choi Mijin agreed with her cousin and ordered everyone to go on their way. In the middle of the night, none of the members of the Imperial Blade Corps noticed one of their men suddenly disappeared. Lee Jun grabbed one of the awakened ones and, while covering his mouth to prevent him from screaming, brought the blade to his neck. After that, he took the life of one of the enemies with a sharp swing. This was the 50th awakened person he had killed, and from the looks of it, someone should start noticing the missing people soon. Lee Jun opened the stage information, and as it turned out, the invaders had already arrived at the second stage. The system asked if he wanted to force them to leave. Lee Jun realized that they were looking down on him because they simply wouldn't be able to do it with so many people. Half an hour ago, the system alerted that the gate master had been eliminated and asked if he wished to become the owner. Hyunjin yawned because he was tired and said that they had somehow miraculously managed to survive, after which he asked, didn't they need to prepare for another attack? Since Jun didn't respond in any way, Hyunjin called out to him once more, after which Jun apologized for listening as he was looking at something. Jun then turned to Hosu and explained that if the Imperial Blade Corps found out about his martial arts, they would try to kill him, and so Jun asked him to be more careful. Hosu admitted that he understood. Hyunjin asked Hosu not to worry about it because he will protect them both. After that, Hyunjin noticed that the sun was already setting and asked, what will they do with those guys? After thinking about it for a bit, Jun asked what he thought was the best way to instill fear in someone's heart in the middle of the darkness. Hyunjin suggested a sneak attack, and Jun confirmed that answer. They should kill them one by one so that they don't even notice how the person standing next to them a second ago disappeared. Hyunjin asked if it would take too long, and what would happen if the gate closed by then. Jun replied that the gate might close, but it wouldn't disappear. Hyunjin was surprised at what he heard, but still agreed with Jun. After all, he was sure that Jun had been taught all of this by his master, and since that's the case, he's willing to follow his orders. Jun thanked Hyunjin for his trust. Now is the moment when they should notice the disappearance. One of the awakened men ran up to the leader and told him that he couldn't find Myeongsuk. Choi Sunho asked if he might have gone somewhere else to pee again, or something like that. A few other awakened people came up to them, and one of them explained that it wasn't that at all, because Myeongsuk had been right next to him a moment ago. After that, the second one explained that Chanyeong had also disappeared. They also can't find the fourth captain. After listening to a few subordinates, Choi Sunho shouted to all the captains to count their men. One of the captains then said that he thought they were under attack. An angry Choi Sunho asked what he meant by that. He was then informed that 50 members of the Imperial Blade Corps had disappeared. Choi Sunho was stunned by what he heard and asked the captain if he could give a more detailed count. Hearing no response, he tried once more to contact the captain, but there was no response. Suddenly, somewhere between the trees nearby, someone's shadow flashed. Choi Sunho shouted that someone was trying to get around them and threw his sword. but his blade hit one of his subordinates. It was definitely not the one he had noticed. Immediately afterward, he again noticed a hooded figure flashed nearby. He could sense someone's presence, but worth a glance. Everything around him remained just as still. Choi Sunho was very angry at such antics and ordered the stranger to be a man and show himself now. Woogan turned to the lady and said that he would go. He then ordered him to be caught and pulled out his blades. Woogan assumed that Choi Sunho was failing, and so he offered to help him. Woogan noticed a shadow flashed between the awakened men and immediately rushed towards them. He grabbed the stranger and stabbed him in the neck, after which he noticed that it wasn't the guy he wanted. Woogan said that it was as if the guy had vaporized. Afterward, Choi Sunho admitted that he had the same thing. That bastard is even too slippery, which is why they keep losing their men. But since it had come to this, he needed to deal with everything as soon as possible. Choi Sunho drew his huge sword and shouted that if he didn't want to die, he should move aside. But if this bastard continued to hide like this, he would just destroy everything here. Swinging his blade in the direction where the assassin had just been, Choi Sunho released a huge amount of energy. It even managed to significantly change the local landscape. Choi Sunho was sure that after doing so, that stranger should already be dead, when suddenly he saw the one he had used such a powerful attack against was standing there unharmed. Lee Kyun wondered why that person was so surprised. After all, he was the only one here who could kill them all here. Not intending to listen to him further, Choi Sunho attacked the assassin, but the latter blocked the attack with his spear. Choi Sunho drew his sword again and asked the bastard how the bastard was still alive after taking that blow. Blocking Choi Sunho's next attack, Lee Jun asked, what was he even talking about? After all, he still had a very long way to go before reaching the level of a Blade King. He is not at all like the King of Blades. Lee Jun swung his spear, throwing Choi Sunho aside. In fact, if he had received such a blow in the past, there wouldn't be a single bone left in his body. The person that is currently opposing him is an AA ranked Awakened, and he is also one of the 5 strongest fighters of the Imperial Blade Corps. On the other hand, he is currently at the same rank, but he is limited in what skills he can use. That being said, he is not drawn back at all. On the contrary, the more he fights, the lighter his body becomes. Lee Jun wondered if this was the very power of the Scourge of Destruction. The old master laughed and explained to his disciple that it was because he had used the divine flow art on the already powerful Scourge of Destruction, which was why he felt invincible. Choi Sunho was furious. He asked the brat if he dared to be insolent just because he had become a little stronger. That brat. He always uses the same words, making it all unbearable. Choi Sunho asked his subordinates what's going on with them now, since they're being beaten up by some brat. Choi Sunho shouted that he would make him pay for all of this, after which he ordered the Imperial Blades to form a wall around Jun. Lee Jun was forced to admit that this was a smart strategy. Choi Mijin came out to them and told Jun that she could finally kill him. The Queen Bee finally came on the scene. Lee Jun assumed that she had to work hard to achieve this. Choi Mijin was amazed that he was saying that, while looking her straight in the eye, she remarked that the brat had grown a lot. Lee Jun wondered if she was here because Shin begged her to avenge him. That would be really pathetic of him. Choi Mijin asked, what? Lee Jun inquired. Did she sneak after him like a rat just to say that? Choi Mijin laughed upon hearing that. She then asked how dare he say her son's name with his filthy mouth. Immediately after which she unleashed her sword, rushing towards Jun. Choi Mijin, an AA rank Awakened one, also known as a demonic blade. For the most part, she was already forgotten about, because she was currently acting as the wife of the head of the Divine Power clan. But during the time she was active, the name was very famous. People knew of her terrifying temper and powerful sword skills. Lee Jun was forced to admit that she was indeed powerful, and he would be in danger if only the divine origin arts didn't protect him from the lightning. Lee Jun dared to ask Choi Mijin the question, why did she hate him so much? Rubbing his sword, Choi Mijin asked if he was really asking because he didn't understand it. Some woman with dirty blood and her offspring dared to lay their eyes on her place. If they were in her place, they wouldn't even dare to lay eyes on something like this. Hearing this, Lee Jun realized what this was all about. Lee Jun asked if this was the reason why she brutally killed his mother. Choi Mijin was surprised that Jun knew about it and decided to come clean since he was going to die here anyway. She was the person who gave the order to kill his mother. An ominous scarlet energy began to emanate from Lee Jun. Choi Mijin said that since he had been trying to cling to his family all this time, knowing that he was just a horrible person. Lee Jun admitted that he was pleased to hear it from his own lips. After all, he had now decided that he would not let any of them live. The scarlet energy around Jun suddenly disappeared, but the aura around him became even colder. Wugong told Madam that it didn't look good and suggested that they retreat to observe the situation. Looking at Li Jun, Wugong wondered, what kind of energy is this? This energy is like the divine sky destruction art, but he doesn't like what he senses from Jun. Choi Sunho ordered his men to let them stop talking and get to work on their target. Immediately afterward, a group of Choi Sunho's men attacked Li Jun, but he swung his spear and dealt with everyone around him with a single strike. After that, the aura around Jun became even heavier. Choi Sunho ordered his subordinates to stop panicking and replace the fallen as soon as possible, because if they stopped their attacks, the target would be able to escape. The second batch of awakened attacked Jun, but he slipped through them with lightning speed and grabbed the last one, smashing it to the ground. There seemed to be no end to the enemies. Dealing with them one by one, Li Jun even wondered what formation they wanted to use. If he wanted to break through, he would have to destroy their ranks. Li Jun began to gather black as pitch energy in his palm, after which he extended the resulting object forward towards the enemies. As it exploded, it quickly began to incinerate the enemies. Caught in the black flames, the awakened began screaming in pain and begging to be saved. The old master told Jun that what he had just used was not a martial art. It was very similar to what his first apprentice had used. The master wondered if it was because the disciple was filled with anger. Normally, martial arts were supposed to be included there. At least the sky destruction art wouldn't be able to absorb him completely, after all. He had the original origin art. Master told Jun that he could rage all he wanted. However, this would be the only time he would turn a blind eye. After all, there was no way Jun's martial arts should turn into the art of destroying the sky. Li Jun could still hear the master's voice, which helped him stay conscious. And at the same time, he understands the reason why the master is worried, because this power is different from all the martial arts he has encountered so far. From the energy pouring down from Li Jun, the ground beneath his feet began to crumble. It was an impulsive urge to kill. Right now, the sight of blood didn't scare him one bit, and he even felt pleasure looking at it. Never before had he experienced something like this using the divine origin technique. He is certain of this. With this power, he will be able to destroy all the living things in this dungeon. Looking at this, Choi Mijin couldn't believe what this brat was doing. She asked, where did he even get this kind of power from? Wugong said that he would come closer to make sure. Leaving Madam behind, Wugong moved closer to Li Jun. This brat was able to destroy the formation in the blink of an eye. And more importantly, this strength was similar to their masters. Looking at this, Wugong realized that this was the sky destruction art. And if that was the case, then he should go back and report everything to the Lord. Suddenly, Wugong felt a scarlet energy touching him. Looking up, he saw Li Jun was suddenly right in front of him, and everything around him was covered in flames. But just how? And could he only do such a thing through the sky destruction art? Wugong tried to run away, but for unknown reasons, he couldn't move a finger. All Wugong could do was watch as the flames consumed him. He could never have imagined that Li Jun would inherit this of their lord. Looking at how there was nothing left of Wugong except for the burning clothes, Choi Mijin thought of something. Choi Mijin turned to her cousin, but the latter said that this guy wasn't joking at all, and that they would have to run away. Whereupon he shouted, panicking, that Jun had dealt with practically the entire Imperial Blade Corps in one fell swoop. They should take all the survivors, and Choi Mijin asked, didn't he want revenge? They had lost more than half of the Imperial Blade Corps and the Demon Slayer Corps in an instant. Doesn't he feel sorry for his subordinates? Averting his gaze, Choi Sunho said, he still does. Suddenly, one of the subordinates from the pile of corpses called out to his captain and begged for him to save them. The dying awakened man began to beg Sunho not to abandon them. Choi Sunho gave up. He asked his cousin what he should do, to which she said that he shouldn't worry about it. After all, she doesn't think that brat is capable of moving right now. Choi Sunho asked if she was sure the one just wasn't standing still. Mijin recalled that he had seen earlier how much power the brat had, but what should happen to him if he was using so many abilities at once? Choi Sungu assumed that in that case, he would be exhausted. Choi Mijin said that it would be like that, and if her assumption is correct, then that bastard is completely defenseless right now. And if he wishes to deal with him, then this is his chance. Confident of his chance to win, Choi Sungu attacked Li Jun. But at the last moment, his blade was blocked by an intruder who immediately threw Li Jun away. Seeing the state Li Jun had brought himself to, Hyun Jin said that he was an idiot. After all, it should be clear to him that he would reach his limit if he used so many abilities at once without any plan. Now it was finally his turn to act. Looking at Choi Mijin, Hyun Jin asked, is the lady from the Divine Power Clan also here? Mijin told Hyunjin that this was definitely not the place where he was supposed to appear. After all, it's only affairs between that frozen brat and the Divine Power clan. Hyunjin reminded him that his friend was involved in all of this. Choi Mijin asked if he was saying that for the sake of becoming an enemy of the Divine Power clan. Hyunjin wasn't going to backtrack. He said that according to his grandfather, he very much disapproves of the Divine Power clan and the Imperial Blade clan. Does it need a war? It all depends on which side suffers more losses. Choi Mijin reached for her sword and asked what would happen if they just killed them and then covered all traces. To which Hyunjin replied that she would regret it. Smirking, Choi Mijin admitted that she really regretted not killing Lee Jun when she had so many chances. After which she asked Sunho what the man was waiting for, and ordered Lee Jun to be killed along with the others. Choi Sunho agreed to Madam's order and immediately ran towards Jun. Hyunjin was about to stop Choi Sunho, but at the same moment, he was injured by Choi Mijin, who took advantage of the moment. She then reminded Hyunjin that he shouldn't spin around during the fight. Choi Sunho shouted to Jun that he would kill him this time, and jumped up, drawing his sword. Just as suddenly another stranger jumped out in front of Jun. Hosu asked Mr. Lee for being so late. Hyunjin asked Hosu how he could help Jun if he was so slow. To prevent this from happening again, he should take up the art of thunder. Hosu complained that the two of them are just too fast. Choi Sunho asked, what does he care if another brat like that shows up here? And once again drawing his sword said that if they loved their friends so much, they would bury them here together. Choi Sunho chopped Jun with his sword, but he was saved by Hosu at the last moment. After that, Hosu put Jun aside and asked him to wait for a while. After all, they would definitely be able to protect him, not far from the forest gate of Seoul. The blue-haired partner asked Uni if she was sure that coming here would make them more popular than broadcasting at home, to which Uni replied that she was sure, and asked her friends to follow her. As soon as they arrived, they were greeted by a black-haired woman who introduced herself as Nam Ju, the secretary of Chairman Hana Minsung, and next to her is a reporter named Kim So-ah, who writes in the Gates News magazine. The secretary decided not to say that Kim So-ah is the only one who always writes about Lee Jun. Uni said that she is happy to meet them and introduced herself as well. Reporter Kim said that everyone is gathered and suggested Secretary Nam to go. Secretary Nam asked those who came to enter the gate. Uni, on the other hand, was amazed that she was just ignored. While the girls looked around as they went through the gate, Secretary Nam told them that according to the information they received, they would be waiting for them in the second stage. Uni said that the inside of this gate was just beautiful and offered to take selfies here. But reporter Kim reminded them that they don't have time for that right now and asked them to hurry up. Uni pouted over the refusal, but her partner offered to take selfies later. After walking a little further, Secretary Nam noticed that the vibration sounds were getting louder, which meant they were getting close. She then turned to Uni, and the latter immediately realized what was required of them. Uni and her friends immediately started the live broadcast, where Uni revealed that they, along with the Scarlet Girls, had arrived at the gate today to meet Mr. Jun. Uni admitted that it is very exciting and asked her subscribers to cheer for her, as she is very excited. Upon arriving at the venue, Secretary Nam and reporter Kim were very surprised at what they saw here. Right in front of their eyes, there was a demonic blade fighting against the grandson of the Blade Creator, as well as the leader of the Imperial Blade Corps, fighting against a high school student. Reporter Kim asked what was going on here, and could it be that the Demon Blades summoned the Imperial Blade Corps to kill Jun? Secretary Nam admitted that she had thought the same thing, after which Uni suddenly noticed that something was wrong here, and looked around the area and noticed that Junsan was lying on the ground. Uni said that they should help him right now, but reporter Kim immediately tried to reason with her. She recognized that Uni's abilities as an awakened person would help them a lot, but they have stronger weapons with them. If Uni makes a good video about it and puts it on YouTube, she would be willing to write an article about it. The reporter asked what Uni thinks about this. They just can't miss this kind of sensation, and so she suggested that they bury these people by their own efforts. After thinking about it for a bit, Uni still agreed to Kim So-ah's suggestion, all that power emanating from his body. But Lee Jun couldn't move, but at the same time, he had been hearing a strange sound for some time now. Kill them. That's the only way your friends can survive. These people who previously looked down on you, he must tear them apart so they can never even look him in the eye again. This is the power of those at the top. Meanwhile, one of Choi Sunho's men has managed to sneak up on Jun unnoticed. Revenge for the sake of his comrades is exactly what he should kill him for. During his battle, Hyunjin suddenly noticed one of his enemies getting close to Jun. Immediately after that, he shouted to Jun that the enemy was right in front of him. Things were really bad. for he wouldn't be able to help him now. And worst of all, Hosu was also preoccupied with his enemy. Taking advantage of Hyun-jin being distracted, Choi Mi-jin struck him with her blade, after which she reminded him that he shouldn't be distracted if she's his opponent. But since he continues to do so, it means Hyun-jin isn't afraid to part with his life. Looking at the blade being brought over Jun, Hyun-jin asked Jun to finally come out of this state. Hyun-jin then shouted for Jun to wake up, and at the same moment, Lee-jun opened his eyes again. Immediately after that, he jumped up and kicked his opponent. Lee-jun grabbed his opponent by the neck and brought his bloody spear down on the ground. A certain voice shouted to Jun, "Kill him, you must kill this man." Just as Jun was about to stab his enemy in the heart, a master appeared and shouted, "Stop!" at the top of his voice. As soon as the man came to his senses, the master said that the man was just a fool. Earlier, he had allowed him to be angry, but not to go about his killing intent in any way. Lee Jun was about to turn to the master when suddenly something came up to his throat. Immediately afterward, Lee Jun started to vomit because of all of this. The master explained to Jun that he was almost consumed by the divine origin art. Lee Jun wondered how such a thing could happen because of the divine origin art, and the master explained that it was all because of the sky destruction art within the divine origin art. Jun's inner strength was thrown into turmoil because of the sky destruction art being influenced by the perfect domination scroll. Lee Jun told the master that a strange voice was shouting at him to kill all those people. The master said that it was the ego of the sky destruction art, and that it caused trouble even for himself. Lee Jun asked what should he do now? What would happen if he used his inner power again and it tried to talk to him again? Lee Jun told the master that he might think he was being selfish, but he's unwilling to let the people who killed his mother go. The master assumed that Jun misunderstood his words and said that he should take revenge. He only meant that Jun should not be consumed by his killing intent. Lee Jun accepted the master's words. Meanwhile, Hosu continued his battle with Choi Sunho. Choi Sunho asked how dare the latter master the martial arts of the Imperial Blade Clan. Hosu realized that his opponent was an AA-ranked awakened one, and that one was indeed very strong. But he couldn't give up, because if he gave in to the enemy, Mr. Lee would be in danger. Hosu put his strength to his blade and still managed to throw back the enemy. Choi Sunho told Hosu that if he didn't want to answer the question voluntarily, he would force him to do so, whereupon he began to infuse his energy into the blade. Hosu was surprised to see this, because just now, his enemy's blade suddenly became longer. Choi Sunho swung and struck the blade into the air, enlarging the blade enough to reach Hosu. Pushing at Hosu, Choi Sunho demanded that Hosu tell him how he was able to learn the martial arts of the Imperial Blade Clan. Hosu's opponent was very dangerous, and he could barely block that blade. Hosu wondered, was this really his end? Suddenly, behind Choi Sunho, Lee Jun jumped out and pointed his spear, asking how dare he hurt his favorite junior high school student. Astonished, Choi Sunho asked if he could still move. Rubbing his opponent on the back, Lee Jun asked, "Isn't it obvious?" Choi Sunho was incredibly angry after all. He had to kill this bastard before he could stand up. At this moment, the Imperial Blade Corps was almost completely destroyed, and at the same time, Madam was still busy fighting with his opponent. Right now, there was no way he would be able to win the battle against these two. Choi Sunho realized that there was no way he could help his situation, and so he raised his hand and said that they had lost. Lee Jun asked what the man wanted to say. Choi Sunho asked, didn't the man understand? He gives up. He was too careless going into battle with that guy, because he really turned out to be strong. He was probably even stronger than his cousin and the King of Blades himself, except that he and his mistress are supported by the Imperial Blade Clan, and if they were to die here, this guy would have to bear the wrath of the Imperial Blade Clan. This guy wouldn't dare to do something like that, right? Lee Jun said. In that case, it suits him even more. Choi Sunho said that he could convince Madam, but Lee Jun interrupted him, saying that he could kill him without resistance. Shocked by what he heard, Choi Sunho asked what he meant by that. Lee Jun turned to Hosu and said that he would take care of this guy. Hosu, on the other hand, should make sure that there are no survivors left here. Afterward, Lee Jun praised the guys for holding out for so long while he was out. Choi Sunho asked Lee Jun to stop and cried out that he was giving up. Lee Jun asked, who cares? After all, he wasn't going to accept his surrender. Then Lee Jun remembered something and asked if he thought it was a coincidence, since they all ended up here at the same time. Choi Sunho couldn't believe what he heard. He asked if he had forced them to come here. Lee Jun admitted that they weren't completely stupid, but still, they wouldn't leave this place alive. Just as suddenly, he started coughing up blood. Choi Sunho tried to understand why he couldn't use his inner strength anymore. And since when did he start losing blood? Lee Jun explained to Choi Sunho that he had to strengthen his resolve before trying to kill him. After which, Lee Jun asked if he would have any last words. He's willing to at least listen to him. Choi Sunho asked Jun to let him free. Lee Jun asked, should he let him live? He hadn't gotten as far as the rest of them yet, and instead, Lee Jun pierced Choi Sunho's chest with his spear, finally dealing with him. The most important thing for the awakened ones was to be able to utilize their inner strength. If the part of the body that held the inner strength was damaged, it would be incredibly difficult to restore it. Awakened people who have lost this part of themselves live a shattered life. They describe it as hell. Awakened ones would rather choose death than choose such a life. Previously, he had already gone through all that hell. Lee Jun advised Choi Sunho to live a similar life as it must be healthy for him. After dealing with Sunho, Lee Jun took his leg and dragged him to where Hyunjin and Choi Mijin were fighting. Hyunjin complained to Jun about being late, which made Choi Mijin turn around. As they got closer, Lee Jun threw Choi Sunho's body right under Choi Mijin's feet, after which he asked her not to worry since he didn't kill him. Lee Jun asked Choi Mijin how it felt to be defeated by some boy. Choi Mijin was furious since that bastard. Lee Jun explained that they had lost. Ho Soo, meanwhile, was demolishing the bodies of the dead members of the Imperial Blade Corps into a pile. Lee Jun explained to Mijin that there was no one who could protect him right now, then asked, did she still wish to kill him? Choi Mijin demanded that those bastards stay away from her. She ordered them to stay away from her. Choi Mijin then decided to get away from those two. She realized that she had no chance right now, but if she went back home and regrouped, just as suddenly she stopped. She ran into Hosu carrying one of the bodies. Hosu reported to Jun that all the nearby martial artists were either unconscious or dead. Jun praised Hosu and said that he could rest. Afterward, Lee Jun asked Choi Mijin not to dare say that she was going to get out of here alive. Jun asked her not to worry so much right away since he wasn't going to kill her here. Her crime of trying to kill him and her crime of ordering the murder of his mother. Lee Jun explained that he wouldn't let her die until she paid for it all. Choi Mijin asked, how dare he, a lowlife, speak to her so arrogantly? After which, she was confronted with Lee Jun's cold gaze, in which she saw something familiar. Choi Mijin saw that Lee Jun had the same eyes as his mother, deep and dark eyes, looking into which she couldn't read the person. Choi Mijin suddenly fell down and said that it wasn't like that because her wasn't looking at her so intently. It was actually her fault, and she didn't do anything. Right after saying those words, Choi Mijin passed out. Hyunjin asked Jun if he was able to knock her out with just one look. He replied that he couldn't have done that. He told her that he had stealthily pressed on her weak spot because he had never intended to hurt her. Hyunjin was surprised by what he heard and asked what Jun was going to do next with the lady, to which Jun replied that he would have a public execution. The crew members hiding in the bushes were shocked by what happened today. As soon as the camera crew came out, Hyunjin immediately turned his attention to Scarlet Girl's Uni. Overcoming his embarrassment, he quickly jumped up to her and introduced himself as the Sword Dragon, Park Hyunjin. Hyunjin asked if she could give him an autograph. After all, he would be honored. Meanwhile, Lee Jun was going through the footage. They recorded what was going on right up until the very end. Secretary Nam asked if they should send the footage as is, or if Jun wanted to edit it. Jun asked that they send it as is. Hyunjin was outraged at what he heard, and asked to cut out at least the part where he was hit. But Lee Jun asked to ignore Hyunjin and put it out like that. Nam Ju would never have been able to think that he could overpower the Imperial Blade Corps. Of course, they all knew that Lee Jun and Hyunjin were stronger than the active awakened ones. But this Hosu managed to surprise them. Without any doubt, she was sure that Hosu had used the Imperial Chain Blade technique, and this was despite how young he was. He's only 17 years old. If the Sword King found out about it, that's not how he would leave it. Lee Jun said that he had something to tell them all, after which he bowed and admitted that he had deceived them. The story about the sweep was a trap. He knew that the Divine Power Clan and the Imperial Blade Clan were trying to kill him, and to deal with them, he asked Secretary Nam to gather them all here. Lee Jun apologized to them for lying to them. Following him, Secretary Nam also apologized for being involved. Reporter Kim asked if it was because he used them to let everyone know that the Divine Power Clan wanted to kill Jun. Lee Jun admitted that it was, and then the reporter said that it didn't matter to her. After all, it means she will get an exclusive report on this scoop. Reporter Kim So-ah said that Jun can use her as much as she wants. This amazed Uni. Uni couldn't stand it and shouted out that she also doesn't mind Jun using her like that. She asked him to use her too. The blue-haired friend blocked Uni's path and said that today they were honored to meet him in person. Lee Jun thanked the girls for understanding. Reporter Kim said that just the footage of the Imperial Blade Corps attacking Jun's friends was enough for a big article. Lee Jun said that he was counting on her. As for Choi Mi-jin, Lee Jun approached Hyun Jin and asked that he have her imprisoned in the Golden Jade Hall in his family's home. Hyun Jin agreed that only their Iron Blood Blade clan could handle this woman. While his father just can't wait to take a stand against the Imperial Blade clan, Hyun Jin offered to take the chance to start a war. Only he has to find out if Jun is willing to do it. Choi Mi-jin belongs to the Imperial Blade clan, and she's also the wife of the head of the Divine Power clan. They may not be the same aunt, but she's still his aunt, and if he deals with her right here, those who hold Confucian values will rise up against him. At the same time, no villain has ever returned from the Golden Jade Hall, Iron Blood Sword clan. Even the Divine Power clan's clan mistress would not be an exception, unless there were moments preserved in his memory. For Choi Mi-jin, it would be more painful than death, for she would never be able to see her son again. Immediately after the gate incident, headlines began to appear about what the Divine Power clan was trying to do. This news quickly hit the trends in real-time searches. The net was flooded with articles and videos about how Lee Jun, along with a sword dragon and a junior high school student, cleared the Blue Gate. But while clearing the gate, the Divine Power clan and the Imperial Blade clan ambushed them. All because the Imperial Blade clan held a huge grudge against Lee Jun. The people began to discuss this topic heatedly, because no one expected that the members of the 15 Houses Alliance could ambush the gate like this, as if they were barbarians. To attack an apprentice who isn't even an awakened fighter is even worse than barbaric. One commenter wrote that it's just crazy to bring in a corps of Imperial Blades to fight children. To which one user replied to him that he always puts his best foot forward, even against students. After which he was asked, what if it was Lee Jun? After all, he would just be able to smash his head into the ground. One commenter wondered where all those people who called Jun crazy when he destroyed Li Shin's elixir went. One user wrote that he would have killed Li Shin himself. The commenters were then asked if they had seen the video posted by reporter Kim So-ah, because that's just crazy. Also, this video was also posted on YouTube by Uni of Red Girls. Some people were convinced that it was a clickbait like the kiss. So where is all the fuss coming from? Except it ended up being a real video. The video posted by Uni showed people everything that was going on in the Forest Gate of Seoul. Many people said it was too violent, but most people condemned the clans for attacking the students. Of course, there were also those who criticized Lee Jun for his ruthlessness. But even so, public opinion was on Lee Jun's side. A student who had defeated the Imperial Blade Corps with his overwhelming strength, and his mercy when he spared his enemies amazed the public. Some wished Choi Mi-jin dead and didn't understand why Jun spared her, while others believed that he spared her because she was his stepmother, which broke people's hearts. People believed in Lee Jun and hoped that he would continue to move forward. All of these reactions were exactly what Lee Jun expected to see. The forbidden area of the 4 shrines, locked inside the structure, Lee Jun meditated, trying to bring his energy into balance. And as it turned out, suppressing killing intent wasn't that easy. The old master said that after releasing it, controlling the energy of destroying the sky was not so easy, and so he advised to master the infinity technique and master the infinite energy as soon as possible. Lee Jun opened the system window and frowned when he saw that the infinity technique cost 15 million points, and from the looks of it, the infinity energy cost much more. Lee Jun asked the master, did he really have no way to control the sky annihilation energy other than studying infinity energy? To which the master replied that there is a way. Lee Jun asked, what is that way? And the master replied that one must reach the peak of the fire realm. The S-rank fire realm is equivalent to the level of a blade creator, the strongest awakened of Korea. As it turned out, it was as difficult as learning infinite energy. The master explained that the fire realm was the minimum necessary to possess infinite energy. And so he advised Jun not to relax, but instead to focus on becoming stronger. Otherwise, the sky destruction art would begin to control him. Lee Jun grinned and admitted that he was thinking the same thing. The energy of the sky destruction art was even too dangerous, except that the sky destruction energy originated from the sky destruction art. So why would it manifest when using the original origin technique? Master assumed that the desire for revenge had unleashed the sealed sky destruction art in the divine origin technique. His weakened physical state probably contributed to it as well. The sky destruction energy despises weak masters, and if its master suddenly became weak, it would sink its fangs into him without any hesitation. Hearing this, Tagore assumed that the master was still angry about what had happened that time, which meant that he would punish them soon. Zolotushka explained that it wasn't like that because the young master was practicing energy circulation, and he was just checking to see if his body was okay. Zolotushka asked so they wouldn't worry too much about it. Tagore asked if it was true. Zolotushka advised to focus on doing whatever they can to support the young master. Korea International Airport. Somi got off the plane and headed for the airport exit. But at the checkpoint, she noticed what a peaceful atmosphere the place had. Looking at it makes her want to ruin it. Meanwhile, a quiet war had started in China under the influence of His Highness. Compared to that, it was too peaceful here. Somi tried to dial the monk again, but the damn monk kept not picking up. All she heard was that the person she was calling was unavailable. Hearing this again, Somi threw the phone down in anger and asked if they were crazy over there. She then started beating the phone with her foot, screaming that she had had enough of them not picking her up already. But now he had started ignoring her calls. She started yelling at the damn monk to finally die. All of this was seen by bystanders who were uncomfortable with the sight of it. A staff member approached the strange woman and apologized to her, then explained that this was not the place to behave like that. Somi asked if he was really saying that to her. The employee explained that there were other customers nearby, and so he asked her not to cause trouble. The woman grabbed his chin and praised him for having courage. Taking a closer look, she even recognized that he was quite cute. The employee was uncomfortable with her hand and asked if she could. The demoness looked into his eyes and said goodbye. Afterward, the guard helped her out. The employee's partner ran up to him and asked if he was okay after seeing that strange woman. But when she came closer, she was shocked because his mouth was bleeding and his throat had been cut. Immediately afterwards, his breathless body collapsed. The employee shouted that one of them had been eliminated and ordered to block the exits from the airport so that the suspicious woman could not leave. Immediately afterwards, she was informed that that woman had disappeared. They could not find her. At the foot of Mount Inwon, the entrance to the Temple of the Supreme Sky. Walking through the temple, Somi looked around, looking at all the destruction. No matter how hard she tried, there was no way she could detect anyone's presence. That bastard monk. She had gotten a bad feeling the moment he stopped answering her in China. Walking inside, Somi found everything around her splattered with blood, causing her to assume that a major battle had broken out here. Meanwhile, Lee Jun was resting in his room, flipping through the net feed. Suddenly, Ji-yu kicked the door with her foot and called out to Lee Jun. Lee Jun was amazed that she did it again, and asked her to knock for once. Ji-yu asked, "Who is interested in knocking on the door?" What's more important is that she read the news. Ji-yu grabbed Lee Jun's face and asked if he was okay after that ambush, to which Lee Jun replied that, as she can see, he is perfectly fine, after which he asked, did she only come because she was worried about him? Han Ji-yu embarrassedly said that it wasn't that, after which she explained that she came because Lee Jun doesn't come to practice. Lee Jun said that didn't seem like the truth and suggested that he was right, saying that she was worried. Ji-yu again said that it wasn't true and tossed him some goodies, asking him to eat it. Lee Jun was surprised that she gave him 2 goodies, but Ji-yu just headed towards the exit of the room. Before the exit itself, she stopped and said that he should eat, recover, and come to practice. The others are also waiting for him. Lee Jun grinned as he looked at the departing Ji-yu, after which he turned to his door and thought about the fact that even if he fixed the door, Ji-yu would break it again. Therefore, Jun decided to forget about it for now. Just as suddenly, Jun's phone rang. Jun asked what was wrong, what Hyun-jin didn't like, and complained that Jun had left all the work to him. Lee Jun clarified that all the work wasn't on Hyun-jin, but on the Iron Blood Blade clan. Hyun-jin reminded him that he is the Iron Blood Sword clan and asked if he's been trying to ignore him lately. Jun said that he was joking. Hyun-jin advised Jun not to doubt him and said that someone from Jun's clan had told him about that incident. Lee Jun asked who it was. Yi Hyun-jin replied that it was the leader of the Heavenly Kings group, Sa Hyun-jun. His wife is locked in a golden prison, and he just sent his subordinate. Hyun-jin couldn't help but admit that Jun's father was terrifying. Lee Jun quietly said he wasn't sure about it, which surprised Hyun-jin. Jun then said, nothing like that, and asked if they had made any secret deals. Hyun-jin reminded Jun that they were an Iron Blood Sword clan, and that he hated to talk about it. But did divine skill have the weight to make deals with them? Lee Jun asked, what about the Imperial Blade clan? To which Hyun-jin replied that there was no word from them, only silence. Since the beginning of the heavenly battle, the Imperial Blade clan had locked themselves in, and none of them had come out. Lee Jun said that in that case, he would have to knock on their door himself. Hyun-jin inquired, what was Jun planning this time? Lee Jun asked, and Hyun-jin asked, What does Hyunjin think about it? Absolutely nothing. The Divine Power Clan, the main building. Lee Gunmu asked Seo-hyun-jun, how was his visit? Seo-hyun-jun said that there was nothing but rejection from the Iron Blood Blade clan. Lee Gunmu asked if the man had even seen his wife. Seo-hyun-jun replied that he hadn't. Lee Gunmu assumed that since it was like this, the Iron Blood Sword clan had made their decision. Looking at the heads, Seo-hyun-jun noticed that he looked as if a stone had been removed from his soul. Lee Gunmu was surprised to hear this and laughed. Seo-hyun-jun said that it seems that the Iron Blood Blade clan is preparing to start a war with them, and their target is the Divine Power clan. Seo-hyun-jun said that in addition, they had passed on a warning to them. They said that if the Divine Power clan gives up the mistress, their clan will not be harmed. Lee Gunmu explained that if they did nothing, the anger of the Blade King would be directed at their clan as well. But if they intervened, the losses would greatly outweigh the benefits. Lee Gunmu asked Seo-hyun-jun what he himself thought about this. Seo-hyun-jun apologized for his impertinence, then admitted that their mistress's deeds were something a martial artist should never do. And if she must pay for her crimes, he felt that they should humbly accept it, for it was a path worthy of a martial artist. Lee Gunmu was forced to agree with Seo-hyun-jun's opinion. Choi Mi-jin is his wife and also the younger sister of the Blade King. With her help, the Imperial Blade Clan subjugated the clan to divine power. Neither the elite forces of the Imperial Blade Clan nor the unknown forces that might be helping his wife from the shadows. Above all, the one who appeared to be their leader, Nanny Mi-jin, was involved. Jinhwa Shim, but she hasn't been seen lately either. That means they finally have an opportunity. Lee Gunmu said that their Divine Skill Clan is giving up on this case. Seo-hyun-jun asked the head if the head was serious. Lee Gunmu asked, hadn't they previously discussed that this could be used for the sake of their clan? Seo-hyun-jun explained that he was referring to the way of the martial arts masters, but in no way what the head said. Lee Gunmu went down to Seo-hyun-jun and said that Lee Jun was the person they should take care of from now on. Without any objections, Seo-hyun-jun accepted this order from the head, after which the latter headed towards the exit. Seo-hyun-jun asked what he was going to do next. Seo-hyun-jun replied that he was going back to his training. Seo-hyun-jun asked if he had already finished his retreat. Lee Gunmu asked, can there be an end to martial arts? He wants to focus on his training, and so he ordered that no one should look for him, even if the matter is urgent. Miriam High School chairman's office. Han Mingsun asked Jun, what brings such a celebrity here? Lee Jun took out a scroll and replied that he had brought him the poison blood technique. Before he could say anything, Chairman Han jumped up from his seat and pulled the technique out of Jun's hands in a moment. After which, Lee Jun took out another scroll and asked if it was the original. The chairman was indignant at the forgery and said that if it was, he would bring the forgery back. The chairman then admitted that he was just too surprised and apologized if he had offended Jun. Jun admitted that it was no big deal and wondered who would learn such a creepy technique. Chairman Han admitted that it was indeed a problem. Upon hearing that, Lee Jun hoped that person wouldn't be Ji-yu. Han Mingsun admitted that he had thought about it since Ji-yu would be the head of the Divine Skill Clan in the future. Lee Jun still hadn't forgotten about Ji-yu's bad temper and said that it would be difficult for Ji-yu. The technique requires raising a poisonous male or female, which is simply impossible with her temper. Lee Jun asked, what if the head of the Divine Skill Clan learned the poisonous blood technique? Han Mingsun explained that if he wanted the technique, he would learn it first, but like Ji-yu, he couldn't stand such insidious martial arts. Lee Jun wondered, how could the head of the family know about something like this? He doesn't even have a single treacherous bone in his body, which well describes his nickname, Sage of Divine Skill, denoting the owner of a pure soul, which fits Han Ji-won perfectly. This was the reason why the Divine Skill Clan had been destroyed in the past. In that case, Jun told the chairman that the answer was simple. Let him learn the technique himself. Han Mingsun grinned and said that he was too busy. Lee Jun wondered if the latter wasn't going to learn the technique just because he was busy. Or was it because he was afraid of some bugs? Han Mingsun became indignant when he heard about the fear of bugs and asked, does he look weak as an A-rank awakened one? So how could he be afraid of small insects? Although the chairman won't admit it. But Lee Jun can clearly see that the chairman hates insects, and very much at that. As he was about to leave, Lee Jun said that he kept his promise, but whether or not the chairman will learn this martial art is up to him. The chairman asked if he was going to leave so quickly. Lee Jun asked, did he need to be involved in the discussion of the person who would learn the technique? He would rather leave. Han Mingsun asked Li Jun to stay a while, as he had something to show him since he was here, and then reached for a stack of documents. Li Jun just couldn't believe what was written in the document. He asked the chairman, did he really want him to train someone his own age? Han Mingsun told him that Li Jun's student was definitely qualified to become a teacher, and if he agrees, he can become the youngest teacher without any incident. The chairman asked if he was going to give up such an honorable position. The document stated the following: instead of Li Jun graduating early and immediately starting the active member job, he would stay in the school. Li Jun asked the chairman if he realized how meaningless this was. Chairman Han asked, why is that, and why is he so worried? After all, he will only go to the safe gate for training, and with his level, he will always be able to prepare for monster attacks. Li Jun bluntly said that he had no intention of teaching others. He primarily went to school to obtain a blood god card and to accumulate energy. Chairman Han told Jun that there was still plenty of time, which meant he still had time to think things over. And if student Li Jun agrees, a special class will be created. Li Jun asked what kind of special class. Han Minsung replied that it was only for Li Jun's students, but the students could be chosen directly by Li Jun. Han Minsung asked what the latter thought about this. Li Jun bluntly replied that he was not tempted by it and said goodbye to the chairman. But the latter again called out to Jun to try to leave him. The old master asked Jun why he refused, as it was indeed a great offer, to which Li Jun replied that he hated the hassle and that he was already busy training Ho Su and Ji Yu. The master told Jun that he was a student who knew one thing, but didn't know two things. Li Jun asked, what is the one thing he doesn't know? The master asked if he wants to get the points of the technology tree, to which Li Jun replied that he could get them by simply clearing the gate. But the master reminded Jun that with his current level, the normal gate didn't give enough points anymore, and then asked if he hadn't noticed that. Hearing this, Li Jun thought about the fact that after mopping up the Soul Forest gate, he had less than 2 million points. And if he didn't focus on mopping up the red gate, mopping up the gate would remain just as ineffective. After thinking it over, Li Jun reminded the master that it also took more than one day to awaken the characteristics. Master asked what he thought about training the children during the gate sweep. Immediately afterward, Li Jun received an additional A-rank assignment. The youngest teacher without incident. Your parents and guardians want you to go to school. They expect him to spend his school days with his peers. The conditions for completing the assignment are to agree to Chairman Han Minsun's proposal and recruit at least 7 students. And of course, as a reward, Li Jun will be able to regain his characteristics lost after his battle with Monk Hyobul. Li Jun was simply astonished, for they had offered him a reward that he simply could not refuse. Li Jun accepted the task. In his position where the sky destruction technique could suddenly manifest, the best option would be to restore his abilities to a normal level as much as possible. Chairman Han Mingsun was surprised to see student Li Jun in his office again and asked if he had forgotten something, to which Li Jun replied that he would do so. The chairman was surprised to hear this and asked if that meant. Li Jun held out the document and said that he was accepting the offer to become a teacher. Li Jun asked that instead of changing the contract, the chairman let him add a special clause. Han Minsung was willing to accept Jun's terms and asked what he wanted. Jun explained that he wanted to personally choose his students and he also wanted an assistant. Han Minsun explained that when the summer vacation ends, the current teachers will be gone, and so they plan to hire new A rank and above. Li Jun asked if that meant that teacher Jae Kyungjin would also be leaving. Han Minsung admitted that she's very capable, but unfortunately, she's only a B ranked. Li Jun suggested that in that case, the chairman should appoint Jae Kyungjin as his assistant. Chairman Han was a little surprised by this, but still recognized that it wasn't difficult, and therefore promised to bring it up. Satisfied, the chairman picked up the document and asked Jun to turn the page and put his signature. Han Mingsung said that he would count on him as the youngest teacher with a clean record, after which Li Jun said that he was looking forward to working with him. A little while later, since Li Jun has become a teacher, he should be busy recruiting students, and he already has applicants. Ji Yu asked Jun what he wanted. Li Jun was surprised to hear such a quick answer over the phone and asked if Chairman Han had told her anything, to which Ji Yu replied that he hadn't, and asked Jun to tell her. Li Jun revealed that the chairman had offered him a teaching position at the school. Ji Yu was surprised to hear this and agreed that it was a good thing. From Ji Yu's reaction, Jun realized that she already knew about it and admitted that she was indeed a strange person. Ji Yu asked, "What did he just say?" To which Li Jun replied that he was just talking to himself. Ji Yu recalled that she had heard that Li Jun was going to become a special education teacher, whereupon she wondered if she could join them. Lee Jun admitted that that was exactly what he had called her for, and asked if she would be willing to join them. After a brief pause, Ji-yu said yes. Lee Jun asked if she could tell Yoonbi and the others about everything and asked if they were willing to join the special class. Ji-yu said that they heard the whole conversation. Immediately afterward, the head teacher shouted with joy, because Lee Jun would become the teacher of the special class. Seon Ho Nam said that it was unprecedented for someone their age to become a teacher. In the end, everyone expressed their desire to join the special class as well. In honor of that, his friends suggested that Jun throw a party right now, and told him to go Ji-yu. Lee Jun reminded them that he had to finish recruiting students first, and once everyone arrived, they would be sure to throw a party. Lee Jun said that he would call them back and wish them hard training. The first 4 disciples are there, which means there are 3 more people left to find. Lee Jun went through the gate and asked Ho-soo if he would like to join the special class, where he would be as a teacher. Immediately after saying that he would take any answer Ho-soo gave as a yes, and wishing him to continue training, Lee Jun disappeared before Ho-soo even realized anything. There were only 2 students left to recruit. Lee Jun called Hyun-jin and said that they needed to talk about something. Hyun-jin asked what had happened. Just as suddenly, Lee Jun felt something. He asked Hyun-jin to forget about it for a while and promised to call back. Realizing that someone was following him, Lee Jun immediately rushed to run. Just as he thought behind him, a tail lashed out. While running away, Lee Jun jumped onto one of the rooftops, whereupon he noticed that these guys looked familiar. Lee Jun said hello to them and asked what the Heavenly King's group members wanted from him. The group members greeted the young master. After which, Seo Hyun-jun came out and explained that they had something to say, and that was why they followed Lee Jun as soon as he ran, even though it might seem rude. Since the latter wanted to talk, Lee Jun suggested Seo Hyun-jun go to a place where no one was around, Incheon, the roof of a high-rise building. Lee Jun asked Seo Hyun-jun what he wanted. Seo Hyun-jun reported that the head of the house had appointed Lee Jun as his successor. Lee Jun admitted that he had expected something like this. After all, since Lee Shin's elixir field had been destroyed, they had decided to settle for chicken when they couldn't get pheasant. Lee Jun realized that since his father had decided to give him the position of successor, it could be an easy way to absorb the Divine Power Clan, to take control of the Divine Power Clan, and either split it into 5 parts or remove Lee Gunma from power. This could be the perfect revenge, because after all, what Lee Gunmu loves the most is his clan. Lee Jun asked if Seo Hyun-jun had come to serve the successor. He replied that it was the leader's order. Lee Jun asked with a chuckle if that meant they would only follow his orders. Seo Hyun-jun said that it did. After that, Lee Jun said he wanted to ask him one question. Lee Jun asked, "Is Seo Hyun-jun standing here as the deputy of the Divine Fist Group, or as the leader of the Heavenly King Corps?" Seo Hyun-jun replied that he is not here as the deputy of the Divine Fist Group, but as the leader of the Heavenly King Corps. Lee Jun asked, what if he asked him to give up his position as deputy? To which Seo Hyun-jun replied that he was willing to give up his position if it was young master's order. After which Lee Jun asked how would the latter would act if he ordered his orders to be prioritized over the orders of the clan head. Jun's eyes were as deep as the sea, and no matter how Seo Hyun-jun looked into them, he couldn't understand his thoughts. But that was why Seo Hyun-jun replied that he would give him his life. And not only his life, but the lives of all the members of the Heavenly King Corps. Looking at Jun, Seo Hyun-jun wondered if he might be the one who could restore the Divine Power Clan to the greatness it once possessed, even if he was weak. Seo Hyun-jun knelt down and said that he had been willing to follow the young master from the beginning, and from now on, he would prioritize the young master's orders over the clan head. Lee Jun recognized that this was exactly what he wished to hear, after which he said that he was willing to give him a reward that matched his answer and asked him to follow him. Songdo District, near the Imperial Blade Clan's main building. Seo Hyun-jun asked the young master, what are they doing here? Lee Jun asked, what was the young master asking about? Of course, he had come to show with his own strength that he was worthy of leading them. Except Seo Hyun-jun still couldn't believe it, because this place, they are right outside the Imperial Blade Clan's front yard. Choi Dae-min sighed as he made his way through the forest. There were many bodies around, but one of them appeared to be alive. The man asked Choi Dae-min for mercy. After all, he has a family and a child. But Choi Dae-min completely ignored the man's words and took his life, after which he sighed satisfactorily. Intoxicated with power, Choi Dae-min started laughing loudly. Suddenly, he felt a movement behind him and immediately swung his hand in that direction. But even with such a strong attack, he didn't hit anyone. Choi Gang-yu praised his son as he had become much stronger, Choi Daemon wondered what had just happened. It was only afterward that he recognized that it was his father. Choi Gangyu asked his son how he felt about his new strength. Daemon replied that his body felt like it was overflowing with power, and he felt like he might go crazy if he didn't use it soon. With this power, he would be able to defeat any awakened person other than Chenichion, even the strongest swordsman of Korea. Kill them all. Choi Daemon told his father that he kept hearing a voice, like a demon whispering every time he uses that power, it tells him to kill. Choi Gangyu told Daemon not to give in to that voice and asked him to memorize it. Choi Gangyu asked Daemon, will he continue? To which Daemon replied yes, for he must achieve full A-rank mastery before he could go any further. This was something that any awakened person should never do, become stronger by killing people. In any case, there was plenty of time and booty, and therefore Daemon could grow as long as he wished. Choi Gangyu summoned Kibom, immediately after which he appeared at the head. Choi Gangyu said that Daemon was looking for new prey, which surprised Kibom a little, for new prey was needed too soon. Choi Kibom, the leader of the Red Lion Corps, is the younger brother of King Choi Gangyu and Choi Mijin. Choi Kibom picked up on the fact that the pace was quickening and congratulated the chapter. For if things continued like this, another AA rank awakened one would soon be born. Choi Gangyu said that this is a credit to Kibom, as he picks his prey carefully, and therefore probably the next time will be the last time, which is why he needs Kibom to put in a little more effort. Since this is Choi Gangyu's order, Kibom promised to do so. He would bring the young master new victims right away. After leading Sa Hyun-jun to the front entrance, Lee Jun took out his cell phone, after which he dialed Hyun-jin. A disgruntled Hyun-jin asked, what was that just now? To which Jun replied that he's busy right now and they'll talk more about it later. Right now, however, he had something else to say. He has become a teacher at Miram High, and so he wants to ask if he wants to enroll as a student. Hyun-jin asked, did the latter really think as if he would believe that someone his age would become a teacher at Miram High School? Oh, and what kind of special class teacher? Was it really the end of the world? Lee Jun put his phone away so he wouldn't be deafened by Hyun-jin's shouting and asked if he wanted to go or not. Hyun-jin, who was passing by, heard what the silly brother was saying, so she demanded that Hyun-jin give her the phone. Hyun-jin refused as he was busy talking to Jun. Jung-yeon was outraged by this and asked the little brat if he wasn't willing to give his phone number to his sister. With one painful blow, Hyun-jin was forced to give up his phone to the emotionless maniac. Jung-yeon asked Jun if what they just talked about was true. Jun replied that it was true, and after thinking for a while, asked if she would like to join them. Hyun-jin got on the phone and asked Jun to record it. Lee Jun admitted that he expected such an answer from Hyun-jin, then asked Nuna again. Hyun-jin asked if she should answer right away, to which Lee Jun replied that it was urgent and that he would really like to see her in his class. Park Jong-yeon was embarrassed to hear this from her Jun. Jong-yeon asked why, to which Jun replied that if she didn't join, it would be a burden on him. Jong-yeon asked, really? Jun said that it was. Then he added that Ji-yu and the others had already agreed. Since Ji-yu had joined his class, Jong-yeon agreed. Lee Jun was surprised at how abruptly Jong-yeon changed her mind and said no rejections later. Seo-hyun-jun suddenly noticed a change in Jun. The youngest teacher extra task was completed without incident. Lee Jun thanked Nuna. After completing the task, Lee Jun had finally recovered his strength. But right now, he felt an energy unlike anything he had felt before. It was as if the power sealed within him had been released. Just when he had completed one additional task, suddenly, Lee Jun received another Lee Jun's will. And also, Lee Jun had studied the S-rank Divine Palm Thunderstrike from a master. After learning the new ability, Lee Jun asked the master what was going on. After all, he had previously said that he couldn't give him martial arts because of the interference of the awakening system. The master asked why the latter was so surprised by this. And who did he think his master was? After all, even the mysterious awakening system can't escape his brilliant intellect and observation. Additional quest, Lee Jun's will, A-rank difficulty. The master believes that his apprentice must be willing to challenge massive organizations. He fully supports Jun's desire to become his junior apprentice. Completion condition, deal with the Imperial Blade Clan. Reward plus 50,000 glory and mastery of the palm technique of the martial arts god. Lee Chun told the master that this quest, the master asked, what's wrong? And did the latter think it was impossible? To which Jun replied that it wasn't that, and that he had to do it by all means. The master praised Jun, for that is the kind of spirit his students should possess. The opportunity to learn martial arts without spending tree points doesn't come along very often. Besides, he already had enough reasons to destroy the Imperial Blade Clan, and since that was the case, after today, the Imperial Sword Clan would no longer be recoverable. The sealed characteristics have returned to normal, and the current points now totaled 5,680,000, which Li Jun decided to invest in inner strength. All of a sudden, Li Jun's energy increased, which stunned even Sa Hyun-jun. The divine origin art had reached 6 stars, something even the other disciples of the master could not achieve. So Hyun-jun was shocked at the powerful energy being released from the young master's body. It was a dominating aura that even the 5 kings were unable to emit. It's even far more overwhelming than the kings. This surpassing power is stronger than even what he saw in the center of the heavenly lake. So is this really it, the young master's true strength? Even Li Jun was astonished after obtaining the 6th star, for it was much stronger than he had expected. With this kind of strength, Li Jun was confident that he could deal with the current Imperial Blade Clan on his own. So Hyun-jun asked, what kind of strength was this? After all, it didn't even look like a heavenly king divine art. Li Jun noticed that because of this prank, the Imperial Blade Clan had started to strengthen their defenses and asked if they should leave before they closed the gate. So Hyun-jun was shocked because of what he heard and seriously asked if he really wanted to attack the Imperial Blade Clan. Li Jun asked, what else could they have come here for? Immediately after which, he jumped down from the tree, after which he recalled that they were the first to attack him, and that they would now have to face the consequences of their actions. One of the squad members asked the captain what they should do, so Hyun-jun sighed exhaustedly, after which he said that if the young master was going there, they should follow him. After which, the second subordinate reminded that they weren't even in their own territory. They were in the enemy's territory, which meant that if they were careless, they would all die here. After what he saw, Sa Hyun-jun admitted that he wasn't sure if they should be worried. After all, the energy he had just felt, even the Emperor's fist didn't have this kind of power. The young master was incredibly powerful, and no matter what happened, he wouldn't let them get hurt. It might not even be a bad thing to risk one's life for such a person. Since the captain was so confident, the rest of the squad agreed. The Heavenly King Corps descended, and its members shouted that they would follow the young master's will. Li Jun was pleased that they followed him after all. Li Jun said that in that case, he should show something impressive to the subordinates who trusted him. Looking at the camera, Li Jun turned to the other side and said that he was aware that they were following him, and they are probably very angry about his presence here. Li Jun asked, how would they react to the following? After which he used the Heavenly Emperor Divine Art, the thunderous strike of the Divine Palm. And after a few movements, Li Jun launched a massive energy charge into the clan gate. So Hyun-jun and the others were amazed at what they saw. After all, this was a martial art that even the first king had failed to master. Li Jun turned around to his subordinates and asked, what are they doing? Were they really just going to stand there looking at the ruined gate? Li Jun ordered the squad to follow him. Meanwhile, inside the Imperial Blade Clan, Choi Daejin asked, was it really an earthquake or something like that? Choi Daeho asked Hyun-nim, is he really going to continue to sit there and do nothing? But Choi Daejin demanded that they find out what was going on. Choi Dae-woon suggested they talk about it when the clan leader returned. Choi Daeho asked if the man was even angry. His son is dead, and the same person who humiliated him did it. The 4th son of the clan told Choi Taeho's 3rd brother that he was going too far, and asked to at least imagine what their 2nd brother was feeling. Choi Taeho reminded him that above all else, the 2nd brother's son was his nephew, whom he cared for very much. Choi Dae-jin asked if he was the only one he cared about. Sunho was beloved by the clan head and all of them. Looking away, Choi Taeho admitted that he was just too upset about it, after which he offered to at least imagine the agony the other brother was going through right now. Choi Taeho admitted that he was afraid, because at this rate, their 2nd brother, Dae-woon, might get sick. Choi Dae-jin said that they understood his feelings and asked him to hold on a little longer, because the clan leader should be back soon. Choi Dae-woon was about to pour himself another bowl of firewater when suddenly another earthquake tossed the bowl. Choi Dae-jin was startled by another earthquake and asked his subordinate if they recognized what was happening, to which the latter replied that they were attacked by an outsider. Choi Dae-woon was surprised to hear about the stranger and asked, who would dare to enter the heart of their clan? The subordinate said that it was true, as the intruder had just crossed the main gate. At the moment, the clan members were trying to stop him in the garden. The intruder's Li Jun of the Divine Power Clan, as well as the Heavenly Kings group. Hearing about Li Jun, Choi Dae-woon suddenly stood up, after which he walked to the wall and took the blade. Worried about his second brother, Choi Dae-woon asked him to stop, but he wasn't going to stand idly by. Choi Dae-woon asked, how could he sit here while that bastard himself came all the way to them? This worthless bastard had killed his son, but even that wasn't enough for him. Now, he dared to invade the Imperial Blade clan. Choi Dae-woon had promised to make him regret setting foot on their land. Li Jun wasn't happy they had made such a fuss, but no one special had come out. After which, Li Jun released a charge of thunder energy at the Imperial Blade clan's men. While reacting, the clan members used the Gengan defense formation, so they were able to block the attack. After that, they would just have to hold out until reinforcements from the elders arrived. Meanwhile, Li Jun prepared 2 more thunder charges. Li Jun recognized that they were holding out better than he had expected, and offering to block such a thing, Li Jun threw 2 charges directly into the defense formation. Reinforcements from the Red Lions arrived at the enemies. The captain ordered to leave the right defense on them, the Ferocious Lions, while the Iron Lions would take over the left defense. But immediately after that, the left defense was cut off. Things were bad with their level. They were incapable of holding out against such an opponent. Li Jun didn't waste any time and raised his hands to create an already huge, thunderous charge. The enemy's strength was too huge, and so one of the Ferocious Lions asked the captain, would they be able to contain it? The captain shouted that they wouldn't know until they faced it head-on, and after Jun threw a charge at them, they somehow miraculously but managed to contain it. The captain was surprised and tried to figure out what the hell. Although this charge was much bigger, but its power was less than the previous charges. Suddenly, a hand appeared out of the energy charge and immediately rushed towards the captain's throat. As it turned out, such a massive attack was only to blind them. Li Jun exploded the charge in his hand, instantly incinerating the members of the Ferocious Lion Squad and Iron Lion Squad. Looking at this, Hyun Jun couldn't believe what had happened, for the Iron Lion and Fierce Lion squads had fallen at the hands of the young master. But fortunately, they were still breathing. Even so, Hyun Jun did not expect that their young master would use martial arts like this in the middle of the Imperial Blade clan. After all, it was the same as declaring war on them. Li Jun called out to the squad leader and asked, is he still going to just stand there and watch? The squad leader asked, what does the man want to say? Li Jun said that he was indeed too slow, and asked how someone like him could even become one of the Heavenly King's squad leaders. After which, Li Jun directly called him an idiot. The commander simply had no words for this. He assumed that Jun remembered what happened before, which meant that he was now on his blacklist. He had once nicknamed Li Jun a burned-out fool and advised him to get treatment. Li Jun laughed as he looked at his face. So Hyun Jun asked the young master what they should do with the defeated enemies. Li Jun said that they should stop them from bleeding to keep them from dying and destroy their elixirs. Bowing his head, Hyun Jun accepted the young master's order, after which he ordered all the squad members to destroy the elixirs of the defeated enemies. Hearing the footsteps, Li Jun smirked, after which he turned around to the enemies and said that more and more people kept arriving. The members of the Imperial Blade clan trembled as they looked at Li Jun. Heading towards the trembling enemies, Jun asked if the Blade King was still not going to come out after all he had done here. Li Jun asked, letting them not tell him that the King of Blades was not here at all. Not hearing a reply, Li Jun asked, was he really absent? After all, in that case, this was a great opportunity. In the absence of the Blade King, he would be able to destroy the Imperial Blade clan without any problems. Now that he had gotten this far, if he left them alone, they would come after him. This meant that he must destroy all of their forces. Li Jun rushed towards the enemy awakened ones, and only Li Jun was going to deal with this squad. As he was asked, how dare he? The elders of the Imperial Blade clan appeared in front of Li Jun. Choi Tae-ho asked if he knew where he was. Immediately after, Choi Dae-woon swung his blade, throwing Li Jun away from his men. Li Jun wondered if the clan's high-ranking members had decided to come out to him. The clan members were overjoyed because the elders had come to them, which meant they were saved. Choi Dae-woon ordered them to report the damage. He was then informed that the Fierce Lion Corps and the Iron Lion Corps had been completely destroyed. Choi Dae-woon was furious upon hearing this. The person in front of him had destroyed their elite units and even forced Choi Mi-jin into submission. This outcome was a foregone conclusion. Li Jun's aura had become more than several times larger since he had fought him. Choi Tae-ho asked his second brother for permission to take Li Jun's head to rest his nephew's soul. Choi Dae-woon said that he couldn't do it alone, and that to win, all the elders must attack at the same time. Choi Tae-ho asked if this guy was really that strong since he was proposing a joint attack. Choi Dae-woon said that with this guy's skills, he could be put on par with the clan head. But even so, the clan head, Choi Dae-woon asked if he thought he was only acting out of fear because of being humiliated by this brat. If they wanted to survive, they should obey him. Choi Dae-woon ordered everyone to attack Lee Jun with anything they can. Master told Lee Jun that they were advancing, including these brothers. There are only 10 elders in the Imperial Blade clan, and Lee Jun wished to strike Choi Dae-woon first. After all, his wind pressure was simply enormous. Choi Tae-ho shouted to his second brother to retreat. Choi Dae-ho threw a set of steel discs, immediately after which Choi Dae-woon retreated, leaving Lee Jun in his crosshairs. But right before the discs hit, Lee Jun jumped up and tried to dodge all the discs, after which the whole area was covered by a dust curtain. Choi Tae-ho told Jun that no matter how strong he was still a brat. After all, he wouldn't be able to deal with his and his brother's combined attacks. But a wary Choi Dae-woon told his brother that it's not like that because that guy isn't the kind of guy who would just go down like that. Ignoring the third brother, Choi Dae-woon once again rushed forward to attack. Immediately afterward, his sword collided with Lee Jun's spear. Choi Dae-woon refused to believe what had happened. After all, he had hit Lee Jun with his energy blades. But for some reason, there wasn't a single scratch on Jun. Attacking Lee Jun, Choi Dae-woon tried to hold him back. The third brother, on the other hand, was at this moment handing out orders to his subordinates. His brother Kutsun was at a disadvantage, and so he ordered a formation of blades to be formed to contain him. Choi Dae-woon pushed Lee Jun away, immediately after which the subordinates formed a formation around him. If the Gengun defense formation is a formation based on defense, the blade formation completely ignores the enemy's defense. This formation is only made for attacking. The 7 clan elders share their energy with the 3 attackers, after which those 3 continue to attack the target until it dies. Looking at this, Sa Hyun Jun couldn't believe that such a dangerous formation was being used against a young master. At the same time, this technique is like a double-edged sword. If they fail to smash their opponent, they will smash themselves. Except that the Imperial Blade clan has never yet failed at killing someone with this formation. Even a blade creator would have to struggle with this technique. No matter how strong the young master was, it was dangerous, and he must help him. Lee Jun telepathically told Sa Hyun Jun not to do anything reckless and leave the elders to him. Sa Hyun Jun, on the other hand, should deal with the other awakened clansmen of the Imperial Blade clan. But Sa Hyun Jun objected to the young master, saying that the blade formation was something that was beyond even the blade creator's strength. Lee Jun agreed that it would be difficult with just the Heavenly King's divine technique alone, after which he smirked and said that his strength did not come from that technique. Lee Jun ordered Sa Hyun Jun to leave everything to him, while he took care of the rest of the awakened ones. After that, Jun asked him to remember to destroy their elixirs. Lee Jun asked if he could do it. So Hyun Jun had no choice but to accept the young master's order. Seeing the leader walking in the opposite direction from young master, the squad captain said that the enemy had deployed a formation of blades, and that they should help him. Because if young master got caught by those old men, So Hyun Jun said that they would leave the old men to the young lord and take care of the rest of the awakened ones. Hearing this, the group members asked, "Is he serious?" After all, their young master was in danger right now. So Hyun Jun was in agreement with his subordinates. After all, this was indeed incredibly dangerous for young master, but still. So Hyun Jun said that this was young master's order. Although it was strange, but he felt that he could trust him. So Hyun Jun shouted to his subordinates that they should trust the young master and fulfill the mission he had assigned to them. Therefore, they should move out right now. The awakened around them would stay behind the Heavenly King's unit. Right now, the problem is the blade formation. The 7 elders are sharing their energy with the 3 attackers. The attackers, however, are Choi Dae-woon, Choi Tae-ho, and Choi Tae-sun. Master told Jun to be careful. Looking at the enemies, Lee Jun realized that the first one to attack him was Choi Tae-ho. Immediately after that, he attacked Lee Jun. After blocking the attack, Lee Jun couldn't help but recognize how incredible Choi Tae-ho's internal energy was, as even his spear began to tremble from his attack. At this moment, Lee Jun needed to break the distance. But Choi Tae-ho wasn't going to let him go, for Jun's spear was too strange, causing him to not be able to just leave him alone. No matter how much Lee Jun tried, he couldn't even move his spear. Choi Tae-ho simply pinned him down with his energy. If he tried to take the spear away by force, he would damage his internal energy. Lee Jun suddenly felt another elder moving towards him. Following his experience, Choi Taeson picked the best moment to attack him. Choi Daejin was going to take away Jun's leg with his first strike to avenge his maimed nephew. But he didn't have any effect when he struck his leg. To the elder's surprise, Lee Jun wrapped his leg with protective chi at the last moment. Seeing Lee Jun's protective ki, Choi Dae-woon recognized that Lee Jun was definitely not someone to be taken lightly. And since that was the case, Choi Dae-woon channeled all his energy into the blade to see if the brat could block it. Lee Jun sensed the danger from the Apostle of Wind, for his energy was much more intense and precise now than when he had seen him at the Heavenly Lake. The master noticed that there was a huge chi embedded in this technique and asked Jun if he was sure he could block it. Jun replied that he had a plan. He had a plan the moment the elders created the blade formation. When the divine origin art reached 6 stars, a message appeared. He had reached a growth rate that even martial artist disciples couldn't achieve. And as a reward, the last technique of the endless illusion spear was revealed. The last technique of the infinite spear. Lee Jun decided that the enemies in front of him were worthy of experiencing the technique. Choi Dae-woon shouted that it would end here and attacked Jun with an energy-filled blade. But at the last moment, Lee Jun used an illusion that made the world around Jun seem to stop. Lee Jun couldn't help but recognize that this technique was incredible, as he felt as if everything around him had stopped. The master turned to Jun and told him that the time of illusion was very short. If he continued to stand still, the illusion would not be able to show him its true power. Lee Jun used the infinite spear technique, form one's first phantom strike attacking the elder. While the illusion was in effect, the energy of the spear of destruction would remain in place as an arc from the attack, and once time resumed, enemies would take damage. With one strike, Lee Jun had sealed the fate of 3 elders at once, which meant there were 7 more to deal with. Except, even stepping during the illusion, he has to expend a huge amount of effort. If he wanted to master everything in such a short period of time, he would need much more training. After expending a lot more effort, Lee Jun dealt with the rest of the elders. The old master praised Lee Jun, saying that it was not bad as for a first attempt. Immediately after that, the illusion time ended, and the very next moment, Choi Dae-woon attacked the place where Lee Jun had just been. But to the elders' surprise, the brat they were holding back suddenly disappeared. Choi Dae-un asked what they were doing standing like that and ordered them to find Lee Jun right away. Choi Dae-jin turned to his brother with difficulty and said that he couldn't move his body. Afterward, Choi Tae-ho said that he was having the same thing. Standing on the rooftop right above his victims, Lee Jun snapped his fingers, releasing the infinite spear technique. Immediately afterward, all the elders were struck by Lee Jun's attacks. The elders were eliminated, so the awakened ones wondered where Jun had gone. After finishing off the elders, Lee Jun jumped off the roof. The captain asked what it was, and did such a martial art really exist in their world? And even Seo-hyun Jun admitted that this was the first time he had seen such a technique. Seo-hyun Jun couldn't believe what he saw. After all, his young master had just destroyed the blade formation. In an instant, the elders of the Imperial Blade clan had fallen. Hence, Seo-hyun Jun wondered what martial art the young master had used. Noticing the stares of his subordinates, Lee Jun ordered them to stay put and finish all the business here. Seo-hyun Jun then asked the squad members what they were doing and ordered them to move. As Lee Jun had expected, the final technique of the Infinity Spear put a lot of strain on the body. As a reward for the task, Lee Jun received a SS+ rank Infinity Spear technique. Lee Jun was very happy with the upgrade, because now this technique wouldn't burden him. The system analyzed Lee Jun's reputation and gave him the new title of Spear Emperor, and he was also registered in the global rankings. Looking at the ranking, in which the Spear Emperor ranking was a whole 100th, Lee Jun wondered if this was always the case in the system. And what confused Lee Jun even more was that he was only in the 100th place. Previously, he had thought that with the awakening of the S rank, he would at least be in the top 20. As suddenly, Lee Jun noticed that something was wrong with this list. After all, the Blade Creator, who is Korea's top 1 awakened, is only ranked 91st on this list. Looking at the ranking, even the master recognized that this ranking was very strange. Lee Jun was pleasantly surprised to hear this, and admitted that he had guessed that it wasn't about him. Master said that there was only one conclusion that could be drawn from this ranking. If the demon serving his first apprentice were on the list, then this ranking doesn't make sense. If that was really the case, then they should check to see if there was anyone else on the list besides them. A little while later, Seo-hyun Jun reported to the young master that they had sorted everything out. Meanwhile, a bystander had appeared not far from them. Somi was interested in that guy who had single-handedly dealt with all the elders of the Imperial Blade clan, and the weapon in his hands was like a demonic scourge, and since that was the case, no wonder they had lost contact with the blood flame. After all, this guy had dealt with all the monks. She decided that it was worth reporting this to Lord Samayan. The next morning, the main house of the Ironblood Sword clan. The Blade Creator was going through the ranking of the strongest. Just as suddenly, the door was abruptly opened by Park Youngsop and shouted to his father that he had a call. Park Junsik said that it was exactly what he was waiting for. The caller was Matsumoto Akagi, ranked 89th in the rankings. Matsumoto asked Chunsik if he had seen a change in the rankings, to which Chunsik replied that he had already seen everything. Looking at those question marks, Matsumoto assumed that the man was in Seoul. Park Chunsik asked that Matsumoto not tell him that they had already started to act. Matsumoto Akagi said that was the case, and that he had been unable to contact the heavenly demon and fire Buddha for days, and therefore advised Chunsik to be careful. Chunsik said that he understood, whereupon Matsumoto sighed and said regretfully that it appeared that a huge crisis was coming soon in this country. Important news. Early this morning, it was discovered that the Imperial Blade clan had turned into ruins, and all the awakened ones had been stripped of their elixirs. According to eyewitness reports, Lee Jun of the Divine Power clan has taken charge of the Heavenly King's unit. The public believes that this is a de facto declaration of war against the Imperial Blade clan. Hongdae District, the basement of the Red Bone Club. A man called out to his grandfather and asked if he had seen the latest news, to which the man replied that he was just now watching them, and he had indeed made it. Lee Jun wrote to the old man that he had reduced the Imperial Blade clan's forces by 2/3, and that only the Blade King and his grandson remained to be dealt with. Lee Gunmu laughed and said that the newly formed clan was always welcome. He then reminded them that they had grown distant from each other recently, and suggested that they should be closer from now on. Lee Gunmu asked to contact them later. Jung Kyung-hun asked if they had a newly formed clan this time. Lee Gunmu said that they were previously ignored and only sucked up to the Iron Blood Sword clan and the Million Poison clan, but now they are trying to take their turn as well. Jung Kyung-hun told the head that this shows how much influence the young master has. Lee Gunmu asked him to forget about it and asked if they had discovered the location of the King of Blades. Jung Kyung-hun apologized and replied that they hadn't found any trace of him. He then said that the reporter was waiting for the head to interview him. Lee Gunmu was surprised to see a business card from the Gate Information magazine. Jung Kyung-hun explained that it was a publication that had only covered young Mr. Lee Jun recently, and all the good articles about him were written by the reporter Kim So-ah. After thinking for a bit, Lee Gunmu agreed to contact reporter Kim So-ah. After picking up the phone, reporter Kim said hello and introduced herself to Lee Gunmu. Lee Gunmu said that he had heard a lot about her and asked if she spoke well of his son, to which Kim So-ah replied that she was just reporting the facts. Even after receiving such a response, Lee Gunmu thanked reporter Kim, after which he asked what she wanted to talk to him about. Reporter Kim said that she wanted to ask him some questions. Lee Gunmu asked her to do so, and he would try to answer everything he could. Immediately afterward, reporter Kim asked if Lee Jun's actions were the will of the Divine Power clan. Lee Gunmu remained silent. Reporter Kim then asked again if Lee Jun's actions were dictated by his will as the head of the Divine Power clan. Lee Gunmu replied that Lee Jun's actions were a reflection of his will and asked if the Imperial Blade clan had been deceiving the public by hiding under a mask all this time. On top of that, they even ambushed the children when they were clearing the gate, which made Jun angry. He in turn also believes that the Imperial Blade clan has crossed the line. Reporter Kim asked if this means that Lee Jun and the Emperor's Fist have the same principles, to which Lee Gunmu replied that it was correct, after which he added that he intends to be a shadow supporting his son. Reporter Kim So-ah thanked the head of the Divine Power clan for the answers, and said that she appreciated the interview. In other words, what she only heard was the statement that Lee Jun is the heir of the Divine Power clan. After this interview, she finally had something to write. Jung Kyung-hun admitted that it was a surprise to him, because he thought Gunmu would draw a line between himself and his son. Lee Gunmu said that it may have been a cruel method, but he was doing everything to raise the clan's reputation, while Lee Jun did it in one fell swoop. So how could he not appreciate it? Jung Kyung-hun was forced to admit that it was true. After all, with young Master Lee Jun at the forefront, one could accomplish a lot of things. Just as suddenly, Jung Kyung-hun received a message. Jung Kyung-hong reported to the head that the young master was waiting outside the building in a place with the Heavenly King squad and asked, should he escort the head? Lee Gunmu agreed to the escort. After all, if his son is here, he should welcome him. Morning, outside the Divine Power Clan building. Reporters were crowded in front of the clan building, wanting to know the Divine Authority clan's stance on what had happened. The guard asked the reporters to calm down and explained that by gathering here, they wouldn't make him come any faster. After which the reporter noticed that he was here. It was the Heavenly King squad and the Awakened One, Lee Jun. The reporter said that according to the Awakened Ones from the Imperial Blade clan, it was Lee Jun who had destroyed them. Hence, he asked if he could confirm it. Not long ago, the Divine Power clan and the Imperial Blade clan were allies. So why did something like this suddenly happen? Originally, Lee Jun was not part of the main faction of the clan. So had he unleashed his power to overthrow the old guard? Lee Jun mentally agreed with the reporter's words. After all, he really wasn't part of the main faction, but things had changed now. Seo-hyun-jun stepped in front of the young master and asked the reporters to disperse before he had to use force against them. Lee Jun asked for his father to be informed that he was already here and also opened the gate. In his previous life, he wasn't even allowed to cross this threshold, but now he could pass through here without any resistance. The clan members were surprised to see him, for this was the first time the young master had entered the inner courtyard of the clan. Previously, Lee Jun had thought that there was some amazing treasure hidden here, but as it turned out, there was nothing special here. So Hyun-jun approached young Master Lee Jun and said ahead. Looking up, Lee Jun saw his father in front of him in a place with another person. The person next to his father was Jung Kyung-hun, the head of the organization and also his father's closest aide. This man is the first person he must destroy in order to appropriate the clan's divine power. Many years ago, Lee Jun asked Jung Kyung-hun what he must do to cross the threshold of the Divine Power clan, but the man looked at Jun with disdain and said that his mother was just one of the many women who spent the night with the clan head. And now, the randomly born trash is trying to reach the wall of divine power, which is clearly beyond his conditioning. Jung Kyung-hong explains that unless the one is willing to die, he should never go near the clan gate again. Jung Kyung-hong is a two-faced man, second only to the Divine King in power. He controls all the major processes of the Divine Power clan. Jung Kyung-hong noticed that the young lord has grown a lot since he last saw him. Lee Jun asked his father what made him go outside, to which Lee Gunmu replied that he heard that Jun was coming. Jun asked if the man did it because of him. Lee Gunmu replied that of course it was because of him. Moreover, since he had arrived with the Heavenly King Corps, did that mean that he had decided to accept the position of the clan's successor? Lee Jun asked, so what if that was the case? Would the one just give him his clan divine power? Lee Gunmu asked, doesn't the latter understand what it means to be a successor? He would start following him and they would lead the Divine Power clan together. Lee Jun explained that he meant that he would give him the entire Divine Power clan. And of course, there would be no room for his father and his clan. Hearing this, Lee Gunmu suddenly started laughing loudly, after which he explained that any Divine Power clan member of the Divine Power clan of everything gets what they want. And if it's divine power, then they are entitled to it, even if they have to blow the head off their own parents' shoulders to do so. But it won't be easy. Lee Gunmu asked Jun if he knew that he would have to be recognized by every awakened member of the clan, to which Jun replied that of course he knows. Lee Gunmu said that it was very good that he understood, and in that case he agreed to step down as head and hand the clan over to Lee Jun. And since the latter is so willing, he will not interfere in the clan's affairs anymore after that. Lee Jun promised his father that he would regret it. Lee Gunmu asked, what should he regret? After all, he had never lived with regrets. Lee Gunmu went to the head of the organization and asked him to escort Lee Jun to the clan branch. Lee Gun told his father that he was waiting for him to keep his word, after which Lee Gunmu said that he in turn expected Lee Jun to live up to his expectations. The branch of the Divine Power clan. Pointing to a building nearby, Jung Kyung-hun told Lord Lee Jun that this was the branch where he would be staying. The branch is old and a bit shabby, but there shouldn't be any problems living here. Lee Jun remarked that it's been a long time, but the place hasn't changed a bit since then. Seo-hyun-jun asked if he had been here before, to which Jun replied that he had been here and that this place was filled with memories of his mother, after which he admitted that he used to think that he would never come back here again. No one used to let him come here, no matter what. Jung Kyung-hun chuckled upon hearing about the memories and recalled that Lee Jun was so young back then, but now he had grown up and returned. He recognized that it made even an old man like him feel sympathetic. Lee Jun immediately figured out this snake-like bastard, which made him realize how he wanted to play with him. Jung Kyung-hoon turned to Sa Hyun-jun and asked him to follow him since it was about the affairs of the authoritarian department. Lee Jun said that it wouldn't be necessary because from now on, the head of the 4th Division is completely removed from the affairs of the Corps. Jung Kyung-hoon asked what the man was talking about, after which he asked Hyun-jun if it was his decision. So Hyun-jun admitted that it was his decision and that he was stepping down as the deputy of the authoritarian corps to focus completely on the Heavenly King Corps. Kyung-hong asked if the clan head knew about it, to which Hyun-jun replied that he didn't know yet. Jung Kyung-hoon reminded that Sa Hyun-jun should at least get his permission. Lee Jun said that there's no need for that, and that the head of Division 4 has a case against him. Lee Jun told Jung Kyung-hoon that if he had nothing more to say, he was free to go. Jung Kyung-hoon said that he would explain everything to the head himself. After that, he wished Lee Jun a good rest. So Hyun-jun turned to the young master and said that what he did to the authoritarian corps was a mistake. After all, those awakened to divine authority trust the clan head the most and follow their master. Lee Jun asked if he was trying to say that it would be easier for him to gain recognition if he had the head of the authoritarian corps by his side. So Hyun-jun replied that it's like that. Since that's all, Lee Jun asked Hyun-jun not to worry about it since he has a plan. Moreover, he has something to tell him. Lee Jun asked, what about training the Heavenly King Corps in the Divine Palm Thunder Strike technique? Furthermore, they trained the Heavenly King's divine technique. So Hyun-jun asked, would someone like him be allowed to learn the Heavenly King's divine technique? Lee Jun asked Sa Hyun-jun, hadn't he recently sworn allegiance only to him? Or was he mistaken? Sa Hyun-jun still said yes. Lee Jun said that in that case, he could do it, learn it, because if a subordinate is weak, it reflects badly on his master as well. Besides, they still have enough inheritance. If he wishes to expel his father from the Divine Power Clan, he needs to gain a solid strength in the clan. And to deal with the Heaven Realm in the future, he will need even more strength. The divine power will be in his hands before the vacation is over. At this very moment, Lee Jun received a phone call, which was very timely. Earlier, he had told her to come here, and she was just in time. The woman took off her mask and introduced herself as one of the nameless guests of the Assassin's Guild and said that she was appearing before Lord Lee Jun. Lee Jun was astonished to see the face and remembered the headman of Unbi. Lee Jun admitted that he was amazed upon seeing her. After all, there was no way he expected that the receptionist would turn out to be one of the nameless guests. The unnamed guest is one of the best experts in the Assassin Guild, and also the only assassin from his past life who had never been caught by the celestial realm. The guest held out the book and said that it was all the information he had asked for about Jung Kyung-hoon. Lee Jun admitted that he felt sorry for the guild head. They couldn't even take care of the King of Blades, and yet they didn't hesitate to accept the request. The guest said that he was truly grateful. Mr. Lee Jun, on the other hand, is their guild's eternal benefactor, and thus he could count on them at any time. Checking the information, Lee Jun, as expected, saw that Jung Kyung-hong had squandered really a lot. Jung Kyung-hoon had really mismanaged the funds allocated for the treatment of the injured, and even the large sums meant for the repair of buildings. Lee Jun asked, is that really all there is to it? To which the guest replied that, of course, it wasn't everything. And handing over the flash drive, she told him that the book was only a small part, while the real bomb was recorded on the flash drive. She was very curious as to why the awakened Divine Power Clan's awakened ones were following Jung Kyung-hoon so faithfully, and so she looked into it. Lee Jun speculated that the flash drive would contain a video with dirt on the unit leaders. The unnamed guest asked how he knew that, to which Jun replied that he had methods, a scandal from a past life involving a Divine Power Clan involving a USB drive that held the secrets of the commanders. It was this incident that showed everyone why the awakened ones had no choice but to follow Jung Kyung-hoon. The unnamed guest asked if the clan head would deal with it if they told him about it. To which Jun replied that it wouldn't work because the storage unit didn't belong to Jung Kyung-hoon, but to his father. His father wanted to take over the weaknesses of the unit commanders, but Jung Kyung-hoon took it a step further and used his father to consolidate his own power. The guest was amazed to hear about it. Lee Jun thanked the guest for providing the information. Heavenly Guest revealed that her grandfather had ordered her to provide Lord Lee Jun with all the information, after which she asked that he should contact them anytime he needed help. Immediately after saying that, the nameless guest disappeared. Lee Jun took another look at the book. Now he could start his plan to deprive Jung Kyung-hun of his funding. The supply warehouse of the Divine Power Clan. Lee Jun had finally found the one he needed. Jung Taepun, Jung Kyung-hun's sibling, and the person who owned a large portion of the assets listed in the ledger obtained from the unnamed guest.